Supernatural. Your guide through the unexplained, the unearthly, and the unknown. Colin Wilson. Foreword. By Damon Wilson. In the winter of 1969, when I was 4 years old, our family spent most of the winter in Dea, in Majorca. My memories of the place are not very clear. I chiefly recall the small boy called Pedro, who lived next door and who drew pictures in the dust of the courtyard, with a stick, and a tall man in a cloak and an odd-shaped hat who walked into the house one day and showed my mother how to split a banana into 3 with his thumbnail. From the fact that he presented me with one of his books, a children's story called The Poor Boy Who Followed His Star, I gathered that he was a writer like my father. Years later, when I became an avid fan of the Claudius series on television, I was impressed to realize that I knew its author. What I did not know was that my father had asked Robert Graves' advice on writing a book about the occult, and that advice had been don't. It was as well he ignored it, for the book and its consequences became an important part of our lives during the next few years. It led, to begin with, to a BBC television series called A Leap in the Dark, in which my father was the presenter. We bought our first video machine to record them, the early kind whose tapes played for a maximum of 1 hour, and so videos became a part of our lives long before they became as common as televisions. One result was that I was able to watch the Leap in the Dark series as often as I liked. The creepiest was the Edgar Vandy case, in which a dead man came back to describe his accidental drowning through the mouth of a medium. The point of the program was to try to show that only the dead man could have provided the information, and that telepathy by the medium could not account for the complex data she was able to provide. But the one I remember most was the case of a girl called Christine Beecham, who suffered from multiple personality. She periodically turned into a scatterbrained and mischievous child who called herself Sally, and who embarrassed Christine by doing mischievous things that landed her in all kinds of trouble. Then there was the account of the poltergeist which wrecked the office of a German lawyer in Rosenheim, and which subsided only when a shy, nervous girl called Anne-Marie was sacked. I was intrigued to learn that this was not a real ghost, but some kind of manifestation of Anne-Marie's unconscious frustrations. All this meant that, by the age of 10, I had a fairly good working knowledge of the paranormal, which I accepted in the same matter-of-fact way that I accepted all the books and magazines about true murder cases that lay about the house. Like any normal 10-year-old, I would not have wanted to meet a ghost, but I was intrigued to learn that they could be explained by a science called parapsychology. One day I learned that it was not quite as simple as that. A man called Mike Delaney came to stay with us, and I learned that he was a publican who had been driven out of his pub by a poltergeist that smashed rows of bottles and glasses, and made the electronic tills go haywire. Mike was still suffering from nervous strain. My father was writing a book about poltergeists, and had been to Croydon to look into the case. There were apparently no disturbed adolescents associated with the pub, and Mike himself had no doubt that the culprit was a spirit. I talked to Mike for hours, and noted that he preferred not to discuss the haunting. It was obvious that he was still deeply disturbed by it. In fact, he went to see our doctor, and took his advice to commit himself to our local mental home in Bodmin. That quickly proved to him that there was nothing wrong with him, and he discharged himself and went off to Africa to become a mercenary. My father also went to Yorkshire to look into the case of a spirit that had wrecked every breakable object in the house. See Appendix. When he came back, he was finally convinced that poltergeists are real spirits, and not just the unconscious energies of frustrated adolescents. Obviously, it was possible to be too scientific. But another experience of the time also demonstrated that it was possible to be too credulous. When my mother was going to Bodmin one day, my father asked her to go and look at St. Mark's Church, and see if she could find out anything about a poltergeist haunting there. A journalist called John McLean, well known for his Believe It or Not stories, had described how a coffin had risen up off its trestles and floated down the aisle. The man in the coffin, a Liskeard builder called Pencaro, objected to being buried near his estranged wife, and his spirit caused poltergeist disturbances until his son decided to bury him elsewhere. There was even a bare patch on the lawn of the churchyard, where Pencaro's coffin had rested before being taken away. No grass had grown there since. My mother was asked to try and get a photograph of the bare patch. In fact, she found that there was no St. Mark's Church in Bodmin, or even in Cornwall. The vicar, the Reverend Basil Bradley, had never lived in Bodmin. And no builder called James Pencaro had lived in Liskeard either. Another story by John Macklin, about a cursed field in North Cornwall, proved to be equally unfactual. When my father wrote to Macklin asking for an explanation, he got an angry letter in reply protesting that no one had ever questioned his accuracy, but offering no other explanation. All of which seemed to demonstrate that the science of parapsychology had to tread an extremely wary path between skepticism and credulity. In fact, what tends to happen is that the positions become polarized. The skeptics attack the believers as gullible idiots, the believers attack the skeptics as dogmatic materialists. Both seem incapable of moderation or objectivity. The career of the French statistician Michel Gauquelin illustrates both positions. By the age of 7 he was a total convert to astrology, and could rattle off the character types associated with each sign of the zodiac. His friends called him Nostradamus. While studying at the Sorbonne, he learned of the earlier researches of Hitler's astrologer Karl Ernst Kraft, who had tried to prove astrology by statistical means. Kraft had studied the horoscopes of thousands of professional men, mostly musicians, and announced that he had proved that individuals are cast in the mold of their sun sign, i.e. Aries are pioneers, Geminis changeable, Cancers home-loving, etc. Gauquelin, who was studying statistics and psychology, decided to put Kraft's results through a computer. That convinced him, as he had suspected, that Kraft was deceiving himself. His reaction was to become a determined opponent of astrology who missed no opportunity to denounce it as nonsense. He even went so far as to ignore the occasional fact that supported astrology. But since he was a statistician, he continued with his research. And when he looked into the question of rising signs, the planet that is coming up over the horizon at the moment of birth, he was startled to realize that the evidence was no longer negative. In a group of 576 doctors, he discovered that a significant proportion were born under Saturn, as astrology predicts. Similar researches into actors showed that Jupiter was their rising sign, while sportsmen tended to be born under Mars. He also investigated the notion that people born under the even signs, Taurus, Cancer, Virgo etc., are introverts while those born under the odd signs are extroverts. Again he was surprised to find that his statistics supported this view. He announced his findings in 1955, in The Influence of the Stars, a critical and experimental study. He expected to be attacked by scientists. In fact, they ignored him. It was the astrologers who assumed they were under attack, and responded with scathing criticisms. But another skeptic, Professor Hans Eysenck, who checked Gauquelin's results, was courageous enough to invite the derision of his fellow psychologists when he wrote, "The results were extremely clear-cut and so significant statistically that there is no question whatsoever that the effects were not produced by chance." By 1976, Gauquelin's findings had become increasingly influential, and parapsychology had acquired a new respectability through the researches of Dr. Andrija Puharich and the Stanford Research Institute into the powers of the Israeli metalbender Uri Geller. It had also acquired widespread popularity, so that books like von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods and Castaneda's Teachings of Don Juan became bestsellers. Orthodox scientists felt it was time to act. They formed a committee for the scientific investigation of the claims of the paranormal, XICO, apparently unaware that the Society for Psychical Research, founded in 1882, had been founded for exactly that purpose. Unfortunately, XICO differed from the RPs in starting out from a position of hardline skepticism, in fact, of downright hostility to the very notion of the paranormal. Its basic position seemed to be that anyone who reported paranormal events must be either a fool or a liar. At a meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 1979, the eminent physicist John Wheeler was applauded for his battle cry, "Drive the pseudos out of the workshop of science." Oddly enough, it was the same John Wheeler who created his own version of the anthropic principle, the notion that man has, in some respects, a privileged position in the universe, in which he asserted that man may be creating the universe by observing it. I was surprised to learn that one of the founders of XICO, the scientific journalist Martin Gardner, had been a friend of my father's. He is the author of a book called Fads and Fallacies in the Name of Science, an amusing attack on various crank theories, such as the view that the Earth is flat, and he and my father had been in correspondence for some years when they finally met, at Gardner's home, and found one another sympathetic. One of my father's science fiction stories has an affectionate portrait of him as a medieval monk called Martin the Gardener. But when he came to write a biography of Wilhelm Reich in the late 70s, my father reread the chapter in Fads and Fallacies about Reich and concluded that it was biased and inaccurate. In The Quest for Wilhelm Reich, he commented on Gardner's book. He writes about various kinds of cranks with the conscious superiority of the scientist, and in most cases one can share his sense of the victory of reason. But after half a dozen chapters, this non-stop superiority begins to irritate. You begin to wonder about the standards that make him so certain he is always right. Gardner took this to be a declaration of war, and launched attacks on my father's credulity in his books Science, Good, Bad, and Bogus and the New Age. He also wrote a letter to the New York Review of Books protesting that articles by my father, on astrology and paranormal phenomena, had been included in the Oxford Companion to the Mind. His general tone makes it clear that he regards anyone who can defend the paranormal as a dangerous maniac. In 1981, XICO was shaken by rumors of scandal. One of its members, Dr. Dennis Rollins, discovered that a refutation of Gauquelin's Mars effect was based on inaccurate research. Among other things, it based its findings on 303 sports champions instead of Gauquelin's 2088. When the mistakes had been corrected, the report tended to confirm Gauquelin. When he pointed this out to his fellow members on the Executive Council, he found them unresponsive. They seemed to feel he was splitting hairs, and he was not allowed to print a letter on the subject in the XICO journal The Zetetic Inquirer, even though he was an associate editor. In fact, Rollins made his own follow-up study of the Mars effect which concluded that Gauquelin was wrong after all. This he was allowed to publish in the magazine on condition that the section that revealed the truth about the first debunking report was edited out. He insisted that a note be printed to the effect that part of the article had been censored, and this was agreed, but when the article appeared, the note had been removed. Rollins now insisted that the dispute be judged by a team of impartial referees. The council agreed, but insisted that they should choose the referees. When, in fact, the referees agreed with Rollins that the first report had been based on faulty data, the council declined to print the referees' report. In 1979 Rollins tried to speak out at a XICO press conference. The council stopped the conference before he could finish, and then met in closed session and voted him off the executive. When the Zetetic Inquirer continued to refuse to publish the correction, in spite of the fact that Rollins remained an associate editor, he finally resigned, and told the whole story in a pamphlet called Star Baby. Its cover states, they call themselves the Committee for the Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. In fact, they are a group of would-be debunkers who bungled their major investigation, falsified the results, covered up their errors, and gave the boot to a colleague who threatened to tell the truth. In 1980, Marcello Truzzi, founder and editor of the Zetetic Inquirer, and an old friend of my father, resigned when the council refused to agree that if you print an attack on someone, it is only fair to print their reply. XICO was embarrassed but unrepentant. They obviously felt that, in spite of their misdeeds, they were right to take an uncompromising stand against the black tide of occultism, Freud's phrase. Since then, XICO has expanded, and now has branches all over the world. My own attitude to the dispute is obviously influenced by the fact that I am an interested party. But when I recently read large parts of Gardner's The New Age, Notes of a Fringe Watcher, I think my reaction had little to do with its sideswipes at my father. It was a feeling of sadness that a mind as brilliant as Gardner's, and I still reread his Fads and Fallacies with pleasure, should remain so relentlessly negative. There is a passage in Shaw's Man and Superman where the president of the brigands insists on reading aloud verses of sentimental poetry about a girl who jilted him. The hero slaps him on the shoulder and says, "Put them in the fire, President. You are sacrificing your career to a monomania." The president replies sadly, "I know it." Mr. Gardner does not know it. He is like a man who wants to tell you his grievances at length, unaware that you do not find them as fascinating as he does. What seems so odd is that a committee for the investigation of claims of the paranormal does so little actual investigating. It seems to prefer appeals to reason that are actually restatements of its basic prejudice, that paranormal phenomena do not and cannot exist. It seems that no one in this organization of scientists can recognize the purely logical objection to the debunking method, the objection that William James stated in a single sentence: "If you wish to upset the law that all crows are black, you must not seek to show that no crows are, it is enough if you prove one single crow to be white." In other words, it would not make the slightest difference if 99% of claims of the paranormal were exploded, if just 1% stood up to the most rigorous investigation. This book is full of flocks of white crows. But since my father has omitted it, perhaps I can offer my own favorite example, the odd story of Frederick Bligh Bond and the excavations at Glastonbury Abbey. In 1907 the Church of England bought Glastonbury Abbey, which had been destroyed by Henry VIII, for £236,000, and chose Bond, who was an architect, to excavate the ruins. What the church did not know was that Bond was keenly interested in spiritualism and telepathy. There was one minor problem: there was no money to organize a full-scale dig. So Bond decided to try a shortcut. He asked a psychic friend, John Allen Bartlett, to try automatic writing. On the afternoon of November 7, 1907, Bartlett and Bond sat facing one another, Bartlett holding a pencil and Bond resting his hand gently on it. Bond asked, "Can you tell us anything about Glastonbury?" and the pencil wrote, "All knowledge is eternal and open to mental sympathy." I was not in sympathy with the monks. I cannot find a monk yet. This, it seemed, must be Bartlett's guide. Bond suggested that he knew a few living monks who might form a sympathetic link. Soon after, the pencil traced an outline that they recognized as the Abbey, but with a long rectangle, which they did not recognize, stuck on its eastern end. The sketch was signed Guillielmus Monachus, William the Monk. And when Bond asked for more details, he obliged with a more precise sketch of the rectangle, which was obviously a chapel, and added two smaller rectangles, probably towers, to the north. Another monk who called himself Johannes Bryant the Lapidator, stonemason, added more details. Other monks, including the Abbot Bear, Ambrosius the Cellarer and Peter Lightfoot the clockmaker, provided more information in Latin and Old English. By the time the money was finally available to start excavations, in 1908, Bond had accumulated remarkably detailed information about the Abbey from his ghostly informants. In May 1909 the workmen began to dig trenches along the lines indicated by William the Monk. Bond's rival Caro came to look, and must have been mystified by their apparently random arrangement. A few days later, Bond proved he knew exactly what he was doing when the digging revealed an immense and unsuspected wall running north and south for 31 feet, the East Chapel. Digging at the other end revealed two towers. From then on, discovery followed discovery. The monks told Bond of a door in the east wall leading into the street. This sounded unlikely. Because east doorways are rare, it proved to be exactly where they said it was. Bond was slightly skeptical when they told him that the chapel was 90 feet long. That seemed too big, but it proved to be 87 feet, and the wall and plinth added the extra 3 feet. They even told him that he would find the remains of azure-colored windows, although most of the stained glass of that period was white and gold, but the azure glass was duly found. When a skeleton was uncovered, with its damaged skull between its legs, the monks explained that it was one Radulfius Cancellarius, Radulfius the treasurer, who had slain in fair fight an earl called Ewulf of Edgerley. No one had ever heard of an earldom in Edgerley, a nearby village, but ancient records unearthed a nobleman called Ian Wolf of Somerton, very close to Edgerley. After 9 years of non-stop success, Bond decided that it would now be safe to tell the true story of the Company of Avalon, as the monks called themselves. In 1918, he did so in a book called The Gate of Remembrance. The effect was instantaneous and disastrous. Budgets were cut, Bond was obstructed by red tape, and in 1922 was dismissed. He lived on, a lonely and embittered man, for another quarter of a century. While the Abbey became a tourist attraction that brought the church a satisfactory return for its investment, Bond's book was not even sold in the Abbey bookshop. Oddly enough, Bond himself did not believe that his information came from dead monks. He thought it probably originated in the racial unconscious. That made no difference. The Church of England was not only opposed to spiritualism, but to anything that sounded supernatural. 14 years after Bond's dismissal, Archbishop Cosmo Lang recognized the absurdity of this position, and appointed a committee to look into the claims of spiritualism. The committee sat for 3 years, and finally concluded that the claims of spiritualism were probably true, and that, in any case, there is nothing in the idea of communication with the dead that contradicts Christian doctrine. Embarrassed by this report, the church decided to drop it into a drawer, where it remained for another 40 years, until its publication in 1979. The problem remains: why is it that XICO and the Church of England can both take up the same uncompromising position on the paranormal? On one level, the answer is obvious. Coping with this complex material world requires a down-to-earth attitude, and the most successful copers will be the down-to-earth materialists. We all want to be successful copers, therefore we are all inclined to be impatient with anyone who seems to live in a world of ideals and abstractions. We all agree that ideals and abstractions are important for the progress of humanity, but we would like to keep them at bay until they have proved their worth. Shaw's Andrew Undershaft remarks, "That is what is wrong with the world at present. It scraps its obsolete steam engines and dynamos, but it won't scrap its old prejudices and its old moralities and its old religions and its old political constitutions." What's the result? In machinery it does very well, but in morals and religion and politics it is working at a loss that brings it near bankruptcy every year. In 1962, Thomas S. Kuhn's book The Structure of Scientific Revolution set out to investigate this reluctance to scrap old prejudices. He points out that when scientists have accepted a theory as satisfactory, they are deeply unwilling to admit that there might be anything wrong with it. They ignore small contradictions, but get furious if the contradictory facts grow larger. They are unaware that there is anything wrong about this reaction. They feel that it is the natural attitude of a reasonable man in the face of time-wasting absurdities. New paradigms are always seen as time-wasting absurdities. All this is as natural as the urge to self-preservation. In fact, it is a part of the urge to self-preservation. William James made the same point in an essay called On a Certain Blindness in Human Beings. Cart horses used to be blinkered to stop them from shying in the traffic. Human beings need blinkers to keep them relaxed and sane. Kuhn tells a story of an experiment using playing cards, in which some of the cards were deliberate freaks, black hearts, and red spades. Subjects were asked to call out the suits as the cards were shown to them. When the freak card was shown only for a moment, nobody noticed anything wrong. But if the exposure was slightly longer, they became puzzled and upset. They knew there was something wrong, but didn't know what it was. Some suffered acute personal distress. When they fathomed what was wrong, the distress was replaced by relief. But a few failed to spot the deliberate mistake, and suffered an increasing build-up of anxiety. According to Kuhn, the demand to introduce new factors into our belief systems causes the same distress and anxiety, and encounters the same resistance. What we are talking about, of course, is preconceptions. What is a preconception? It is a kind of mental map that enables you to find your way around, and saves you a great deal of trouble and anxiety, and no anxiety is worse than the anxiety of not knowing where you are and where you are going. Once we have gone to the trouble of acquiring a map, we are naturally anxious not to have to alter it. Small changes are not too difficult to accept. But large changes produce a sensation like the ground quaking under your feet. The psychologist Abraham Maslow described an experiment that takes this argument a stage further. The subjects this time were baby pigs. The most timid pigs wanted to stay close to their mother in the sty. More enterprising ones explored the sty, and, if the door was left open, went outside. If the door was then closed, they squealed pitifully until let in. Next time the door was left open, they hesitated about venturing out. Then curiosity overcame them, and they decided to take the risk. These explorers were, in fact, the most dominant and healthy among the piglets. I shall not press the comparison too far, since the members of XICO may be offended at being compared to non-dominant piglets. Besides, some of the most obstructive conservatives in the history of science have been highly dominant. I simply want to plead my point that XICO is not furthering the progress of science by shouting abuse at scientists who are engaged in paranormal research and demanding that they be driven out of the workshop of science, which means suspending their grants. By trying to repress research into the paranormal, they are striking at the very essence of science. And in telling the rest of us to stop thinking about the frontiers of science and leave it to the professionals, i.e. themselves, they are ignoring the fact that anyone who applies his intelligence to the solution of a problem is, by definition, a scientist. And that includes all the readers of this book. I am not trying to argue that we should drop all standards, and give serious consideration to every crank theory. But when I look at the number of fairly well-authenticated white crows in the field of paranormal research, telepathy, dowsing, psychometry, precognition, the attitude of XICO seems akin to Nelson clapping his telescope to his blind eye and declaring that he could see nothing. In a chapter of the New Age entitled PK, Psycho Crap, Martin Gardner remarks that most professional parapsychologists will be embarrassed by the scribblings of such irresponsible journalists of the occult as Colin Wilson, Lyle Watson, and D. Scott Rogo. Whether my father's work on the paranormal amounts to embarrassing scribbling I leave to the reader to decide. You are undoubtedly less biased than I am. Preface. If someone had told me when I was 15 that I would one day be the author of a bestseller called The Occult, I would have repudiated the idea with contempt. For at that age I had no doubt whatever that the greatest future hope for humanity lay in the idea of science. But then, I was 15 in 1946, and H.G. Wells was still alive, and Wells had been the single greatest influence on my ideas in my life. This was understandable. Wells, like me, came from a working-class background. His parents kept a not very successful shop in Kent, which soon went bankrupt. Thereafter, his mother, who was the driving force in the family, made an attempt to get him apprenticed to a draper's shop, but he hated it as much as Charles Dickens had hated the blacking factory to which he had been condemned as a teenager. Wells ran away several times, until his mother got the much better idea of making him a schoolteacher. For me at 15, born in the industrial town of Leicester, there seemed no chance of the blacking factory or its equivalent, for the Victorian age lay far behind us, and my academic record had been excellent. I won a scholarship to a secondary school as easily as a good racehorse takes a ditch. Had my income not been needed at home to help support the family, I would have gone to university, got a science degree and gone on from there. But I can still remember my sadness when Wells died in August of that year at the age of 80. That month was also a turning point in my own life, for it was then that I left school at the age of 16, and the labor exchange sent me to a wool factory, where hanks of wool were wound onto bobbins before being used in hosiery factories, Leicester's other main industry after the shoe trade. I worked from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m., plus Saturday mornings, with a half-hour break for lunch, and it was the hardest work I had ever done. It was a man's job, heaving around great crates of wool, and I hated it as furiously as Dickens had hated the blacking factory or Wells the drapery emporium. Then rescue arrived. My old school offered me a job as a laboratory assistant, with the prospect of going on to take a science degree. It should have been the solution to all my problems. But there was a completely unforeseen obstacle. In those grim months of factory work, I had been so plunged into depression and desperation that I had lost interest in science. Fortunately, however, a new enthusiasm had replaced it. A year or so earlier, I had come upon a little book called Palgrave's Golden Treasury, an anthology of poetry from Spenser to the late Victorians, and I realized I enjoyed poetry. And now poetry became the answer to the boredom of the factory. Every evening when I got home I retired to my bedroom and plunged into poetry as into a warm bath. By now I had a shelf full of books, from Milton to Eliot. I planned my reading as I might have planned the itinerary of a holiday. I usually began with poetry that reflected my pessimism, Poe's Raven or Ulalume, Thomson's City of Dreadful Night, Eliot's Hollow Men and Waste Land. Then, as I began to feel better, Keats' Ode to a Nightingale, Shelley's Adonais, Coleridge's Dejection, Fitzgerald's Rubaiyat, and might well end with Milton's El Allegro or even Lewis Carroll's Walrus and the Carpenter. And by that time I had returned to my usual buoyant optimism. All this taught me something extremely interesting, that I could steer myself into different states of mind, and could choose how I felt. Or, as Edmund Husserl, a philosopher I later came to admire, would put it, feelings are intentional. So although my loss of interest in science was something of a disaster, I soon began to feel I had replaced it with a world just as fascinating, the vast universe of art and literature and philosophy. In fact, the most widely discussed philosophy of that period, 1947-50, was existentialism, which was, quite simply, an attempt to bring philosophy down to earth. Oddly enough, it was summarized in the title of a book Wells had written in 1935, What Are We to Do with Our Lives? This began with the recognition that the world is changing so fast that we have to try and grasp it, and take charge of it instead of merely enduring it. What had happened in the past, Wells said, was that man had been repressed and limited by institutions like the church and the ruling classes. Now he could choose what he wanted to be. To me, growing up at the end of World War II, it was not purely a social question. Dostoevsky, for example, said that if the human race was quite certain of the existence of life after death, this would be by far the most important knowledge we could have. Which is why, from a fairly early stage in my life, I had been preoccupied with such questions. Who was I? What was I doing here? And now that it seemed that science had failed to provide an answer, I knew I had to begin all over again. After my earlier success as an author with The Outsider, it was pure chance that started me on my new beginning as a writer of the occult, the publication in the mid-1960s of a book called The Morning of the Magicians, The Dawn of Magic in the UK, which was willing to ask all the questions over again. It was immensely successful, and started an occult boom all over the world. In 1968, my American agent asked me if I would be willing to write a book on the occult. It was not a subject that deeply interested me, but I knew the advance would be useful. I began researching it on a trip to Majorca in 1969, where I met the poet Robert Graves, whose book The White Goddess was the perfect preparation for such a work. The result was the occult, whose success delighted and astonished me. This was followed by 2 sequels, Mysteries and Beyond the Occult, all 3 volumes amounting to over 2 million words. Finally, in 1991, my son Damon set out to compress the essence of the 3 volumes into the work you at present have before you. 1. The Rebirth of Magic. In Paris in the year 1960 there appeared on the bookstalls a volume with the euphonious title Le Matin des Magiciens, The Morning of the Magicians. The authors were an oddly assorted pair, a flamboyant journalist named Louis Pauwels, and Jacques Bergier, an atomic physicist who was also a practicing alchemist. It is a curious hodgepodge of a book, as the authors themselves recognized, for they wrote in the first chapter, skip chapters if you want to, begin where you like, and read in any direction. This book is a multiple-use tool, like the knives campers use. To everyone's astonishment, it became a bestseller, running through edition after edition in France. Serious critics were irritated and baffled by its success. They pointed out that the book was merely a series of wild speculations on magic, alchemy, telepathy, prophecy, strange cults, the Great Pyramid, Hitler's astrologers, the Kabbalah, flying saucers, and 1,000 other topics. This mass of eccentricity was held together by one simple theme: that the world is a stranger and richer place than science is willing to recognize. It was a message that apparently had a wide appeal in France, especially to the young. They were less interested in the book's argument about the narrowness of science than in the imaginative appeal of its magical wonders. Other writers saw that there was money to be made out of the occult, and as books on astrology, reincarnation, and visitors from outer space rolled off the presses, there was no sign of any loss of interest. The craze spread to the United States, Britain, Spain, Italy, Germany, France, and South America. In 1968, a German book called Memories of the Future made a fortune and a reputation for its author Erich von Däniken, and sold more copies than any other book except the Bible. Däniken's thesis was that the Earth was visited thousands of years ago by spacemen, who left behind signs of their presence such as the statues of Easter Island and the pyramids. Stanley Kubrick's film 2001, A Space Odyssey, was based on the same idea. It became a kind of cult, and its admirers went to see it again and again, just as they might attend a religious ceremony. The great occult boom had arrived. I had bought The Morning of the Magicians when it appeared in England in 1963, under the title The Dawn of Magic, but although I enjoyed it, had not taken it too seriously, it struck me as a little too wild and undisciplined. Besides, it was full of errors. It talked, for example, about the remarkable maps which, it declared, had been presented to the Library of Congress in the mid-19th century by a Turkish naval officer called Piri Reis, the oldest of which dates from the 1st century AD, yet which shows Antarctica, which was not discovered until 1818, and which, moreover, seems to show its shape as it was before it was covered with ice. Another map shows a land bridge across the Bering Strait, between Siberia and Alaska, which has not existed for at least 12,000 years. All this seems to argue that civilization is far older than we realize, or possibly that the world was visited in the remote past by aliens from other planets. The authors were right about the maps, but they had spoiled an interesting and exciting argument by being wrong about Piri Reis, who was actually a Greek pirate who was beheaded in 1554. And although I was not aware of this particular error when I first read the book, I sensed a general atmosphere of carelessness that I found irritating. This is why I felt no temptation to join in the occult revival that seemed to be going on all around me. Not that I was indifferent to the subject of the supernatural, otherwise I would not have bought the book in the first place. When I was about 10 years old, I had been deeply impressed by a series of articles in a Sunday newspaper that purported to be the after-death experiences of an airman who had died in the Battle of Britain, as received through a spirit medium. He described what it was like to die in considerable detail, and how the next world was a marvelous place with emerald green grass and perpetually flowering trees. I remember being particularly impressed by his account of going to swim in water that was like warm cotton wool, and didn't get up your nose. I hurried to the local library, and located various books on spiritualism, including Harry Price's Most Haunted House in England, an account of the haunting of Borley Rectory. This so impressed me that I read my way right through every book they had on ghosts, poltergeists, and life after death. For the next month or so I kept my school friends in a state of astonishment with weird tales of the occult. My enthusiasm soon waned when an uncle presented me with a book called The Marvels and Mysteries of Science, and my mother bought me a chemistry set for Christmas. Science filled me with an ecstatic excitement that was as magical as any fairy tale, and the fascination with the occult seemed to vanish like a dream at cockcrow. Yet it revived in flashes over the years, for example, when, at the age of 20, I was living in London, and came upon a strange work called The I Ching in the local library, newly translated by Jung's friend Richard Wilhelm. Like everybody else who has ever acquired the I Ching, I immediately consulted the oracle on my own future, and was gratified when the result was the first hexagram in the book, Chin, the creative, with the judgment. The creative work's supreme success, furthering through perseverance. This led me on to a study of ritual magic and witchcraft, as well as to the work of Gurdjieff and Uspensky. I was particularly struck by a passage in the introduction to Uspensky's new model of the universe. It is the year 1906 or 1907. The editorial office of the Moscow daily paper The Morning. I have just received the foreign papers and I have to write an article on the forthcoming Hague Conference. French, German, English, Italian papers. Phrases, sympathetic, critical, ironical, blatant, pompous, lying and, worst of all, utterly automatic phrases which have been used 1,000 times and will be used again on entirely different, perhaps contradictory, occasions. I have to make a survey of all these words and opinions, pretending to take them seriously, and then, just as seriously, to write something on my own account. But what can I say? It is all so tedious. Diplomats and all kinds of statesmen will gather together and talk, papers will approve or disapprove, sympathize or not sympathize. Then everything will be as it was, or even worse. It is still early, I say to myself, perhaps something will come into my head later. Pushing aside the papers, I open a drawer in my desk. The whole desk is crammed with books with strange titles: The Occult World, Life After Death, Atlantis and Lemuria, Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie, Le Temple de Satan, The Sincere Narrations of a Pilgrim, and the like. These books and I have been inseparable for a whole month, and the world of the Hague Conference and leading articles becomes more and more vague and unreal to me. I open one of the books at random, feeling that my article will not be written today. Well, it can go to the devil. Humanity will lose nothing if there is one article less on the Hague Conference. All this was a faithful reflection of my own state of mind at the time. At the age of 20 I was already a father, and was living in South Wimbledon, in the home of an old invalid who had hired my wife as a nurse. Since my marriage I had made a living by working in a series of plastics factories. It was hard to find landladies who would put up with babies, and we had moved 4 times in the course of 1 year. Within a few months our present landlord would die, and my wife would take on a job as the nurse of a half-insane virago who lived in Earl's Court. She would prove to be our worst trials so far, and she exhausted us both so much that when we separated to try and find yet another home, we concluded that we were sick of marriage, and drifted apart. During the next 3 years I worked at a series of temporary jobs, in offices, factories, coffee bars, and tried to write a novel about an outsider who feels as Uspensky did about modern civilization. I had always been fascinated by rebels and outsiders, social misfits who loathe what the philosopher Heidegger called the triviality of everydayness. And it was while working as a dishwasher in a London coffee bar in the mid-1950s that I decided to lay aside the novel and try to express my frustrations in a more straightforward manner by writing a book about outsiders. It proved to be a good decision. The Outsider happened to be accepted by the first publisher to whom I sent a dozen or so pages, and, when it appeared in 1956, became an immediate bestseller. This was partly because it was a book that had something new to say. I am neither stupid nor modest enough to regard its success as a fluke. But it was also because the English literary scene had been singularly devoid of new talent since the end of the war. And the journalists who wrote about me made much of my publisher's admission that I was only 24, and that I had written it in the reading room of the British Museum, while sleeping during the nights on Hampstead Heath to save rent. The result, at all events, was an explosion of international notoriety and more money than I had ever dreamed of. But fame, I soon discovered, also had its negative side. The British are not, to put it mildly, a nation of intellectuals. Unlike the French, the Germans, even the Americans, they take no interest in the world of ideas. They were impressed by The Outsider because it had been written by a 24-year-old who had not been to a university. But they were not really in the least interested in romantic rebels with foreign names like Novalis, Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, and Uspensky. Moreover, it soon became clear that the popular press resented the publicity for which they themselves were responsible, and which had helped to make the book such a success. In the following year, 1957, they seized the first opportunity to announce their complete loss of interest in the whole outsider phenomenon. This happened to be after the publication of my second book, Religion and the Rebel, which was hatchet. The Americans, always delighted to see a success bubble explode, followed suit. Time ran a headline, scrambled egghead. I found it a traumatic experience. But at least I was infinitely better off than when I was working for $25 a week in a plastic factory or coffee bar. Ever since I had been a small boy, I had dreamed of living in a tub, like Diogenes, or in some tiny room under the earth, rather like one of Tolkien's hobbit holes, a warm, comfortable retreat stocked with food and books. I didn't really much care for being famous and going to literary parties. Mixing too much with people bewildered me and gave me a sensation I called people poisoning. I wanted to be allowed to spend my days reading and thinking. So, together with my girlfriend Joy, whom I had met soon after my marriage broke up, I moved to a remote area of Cornwall, into an old cottage that was a fairly good imitation of a hobbit hole, and went back with relief to reading, writing, and thinking about the ideas that interested me so much. What were these ideas? Well, to begin with, I had a deep conviction that man is on the point of an evolutionary breakthrough to a higher stage. These strange ecstasies that filled the romantics with an odd sense of power and certainty were not illusions, they were, in fact, glimpses of the unknown powers of the human mind. H. G. Wells once remarked that the world has changed more in the past 60 years than in the previous 60 centuries. He meant, of course, in technology. Yet it seemed to me that man himself has also changed more in the past 2 centuries than in the whole of his previous evolution, and that he is now close to the stage at which a new creature will emerge like a butterfly from a chrysalis. The Morning of the Magicians had also talked about a new kind of man, and the possibility that human beings may be about to achieve an awakened state. The authors had even made the important comment that what is now needed is an Einstein of psychology who can understand the hidden powers of the mind. Yet it was hard to see how these important ideas connected up with their talk about the hollow earth, vanished civilizations, and aliens from outer space. Which is why I continued to feel that the occult revival was something I could safely ignore. Yet on lecture tours of America, which I made at intervals in an effort to keep my bank manager happy, I frequently bought paperbacks with titles like Famous American Hauntings or Exorcism, fact not fiction to read on the plane. And, like Uspensky, I continued to find something oddly fascinating in this strange if occasionally lunatic world of speculation. It was in 1969 that my American literary agent wrote to ask me if I would be interested in writing a book about the occult. I accepted because I needed the money. Besides, I felt I probably knew as much about it as anybody. But I found it hard to take the commission seriously. I only had to reread that passage in Uspensky about Atlantis and Lemuria and the Temple of Satan to feel that I was going to have to write it with my tongue firmly wedged in my cheek. That winter, 1969, I took the family to a small village in Majorca, where I was supposed to be a visiting professor in the extramural department of an American college. There I met the writer Robert Graves, whose book The White Goddess had given me severe headaches many years before, and I asked his advice on writing a book about the occult. He gave it in one word: don't. And I have to admit that, if I had not already received half the advance, I would probably have taken his advice. It is difficult to say at which point I began to change my mind. I think it was the day Joy read aloud to me a passage from Osbert Sitwell's autobiography Left Hand, Right Hand, in which he tells a story of how, just before the First World War, he and a group of brother officers went to see a famous palmist as a lark. What happened dismayed him. The palmist kept looking at hand after hand and saying, "I don't understand it. I can see nothing." The explanation came a few months later when the war broke out, and the men whose palms had been blank were killed. Now it seems clear from Sitwell's other works that he was not a believer in the supernatural. In that respect he seems to have shared the attitude of his father, Sir George Sitwell, who once grabbed a spirit that was walking around at a séance, and revealed it to be the medium in her underwear. And the more I studied this subject of the paranormal, the more I discovered that some of the most convincing witnesses were not spiritualists or occultists, but unbelievers who had had just one odd experience. Charles Dickens is another example. In a letter of May 30, 1863, he describes how, the previous Thursday, he had had a dream in which he saw a lady in red, who stood with her back towards him. He thought he recognized her as someone he knew, but when she turned round, saw that she was, in fact, a stranger. The lady remarked, "I am Miss Napier." And as he was dressing that morning, he thought, what a preposterous thing to have such a distinct dream about nothing. And why Miss Napier? That same evening Dickens gave one of his famous public readings, and some friends walked into his dressing room with the lady in red, who was introduced to him as Miss Napier. This story raises perhaps the most difficult of all questions about the supernatural. It should be totally impossible to know about an event before it takes place, except as some kind of vague guess. Time is a one-way street, and the future has not yet happened. We may choose to believe in all kinds of strange things, spontaneous combustion, telepathy, out-of-the-body experiences, haunted houses, phantom hitchhikers. But each one of these might well have some more or less rational explanation. In the case of foreseeing an event that has not yet happened, there is no rational explanation, it seems to defy the laws of reason. Yet, as I was soon to discover, there are hundreds of well-authenticated cases of people who have foreseen the future. What fascinated me was that this was not really so remote from my interest in outsiders. Because what these cases seemed to prove beyond all doubt was that human beings possess strange powers of which they are normally unaware. And this is precisely the intuition that had excited so many of the great poets and musicians of the 19th century. In the Prelude, for example, Wordsworth describes how, one moonlit evening, he borrowed a small boat he found moored on the edge of Lake Windermere, and how, as he rowed out into the middle of the lake, a huge black peak seemed to tower above him like a living creature. 4 days afterwards, he says, and his dreams were troubled by huge and mighty forms that do not live, worked with a dim and undetermined sense of unknown modes of being. Is that mere poetic imagination? Or had he actually seen something that the rest of us do not see because our senses are too narrow and practical, in the same way that some people can see ghosts? Here is an example that brings home the point even more clearly. Richard Church was a poet who was born in London in 1893, the son of a post office worker. Life was hard. His mother, whom he adored, destroyed her health by working as a schoolteacher to help support the family. Church himself suffered from such poor health that at one point he was sent away to spend some months in a convalescent home. He felt miserable and sick with longing for his mother. And then there came a strange experience that, in some ways, transformed the rest of his life. He describes how, one heavy morning, when the outside world was iron-bound with frost, I stood at a long French window in the playroom waiting to go down to breakfast. The sun was just risen beyond the ground, and stood above the lawns, his great red disk etched with naked twigs of the bushes. Under these bushes a gardener was chopping down a dead tree. I watched him. The axe flashed red, and fell. It rose again. The movement, steady and sure, fascinated me. Suddenly I realized that the sound of the blows did not synchronize with what I saw. The thud came when the axe was on an upstroke, ready for the next blow. I disbelieved the evidence of my eyes. Then I thought my spectacles, those miracle workers, must have betrayed me, or that my illness had begun to affect my vision. I stared intently, screwing up the eye muscles against any possible intrusion of light or irrelevant image. But the picture I saw and the sound I heard remained disparate. Then, while I stared, knowledge came to me, the knowledge that follows a recognition of fact, of concrete experience, bringing with it a widening both of the universe and of the individual's understanding of it. These moments are rare, and they are wholly vital. For a flash, the recognizer is a God, who can say I am, as Jehovah said in the Old Testament. On that frosty winter morning, between getting up and going down to breakfast, in an antiseptic, varnished institution where the inmates and staff were so dehumanized that they were little more than parts of the mechanism of the place, leaving me in a murmurous solitude, day after day bemused and lonely, elated by the very dreariness of things, there I stood transfigured. I had found that time and space are not absolute. Their power was not law. They were not even unanimous, they quarreled with each other, and through their schism the human imagination, the hope, the faith, could slip, to further exploration where intuition had formerly hinted, but where logic and fatal common sense had denied. I felt both power and exultation flooding my veins. The blood glowed warm within me, rising to my brain and pulsing there, like a crowd roaring some racial acclamation. I had found out the cheat of time and space, and if that were so, then other seemingly stable laws of nature might be questioned, to the advantage of this fettered and hoodwinked spirit, this hidden and oppressed self, locked in the dungeon of my body. I looked again, and still the evidence wrote itself upon the frosty air, against the disk of the sun who had now risen an inch or two higher, like the minute hand of a giant clock, jerking itself up toward the hour, invisibly visible in its motion. The beauty of this syncopation between sight and sound released me from so much, from the mass of daily life, the burden of the flesh and its strict locality, from the drag of earth. That last was my most hated foe. The drag of earth, the weight that would pull me day and night, making every movement, even the smooth gestures which we throw in sleep, a labor too heavy to be borne, the putting on of clothes, the passage from chair to chair, the endless travel from one room to another, and that final torture, the treadmill of the tandem, during those Sunday rides behind my brother, as I tried to do my share of the pedaling, under the goad of his tongue, lashing me to it. But now I was free. Since time and space were deceivers, openly contradicting each other, and at best offering a compromise in place of a law, I was at liberty to doubt further, to carry on my exploration of the horizons of freedom. Still conscious of the warm blood whispering in my veins, I looked down at my wrist and saw the transparent flesh, the bird bones, the channels of blue beneath the skin. All this was substance as fragile as a plant. It could not possibly outweigh the solid earth under my feet, where I and the rest of duped mankind walked with such docility. The sun had brightened to a liquid fire that dazzled my sight, reducing the woodman and his brief moment of revelation to a penumbral figure under the shadow of the bushes in the dead grey frost. I stared at the light, and the stuff of life within my body began to increase its speed of flow. I sensed, with a benignancy deeper and more assured than reason, that my limbs and trunk were lighter than they seemed, and that I had only to reduce them by an act of will, perhaps by a mere change of physical mechanics, to command them off the ground, out of the tyranny of gravitation. I exerted that will, visualizing my hands and feet pressing downwards upon the center of the earth. It was no surprise to me that I left the ground, and glided about the room, which was empty, some 12 or 18 inches above the parquet floor. At first I was afraid of collapsing, of tumbling, and hurting myself. But I had only to draw in a deep breath, and to command the air through the heavy portions of my anatomy, watching it flow and dilute the solid bone and flesh through the helpful chemistry of the blood, this new, released and knowledgeable blood, and I soared higher, halfway to the ceiling. This thoroughly frightened me, and I allowed myself to subside, coming to ground with a gentleness that was itself a sensuous delight. I could not leave the matter there. I must put my discovery to the test again, and accordingly I drew in a deep breath and was just about to visualize that downward pressure of will upon body, when the door opened, and a nurse came in. "Why, little boy," she said. "Haven't you heard the breakfast bell?" Then she took a second glance at me, stooped and peered into my face. "Is anything wrong? Are you feeling poorly this morning?" I was almost indignant, and disclaimed the suggestion that I might have a temperature, for that would mean going to bed in the large ward where a pail stood conspicuously in the middle, on a sheet of mackintosh, an improvisation which disgusted me. I hurried away without replying, leaving the nurse looking after me with some inquiry in her manner. The corridor and staircase were empty, for everybody was at breakfast in the vast dining room below. Here was another opportunity. I drew my breath again, I scorned the liars of time and space, I took the presence of Christ into my hollow, featherweight bones, and I floated down the staircase without touching either tread or baluster. Alighting outside the dining room door, I entered and took my seat, content now to live incognito amongst these wingless mortals. This is surely one of the most remarkable passages ever written by a poet. His other references to the experience, in his autobiography Over the Bridge, make it clear that he is telling of something that actually happened, this is not some childish fantasy or daydream. Did he actually float through the air in a physical sense, as he seems to be claiming? Or was he having what is known as an out-of-the-body experience? His account seems to make it quite clear that it was his physical body that floated clear of the ground. And his case is far from unique. Dozens of children have been quite convinced that they have floated downstairs without touching the stairs. In her book The Decline and Fall of Science, the researcher Celia Green quotes a letter from a woman who claims to have had the experience as a 17-year-old schoolgirl. Each girl took her turn lying on a long wooden table with the others gathered tightly around her, so that there were no gaps. As one lay there, the girls chanted a rhyme, the actual words of which I have forgotten, but which referred to the person on the table as looking white, ill, and then dead. It was spoken quite slowly and in unison so that its drone-like tone had great depth and was very penetrating. Several girls took part before me without much success. Some did admit to feeling a strange sensation. And it was this plus the declaration of a friend that encouraged me to try it. I have absolutely no explanation why I was able to rise approximately 3 feet from the table surface. I was perfectly conscious that I was rising and might even have uttered an exclamation of surprise. The rapidity of the rise and indeed the fact that I had risen at all caused me to jerk my body out of the lying position, and with much commotion the girls cushioned my fall. I, on the other hand, do have a kind of explanation of what happened. It is quite clear that a skeptic would claim that it was all auto-suggestion, the low chanting, the suggestion that the person was becoming pale, then dead, would induce a certain mood like hypnosis. And, the skeptic would assert, this then produced the illusion of floating up into the air. My own explanation is that the mood simply triggered some unknown power that we all possess, just as Richard Church's mood of exaltation somehow showed him how to float off the ground. And if this sounds absurd, then consider the well-authenticated case of Joseph of Cupertino, the flying monk whose feats of levitation were witnessed by dozens of famous men of learning, including the philosopher Leibniz. Born in Apulia, Italy, in 1603, Giuseppe Tessa was, like Richard Church, a sickly boy, and, like Church, he was subject to sudden moods of ecstasy. He was one of those persons who feel dissatisfied with the sheer weight of the flesh that they have to carry around with them, and mortified it with fasting and flagellation. He became a priest at the age of 25. And one day when he was saying Mass in his own church of St. Gregory of Armenia, he uttered a cry and, in the upright position, flew with his hands outstretched to the cross above the altar. The nuns who were present thought he would catch fire on the candles, but moments later he flew back down into the church and began to dance and sing as he chanted the name of the Virgin. Later, when seeing the Pope, he was again seized with ecstasy and rose into the air. And he continued to do so for the remainder of his life. He lived to be 60, witnessed by hundreds of people. He seems to have been a simple, happy soul, who did not resent the envy with which he was regarded by his fellow Franciscan monks, and who rose into the air like a balloon every time he was overwhelmed by sudden joy. But if we want to understand more about these hidden powers, it is worth looking more closely at Richard Church's experience. And the first thing that is important to note is that until he was 7, he was appallingly short-sighted. When this was finally noticed by the school doctor, he was taken along to an optician who tested his eyes. He was amazed when the optician dropped lenses into a frame on his nose, and the small letters on an illuminated card suddenly became clear. But this was nothing to his amazement when he first wore the glasses, and realized that he could suddenly see everything with incredible sharpness and clarity. For the first time he could see the pupils of his mother's eyes, the hairs on his father's mustache. When he stepped out onto the pavement, it came up and hit me, so he had to grab hold of his father. The lamplight. I looked in wonder at the diminishing crystals of gas flame strung down the hill. Clapham was hung with necklaces of light, and the horses pulling the glittering omnibuses struck the granite road with hoofs of iron and ebony. I could see the skeletons inside the flesh and blood of the Saturday night shoppers. The garments they wore were made of separate threads. In this new world sound as well as sight was changed. It took on hardness and definition, forcing itself upon my hearing, so that I was besieged simultaneously through the eye and through the ear. How willingly I surrendered. I went out to meet this blazing and trumpeting invasion. I trembled with the excitement, and had to cling to Mother's arm to prevent myself being carried away in the flood as the pavements rushed at me, and people loomed up with their teeth like tusks, their lips luscious, their eyes bolting out of their heads, bearing down on me as they threw out spears of conversation that whizzed loudly past my ears and bewildered my wits. "Is it any different?" asked Jack. "It makes things clearer," I replied, knowing that I had no hope of telling him what was happening to me. "If you can read this passage with indifference, then you are missing the point. It is about far more than a boy's first pair of spectacles. To grasp its real significance, ask yourself the following question: was his new vision of the world more or less true than his old one of a few minutes earlier? The answer has to be truer, for blurred vision is obviously less accurate than clear vision. And the implications of this reply are tremendous. For it means that the rest of us are normally blind to the reality around us. How can this be? After all, few of us are as short-sighted as Church was, and, in these days of social security, no one need be without spectacles. Yet we are, in effect, just as short-sighted as the young Church, for we take the world for granted. We have a kind of robot inside us, who does things for us. You learn to read slowly and painfully, then the robot does it so fast that you are not even aware of reading these words. They seem to be speaking to you from the page. The robot is typing this book. He drives my car and sometimes even gives lectures for me. But he also takes over all kinds of other things which I would prefer to do myself. I take my dogs for a walk on the cliffs, but they enjoy it much more than I do because their robot is less efficient. Mine makes me take too much for granted. He glances at something, says "oh yes, we know all about that," and prevents me from really seeing it. It is just as if I spent my life wearing a dark pair of sunglasses. But does this really matter? In some ways, no. I get just as much exercise whether I walk robotically or not, and a meal supplies me with just as much energy whether I eat mechanically or not. The real trouble arises if I begin to feel depressed or discouraged. These sunglasses make the world so much darker. But my vitality, and therefore my health, depends upon enthusiasm. It depends upon a certain eagerness. It depends upon noticing differences. Uspensky tells a story that makes the same point. He describes how he and a friend were crossing the river Neva in St. Petersburg. We had been talking, but both fell silent as we approached the Peter and Paul fortress, gazing up at its walls and making probably the same reflection. "And there are also factory chimneys," said A. "Behind the walls of the fortress indeed appeared some brick chimneys blackened by smoke." On his saying this, I too sensed the difference between the chimneys and the prison walls with unusual clearness and like an electric shock. I realized the difference between the very bricks themselves. Later in conversation with A, I recalled this episode, and he told me that not only then, but always, he sensed these differences and was deeply convinced of their reality. And Uspensky goes on to say that the wood of a gallows, a crucifix, the mast of a ship is, in fact, a quite different material in each case. Chemical analysis could not detect it, but then, chemical analysis cannot detect the difference between two twins, who are nevertheless quite different personalities. Uspensky begins this important chapter with a paragraph that ought to be written in letters 20 feet high. It seems to us that we see something and understand something. But in reality all that proceeds around us we sense only very confusedly, just as a snail senses confusedly the sunlight, the darkness, and the rain. A similar experience was reported by the American psychologist Abraham Maslow, who had been told of it by a Marine who had been stationed in the Pacific for several years and had not seen a woman. When he came back to base, he saw a nurse, and immediately had a peak experience, an experience of sudden overwhelming delight, as it suddenly struck him with a kind of shock that women are different from men. We say of course women are different from men, yet these words disguise the fact that we have allowed the robot to obliterate the real difference. We do not see it with that sense of shock and amazement experienced by the Marine, although it is true that a man might experience something similar if he walked past an open doorway and caught a glimpse of a woman removing her clothes. And this example makes us aware that we have simply allowed our senses to collapse. You could compare them to a tent that has been blown flat, so it is no longer of much use as a shelter. Because of this collapse of our senses, they cannot do their proper work, which is to show us the differences between things. In short, I am suggesting that it is the robot who destroys our magical powers, and prevents us all from being able to float through the air like Richard Church or Joseph of Cupertino. Let us look more closely into this fascinating problem. You may feel that the idea of floating through the air is just a little too much to swallow. Yet there is another odd faculty which seems to be closely related to it, and which thousands of people have reported. I mean the odd ability to be in two places at once. When the Society for Psychical Research was formed in London in 1882, it received hundreds of reports of people who had seen other people who were not actually in the room. In many of these cases, the person who appeared was about to die, or had just died, and the person who saw him, or her, was a close relative. So such apparitions could be explained either as ghosts, or, if you did not believe in ghosts, as some kind of telepathy. In a typical case, a man sitting in his room in Dublin awoke in the night and saw his father, who was on his deathbed in Wales, sitting in a chair with his face covered by his hands. A moment later, he vanished. The man was so impressed that he rushed over to Wales, and found that his father had been delirious for 2 days. And when he entered the room, his father remarked that he had been to see him the day before. But the Society also received hundreds of reports of people who were not ill or in any danger being seen in other places. These they called phantasms of the living, and the case cited above is from one of its earliest and most impressive compilations. The following typical case is recounted by the poet W.B. Yeats. One afternoon, I was thinking very intently of a fellow student for whom I had a message, which I hesitated about writing. In a couple of days I got a letter from a place some hundreds of miles away where the student was. On the afternoon when I had been thinking so intently I had suddenly appeared there amid a crowd of people in a hotel and seeming as solid as if in the flesh. My fellow student had seen me, but no one else, and had asked me to come again when the people had gone. I had vanished, but had come again in the middle of the night and given him the message. I had myself no knowledge of either apparition. What seems to have happened here is that Yeats's anxiety to deliver the message somehow caused him to project his image several hundred miles, where it apparently behaved like a normal person. And in the case of the man who was dying in Wales, we may again surmise that the father's anxiety, in fact, he wanted to tell his son the whereabouts of an overcoat, again caused him to project himself to Dublin. And it is a plausible hypothesis that when people are on the point of dying, they are able to tap some unconscious power which allows them to show themselves to some close relative about whom they are anxious. In the same way, there is strong evidence that people who are drowning, or in some great physical danger, really do see their past lives flashing in front of their eyes within a second or two. But there are other cases in which people seem to have used this power more or less deliberately. One evening in the late 1920s, the novelist John Cooper Powys had spent the evening dining with the great American writer Theodore Dreiser. Powys suddenly looked at his watch. "I must hurry." But as he left Dreiser's New York apartment he remarked, "I'll appear before you later this evening." Then he rushed off to catch his train to upstate New York. Dreiser assumed the comment was a joke. But 2 hours later, as he sat reading, he looked up and found Powys standing by the door. He stood up, saying, "John, come in and tell me how you did it." At that moment, Powys vanished. Dreiser rushed to the telephone and rang Powys's home. Powys answered, and, when Dreiser told him what had happened, replied, "I told you I'd be there." Dreiser adds that Powys later declined to discuss how he had done it. But that may not be because Powys wanted to be secretive. It may be, quite simply, that he did not know. He probably felt it coming on during the evening, an odd state of mind which he recognized as the ability to project himself. and it is almost certain that he did not know he had done it until Dreiser rang him up. Perhaps the strangest case on record is that of an attractive French schoolmistress named Emily Sagui who lost 18 jobs in 16 years because of her peculiar habit of being in two places at once. The way she lost her 18th job is typical. In 1845, she was a teacher at a school for young ladies at Nieuwelk, near Walmer, on the shores of the Baltic. One day as she was writing on the blackboard, a second Emily appeared standing beside her. As she turned to see what the pupils were murmuring about, her double vanished. On another occasion, she was on her knees beside a girl called Antoinette von Wrangel, pinning her dress, and as the girl looked in the wardrobe mirror, she saw two Emilys, and fainted. The last straw was when another teacher had left her pupils alone for 5 minutes. Suddenly, they were astonished to see Emily seated in the teacher's chair. Stranger still, there was another Emily out in the garden. Two of the bolder pupils tried to touch the apparition, and said it felt like muslin. One of them even walked through her. Then the apparition vanished, although the other Emily could still be seen in the garden. Later, a friendly pupil asked Emily what had happened. She explained that she had looked into the classroom through the garden window, seen that the teacher was absent, and felt worried that the girls would misbehave. It seems that, in some strange way, her worry had projected her double into the room. When parents heard these stories they began withdrawing their children from the school, and Emily was sacked. She then went to live with her sister-in-law, and everyone in the family got used to seeing her double wandering around the house. But the strain seems to have been too much for her. One day she left the house and vanished, never to be seen again. The likeliest explanation is that she drowned herself. One of the most famous cases recorded by the Society for Psychical Research concerns a young student named S.H. Beard, who was engaged to a girl named Miss Verity. In November 1881, Beard was sitting in his room in London reading a book about the power of the will. It suddenly entered his head that he would like to appear to Miss Verity, who lived at 22 Hogarth Road, Kensington. He concentrated his mind and tried to visualize the house, and the bedroom on the second floor where his fiancée slept. Suddenly he became aware that he could not move his limbs, he felt frozen. And at that moment, in Hogarth Road, Miss Verity woke up and found him standing by her bed. She screamed, and it awoke her 11-year-old sister. As the two girls stared at the apparition, it vanished. Beard himself did not know he had succeeded until Miss Verity told him about it next time he saw her. A month later he decided to try it again. By now Miss Verity and her sister had moved to Kew. Once again he made the attempt, writing later, "I also put forth an effort which I cannot find words to describe. I was conscious of a mysterious influence of some sort permeating my body, and had a distinct impression that I was exercising some force with which I had been hitherto unacquainted, but which I can now at certain times set in motion at will." Half an hour later he came to and realized he had been asleep, or in a trance. The next day he discovered once again that he had been successful. But it was not Miss Verity who had seen him this time, but her married sister. She had seen him walking from one room to another, and later he had walked into her bedroom, touched her hair, taken her hand in his own and stared intently at the palm before he vanished. The sister woke Miss Verity, who was in the same bed, to tell her what had happened. All these stories seem to make the same point made by Richard Church. We take it for granted that we live in a solid world of space and time, advancing from moment to moment according to unchangeable laws, and that we are stuck in the place where we happen to be at the moment. We are, in a sense, trapped. We feel this particularly strongly when we are bored or miserable, that we are helplessly at the mercy of this physical world into which we happen to have been born. Yet these odd experiences all seem to show that this is untrue. The real you is not trapped in space and time. With a certain kind of effort of will it can rise above space and time, and be elsewhere. Later in this book we shall discuss the strange fact that human beings have two brains, and that we all have two different selves who live one in each of them. Brain physiologists have no idea of why we need two more or less identical brains in our heads. One tongue-in-cheek suggestion is that one of them is a spare in case the other gets damaged. My own belief is that we have two brains, so we can be in two places at the same time. Human beings are supposed to be capable of being in two places at the same time. Yet we have not quite discovered the trick. When we do, we shall be a completely different kind of creature, no longer the same kind of human being who lives out his life so incompetently on this long-suffering planet, but something far more powerful and purposeful. This is what I mean when I say that I believe man is on the point of an evolutionary leap. But, as I have already explained, I had arrived at this conviction long before I began to take an interest in the occult. It was already the foundation of my first book, The Outsider, written almost 20 years earlier. What convinced me was the curious change in human consciousness that began to take place around the year 1750. What happened, quite simply, was that man suddenly learned to daydream. He began to use his imagination in a completely new way. In fact, you could almost say that the human beings who existed before 1750 had very little imagination at all. You probably believe that, if you could take a time machine back to the age of Shakespeare, you would find life far more fascinating than today. In fact, you would find it incredibly boring and depressing. The streets would have stunk of dung, urine, dead rats and rotting vegetation, an open sewer ran down the middle of most of them, and rich people wore high platforms on their shoes to keep them from getting their feet dirty in the thick mud. But what would really have depressed you would have been the people themselves. We think of the modern New Yorker or Londoner as a fairly unlovely product of our technological civilization. But he is a noble and sensitive soul compared to the average Elizabethan. As reflected in the literature of the period, the Elizabethan was self-centered, stupid, most of them were illiterate, and utterly materialistic. He was also appallingly cruel. A mother starving with a child at her breast meant nothing to him, and his favorite entertainment was to attend a public execution, in which a man was often branded with hot irons, then half-hanged, then taken down while still alive and torn open so his intestines spilled out. The Elizabethans also loved to attend the playhouse, and their favorite plays were full of blood and violence, like Marlowe's Tamburlaine the Great or Kid's Spanish Tragedy, which ended with the stage piled with corpses. It would be pointless to blame them for this. When life is an endless struggle, people become hard and ruthless. But it is important to recognize that these people were very different from ourselves in one basic respect, that they lacked what we would call imagination. Most of us have learned the trick of putting ourselves in other people's shoes, of imagining what it would be like to be someone else. So newspapers can always guarantee a large sale if they have some human story about a child who has lost his dog, a baby in need of a heart transplant, a tug of love between divorced parents. The Elizabethans would have found this baffling. To hold their attention, a story had to be either farcical or cruel. Don Quixote, one of the most popular novels of the following century, kept its readers in a state of delight by showing its hero being beaten unconscious in every other chapter. The great change began in the middle of the 18th century, or, to be more precise, in the year 1740. A year earlier, a 50-year-old printer named Samuel Richardson had been asked by a publisher to write a kind of teach-yourself book about the art of letter writing. Being a natural preacher, Richardson decided to write letters that would teach his readers about religion and morality as well as paragraphing and punctuation, so he interspersed business letters and character references with letters full of reproach, good advice, and moral observations. And as he was writing, he recalled a story he had heard 20 years before, about a pretty lady's companion named Pamela who had been driven to the point of suicide by the determined efforts of her employer's son to seduce her, but ended by marrying him. The young man's relatives had at first regarded her with extreme disapproval, but her dignity, sweetness, and humility had at last won their hearts. The story of Pamela was at first intended to form part of the familiar letters, but Richardson's wife and a young lady guest found it so fascinating that he soon decided to turn it into a separate book. Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, appeared, anonymously, on London bookstalls on November 6, 1740, and quickly became the literary sensation of the season. The reason is simple. although Richardson had intended it as a kind of sermon on the importance of chastity, its readers were more interested by the young master's attempts to deprive Pamela of her virginity, as, for example, when he hides in a cupboard as she gets undressed, then leaps on her and throws her on the bed. She is saved by the intervention of the housekeeper. Or later, when he tries to rape her as a brothel madam holds her hands, but is deterred when she has a kind of seizure. This kind of thing kept them reading breathlessly through 800 or so pages. In effect, Pamela was a kind of magic carpet that transported the reader into the lives of its characters. In our age of the television soap opera, this has become a commonplace. In the 1740s it seemed stunningly original. There had been plenty of novels about faraway places with strange-sounding names, of which Robinson Crusoe is still far and away the best. But no one had thought of writing about the kind of people who might live next door. Moreover, unlike most of the novels of the period, Pamela was a long book. The reader could get lost in it for days at a time. It was, in effect, a kind of holiday from being yourself. The Pamela craze swept across Europe. It produced an immense appetite for novels, and lending libraries sprang up in every town in the same way that cinemas sprang up in the first decade of the 20th century. Europe became a nation of readers. And sensitive young people made the interesting discovery that if you found the real world boring and disappointing, there was nothing to stop you from turning your back on it and spending your days living other people's lives. And it was at this point that the young Wordsworth rode out into the middle of the lake and was overwhelmed by a sense of huge and mighty forms that do not live. If he had been born half a century earlier, at about the time Richardson was writing Pamela, that experience would have been impossible. He would have beheld the hills of the Lake District with the same practical eye as the local farm hands. But half a century of novel reading had taught people to use the imagination, and it was because he possessed a lively imagination that Wordsworth could experience these strange moods of total freedom and of unknown modes of being. There was, of course, one basic problem about these magical excursions into other worlds: they made the real world seem so appallingly dull. Every young person has experienced this feeling after an hour or so absorbed in a favorite book, or videotape. It is like walking out into a cold wind after a hot bath. The reaction of many of these romantics, as they called themselves, was to spend still more time in the magic world of books. And this inevitably made them hate the real world even more. Many committed suicide, many more died tragically of illnesses like tuberculosis, brought on by misery and deprivation. And many simply plodded on sadly, accepting that life is one long disappointment, yet dreaming of better things. One of the most moving episodes in Richard Church's Over the Bridge describes how a long-haired young man with dirty nails came to tune their piano. He smoked continuously as he worked. When he had finished, Richard's brother Jack asked him if he could give him a few hints on how to play a Beethoven piano sonata. Jack had been wrestling unsuccessfully with it for weeks. The result was like the opening of a weir. The scrawny musician tossed back his hair, cracked his knuckles, and proceeded to play. And the two boys listened in rapt silence as the magnificent music flowed through the room. When it was over, the musician wiped his face with a dirty handkerchief. He was sweating, and emitting an odor of mice or bats. And Jack, too moved even to thank him, hurried from the room to ask his father if he could have piano lessons. This picture of the musician, with his unwashed hands and dirty handkerchief, seems to me to capture the essence of the outsider tragedy. Inside him he carries around the magnificent world of Beethoven, even a touch of Beethoven's genius. How must he have felt as he sat on a crowded bus, jammed between workmen and housewives, wondering whether he had enough money for another packet of cigarettes? It must have seemed to him that he was a kind of changeling, condemned to a life of servitude by some malicious enchanter. And this, I felt, was one of the major problems of our world, that there are thousands of people who are intelligent enough to make some real contribution to modern life, yet who are condemned to remain permanently unknown. It was because I was fascinated by this problem of the outsider, the intelligent misfit, that I wrote my first book. What seemed so paradoxical was that these people were not dying because they hated life. On the contrary, they wanted more life. You could say that they were on strike for a more interesting way of life. The problem was summarized by the great romantic writer Hoffman in his novel Mur the Tomcat, in which the mad musician Chrysler tells the princess, "You seem, Your Highness, not to be very interested in dreams, and yet it is really in dreams that we grow butterfly wings so that we can escape this narrow, tight prison, and fly, like glittering moths, up to the sky, to the highest heaven." And he adds, with typical humor, "Every man really has an innate inclination to fly, and I have known serious, respectable people who in the late evening fill themselves up with champagne, as a gas useful for ascending to the heights, as balloon and passenger at the same time. As balloon and passenger at the same time. That was the great romantic dream." But he adds elsewhere in the book, "Is it not eternally true that our flight is impeded by leaden weights that we cannot identify, nor do we know where they come from, or who attached them to us?" Hoffman himself made heroic attempts to fly, both by writing his famous tales, and by drinking vast quantities of German wine, which ended by ruining his health, so he died in the greatest misery. All this explains why I came to believe that man is on the point of an evolutionary breakthrough to a higher stage. He obviously wants to fly, not in the physical sense, but on the wings of the mind. And, as Bernard Shaw once remarked, the brain will not fail when the will is in earnest. So long before I wrote The Occult, I was convinced that we all possess unknown powers of which we are only dimly aware. But how do we become aware of them? How do we learn to make use of them? One thing was obvious to me, that the first step is to learn to sink inside ourselves. Imagine that someone has offered you a rare wine to taste, a wine that was made while Napoleon was still alive. The first thing you do is to raise it to your lips, and then sink inside yourself, until you are aware of nothing but the smell and taste of the wine. Most of us can remember doing something of the sort as a child, listening to the rain pattering on the windows, and perhaps rolling up into a ball in the warm bed, totally happy and relaxed. I knew a girl who told me that whenever she did this as a child, she used to murmur to herself, "Isn't it nice to be me?" It is significant that John Cooper Powys, whom we have already encountered, attached great importance to this trick of sinking inside himself. He described it for the first time in a novel called Wolf Solent, which was published in 1929, that is, at the same time as the incident when he appeared to Theodore Dreiser. And this coincidence is enough in itself to make us wonder whether there might not be some connection between the two. Let us look a little more closely at Wolf Solent. The novel opens with a long chapter that is typical of Powys, a description of a train journey. The opening paragraph sets the tone. From Waterloo Station to the small country town of Ramsgard in Dorset is a journey of not more than 3 or 4 hours, but having by good luck found a compartment to himself, Wolf Solent was able to indulge in such an orgy of concentrated thought, that these 3 or 4 hours lengthened themselves out into something beyond all human measurement. The first thing you feel is that Powys is in no hurry. You can almost sense him chortling to himself as he settles down, imaginatively, into that railway compartment and prepares to indulge in his orgy of thinking. So let us try to follow his example, that is, relax deeply, and forget all impatience. Unless you can place yourself in that mood of peaceful abandonment, of not caring how long this takes, you will miss the point of what Powys is saying. A bluebottle fly buzzed up and down above his head, every now and then settling on one of the colored advertisement of seaside resorts, Weymouth, Swanage, Lulworth and Poole, cleaning its front legs upon the masts of painted ships or upon the sands of impossibly cerulean waters. Through the open window near which he sat, facing the engine, the sweet airs of an unusually relaxed March morning visited his nostrils, carrying fragrances of young green shoots, of wet muddy ditches, of hazel copses full of damp moss, and of primroses on warm grassy hedge banks. All this is intended to hypnotize the reader, the buzzing bluebottle, the sweet airs of an Unearthly relaxed March morning, the fragrance of green shoots. After introducing us to his hero, and explaining that he is on his way to Dorset to take a job as a squire's literary advisor, Powys tells us how much Wolf hates London, with its unending rush, and how much he detests all the barbarous mechanicalness of modern civilization. In an image that would have far more appeal now than it had in 1929, he tells us that Wolf sees the whole earth as looking like a helpless, vivisected frog, scooped and gouged and harrowed. And then, says Powys, stretching out his legs still further and leaning back against the dusty cushions, he set himself to measure the resources of his spirit against these accursed mechanisms. He did this quite gravely, with no comic uneasiness at the arrogance of such a proceeding. Why should he not pit his individual magnetic strength against the tyrannous machinery invented by other men? In fact, the thrill of malicious exultation that passed through his nerves as he thought of these things had a curious resemblance to the strange ecstasy he used to derive from certain godlike mythological legends. He would never have confessed to any living person the godlike intoxication of personality that used to come to him from imagining himself a sort of demiurgic force, drawing its power from the heart of nature herself. And as he sits there, watching the telegraph poles flashing past, Wolf imagines himself to be a prehistoric giant who, with an effortless ease, ran along by the side of the train, leaping over hedges, ditches, lanes and ponds, and easily rivaled, in natural-born silent speed, the noisy mechanism of all those pistons and cog-wheels. 2 pages later, Powys is nothing if not leisurely. He tries to analyze this mental device that gives him so much peculiar strength. This was a certain trick he had of doing what he called sinking into his soul. This trick had been a furtive custom with him from very early days. In his childhood his mother had often rallied him about it in her light-hearted way, and had applied to these trances, or these fits of absent-mindedness, an amusing but rather indecent nursery name. His father, on the other hand, had encouraged him in these moods, taking them very gravely, and treating him, when under their spell, as if he were some sort of infant magician. Wolf calls this peculiar habit mythology or mythologizing, an oddly disappointing name for a concept of such momentous importance. And he admits that it makes him feel as if he had been a changeling from a different planet, a planet where the issues of life, the great dualistic struggle between life and death, never emerged from the charmed circle of the individual's private consciousness. In other words, the trouble with our planet is that it keeps us entangled in triviality, so we never get a chance to confront these great issues. What is so interesting about this whole passage is that strange sense of power that it expresses. Wolf knows that, when he sinks deep inside himself, he has the strength and the ability to measure the resources of his spirit against these accursed mechanisms. He becomes a kind of magician. We can, of course, dismiss this as pure wishful thinking, until we remember how he was able to project himself back to Dreiser's apartment in New York. In a later novel Porreus, Powys invents an even more unwieldy name for this habit of withdrawing deep inside himself. His young hero has christened it cavosinaiergizing, which suggests withdrawing into a cave. What he means is that there are certain moments in which the gulf between his body and his soul is somehow bridged, so that his soul found itself able to follow every curve and ripple of his bodily sensations, and yet remain suspended above them. We normally have the sense that the body is a rather unwilling servant that obeys us only reluctantly, yet in moods such as Porreus describes, the sense of unwillingness vanishes, and it seems that the body is simply the visible part of the soul. Racing drivers speeding at 200 miles an hour have occasionally described the same odd sensation of being suspended above themselves while nevertheless wholly in control. It is the sensation that convinced the Romantics that man is really a god. At this point, let us return for a moment to those remarks made by Hoffman's mad musician Chrysler, that it is in dreams that we grow butterfly wings by which we can escape our prison and ascend to the highest heavens, and that every man has an innate inclination to fly. The first remark takes on new significance when we think of Dickens' Lady in Red, Miss Napier, and the second when we recall Church's description of the morning he suddenly realized he could fly. I felt both power and exultation flooding my veins. The blood glowed warm within me, rising to my brain and pulsing there. I had found out the cheat of time and space. In short, Church was unconsciously doing what Wolf Solent does on the train. He was cavosinaiergizing. And a few moments later, he was literally flying. Cavosinaiergizing seems to be the key to magical powers, the key, for example, to those preposterous coincidences that Jung called synchronicities, and which he believed were somehow caused by the unconscious mind. In other words, Powys is really suggesting that we control this curious power over space and time, and if we knew the trick, could exercise it when we like. Think again of the experience of tasting a very rare wine, the way that you try to induce what Shaw called the seventh degree of concentration, and descend inside yourself. I recognize that words like cavosynergizing, or even mythologizing, are unlikely to achieve wide popularity, both are too clumsy. But I am not sure my own substitute is any better. I have always called this deliberate self-absorption subjectivizing, bearing in mind Kierkegaard's remark, truth is subjectivity. He obviously meant this descent into ourselves, as if we were stepping into a lift and pressing the button labeled basement, 7th level. The Romantics saw the answer, but they went about it in the wrong way. Their problem, quite simply, was immaturity. If you asked a 5-year-old child to imagine what would make him happiest, he would probably describe some endless Christmas party with slabs of iced cake and sherry trifles. If you asked a teenage youth what would make him happiest, he would probably describe some charming girl who would look at him with adoring eyes. The Romantics were still thinking in terms of iced cake and pretty girls. At the beginning of the 19th century, the most famous Romantic novelist was a German called Richter, known as Jean Paul, whose novels are full of his own equivalent of Christmas cakes and pretty girls. A glance at his most famous novel Titan will give us the essence of Romanticism in a nutshell. In the opening chapter, its young hero, Count Albano, is returning to Isola Bella, beautiful island, the island where he was born, and which he left as a baby. His mother is dead, and he has never seen his own father. Now he is returning to meet his father, an Austrian knight, for the first time. Two friends transport him in a boat to the island during the night, then lead him, blindfolded, up to the top of the 10 garden terraces. As the first rays of the sun gleam on the horizon, his friend Diane, a Greek painter, pulls off the blindfold. "Oh God!" cried Albano with a shriek of ecstasy, as all the gates of the new heaven flew open, and the Olympus of nature, with its 1,000 reposing gods, stood around him. What a world! There stood the Alps, like brother giants of the old world, linked together, far away in the past, holding high up over against the sun the shining shields of the glaciers. The giants wore blue girdles of forest, and at their feet lay hills and vineyards, and through the aisles and arches of grape clusters, the morning winds played with cascades as with watered silk ribbons, and the liquid brimming mirror of the lake hung down as if suspended by the ribbons from the mountains, and they fluttered down into the mirror, and a carved work of chestnut woods formed its frame. Albano turned slowly round and round, looked into the heights, into the depths, into the sun, into the blossoms, and on all summits burned the alarm fires of mighty nature, and in all depths lay their reflections. A creative earthquake beat like a heart under the earth and sent forth mountains and seas. Oh then, when he saw on the bosom of the infinite mother the little swarming children, as they darted by under every wave and every cloud, and when the morning breeze drove distant ships in between the Alps, and when the Isola Madre towered up opposite him, with her 7 gardens, and tempted him to lean upon the air and be wafted on a level sweep from his summit to her own, and when he saw the pheasants darting down from the Madre into the waves, then did he seem to stand like a storm bird. With ruffled plumage on his blooming nest, his arms were lifted like wings by the morning wind, and he longed to throw himself off the terrace after the pheasants, and to cool his heart in the tide of nature. Here we have a kind of verbal equivalent of Van Gogh's painting The Starry Night, with its flame-like trees and its sky that seethes like a whirlpool with sheer vitality. In fact, Jean Paul does not always write on this ecstatic level. Many of his works are about humble schoolmasters who live quietly in some small country village, and marry a local girl, and spend their lives peacefully teaching children the 3 R's, and writing poetry which they never try to publish. But whether he is writing of magnificent landscapes or idyllic little villages, we can see why thousands of young people read Jean Paul with tears in their eyes, and regarded him as the greatest writer since Shakespeare. It seems absurdly ironic that he is now totally forgotten. But what is so interesting here is how much things have changed in the 60 years since Pamela. Richardson was a realist. People read him because he wrote about the sort of people they knew. But if you are going to be carried away by a writer, rather like Sinbad the sailor being carried up into the air by the rock, you may as well go for stories about young counts with mysterious fathers, which take place in the midst of magnificent scenery. If, like most of Jean Paul's readers, you had never been outside your native town or village, then why not also have the benefits of a Technicolor travelogue? But as you read Jean Paul's splendid description of Isola Bella, you will notice that the mood it attempts to induce is one of abandonment. Like Albano, you are supposed to cry "Oh God," and feel as if you want to fling yourself off the terrace and swoop like a bird over the sea. Jean Paul is trying to persuade you to give yourself to this wonderful landscape, like a girl giving herself to a lover. And here we encounter the greatest problem of the Romantics. They may have intuitions of hidden powers, of the ability to fly or to float into the air like a balloon. But it is all basically Christmas cake and pretty girls. You sit back passively and wait for it to be handed to you on a plate. Church, on the other hand, is excited by his insight to make a sudden effort. I exerted that will, visualizing my hands and pressing downwards upon the center of the earth. It was no surprise to me that I left the ground. And the student Beard, we may recall, had been reading a book about the power of the will when he decided to try to appear to his fiancée Miss Verity. These hidden powers we are speaking about demand a certain effort, a non-passive attitude, something like Powys's thrill of malicious exultation, the feeling that he is a demiurgic force, not a passive creature waiting to be swept off his feet. In the following chapter I want to look more closely at some of these hidden powers, and the methods by which we can contact them. But it is important, above all, to remember that the method for contacting these powers consists in subjectivizing, withdrawing inside yourself. This is the basic secret of magic. 2. The powers of the hidden self. 6 years before the publication of Pamela, the wife of a gamekeeper on the shores of Lake Constance, in Austria, gave birth to a male child whose influence would be as tremendous and far-reaching as that of Samuel Richardson. Unfortunately for Franz Anton Mesmer, he was not a novelist but a scientist and a philosopher. I say unfortunately because everybody loves a good story, but few people like being asked to think. Even clever people are inclined to react to original ideas with indifference or hostility. So Mesmer's amazing contribution brought him little but trouble, and when he died in 1815, he was virtually forgotten. Yet his ideas, as we shall see, are virtually the intellectual cornerstone of modern psychology. Mesmer grew up amidst peaceful mountain scenery, and it left its mark on him for a lifetime. His naturally religious temperament inclined him towards the priesthood, but after attending a Jesuit university at Dillingen, he came to realize that his immense curiosity pointed to a career in science and philosophy. So he studied philosophy, then law, and ended up at the age of 32 with a medical degree as well. Interestingly enough, his doctoral thesis was called "The Influence of the Planets Upon the Human Body." But its thesis was less absurd than it sounds. Mesmer believed that nature is pervaded by invisible energies, the force of gravitation is an example, and that when we are in tune with these energies, we are healthy. When the energies are blocked, either by physical problems or negative mental attitudes, we become unhealthy. If the energies can become unblocked, we become healthy again. This cheerful attitude brought him success, and within 2 years he had married one of his wealthy patients, a widow von Posch, and moved into a magnificent house in Vienna, where he counted the Mozarts among his many friends. It looked as if nothing could stand in the way of a lifetime of good fortune and respectability. But how can the vital energies be unblocked? One obvious way is to induce a crisis. We recognize this when we take aspirin to get rid of a cold by making us perspire. In Mesmer's day, most doctors tried to induce a crisis by bleeding the patient, which, amazingly enough, often seemed to work. But there should surely be easier ways? In 1773, he thought he might have stumbled on the solution. His friend Father Maximilian Hell, the professor of astronomy at Vienna University, had been experimenting with magnets, and was inclined to believe that they could unblock the vital fluids. He even designed specially shaped magnets that would fit over various parts of the body. Mesmer tried it out on a patient in 1773, taking with him his friend Leopold Mozart. 29-year-old Franziska Oesterlin lay in bed suffering from general debilitation. Mesmer tried applying some of hell's powerful magnets, moving them from her stomach down to her feet. After an hour or so, Frau Oesterlin reported strange currents moving around her body. These built up to a crisis, and she ended by feeling much better. Repeated doses of the magnetic treatment soon cured her. Father Hell was naturally inclined to claim the credit, and at first Mesmer was inclined to give it generously. Then he noticed something rather odd. One day when he was bleeding a patient, he noticed that the flow of blood increased when he moved close, and decreased when he moved away. It looked as if his own body was producing the same effect as the magnets. Instead of using magnets, he began passing his hands lightly over the patient. This seemed to work just as well. And as he tried the method on more patients, Mesmer decided that he had discovered the basic principle of healing, not ordinary magnetic magnetism, but animal magnetism. In 1779 he published a pamphlet on his discovery. To his astonishment, it aroused general hostility instead of the acclaim he had expected from his colleagues in the medical profession. They insisted that Mesmer was a charlatan who cured his patients by mere suggestion, a notion in which there was obviously a certain amount of truth. They also suggested that Mesmer's motives in passing his hands over the bodies of female patients were not as pure as they should be. As rich patients talked about spectacular cures, the hostility grew. Mesmer spent a week at the estate of Baron Herskita Horka, who suffered from unaccountable spasms and fits, and he persisted throughout a disappointing week when it looked as though the Baron was failing to respond to treatment. It took 6 days before the Baron began to shudder with asthmatic paroxysms. When Mesmer held the Baron's foot, they stopped. When he held his hand, they started again. Clearly, Mesmer was controlling the Baron's vital fluids and making them flow at will. With enough of this, he reasoned, all the blockages should be cleared away, like masses of twigs and leaves in a stream, and the energies should flow unimpeded. So they did. When Mesmer returned to Vienna, the Baron was cured. Undeterred by mounting hostility, Mesmer thought of new ways of distributing the magnetic fluid. He magnetized jars of water, connected up the jars with metal bands, and placed the apparatus in a large wooden tub half filled with iron filings and water. Patients sat with their feet in the water, or sat with their backs against magnetized trees. The results were remarkable, but his colleagues pointed out that leaving scantily clad men and women in close contact with one another would probably stimulate their vital fluids anyway. Mesmer's good angel was off duty on the day he agreed to treat a blind young pianist named Maria Theresa Paradis, a protégée of the Empress. He was unaware that her blindness was due to a detached retina. Oddly enough, after a few weeks of treatment in Mesmer's house, the girl became convinced she could see dimly. A Professor Barth was sent to examine her, and he admitted privately to Mesmer that she seemed to have improved. But his report stated that she was still blind, which was undoubtedly true. The girl had been dragged away from Mesmer's house by force. And Mesmer, tired of insults and threats, decided to move to Paris in 1778. Here he met with the same mixture of acclaim and vilification. Dr. Charles d'Eslin, personal physician to the king's brother, became an ardent admirer, and lectured on Mesmer's ideas to the Society of Medicine on September 18, 1790. Mesmer's mixed group cures continued to attract dozens of wealthy patients, who would sit with their feet in the wooden tub or baquet, and form a chain and press their bodies together to facilitate the flow of vital fluid. One patient, Major Charles du Hussey, was cured of the after effects of typhus, which had turned him into a trembling wreck, by a crisis that made his teeth chatter for a month, but which left him perfectly restored. Cases like this so impressed the king that he offered Mesmer a lifelong pension to remain in France. Mesmer demanded 500,000 francs for research. When the king refused, he left France, on the same day that D'Eslin was lecturing to the medical faculty, and returned only when his patients contributed 350,000 gold louis, many times more than what he had asked for. But Mesmer had made an enemy of the king, who appointed a commission of scientists to look into Mesmer's ideas. It included the great American Benjamin Franklin, the chemist Lavoisier, who was to lose his head in the Revolution, and the inventor of a new decapitation machine, a certain Dr. Gillidan. It is an episode that reflects discredit on Franklin, who was much prejudiced against Mesmer. He was also ill, so that he did not actually attend any of the experiments. But he signed the report which dismissed animal magnetism as mere imagination. Mesmer was actually absent from France at the time, 1794, and was not even consulted. He returned, but nothing could restore his fortunes. A hostile doctor introduced himself as a patient, allowed Mesmer to cure him, then wrote a report denouncing him as a quack. This kind of thing was unanswerable. After the revolution, during which he lost all his money, Mesmer fled. The Austrian police prevented him from returning to Vienna. He spent his last quarter of a century living quietly in Constance, not far from his birthplace. Now it may seem to many open-minded readers that Mesmer's critics were by no means incorrect, that his theories were absurd, and that his cures were, indeed, due to suggestion. Yet this is really to miss the point. We must remember, to begin with, that medicine in the time of Mesmer was completely materialistic, in the sense that it was firmly believed that all medical problems are physical in origin, to which they added as a corollary, and can be cured by bleeding. Even if we take the least sympathetic view of Mesmer, we have to recognize that he had stumbled on a recognition of tremendous importance, that the mind plays as much a part in illness as the body. If his skeptical colleagues had been open-minded enough to study his cures, instead of attacking them as quackery, they would have found themselves asking questions that would have created a science of psychology a century before Freud. Second, our conviction that Mesmer's ideas about magnetism and animal magnetism are based on pure ignorance may well be incorrect. Well into the late 19th century, many doctors were still conducting serious experiments with magnets, and producing some extremely interesting results, for example, causing paralysis to move from one side of the body to the other. We have forgotten all this, and our descendants may well shake their heads at our complacency. Moreover, in the 20th century, another remarkable rebel, Wilhelm Reich, came independently to the conclusion that health is governed by tides of vital fluid. He called this argon energy. Reich was, in many ways, a crank. He was more Freudian than Freud, and believed that all illness can be explained in terms of sexual neurosis. Yet his indifference to current scientific dogmas led him to some interesting discoveries which may well be one day considered as an important contribution to modern science. It may also be mentioned in passing that it has now been scientifically established that the human body possesses an aura or life field, which seems to be electrical in nature. A young biologist named Hans Driesch divided a sea urchin's egg into two and killed off one half. The other half did not turn into half a sea urchin embryo. To his surprise, it turned into a perfect but smaller embryo. When he pressed two embryos together, they turned into a double-size embryo. Driesch realized that there must be a kind of invisible blueprint, like a magnetic field, which shapes living things, just as a magnet can shape iron filings on a sheet of paper. A later experimenter, Harold Saxton Burr, discovered that he could measure this life field with a voltmeter, and diagnose illness from its fluctuations. In effect, he has placed what occultists call the human aura on a scientific basis. This is almost certainly what Mesmer was effecting with his magnetic fields. But Mesmer is the father of modern psychology in a far more important sense. One of his wealthier disciples in Paris was a marquis named Armand Marie-Jacques de Chastenet, surnamed Puisigour, and he and his two younger brothers had paid Mesmer the vast sum of 400 louis for training in his techniques. He then proceeded to apply them with enthusiasm to the servants and tenants on his estate at Beaugency, near Soissons, his first step being to magnetize a lime tree in the park. One of the servants was a 20-year-old shepherd named Victor Reis, and Puisigour proceeded to tie him to the lime tree, and to make magnetic gestures in front of his face. After a few passes, Victor closed his eyes and fell asleep. The Marquis ordered him to wake up and untie himself. To his surprise, Victor untied himself without opening his eyes. Then he went wandering off across the park. Puisegur was baffled. He knew he had induced some kind of a trance, but had no idea of its nature. More than 2 centuries later, science is still in roughly the same position. What Puisegur had done, of course, was to stumble upon hypnosis, a technique that later came to be called, incorrectly, mesmerism. Mesmer himself preferred to call it somnambulism. The word hypnotism was invented in 1843 by James Braid. And as he continued to practice on Victor, Puisegur made some baffling discoveries. For example, that he could give Victor mental orders, and the shepherd would respond just as if they were spoken aloud. Moreover, Puisegur could hold conversations with Victor in which his own part was unspoken, and Victor would reply just as if he had spoken aloud. Victor could even be made to stop speaking in the middle of a word. Puisegur describes in his memoirs In Aid of a History of Animal Magnetism, 1809, how he even got Victor to repeat the words of a song which he, the Marquis, was singing mentally. What was equally interesting was that Victor was normally a rather stupid young man, but that when hypnotized, he became far more intelligent and perceptive. That this was no fluke was proved in experiments with another subject named Madeline. In front of an audience, Puisegur would place her in a trance, give her various mental orders, which she would carry out, then invite members of the audience to transmit to her their own mental orders, for example, asking her to pick up a certain object. Again and again, without hesitation, Madeline went straight to the object and picked it up. To demonstrate that Madeline was not simply wide awake and peeping, in spite of having her eyes closed, he would blindfold her with a thick piece of cloth. It made no difference to her immediate response to mental suggestions. One skeptic, a baron, suspected that Puisegur had some code by which he communicated with Madeline, and asked for the experiment to be conducted in the home of a mutual friend, M. Midonard. Puisegur agreed, and in Midonard's home, lost no time in hypnotizing Madeline and placing her in rapport with Midonard. Midonard then gave her various mental orders, and watched her carry them out. Suddenly, Midonard stood as if lost in thought. After a moment, Madeline reached into his pocket, and brought out 3 small screws she found there. Midonard admitted that he had put them there for that purpose, and that now he was totally convinced. So was another skeptic called Fornal, who had stated that 9/10 of these strange magnetic phenomena were due to fraud, but when Fornal himself was able to mentally order a hypnotized subject, with blindfolded eyes, to go to a table, select a hat from a number of other objects, and put it on his head, he had to admit that fraud had to be ruled out. Now quite clearly these experiments were among the most important ever conducted in the history of scientific research. It obviously makes no difference if Fornal was correct in saying that 9/10 of the people who performed such tricks in public were frauds. It is the other 10th that matters. What Puisegur had demonstrated beyond all doubt was that telepathy exists, although the word would not be invented for another century. He, of course, thought it was magnetism, that his own magnetic current was influencing the hypnotized subject just as a magnet influences a compass needle. Perhaps he was not entirely wrong. Whatever the explanation, Puisegur had virtually demonstrated magic in public. He had also totally undermined the kind of materialism that was becoming so fashionable at the time, and which asserted that man is a machine, and that the mind is a mere product of the body, just as heat and light are products of burning coal. Puisegur had proved that mind is in some way independent of the body and higher than the body. His demonstrations should have caused the greatest sensation since the invention of the wheel. Why did they not? Because of the unfortunate accident of being associated with the highly suspect name of Mesmer. Mesmer was a fraud. Magnetism was really due to suggestion. Therefore hypnotism was also a fraud, and all the demonstrations in the world failed to prove otherwise. The hostility was so tremendous that mesmerism was made illegal in France, and much the same in Austria, and a doctor who even expressed his support for the ideas of Mesmer, let alone practice them, could lose his license. The medical profession was in a state of near hysteria, determined to stamp it out, if necessary, with fire and sword. Mesmerism remained, scientifically speaking, a pariah throughout most of the 19th century, and any doctor who became interested in it did well to keep silent. The storm had still not blown itself out by 1809, when Puigsegur published his first book on hypnotism. Anything to do with Mesmer was still regarded with the deepest hostility. But many doctors took to heart Jussieu's comment that the phenomena deserved further investigation, and conducted their own experiments. D'Eslin, Mesmer's original French advocate, recorded a case of a man who could play cards with his eyes closed. A Dutch experimenter described a case of a hypnotized boy who could read with his fingertips and a girl who could read his mind and describe people and places he knew, but she didn't. A German experimenter described an epileptic boy who could distinguish colors with the soles of his feet, even when he had stockings on. In Baden, a hypnotized girl correctly read a message in a sealed envelope, even though the hypnotist himself did not know what it was. In Sweden, a professor described a girl who was able to read a book when it was placed open on her stomach, while her eyes were blindfolded. This particular phenomenon was observed again and again with sensitives. In England, a young schoolteacher named Alfred Russel Wallace, who was later to share with Darwin the honor of discovering evolution, found that one of his pupils, under hypnosis, could share his own sense of taste and smell. When Wallace tasted salt, he grimaced. When Wallace tasted sugar, he made delighted sucking motions. When Wallace stuck a pin in himself, the boy jumped and rubbed the appropriate part of his body. What all this clearly demonstrated was that human beings have unknown powers which are not generally recognized. But since they are so easy to demonstrate in the laboratory, they obviously ought to be recognized. Then why were they ignored? Let us not be too harsh on those doctors and scientists who denounced Mesmer. It was not pure stupidity and wickedness. Science was simply not ready for these discoveries. It was plodding along at its own slow pace, discovering electricity, atoms, meteorites. In 1768, the great chemist Lavoisier, who reported unfavorably on Mesmer, was asked by the French Academy of Sciences to go and investigate a great stone that had fallen from the sky at a place called Luce. His report stated that all the witnesses had to be mistaken, for stones did not and could not fall out of the sky. It was not until the following century that the existence of meteorites was acknowledged by science. If science had rushed on much faster, it might have been led into all kinds of untrue assumptions, as Mesmer was. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that Mesmer and Puigsegur would have shaken their heads in amazement if told that, 2 centuries after their discoveries, science still refuses to acknowledge them. That is carrying conservatism to the point of sheer mulishness. Of course, we now accept hypnosis as a reality. That came about in the last decades of the 19th century, mostly through the researches of the great French doctor Jean-Martin Charcot, who ran the Salpêtrière Hospital, mostly for very poor patients, in Paris. Charcot was puzzled by the phenomenon of hysteria, how a woman could believe she was pregnant, and her stomach swell up, or a man believe his arm was paralyzed, and be unable to move it. He soon discovered that he could induce exactly the same effects by hypnosis, and he gave amazing demonstrations in which people would drop on all fours and bark like dogs, or flap their arms when told they were birds, or even eat a lump of charcoal with relish when told it was chocolate. Because Charcot was practicing on poor down and outs, his rich medical colleagues did not feel threatened as Mesmer's colleagues had. And they were completely won over when Charcot announced his conclusion that hypnosis was just another form of hysteria. That made it perfectly all right. Of course, Charcot was mistaken. We can see perfectly well that, in fact, hysteria is a form of hypnosis. The hysterically pregnant woman has, in effect, hypnotized herself, convinced her unconscious mind that she is pregnant, so it causes her stomach to swell. However, Charcot's error had one excellent effect, in that it made hypnotism more or less respectable again. And a young doctor called Freud, who had come from Vienna to study under Charcot, was deeply impressed by the phenomena of hypnosis, and reasoned that it must be caused by some part of the mind which is far more powerful than our everyday consciousness. So Mesmer's discovery had led, in a roundabout way, to the foundation of modern psychology. But Freud's interpretation of hypnosis, that it merely demonstrates the enormous hidden powers of the unconscious, only confirmed the view that was originally held by Mesmer's colleagues, that it was all a matter of suggestion. If you tell a hypnotized man that you are about to touch his arm with a red-hot poker, and in fact you touch it with an icicle, he screams with pain, and will develop a blister. This is merely a demonstration of the immense powers of the unconscious mind. But it is not a case of mind over matter, for the unconscious is really a kind of gigantic machine, far bigger and more powerful than the puny mechanisms of the conscious mind. Freud won over the scientists so easily because his view was so determinately realistic. But what if someone had asked Freud, or Charcot, for that matter, how a hypnotized girl could read a book placed open on her stomach, or obey orders given to her mentally? How could this be explained in terms of unconscious suggestion? The answer, of course, is that it cannot be. Which means that, as far as modern science is concerned, some of the most important findings of Mesmer, Puissigor, D'Eslin, Alfred Russel Wallace and the rest, are still ignored. Hypnosis is suggestion, and that is that. It follows, of course, that no one can be induced to do something under hypnosis that he, or she, would not do when normally awake. And yet, as we shall see, this is a highly questionable assertion. Consider, for example, the story of the wicked magician Timotheus, as described by Professor Heinz E. Hammerschlag in his book Hypnose und Verbrechen, Hypnotism and Crime. One March evening in the year 1865, there was a knock at the door of an honest workman in the village of Solly's Farlide, Bar. He lived in the house together with his 2 children, a boy of 15 and a girl called Josephine, aged 26. Josephine opened the door and was deeply frightened, without knowing what there was about the man standing there that could awaken such a feeling of terror. Certainly he was ugly, unkempt, and club-footed, and he gave her to understand by a sign that he was a deaf-mute. In addition, there was something about this terribly neglected man which filled her with fear, so that she would gladly have turned him away. But her father had compassion for the pitiful state of the beggar, and he allowed him to come into their living room and to join them at supper which was ready on the table. During the meal Josephine had a chance of more closely watching this man, whose long black hair and untidy beard filled her with revulsion. A cold shudder passed down her spine when she saw his strange habits while he ate. When he poured out some wine for himself, he did not, for example, fill his glass at one time but usually put it down 3 times before it was filled, and never took a sip from the glass without first making a sign of the cross over it. Later in the evening, some neighbors who had heard about the peculiar stranger called at the house. The conversation was carried on very painfully with paper and pencil. It emerged that the deaf-mute stranger was a cork cutter named Timotheus Castellan who had had to give up his occupation because of an injury to his hand and who now traveled through the country as a healer, magnetizer, and water diviner. His signs and his mysterious behavior made a great impression on the simple peasants. Only Josephine, out of fear, remained silent. When the stranger was later brought to the haystack for the night, she remained on the bed in her room fully dressed and for many hours could not fall asleep. Nevertheless, the night passed without anything unusual happening. The following morning, her brother was the first to leave the house to go to work. He was followed afterwards by her father and the stranger. Before some minutes had passed the beggar returned by himself to the house where he found Josephine occupied with her work. She dared not turn him away, although the same feeling of anxiety overcame her as on the previous day. He sat in silence near the hearth and watched the girl at her work. Their silence was repeatedly interrupted by visits from neighbors who evidently regarded the stranger as someone endowed with unusual powers. They observed him with astonishment and even brought him articles of food as presents. Just as one of the neighbors, without being noticed, entered the kitchen, he saw the stranger making mysterious signs with his hand behind the girl's back. Josephine herself seemed restless and excited and was obviously very glad to see any visitor who interrupted her isolation with the beggar, the cause of so much anxiety. But towards noon she could no longer avoid being alone with him. For they sat together at the midday meal, which she provided for him so as not to let him go away hungry. And now the incomprehensible happened. Josephine had just begun to eat, when the man stretched out his hand and made a movement with 2 fingers as if he were going to put something into the spoon which she was taking to her mouth. At the same moment she felt that she was becoming unconscious. She came to as the man was standing in front of her and sprinkling her with cold water. Then, so she later reported, he took her in his arms, carried her into her room and there violated her. While this took place she was fully conscious, but in spite of all her efforts she could not ward off the fiend, nor could she, by knocking on the wall, draw the attention of neighbors. She could not even answer a relative who knocked at the door and called for her. Early in the evening the neighbors, to their astonishment, saw Josephine leave the house in the company of the lame beggar. She gave the impression of being very disturbed, and called out to her acquaintances unintelligently and incoherently. No one understood how the girl, whose reputation was unstained, could follow the man on the road, yet no one tried to prevent her or ask her what was the cause of her behavior. For 2 days the unusual pair roamed about in the surrounding area. At night they found refuge with a farmer who took pity on the girl without, however, being able to persuade her to return home. On the 3rd day, they came to the village of La Capeloude and stayed at a farmhouse. Here a most unusual scene was soon enacted. Josephine fell from one extreme to the other. At one moment she smothered her companion with tenderness, at the next she pushed him away in fear and disgust. Here as well, the neighbors came running as soon as they heard of the unusual visitor. In the evening Josephine asked a girl from a neighboring house to let her stay there for the night. But her companion forbade her to leave him, and as she wanted to go in spite of that, he made some mysterious signs over her body. Whereupon Josephine fell into his arms and remained as if paralyzed for nearly an hour. The beggar then asked a neighbor, "Shall I make her laugh?" And she immediately burst into a mad, yelling laughter. "Now I will bring her back to herself," he said, and slapped her face violently 3 times. Soon Josephine seemed to awaken from a deep sleep without having felt any mistreatment. She laughed and said she felt very well. They were given a room in the house for the night. When everyone in the house was asleep, a dreadful noise was heard coming from their room. The farmer armed himself with a stick, intending to throw the beggar out of the house as quickly as he could, but Josephine refused to follow the farmer's advice not to go with the beggar, so they were allowed to remain in the house. The next morning, in the presence of the members of the household and neighbors, the man made Josephine crawl about the room like an animal. This enraged the onlookers and they threw him out of the house. He had hardly left the room when the girl got into a dreadful state. Suddenly she could neither speak nor move her arms. A stark and confused expression came over her face. Those present could think of no other way of helping her than by calling the beggar back. Scarcely had he stepped into the room, when the girl's fixed gaze left her. Murmuring some unintelligible words, he got her out of her fearful state by using his strange methods, at the same time once more giving her 3 slaps in the face. Then they both left the house. On the following day, they met some hunters who spoke to them. While the beggar, who had suddenly recovered his speech, was talking to them, the girl succeeded in getting away unnoticed. By hiding under a hill she eluded pursuit and, after a long search, found her way to the village she had left in the morning. There she met some kind-hearted men who took her home. On the way back, she was repeatedly overcome by states of excitement which sometimes seemed like attacks of rage. A doctor was brought and Josephine was given a thorough medical examination. The doctor found that the girl was suffering from fever and nervous strain. According to his opinion there was no mental disturbance. After about 6 weeks of rest she was well again. At any rate the excitement and attacks of anxiety stopped. In the meantime Timotheus Castellan was arrested for vagrancy and begging. During the inquiry the court considered the question whether the young girl's willpower was so weakened by the magnetic influences exerted by the accused that the intimate relations between them constituted rape. 2 physicians were charged to express their expert opinion on this question. In their report they stated, "We the undersigned declare 1. That by the so-called magnetic effect on the will of any person who is disposed to it by nervous temperament, an influence can be exerted such that the person's moral freedom is completely perverted or more or less destroyed. 2. That if one puts a young girl into magnetic sleep one can have intimate relations with her of which, when she awakens, she has no knowledge. 3. That it is possible, by the effect of magnetism, to blunt the feelings so much and to weaken the will of a young girl to such an extent that, without her being completely asleep, she no longer has the necessary moral freedom to resist intimacy, or to give her consent to it with full understanding." On the basis of this report and the confirmation of its outcome by 3 other doctors, Castellan was sentenced by the court to 12 years hard labor. Here it seems clear that the doctors were correct, and that Josephine no longer had the necessary moral freedom to prevent her rape or abduction. Perhaps the most interesting part of the narrative is the neighbor's description of seeing Castellan make mysterious signs with his hand behind her back, and Josephine's subsequent deposition that he stretched out his hand and made a movement with 2 fingers, which had the effect of causing her to become unconscious. It sounds as if Castellan hypnotized Josephine without any of the normal preliminaries of hypnotic induction, in fact, simply by an exercise of willpower. This also appears to be true in another celebrated criminal case reported by Hammerschlag, which he describes as a case of criminal exploitation of hypnosis unique in the history of criminology and hypnotism. In the late summer of 1934, a Heidelberg official, Hammerschlag calls him H.E., reported to the local police that his wife had been swindled out of 3,000 marks. The swindler, he thought, was a man who posed as a doctor, and he even believed that he had been sexually abusing MRSE. The lady herself remembered that the doctor had often sent her to sleep by placing his hand on her head, but to all other questions answered, "I can't remember." MRSE had no history of mental illness. In fact, she came of healthy farming stock. The police turned the case over to Dr. Ludwig Mayer, who found that he was able to place MRSE under hypnosis. But she seemed unable to answer any questions about her illness. Eventually, she was able to make a preliminary statement. "Before I was married I was once traveling from home to Heidelberg wishing to go to a doctor because I had stomach pains. On the way a man got into my compartment and seated himself opposite me. He had a conversation with me. We began to talk about my sickness and he said that he could see immediately that I was ill. He said that he was a nature healer and homeopath, presenting himself as Dr. Bergen from Karlsruhe Dachslanden, and explained that it was just the kind of illness that I had that he could treat very well. When the train stopped at Graben he invited me to join him in a cup of coffee. I didn't want to because I felt so insecure. But he was very helpful as I got out of the train and carried my case. Suddenly, he took hold of my hand and it seemed to me as if I no longer had a will of my own. I felt so strange and giddy. Later he ordered me verbally and by letter to come to Karlsruhe or even to Heidelberg, at the station, where he always met me. I no longer know the place in which he treated me. I was often in a room at Heidelberg but I no longer know where. He met me at Tiefberg, took my hand and said that it was very dark around me. After a long walk we went up 2 steps, he opened the door and then it became light again. The room was small and simple, with a couch and a table. He placed his hand on my forehead and said, "You are getting calmer and calmer." I do not know what he did to me. I cannot remember any more. Soon after this, a swindler named Franz Walter was arrested for other crimes. His description sounded so much like that of Dr. Bergen that Mrs. E was asked to identify him. She thought it was the same man, but he denied it. But Dr. Mayer was convinced he was lying. He began the long and painful process of unlocking MRSE's memory. Little by little, an amazing story emerged. After causing MRSE to fall into a trance on that first day, Walter had taken her to his room, made her lie on a couch, then placed her arms behind her and told her that she could not move. After that, he had raped her. He had then ordered her to lose all memory of this event. Later, Walter had ordered her to become a prostitute. The men to whom he sold her were taught a magic word, komarus, which would make her do whatever they asked. Walter took all the money she earned. But after her marriage, her husband became suspicious about the amount of money she was spending. She told Walter that her husband was thinking of going to the police. He then told her that the best thing she could do would be to get rid of him. She was ordered to buy poison and put it in his food. This plan failed when her husband ordered her not to go out that evening. Next she was told to take a pistol out of the drawer, shoot him in the head, then place it in his hands as if he had committed suicide. She actually pointed the gun at her husband's head when he was asleep and pulled the trigger, but he had taken the precaution of removing all the bullets. Walter next ordered her to pick poison mushrooms and to feed them to her husband with ordinary edible ones. He did not like the taste, and pushed them away after a mouthful. Even so, he was stricken with diarrhea and vomiting. She gave him a white powder that Walter had ordered her to slip into his coffee, but she had spilt most of it in her pocket, and the small amount she used only gave him stomachache. Walter's next, and fortunately his last, scheme was to kill the husband by tampering with the brakes on his motorcycle. On the first occasion he came close to crashing into a moving train at a level crossing. On the second, he injured an arm and a knee. Having failed in his attempts to kill her husband, Walter now ordered her to kill herself. His first instruction was to take an overdose of sleeping tablets on an empty stomach, but her own doctor refused to prescribe the tablets. After this Walter ordered her to jump out of a moving train, but she fell into conversation with a comforting elderly lady who drove all thoughts of suicide from her head. Walter now assured her that her husband was in love with another woman and meant to leave her. He ordered her to drown herself in the Rhine. Fortunately, her housekeeper noticed her distress and followed her, preventing her from jumping. And so, finally, the husband went to the police. Franz Walter was arrested on another charge, and Ludwig Mayer solved the case by unblocking the hypnotic suggestions by which Walter had tried to prevent her from recalling what had happened. Franz Walter was found guilty, and received 10 years in jail. The most obviously striking thing about this story is that Walter did not hypnotize her by saying "look into my eyes" and making mesmeric passes with his fingers. He simply took her hand. How could that happen? The advocates of suggestivism would argue that he had already made suggestions that placed her in his power, and that taking her hand, with its invasion of her personal space, merely confirmed it. But there is nothing in her account to suggest that this is so. Here, as in the case of the wicked magician Timotheus, it looks as if hypnosis was induced by the direct influence of one mind on another. The same conclusion seems to emerge from a more recent case, described by the science journalist Robert Temple, in his monumental book Open to Suggestion, 1989. In January 1985, Maria Malheiras, a Portuguese woman living in London, was accosted by a Portuguese man who seemed to be in some distress, and who asked her if she knew of a clinic in the Notting Hill area of London. He introduced himself as Manuel, and went on to explain that his father had once worked at the clinic, and had found an envelope containing 23,000 under a pillow. Now the old man was on his deathbed, and could not rest in peace unless the money was restored. He waved a fat envelope under Maria's nose. Maria said she knew of no such clinic, although she had been familiar with Notting Hill for many years. As they stood talking, Manuel stopped another passerby and asked him if he knew of the clinic. This passerby, a younger man, who also happened to be Portuguese, and was also called Manuel, said he was unable to help, but he joined in the conversation. And as he introduced himself and took her hand, Maria experienced a strange cold feeling, and felt disoriented. And as she stood talking, she began to experience a dreamlike sense of unreality, a kind of amnesia. The newcomer now told her to go home, collect her jewelry and her building society savings book, and go and draw out all her savings. She did as she was told, and returned to Notting Hill Gate, where the two men were waiting. She had, in the meantime, spoken to her husband on the telephone and been uncharacteristically rude, hanging up on him. They now asked her to go to the post office to buy a stamp, and told her they would hold her handbag. They were, of course, gone when she returned. She had lost a total of 21,141. The swindlers were caught by accident. A Portuguese hairdresser happened to overhear one of her customers telephoning someone and agreeing to cash a check and hand over 28,000. The hairdresser had heard of the two swindlers, and she persuaded the woman to tell her why she was about to give away such a large sum of money. Her story proved to be almost identical to Maria's. The police were notified, and arrested the two manuals as the money was being handed over. It emerged subsequently that another victim had given them 21,500, while yet another had handed over his life savings of 26,000. The swindlers were each sentenced to 18 months in prison and deported back to Portugal. Here it seems clear that the younger of the two swindlers, his name proved to be Manuel de Matos Amaro, was the hypnotist. The role of the elder was merely to lull her into a state of trust. The fat envelope later proved to be stuffed with a wad of newspaper. But it seems clear that here, once again, the hypnotist induced a trance merely by touching her hand. Temple goes on to demolish the notion that a. people cannot be hypnotized against their will, and b. that people under hypnosis will not commit acts that they would not commit in their normal state. He cites many cases of people who have been prepared to commit crimes or acts of violence under hypnosis. And a chapter on rape discusses once more the question raised by the Heidelberg case, whether a woman who is raped under hypnosis is really submitting because she secretly wants to. In a case cited by Magnus Hirschfeld, this is obviously so. A good many years ago I was consulted in a case where a doctor had assaulted a woman patient while she was in a hypnotic state. Many such occurrences are recorded in scientific literature. The patient was a married woman who suffered from weak nerves, irritability, and hysterical spasms. As is the case with many hysterical women, she had unlimited confidence in her doctor, who had commenced a course of hypnotism for various neuralgic complaints, heartburn, and insomnia. The patient was an excellent subject for hypnosis. It was sufficient for the doctor to lower his upraised hand for the woman to shut her eyes immediately. At the court hearing of the action, instituted against the doctor by the husband, the doctor made a full confession and described the suggestions he made and to which the woman automatically yielded, as follows. He ordered her to raise her skirt, lie down, spread her legs, take out his penis, introduce it into her vagina, then, during the act, perform parallel movements until mutual orgasm occurred, which in her case took place in the same way as in the waking state. The woman became pregnant. The impotent husband, who had long suspected the doctor, engaged a detective who was able to prove his suspicions. The doctor alleged that he had used the woman for therapeutic reasons. She had, he said, an unhappy life with her husband, and her depression had finally become so intense that she decided to kill herself. Sexual intercourse with him had cured her both physically and mentally. He was rewarded for his therapeutic conscientiousness with 1 year in prison. In this case, it is clear that the woman herself was a more or less willing participant, and that the induction of hypnotic trance was intended to allow her to feel totally guiltless. On the other hand, a case cited by Eric Hoenkamp clearly involves more than a game of make-believe. He said I should not be afraid of him and kept talking to me. While he was saying that, he started to caress my lower body in the area of my genitals. I just let that happen, did not feel like, nor had the power to say no. He asked me if I liked it. Although I did not like it, I said yes. Only I did not have any fear which normally would have been there. Then he started to rub my breasts. He told me I should not be scared and he kept going and pulled up my bra and caressed my bare breasts. At the end of the session we made a new appointment. When the time of the appointment came near, I still trusted him, hoping that he would not touch me in that way. He started as usual again, but talked directly to me. I felt heavy, like the other time. He told me that I would like to unbutton my blouse and pants. I didn't do it, but then he said that I would like to prove and show that the first treatment sessions really had helped me. He caressed my breast again and after a while pulled down my pants and panties and he even put his hand in my vagina. I heard him say you will go deeper and deeper and become more excited. I just said yes to everything. He kept on going and wanted me to take his genitals in my hands. I said no, I would rather not, I'm scared. I was very scared. After a while I held his penis. He caressed me and rubbed his lower body against the inside of my legs. He said I had to go on. I would have liked to have knocked him away, but one way or another I couldn't do it. I felt as if I was paralyzed and was very scared. He kept saying to me, "You will go deeper and deeper." He started to get closer with his genitals. I started to panic and cried. It seems here very clear that the girl had no basic wish to submit. In another case cited by Temple, a girl met a man on a train, and he touched her forehead and blew into her ears. When they met by chance on another train 2 weeks later, he repeated this behavior, then went to the girl's room and made love to her. She wanted to resist, but felt powerless. The next day she felt that she had been forced against her will, and went to the police to report it. But if the girl was wide awake, could she really be made to do something against her will? Temple describes one of his own experiences that helps to explain how this is possible. Moving about while in a trance is a strange experience, and I have done it once myself. Having been hypnotized several times by my medical doctor, there was one occasion when I left his office while still hypnotized. He hypnotizes patients after hours, and on this occasion we had taken rather a long time over it, and I could sense that he was becoming very anxious to get home to see his wife about some matter which had arisen. I worried about detaining him, and so when he counted me out of the trance and I did not awaken, I did nevertheless open my eyes and simulate being awake in order to fool him. This is an ironical twist, for it is usually the other way round in hypnosis. People simulate being hypnotized when they are still awake. In my case, the tables were turned. He scrutinized me and I convinced him I was out of the trance. We then parted company and I joined my wife, who always waited for me because I didn't trust myself driving after hypnosis. When we got into the car I confessed to her that I was not really awakened from the trance, and told her to blow on my face. This is generally a foolproof way to waken someone. But it did not work, partly because my wife found it a ridiculous thing to do and could not help laughing. The more sternly I insisted that she blow on my face, the more uncontrollable did her mirth become. She found it impossible to believe I was still hypnotized. We began to drive home and after a time I ordered her to stop. I had seen a beautiful old tree and, being very fond of old trees, and being very emotional while in the trance, I got out of the car and ran across a field to see the tree. I embraced the trunk and sobbed, telling the tree how beautiful it was, and crying generally at the beauty of everything in the world in the way a maudlin drunk might do. I then reeled backwards and fell flat on my back on the grass. I remember looking dreamily up at the night sky and admiring its beauty and uttering maudlin remarks about the grandeur of the cosmos. By this time my wife had caught up with me and helped me to my feet, and she dragged me back to the car. I kept insisting, "Blow in my face. Blow in my face." This time she did so earnestly, but it didn't work. I then mumbled to her that in extreme circumstances like this there was only one surefire method to wake me up, and that was to take me home and give me some neat gin. I should add that I hate neat gin, and this was not a ploy. That was precisely what happened. Moments after I drank the neat gin I woke up from the trance completely. This fascinating instance provides an important insight into hypnosis. It is clear that, in a certain sense, Temple was drunk. He was wide awake, and yet aware that he had not achieved the normal level of focused attention that characterizes the waking state. It was as if a certain level of his being remained asleep. It becomes possible to see how a girl could be wide awake and yet feel powerless to resist the hypnotist's orders. Now, according to the suggestion theory, hypnosis is merely a matter of inducing a certain kind of self-consciousness, the kind that causes teenagers to blush. Temple tells a story of a girl who was told that she would forget the combination of the safe while she was actually turning the dial. She was unable to recall it until the suggestion was discontinued. What happened is clear. At the suggestion that she might not be able to remember, she began to doubt herself, and went into a state of confusion that prevented her from recalling the combination. This is certainly a plausible theory of how hypnotism works, yet it obviously fails to explain how hypnosis could be induced merely by a squeeze of the hand. The alternative view, suggested by the experiments of Puisigur, is that hypnosis involves some kind of telepathic contact or thought pressure. The writer J.B. Priestley has a story that seems to support this. In Outcries and Asides, under the title True Strange Story, he tells how he attended a Poetry Society banquet in New York. Priestley remarked to his neighbor, and he admits he has no idea why he did so, "I propose to make one of those poets wink at me, and I'll try the fifth one from the left, that dark heavy-set somber woman, obviously no winker. After concentrating on her for a minute or two, it seemed to me that she winked at me, and I cried triumphantly, 'She did it!' But my neighbor did not believe me, and I really was not sure myself." However, after the speeches and awards had been made, the dark, somber woman poet came up to me. "You're Mr. Priestley, aren't you? Well, I must apologize for winking at you. I've never done such a thing before, and I can't imagine what made me do it then. Just a silly sudden impulse." Again, according to Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain by Lynn Schroeder and Sheila Ostrander, the Polish mind reader Wolf Messing had even greater abilities in this direction. Forced to flee to Russia at the beginning of the Second World War because he had predicted Hitler's death if the dictator turned towards the east, Messing captured the interest of Joseph Stalin, who ordered a series of experiments. In the first of these, Messing walked into the bank, presented the teller with a note, actually a blank sheet of paper, and asked for 10,000 rubles. The cashier handed these over, and Messing packed them into his briefcase and left. Then, with the two observers who had witnessed the experiment, he re-entered the bank and handed back the money. The cashier collapsed with a heart attack when he realized what he had done. The supreme test set by Stalin was to enter his country house, bristling with guards, without a pass. And one day, as Stalin sat working in his office, Messing walked coolly into the grounds and into the house. The guards and servants stood back respectfully. Stalin looked up with astonishment as Messing walked into his room. The mind reader explained that he had simply sent out a mental suggestion that he was Lavrenti Beria, the much feared head of the secret police, and the guards had actually seen him as Beria. But long before Messing was born, the part played by telepathy in hypnosis had been demonstrated beyond all doubt in 1885 by a French doctor, J.H.A. Guibert, who invited the eminent psychologist Pierre Janet to Le Havre to witness some of his experiments. Janet had a patient called Leonie, a peasant woman who was an example of the condition known as multiple personality, which we shall study in a later chapter. Leonie was normally rather dull and stolid, but during her attacks of somnambulism, to which she had been subject since childhood, she became a completely different person, lively, gay and sarcastic. This secondary personality denied that she was Leonie, whom she regarded with some contempt. Finally, a third personality emerged, who was more mature and balanced than either of the others. Leonie was easy to hypnotize. Guibert could do it simply by touching her hand. What interested Janet was that if Guibert tried to do this without concentrating, it did not work. Eventually, Guibert was able to hypnotize Leonie solely by concentrating his mind. He could even do so when she was on the other side of Le Havre. Several scientists came to Le Havre to observe these experiments, including Frederick Myers, one of the founders of the Society for Psychical Research. On one occasion they witnessed Guibert standing outside the house where Leonie was staying, mentally ordering her to appear. 3 minutes later she came out, and walked across the town to Guibert's house. On the same evening, Guibert sent out a suggestion that Leonie should go down into the drawing room of the house, where she was staying, at 11 o'clock the next morning, and open a photograph album. The doctors were watching in the garden at 11 when Leonie came into the drawing room. She seemed confused, and touched several objects. Then she opened the photograph album, and was looking through it when the doctors entered the room. Janet's paper describing all this caused a sensation in the following year, but was quickly forgotten, it failed to fit into the scientific theories of the time, which were dominated by Charcot's hysteria theory of hypnosis. But in America at about this time, another investigator was pursuing the mystery of hypnosis with total indifference to what the scientists thought. His name was Thompson J. Hudson, and he was a Detroit newspaper editor and an official of the Patent Office. Hudson's interest began as a result of a lecture he attended in Washington, D.C. It was given by the eminent physiologist William B. Carpenter. The audience of highly cultivated ladies and gentlemen included a young college graduate to whom Hudson refers as C. C was placed under hypnosis, then asked by Carpenter if he would like to meet Socrates. He replied that he would esteem it a great privilege if Socrates were still alive. Carpenter explained that he had the power to invoke the spirit of Socrates, and pointing to a corner of the room exclaimed, "There he is." C looked at the place indicated, and his face took on an expression of awe and reverence. Carpenter performed the introductions, and C looked speechless with embarrassment, although he still retained his wits enough to offer Socrates a chair. Carpenter then explained that Socrates was willing to answer any questions, and C proceeded with some hesitation to open a conversation. Since Carpenter had explained that he was unable to overhear the philosopher's replies, C acted as intermediary and repeated everything Socrates said. For 2 hours this amazing conversation continued, and the answers were so brilliant and plausible that some of the audience began to wonder whether there really was an invisible spirit in the room. Later Carpenter offered to introduce C to the spirits of more modern philosophers, and with most of these he felt a great deal more at ease than with Socrates. What emerged from these conversations was a wonderful system of spiritual philosophy so clear, so plausible, so perfectly consistent with itself and the known laws of nature that the company sat spellbound. With each new philosopher C.'s manner changed, exactly as if he were speaking to a series of real people, and the language and style of the invisible philosophers changed too. It was all so weirdly real that the audience felt as if they were watching a play. Hudson watched the demonstrations with baffled amazement. Hudson knew that C was a total skeptic on the question of spirits, as was Hudson himself. Under hypnosis he accepted the existence of the spirits of the great philosophers because he could obviously see them. What seemed most surprising was that the spiritual philosophy expressed was not that of C himself. He frequently expressed his astonishment at some of the statements of the dead philosophers. Yet the whole philosophy was such a coherent system that according to Hudson, it could have been printed in a book verbatim and would have formed one of the grandest and most coherent systems of spiritual philosophy ever conceived by the brain of man. There happened to be a number of spiritualists present in the audience, and many of them were inclined to the hypothesis that real spirits were present, until Carpenter disillusioned them by summoning up the spirit of a philosophical pig which discoursed learnedly on the subject of the Hindu doctrine of reincarnation. Hudson explained these extraordinary powers by suggesting that human beings possess two minds, which he calls the subjective and the objective mind. The objective mind is the part of us that deals with everyday life and copes with practical matters. The subjective mind is concerned with our inner powers and energies. It is as if the mind had two faces, one turned towards the outside world, the other turned towards the inner worlds of memory and intuition. For practical purposes they are rather like a husband and wife, the husband, the objective mind, assertive and aggressive, the wife shy and taciturn, inclined to doubt her own judgment in the face of her husband's superior forcefulness. Under hypnosis, the husband is put to sleep, and the wife, no longer tongue-tied with self-doubt, can exercise her powers of intuition without fear of criticism. As a result, she can perform far more considerable feats than when her domineering partner is awake. She seems to have remarkable powers over the body, so that a man under hypnosis can not only have a tooth extracted without pain, but will even obey an order not to bleed. He becomes capable of feats of strength that would be impossible if he were awake. An old favorite of stage hypnotists is to tell a man that he is about to become as stiff as a board, then make him lie between two chairs while someone jumps up and down on his stomach. Hudson is fascinated by these powers of the subjective mind. He cites a case of an illiterate girl who, when in a fever, began to speak Greek, Latin and Hebrew. A young doctor was so intrigued by this that he investigated the girl's past life, and discovered that, at the age of 9, she had lived with a Protestant pastor who used to walk around the house reading aloud in these languages. Consciously, the girl had not assimilated a single word, but some hidden tape recorded in the brain had preserved everything. Hudson discusses the mystery of calculating prodigies, usually young boys of no particular talent or intelligence who can perform astonishing feats of calculation within seconds, like 5-year-old Zira Colburn, who once snapped out the answer to the square root of 106,929 before the questioner had finished speaking. He also discusses the curious power of eidetic imagery, and describes an artist friend who could conjure up a scene at will and then see it projected in detail on a blank canvas. Genius, says Hudson, is simply a perfect balance between the objective and subjective minds, as if a husband and wife are in such deep sympathy that the wife has lost all her shyness and pours out her intuitions in the certainty that they will be understood. When this happens, the subjective mind can actually take over, and the result is known as inspiration, a spontaneous outpouring of insights. Hudson cites the example of the great political orator Henry Clay, who was once called upon to answer an opponent in the Senate when he was feeling sick and exhausted. Clay asked the man sitting next to him to tug on his coattails when he had been speaking for 10 minutes. 2 hours later, after a magnificent speech, Clay sank down exhausted, and asked his friend reproachfully why he had failed to interrupt. In fact, the friend had not only tugged his coattails, he had nudged and pinched him, and even jabbed a pin deep into his leg. This aspect of the subjective mind seems to be what the Spaniards call the duende, the demon that sometimes takes over great singers or dancers so they seem to be possessed by a force greater than themselves. They are, in fact, greater than themselves, for the ego, as we have seen, is a left brain entity. Yet the limitations of the subjective mind are as odd as its talents. Hudson observed that it can reason deductively, from the general to the particular, but not vice versa. Induction is the ability to leap from a collection of facts to the laws underlying them. The subjective mind can be shown any number of trees without noticing that they add up to a wood. It leaves leaping to conclusions to its more enterprising and aggressive partner. In fact, the subjective mind is oddly short-sighted and passive. This also explains why it tends to be bad at argument, which involves selecting and reasoning, making choices. Right-brain people, subjective minders, usually become tongue-tied when someone tells them something in an authoritative voice. Even when they can see it is nonsense, they find it hard to put their perceptions into words. This also explains, says Hudson, why psychic powers often evaporate when confronted with skepticism. The subjective mind is intensely suggestive, so a mere hint that it is a fraud turns it into a nervous wreck. Hudson cites the case of a clairvoyant named Bishop, who demonstrated again and again his power to read people's minds and decipher the contents of sealed envelopes. But when the well-known journalist Henry Labouchere denounced him as a fake, and challenged him to read the number of a banknote sealed in an envelope, he failed miserably. He had done the same thing successfully 1,000 times, but the aggressive self-confidence of a left-brainer was enough to shatter his self-confidence and paralyze the powers of the subjective mind. This brings us to what Hudson considered the most important thing about the subjective mind, that it is responsible for all so-called psychic phenomena, including ghosts and poltergeists. This suggestion naturally infuriated the spiritualists, but Hudson argued his case with impressive skill and conviction. He points out that a hypnotist can induce a blister in a good hypnotic subject by suggesting that he had been burnt by a hot iron, and argues convincingly that the stigmata of the saints, bleeding nail holes and wounds, can be explained in the same way. He discusses some of the remarkable cures that have been brought about by hypnosis, and concludes that the subjective mind has immense healing powers. In fact, he became convinced that the miracles of the New Testament were a manifestation of these powers. By way of testing this hypothesis, he decided to try to cure a relative who suffered from rheumatism and nervous convulsions. The method, apparently, was to persuade his own subjective mind that it could be done, even though the relative lived 1,000 miles away. He informed 2 friends that he intended to begin the treatment, so that they could bear witness if it worked, and started on May 15, 1890. He decided to try to communicate the healing suggestions by an effort of will just as he was on the point of going to sleep. Some months later, one of the two witnesses met the relative, whose health had improved remarkably. The improvement had started, he said, in mid-May. Hudson claimed that he and close associates had made more than 100 similar experiments, and that not one of them had been a failure. Hudson explained these theories in a book called The Law of Psychic Phenomena, which appeared in 1893 and became an immediate bestseller. By 1925 it had gone through 47 printings. It was Hudson's sheer bad luck that, within 10 years of its publication, Sigmund Freud's theory of the unconscious mind had become even more celebrated. Just before the outbreak of the First World War, the Belgian dramatist Maurice Maeterlinck made another highly creditable attempt to explain the nature and origin of man's hidden powers. The title of his book, The Unknown Guest, is a 3-word summary of his answer. Inside every one of us, says Maeterlinck, there is an unknown entity that lives in a sort of invisible and perhaps eternal palace, like a casual guest, dropped in from another planet, whose interests, habits, ideas, passions, have nothing in common with ours. In fact, the unknown guest is a kind of second self, like Hudson's subjective mind. Maeterlinck recognized that the unknown guest is not only responsible for telepathy and premonitions of danger, but for such inexplicable powers as precognition of the future. He cites the case of the wife of the Russian General Tautskov, who woke up one night dreaming that she was at an inn in an unknown town, and that her father came into the room to tell her, "Your husband has been killed at Borodino." When the dream had been repeated a third time, she woke her husband to ask, "Where is Borodino?" He had no idea, and they had to look it up on a map. But later that year, Napoleon invaded Russia, and her husband was killed at Borodino. Her father came into the room, just as in the dream, to tell her the news. Now in fact modern scientific research has placed this notion of the unknown guest on a scientific basis. For some reason that no physiologist yet understands, human beings have two brains. Or rather, the brain they possess is double, almost as if a mirror had been placed down the middle, so that one half reflects the other. We seem to have two hearing centers, two visual centers, two muscle control centers, even two memories. Why this should be so is baffling, one guess being that one of the brains is a spare in case the other gets damaged. What seems even odder is that the left half of the brain controls the right side of the body, and vice versa. From our point of view, the most interesting part of the brain is the bit at the top, the cerebral cortex. This is the most specifically human part. It has developed at an incredible speed over the past million or so years, so fast, in geological time, that some scientists like to speak of the brain explosion. If you could lift off the top of the skull and look down on the cerebral cortex, you would see something resembling a walnut, with two wrinkled halves. The bridge between them is a mass of nerve fibers called the corpus callosum or commissure. This mass of millions of nerve fibers is obviously important. Which is why brain specialists were puzzled when they came across freaks who possessed no commissure, and appeared to function perfectly well without it. In the 1930s, brain surgeons wondered if they could prevent epileptic attacks by severing the corpus callosum, and so preventing the spread of the electrical storm from one hemisphere to the other. They tried severing the commissure in monkeys and it seemed to do no harm. So they tried it on epileptic patients, and it seemed to work. The fits were greatly reduced, and the patient seemed much the same as before. One scientist remarked ironically that the only purpose of the commissure appeared to be to transmit epileptic seizures. Another suggested that it might be to prevent the brain from sagging in the middle. In 1950, Roger W. Sperry, of the University of Chicago, and later of Caltech, began investigating the problem. He discovered that severing the commissure appeared to have no noticeable effect on cats and monkeys. But it would prevent one half of the brain learning what the other half knew. So if a cat was taught some trick with one eye covered up, and then asked to do it with the other eye covered, it was baffled. It could even be taught two different solutions to the same problem, say, pressing a lever to get food, with each side of the brain. There could be no doubt about it, we literally have two brains. Sperry and his associate Michael Gazzaniga then studied a human patient whose brain had been split to prevent epileptic attacks. He seemed to be perfectly normal, except for one oddity, which they expected anyway. He could read with his right eye, but not with his left. It had been known since the 19th century that, in human beings, the two halves of the brain seem to have different functions, right for recognition, left for language. People who had damage to the right cerebral hemisphere were unable to recognize simple patterns, or enjoy music, but they could still speak normally. People with left brain damage were able to recognize patterns, but their speech was impaired. Obviously, then, the left deals with language, and you would expect a split brain patient to be unable to read with his right eye, connected, remember, to the opposite side of the brain. Sperry's patient was also unable to write anything meaningful, i.e. complicated, with his left hand. They noticed another oddity. If the patient bumped into something with his left side, he did not notice. And the implications here were very odd indeed. Not only did the split brain operation give the patient two separate minds, it also seemed to restrict his identity, or ego, to the left side. When they placed an object in his left hand, and asked him what he was holding, he had no idea. Further experiments underlined the point. If a split brain patient is shown two different symbols, say a circle and a square, with each eye, and is asked to say what he has just seen, he replies a square. Asked to draw with his left hand what he has seen, and he draws a circle. Asked what he has just drawn, he replies, a square. And when one split brain patient was shown a picture of a nude male with the right brain, she blushed. Asked why she was blushing, she replied truthfully, I don't know. One split brain patient tried to hit his wife with one hand while the other defended her. Another tried to unzip his flies with one hand while the other tried to do them up. A patient who was given some wooden blocks to arrange into a pattern tried to do it with his right hand, and the left hand continually tried to interrupt him. Finally, he had to sit on his left hand to make it behave. The implications are clearly staggering. The person you call you lives in the left cerebral hemisphere. This is the half of the cerebrum that deals with language and logic. It could be regarded as a scientist. The right half seems to work in terms of patterns and insights. It is basically an artist. And it seems to be a second self. It was natural for the patient to try to solve the wooden block pattern with his right hand, connected to the left brain, because the doctor had asked him to do the puzzle, and the conscious, everyday self lives in the left brain. If he had not been a split brain patient, the right brain would have quietly helped him to solve the puzzle by putting ideas into his head, and he would not even have been aware of it. So what is it like to be a split brain patient? The unexpected answer is that most of them do not even notice it. And if we reflect for a moment, we can see that this makes sense. If I try to solve some puzzle, say a Rubik's Cube, after a few glasses of alcohol, my insight refuses to function. This is because alcohol seems to interfere with the connection between right and left. It has, in fact, given me a kind of instant split brain operation. Yet I hardly notice this. My conscious self is so accustomed to coping with reality that it hardly notices when the other self withdraws its help. But if I attempted to write this book after several glasses of alcohol, or when I was so tired that the two selves had lost contact, I would instantly realize that something was wrong. For writing is an act of close cooperation between the two selves. The right takes a bird's eye view, surveying all the possibilities. The left chooses between them and decides which of them to turn into words. If the right fails to do its half of the job, the left stares blankly at the sheet of paper and wonders what to say. Is the right cerebral hemisphere the unknown guest? That might be going too far. We still know so little about the brain and its working that it would be better to preserve an open mind. But we can safely say that the right hemisphere is the entrance to the invisible palace of the unknown guest. There is another point of vital importance to be made. All mental illness is caused by the conflict between the two selves. The left ego is the master of consciousness, the right is the master of the unconscious. And the relation between the two is not unlike the relation between Laurel and Hardy in the old movies. Ollie is the left brain, the boss. Stan takes his cues from Ollie. When Ollie is in a good mood, Stan is delighted. When Ollie is depressed, Stan is plunged into the depths of gloom. Stan is inclined to overreact. When Ollie wakes up on a wet Monday morning, he thinks, "Damn, it's raining, and I've got a particularly dreary day in front of me." Stan overhears this and sinks into depression. And, since he controls the energy supply, Ollie has that sinking feeling, and feels drained of energy. This makes him feel worse than ever. As he walks out of the gate he bumps into a man who tells him to look where he's going, then trips over a crack in the pavement, then misses a bus just as he arrives at the stop, and thinks, this is going to be one of those days. And again, Stan overhears, and feels worse than ever. And once more, Ollie feels that sinking feeling. By the end of the day, he may be feeling suicidal, not because things have been really bad, but because of a continual negative feedback of gloom between the right and left. Consider, on the other hand, what happens to a child on Christmas Day. He wakes up full of pleasurable anticipation. Stan instantly sends up a flood of energy. When he goes downstairs, everything reinforces the feeling of delight. Christmas carols on the radio, the Christmas tree with its lights, the smell of mince pies in the oven. Each new stimulus causes a new rush of delight. Each new rush of delight deepens the feeling that all is well, and that the world is a wonderful and exciting place after all. What, then, is hypnosis? The first thing we have to recognize is that all creatures are, to a large extent, machines. The body is an elaborate machine, so is the brain. But a machine can be operated by anyone who has access to it and knows how it works. It seems fairly obvious that the hypnotist somehow puts the left brain, Ollie, to sleep, and gains direct access to Stan. And Stan can make the machine do some remarkable things. If the hypnotist tells him that he will become as stiff as a board, and will lie on two chairs, with his head on one and his heels on the other, while a heavy man jumps up and down on his stomach, he will do it without hesitation. Which raises an interesting question: if Stan possesses these powers, why will he not exercise them when Ollie tells him to do so? The answer is that he knows Ollie too well, and does not trust him as he trusts the hypnotist. Yet it should also be obvious that if we could somehow persuade Stan to trust Ollie, we would gain access to all the hidden powers that Stan controls. And man would suddenly become a kind of Superman. This is why it is so important for us to understand the basic mechanisms of hypnosis. Robert Temple's story about how he wanted to embrace a tree reminds us that most of us spend a great deal of time in a semi-hypnotized condition. Our everyday consciousness is only half awake. It becomes fully awake only when we are full of excitement or sense of purpose. Dr. Johnson said, "When a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully. As soon as our attention begins to flag, we sink into a kind of light hypnosis. And when our minds go blank, we are virtually in a trance." All this was known long before Mesmer. In 1636, a mathematician called Daniel Schwenter observed that if a small bent piece of wood is fastened on a hen's beak, the hen fixes its eyes on it and goes into a trance. Similarly, if the hen's beak is held against the ground and a chalk line is drawn away from the point of its beak, it lies immobilized. 10 years later, a Jesuit priest, Fr. Athanasius Kircher, described similar experiments on hens. All that is necessary is to tuck the hen's head under its wing and then give it a few gentle swings through the air. It will then lie still. French peasants still use this method when they buy live hens in the market. A doctor named Golsch discovered that frogs can be hypnotized by turning them on their backs and lightly tapping the stomach with the finger. Snapping the fingers above the frog is just as effective. Crabs can be hypnotized by gently stroking the shell from head to tail, and unhypnotized by reversing the motion. In Hypnosis of Men and Animals, published in 1963, Ferenc András Volgyesi describes how Africans hypnotize wild elephants. The elephant is chained to a tree, where it thrashes about savagely. The natives then wave leafy boughs to and fro in front of it and chant monotonously. Eventually, its eyes blink, close, and the elephant becomes docile. It can then be teamed with a trained elephant and worked into various tasks. If it becomes unmanageable, the treatment is repeated, and usually works almost immediately. Nothing in all this contradicts the Freudian suggestion theory of hypnosis. But Volgiesi also discusses the way that snakes fascinate their victims. Far from being an old wives' tale, this has been observed by many scientists. Toads, frogs, rabbits, and other creatures can be transfixed by the snake's gaze, which involves expansion of its pupils, and by its hiss. But Volgiesi observed, and photographed, a large toad winning a battle of hypnosis with a snake. Volgiesi observed two lizards confronting each other for about 10 minutes, both quite rigid, then one slowly and deliberately ate the other, starting at the head. It was again, apparently, a battle of hypnosis. What seems to happen in such cases is that one creature subdues the will of the other. Volgiesi observed that hypnosis can also be affected by a sudden shock, by grabbing a bird violently, or making a loud noise. He observes penetratingly that hypnosis seems to have something in common with stage fright, that is, so much adrenaline is released into the bloodstream that, instead of stimulating the creature, it virtually paralyzes it. We have all had the experience of feeling weakened by fear. All this supports the observations made by Puisegur, Gibbert, Messing and Hammerschlag, that hypnosis often involves a beam of will directed from one person to another. And now, at last, we can see the basic obstacle that separates us from our hidden powers. We are unaware that we possess this will beam. We are always allowing it to switch off, so we fall into a passive condition, like a blank television screen. You could compare us to a person with amnesia, who goes out shopping with a wallet full of money, then suddenly goes blank and returns home without his shopping or his wallet. If you had such a person in your family, you would obviously not allow him to go shopping alone. Yet most of us are subject to this kind of amnesia. When we are full of energy, we fulfill our daily tasks with a sense of determination and purpose. But as soon as we grow tired, the energy switches off, and life seems oddly boring and meaningless. If a sudden problem arises, we groan with boredom and feel that it is not worth doing. We have, in fact, fallen into a hypnotic condition, exactly like Schwenter's hen with the wood on its beak. The hidden will switches off, the unknown guest falls asleep, we become, in effect, robots. If we wish to evolve to the next stage in human development, we must learn to grasp the meaning of the discoveries of Mesmer, Puisegur, and Maeterlinck. It is true that the unknown guest lives in an invisible palace. But he is nonetheless real. And if we wish to learn to make use of his powers, we must train ourselves to recognize his reality as clearly as we recognize the reality of the material world around us. 3. Visions of the past. Perhaps the most remarkable of all the now forgotten explorers of Maeterlinck's invisible palace was another American, Joseph Rhodes Buchanan, whose discoveries were, in their way, even more astonishing than those of Mesmer. Buchanan came to believe that every object in the universe has its whole history recorded on it, rather like a videotape recording, and that the human mind has the power to play back this recording. But before we proceed any further, let us consider a practical example. In the winter of 1921, a number of people had come together in a room of the Metapsychic Institute, the French version of the Society for Psychical Research, in Paris, to test a clairvoyant, Madame de B., Dr. Gustave Gellie, a leading French investigator, and director of the institute, asked someone to pass a letter to her. A painter and novelist called Pascal Fortuny grabbed it. It can't be difficult to invent something that applies to anybody. He began to improvise jokingly. Ah yes, I see a crime, a murder. When he had finished, Dr. Gellie said, that letter was from Henri Landru. Landru was at the time on trial for the murder of 11 women, crimes for which he was guillotined in the following year. No one was very impressed by Fortuny's performance. After all, Landru's trial was the chief news event of the day, so murder was an obvious topic to come into Fortuny's mind. Gelly's wife picked up a fan from the table. Let's see if that was just luck. Try this. Still light-hearted, Fortney ran his fingers over the fan in a professional manner and looked solemnly into space. I have the impression of being suffocated. And I hear a name being called, Elisa. Madame Gelly looked at him in stupefaction. The fan had belonged to an old lady who had died 7 years earlier from congestion of the lungs. The companion of her last days had been called Elisa. Now it was Fortney's turn to suspect a joke. But Madame Gelly insisted on another experiment. She handed him an officer's cane. This time Fortney looked serious as he let his fingers stray over it. He began to describe army maneuvers, somewhere in the Orient. He spoke of the young French officer who had owned the cane, of his return to France by sea, and of how the ship was torpedoed. He went on to say that the officer was rescued, but developed an illness and died 2 years later. Madame Gelly verified that he was right in every particular. This curious faculty, which so amazed Fortney, had first been discovered more than 60 years earlier by Joseph Rhodes Buchanan. He had labeled it psychometry. Buchanan was born in Frankfort, Kentucky, on December 11, 1814, 3 months before the death of Mesmer, who died on March 5, 1815, at the age of 81. His father was a doctor and an author, and Buchanan was something of an infant prodigy, studying geometry and astronomy at the age of 6, and taking up law when he was 12. When his father died in the following year, Buchanan supported himself as a printer, then as a schoolteacher. And at some time during his teens, he came upon the theories of Mesmer, and was fascinated by the notion that the universe is permeated by some magnetic fluid, and that the stars and the planets cause tides in this fluid. As we have seen, Mesmer believed that these tides cause sickness and health in human beings, for we are also full of a kind of magnetic fluid generated by the nerves. When this fluid becomes blocked or stagnant, we become ill. When it is unblocked, by magnets, or by the doctor's own animal magnetism, we become well again. All this excited the young Buchanan, who was convinced that the world was on the brink of some tremendous medical discoveries. He recognized, of course, that the secret of the nerve aura lies in the brain, not in the nervous system, for the brain is its central control box. But in the 1830s, almost nothing was known about the anatomy of the brain. What was known was that different parts of the brain seem to govern our instincts, protectiveness, tenderness, aggression, selfishness, and so on. The great physiologist Joseph Gall discovered the basic structures of the brain in the late 18th century, and his pupil J.K. Spurzheim went on to try to locate various areas of the brain that were connected with human emotions, destructiveness, love, acquisitiveness, cheerfulness, egotism, and more than 20 others. Spurzheim was convinced that when any of these areas becomes highly developed it causes a bump on the skull, which can be felt with the fingertips. The science of these bumps was called phrenology, and it soon became the happy hunting ground of all kinds of quacks and charlatans. When Buchanan went to study medicine at the University of Louisville in 1835, he was disappointed to discover that no one seemed to have heard of Gall or Spurzheim. However, he did not allow this to dampen his enthusiasm, and flung himself into the study of the brain, devising experiments to test their theories. Nowadays a man who held his beliefs would be shunned by his colleagues as a crank, but in that less sophisticated and less narrow-minded era, he was simply regarded as a brilliant young experimenter. He was excited to discover that when a patient was hypnotized, he would respond with the appropriate emotion if various bumps were gently touched: anger, love, joy, grief, and so on. This notion became known as phrenomesmerism, and Buchanan claimed to be its discoverer, with some opposition from other followers of Mesmer and Spurzheim. He was only 24 years old when he located what he believed to be the region of sensibility in the brain. And it was in this region that he later decided that the power of psychometry resided. 3 years later, Buchanan had a fateful meeting that was to determine the course of his whole life. It was with a newly consecrated bishop of the Episcopal Church named Leonidas Polk, who had abandoned the army in favor of the church, and whose diocese included practically the whole of the American South. He later became a Civil War general, and was killed at Marietta in 1864. The bishop happened to mention casually that he could instantly detect brass when he touched it, even in the dark, because it produced an offensive metallic taste in his mouth. Polk allowed Buchanan to feel his bumps, and Buchanan was delighted to discover that his region of sensibility, governing the physical senses, was abnormally developed. It is important to note that phrenology, usually dismissed as a pseudoscience, could be astonishingly accurate, and that modern science has verified some of its claims. The bishop was so transparently honest that it never occurred to Buchanan to doubt his word, but neither, apparently, did he ask Polk to submit to scientific tests. Instead, he decided to test others and see whether they might also have the same highly developed sensibilities. Any one of his students whose head showed an unusual bump of sensibility was roped in, and Buchanan was gratified to discover that this faculty of sensing brass through the fingers was relatively common. In fact, his subjects could distinguish various metals, and substances like sugar, salt, pepper, and vinegar. There was nothing very odd about this, as far as Buchanan was concerned. After all, the tongue has precisely this power, so why not the finger ends, which are equally important for sensing objects? Besides, as we have seen in the last chapter, scientists of the 19th century were aware of a power that modern science has forgotten, that of seeing with other parts of the body beside the eyes. This sounds absurd, yet precise descriptions of scientific experiments leave no doubt that it happened, and that it could still happen. Dr. Justinus Kerner, whose book The Seeress of Prevorst was a 19th century bestseller, described how the seeress, Friederich Haufe, could read with her stomach. He made her lie down with closed eyes, placed documents on her bare midriff, and listened to her reading fluently from them. Later in the century, Professor Cesare Lombroso, the founder of scientific criminology, carefully tested a girl who was able to see through the tip of her nose and her left ear, and who could smell through her chin and, later, through her heel. Modern paranormal research has identified people who can see colors through their fingertips, but modern science still regards the case as non-proven. In Buchanan's day it was regarded as a perfectly normal possibility. Buchanan also observed that people in warm climates could sense metals and other substances better than those in cold ones. That was also logical, for in warm climates, we sweat more, and sweat-dampened skin is more sensitive, for example, to wind, than a dry skin. This, says Buchanan, is a fact which I now consider as well settled and familiar as any other in medical science. And when he imparted this fact to his students, he took care to disarm skepticism by an immediate demonstration. Various chemicals were carefully wrapped in paper, and given to the students to hold. Some of the substances were strong stimulants or narcotics, some emetics, some even cathartics. Out of a class of 86, half the students experienced definite effects from the substances they held. Some holding the emetic had to put it down hastily to avoid being sick. He does not mention what happened to those holding laxatives. Buchanan got the 43 who experienced these effects to sign a testimonial, which he includes in his book. His next thought was that if a mere substance could affect a sensitive so strongly, then living people would produce an even stronger effect. He selected his best sensitives, and asked them to try placing the hand on the head or body of another person, then to concentrate on the effect. Again, his sensitives showed by their reaction that they were somehow picking up the feelings of the other person. When the hand was placed on the stomach of a person suffering from a disease of that region, a morbid impression was produced. Buchanan claims that he himself became so good at sensing the diseases of patients in this way that he would feel ill after a few minutes and have to break the contact. One of Buchanan's best sensitives was a man named Charles Inman. He could experience the mental states of patients by lightly running his fingers over their bumps. But could it have been telepathy? Or even mere autosuggestion? Buchanan decided to try a simple experiment. He selected from his correspondence files 4 letters written by people with strong characters, and asked Inman if he could discover anything about the character of the writers by merely holding their letters. The result, he says, surpassed all his expectations. Inman began to talk about the letter writers with as much insight as if he had known them personally. 2 of the letters were from a surgeon named J.B. Flint and a doctor, Charles Caldwell, who had founded the college at Louisville. These men had once been friends, but had become bitter enemies. Inman immediately sensed their mutual detestation, and their negative emotions affected him so powerfully that he had to put the letters down. Buchanan asked him which of the 2 he thought would win in a conflict. Inman held up Caldwell's letter and said, "This one would crush the other." It was, in fact, true. Caldwell's efforts had resulted in Flint being removed from his chair of surgery. One of the other letters was from an eminent politician, and Inman was able to say that he was a man of considerable mental and physical power. What could happen, asked Buchanan, if Dr. Caldwell and the politician met in a head-on collision? Inman shook his head. That would be highly unlikely, he said, because both were too courteous and dignified. Buchanan insisted, suppose the unthinkable happened and they did clash? Reluctantly, Inman gave his opinion. The 2 men would never reach the stage of open hostility, but if some disagreement did break out, the politician would probably handle the situation by some tactful rebuke that would immediately check the doctor. Since Buchanan had seen that precise event take place, he was deeply impressed. But what did it all mean? For a sensitive to identify a metal or a chemical, or even someone's illness, was one thing, but surely to pick up someone's character from a letter was quite another? Buchanan did not think so. Photography was a fairly recent invention. The photographs of the period were known as daguerreotypes, after the inventor Daguerre. A daguerreotype, Buchanan reasoned, is nothing more or less than a light painting, a painting made on sensitive chemicals by the light reflected from its subject. Well, human beings seem to emanate nerve aura, and this seems to vary according to their strength of character. So why should a sensitive not be able to pick up the nerve aura from letters? If this reasoning strikes us as specious, it is mainly because Buchanan has missed out a step in the argument. A bloodhound can tell the difference between 2 human beings by the scent on their clothes. Buchanan regarded sensitives like Charles Inman as human bloodhounds who can pick up the scent of the nerve aura. And if his precise character readings sound improbable, we have to reflect that such processes as sound recording and television transmission seem equally unlikely. A gramophone record is a series of bumps on a disc of plastic or wax. When a needle travels over these bumps, it reproduces the sounds that originally made the bumps. But any bright child will immediately raise the question, how can a few bumps record all the instruments of the orchestra? Surely at least there ought to be a separate row of bumps for each instrument. Sound recording is a preposterous miracle which, in any well-ordered universe, ought not to be allowed to happen. And any scientist in 1842, the year Buchanan performed these experiments with Inman, would have stated with certainty that it could not happen. Buchanan's nerve aura daguerreotypes are no more or less absurd than a long-playing record or compact disc. We may, of course, feel that Buchanan was deceiving himself with his own enthusiasm and excitement. But reading his careful and precise accounts of his experiments, it is hard not to feel that any reasonable person would have found them just as exciting and just as convincing. He describes, for example, how he called upon a clergyman in Boston, the Reverend Kent, whom he describes as having an active mind but a feeble constitution. Many later experimenters discovered that sick people made the best sensitives. Kent thought the whole idea preposterous, but agreed to cooperate. Buchanan tried handing him a letter that had been written to him by a gentleman of strong character and ardent emotions, immediately after the death of his wife. The Reverend Kent described his sensations in an account of the experiment. After placing his right hand on the folded letter, I felt nothing in my frame at the moment, but very soon an increasing, unusual heat in the palm of my hand. This was followed by a prickling sensation, commencing in my fingers' ends and passing gradually over the top of my hand, and up the outside of my arm. I felt for nearly a minute no change in my mental condition, and stated this. Dr. Buchanan had given no hint of the nature or author of any letter he had with him, and I had no bias or subject on my mind from the day's experience to influence me. A rush of sadness, solemnity, and distress suddenly came over me. My thoughts were confused and yet rapid, and I mentioned, "There is trouble and sorrow here." Buchanan next handed Mr. Kent a letter by General Stonewall Jackson, written to Buchanan's father-in-law during an election campaign in a spirited style. My first sensations were sharper and stronger than before, passing up in the same manner from my fingers' ends. In less than a minute my whole arm became violently agitated, and I yielded to an irresistible impulse to give utterance to my thoughts and feelings. A determined, self-confident, daring, and triumphant feeling suggested the language I used, and it seemed to me that I could have gone on triumphantly to the accomplishment of any purpose, however subtle or strong might be the opposition to be overcome. My whole frame was shaken, my strength wrought up to the highest tension, my face and arm burned, and when I retouched the letter, after repeated removals of my hand by Dr. B, in consequence of my great excitement, it was like touching fire, which ran to my very toes. We can see why Buchanan, watching the clergyman's mood change from skepticism to intense excitement, should have been totally convinced. Further experiments, he carried out literally hundreds in those first 2 years, deepened his certainty that he had made one of the major scientific discoveries of the age. In his original sketch of psychometry, written in 1848, he wrote exultantly, "If, then, man, in every act, leaves the impression or daguerreotype of his mental being upon the scenes of his life and subjects of his action, we are by this law furnished with a new clue to the history of our race, and I think it highly probable that, by the application of this principle, the chasms of history may be supplied, and a glimpse may be obtained of unrecorded ages and nations whose early history is lost in darkness." The ancient manuscripts, paintings, and other works of art are doubtless still instinct with the spirit that produced them, and capable of revealing to psychometric exploration the living realities with which they were once connected. At present these relics are barren of significance. Their hidden meaning lies waiting for the future explorer, as the hieroglyphics of Egypt awaited the arrival of Champollion. The past is entombed in the present. The world is its own enduring monument, and that which is true of its physical, is likewise true of its mental career. The discoveries of psychometry will enable us to explore the history of man, as those of geology enable us to explore the history of the earth. There are mental fossils for the psychologist, as well as mineral fossils for the geologist. The mental telescope is now discovered, which may pierce the depths of the past, and bring us in full view of all the grand and tragic passages of history. It is easy to sympathize with his excitement. He was no mad enthusiast or religious crank, but a respectable man of science. If he was correct, as he had not the slightest doubt that he was, then his name would rank with the greatest discoverers and explorers in human history. It was surely impossible that his findings could fail to arouse wide interest. They did precisely that, as the National Cyclopedia of American Biography tells us. His lectures and experiments attracted much attention in the United States and Europe, and he received many encouraging endorsements from physicians. But he realized that the medical profession was then extremely conservative, and he gave up the labors of propagandism and united with other physicians in establishing, in 1845-46, in Cincinnati, Ohio, the Eclectic Medical Institute, an institution fundamentally devoted to independent thought and progress. He was professor of physiology in the college in 1846-56, and dean of the faculty in 1851-56. He retired from the college in 1856. Buchanan was fortunate to establish a haven for himself. It would protect him from the coming storm, the storm caused by the rise of the movement called spiritualism, which made every respectable doctor and scientist in the United States the sworn enemy of anything that sounded like occultism. But that is a story that must be told in the next chapter. Meanwhile, before we proceed with the story of psychometry, it is important to consider an interesting parallel development on the other side of the Atlantic, an idea that, by that revolutionary year 1848, had already made its discoverer famous. It was called the Odic force. Karl Reichenbach was one of those dynamos who seem born for wealth and success. Born in 1788, he had flung himself into the bold and venturesome spirit of the age, and built his first ironworks when he was 26. A sugar beet factory followed, then there were blast furnaces in Moravia and a steel works at Turnitz in Austria. He purchased vast estates, including a castle. Turning to the study of tar derivatives, he discovered paraffin, creosote, and a blue aniline dye. He was approaching 50 when his business partner, Count Hugo Zieusam, died, and Reichenbach found himself involved in tiresome legal battles with the Count's sons. He won, but the litigation filled him with longing to turn his back on the world of quarrelsome human beings. When, in 1839, he was created a baron, Freiherr, he decided to retire to his castle at Reisenberg, near Vienna, and plunge into the peace of scientific research. But he was no longer concerned with organic chemistry. He now felt free to pursue an old dream, which was connected with the mysteries of the human mind. When he was in his early 20s, Reichenbach had been excited by the researches of the poet Goethe into the nature of light. Goethe had decided that Newton was wrong in believing that white light is made up of the 7 colors of the spectrum, a conclusion he reached by looking at a white wall through a prism and observing that the rainbow colors only appeared around its edges. If white light was really multicolored, why did not the whole wall turn into a rainbow? Goethe decided that colors are created by the mechanism of the eye, pointing out that if you rub your eyes vigorously in the dark, you see vivid flashes of color. Goethe's results had been dismissed by scientists as muddle-headed, but Reichenbach suspected he might be right after all. If so, it would be one more proof that the human mind is more complex than we think. And it was this possibility that fascinated Reichenbach. Like most other scientists in Europe in 1839, he was interested in mesmerism and hypnotism, usually known as somnambulism. It is also certain that he was aware of a mystery that was still causing speculation all over Europe, that of the youth called Caspar Hauser, who had been murdered by an unknown assailant a mere 7 years earlier. Hauser had first walked into the town of Nuremberg on Whit Monday 1828, apparently unable to speak a word. His feet were bleeding, and proved to be so white and tender that it was obvious he had never walked on them. A letter he was carrying, addressed to an army captain, stated that he was a foundling who wished to serve his king and country. He wrote his name on a piece of paper in crude and childish letters, Caspar Hauser. And it soon became clear that the unfortunate youth, who seemed to be about 16, had spent his whole life in darkness, chained to a bed in some unknown dungeon. He had no memory of who he was, his mind was totally unformed. Yet he proved to be intelligent and, under the tutelage of a local schoolmaster, soon learned to speak. Because he had been raised under such abnormal conditions, Caspar proved to have an extraordinary sensitivity. His sight and hearing were abnormally acute, he could see in the dark, and demonstrated his ability by reading aloud from the Bible in a completely black room. His sense of smell was so keen that he began to vomit if coffee, beer, or any other strong drink was in the same room. The mere smell of wine literally made him drunk. The static electricity in the air during a thunderstorm caused him intense suffering. His teacher, Dr. Dalmer, soon discovered that Hauser could instantly detect copper or brass as soon as he came into a room, even if it had been carefully hidden. Moreover, he could distinguish between various metals, exactly like Buchanan's subjects, simply by holding his hands above the cloth that concealed them. Hauser was also something of a human magnet, another phenomenon that has never been explained by science. Some people can build up such a powerful electric charge that anyone who touches them receives a severe shock. Hauser was not actually electric, but he attracted metal, and when he was on a horse, the stirrups stuck to his feet. He responded strongly to magnets. The North Pole gave him a different sensation from the South Pole, and he seemed to perceive different colors at either end. In 1829 an unknown man entered Dalmer's house when Hauser was alone and stabbed him. He recovered, but in 1832, the same man stabbed him again in the public gardens, and this time it proved fatal. The criminologist Anselm von Feuerbach published a paper in which he argued convincingly that Hauser was a prince of the House of Baden, a brother of the Queen of Sweden who, for reasons of political intrigue, had been kept alive by those who were ordered to murder him. His brothers, Feuerbach maintains, were murdered soon after birth. Feuerbach was bitterly attacked for his views, for in those days of petty princelings, royalty was regarded as above criticism, and died soon after Caspar Hauser's murder. The mystery still remains unsolved. Whether because of the Hauser case, or because of some more general interest in abnormal sensitivity, Reichenbach began to repeat some of Mesmer's experiments with magnets, which, according to Mesmer, could cause small tides in the universal ether, and move it around the body. Then, in 1844, he heard about a girl named Mary Novotny, daughter of a tax collector in Vienna, who suffered from general debility and cataleptic attacks, like Justinus Kerner's famous patient, Friedrich Haufe, the seeress of Prevorst. Herr Novotny was asked if he would take a large magnet, no doubt supplied by Reichenbach, into his daughter's bedroom in the middle of the night, and see if she responded to it. The results were far more striking than he had expected. Around the poles of the magnet, the girl saw a fiery glow, a kind of aurora borealis, reddish-yellow from the south pole and bluish-green from the north. Could this have been autosuggestion? Reichenbach got his assistant to go into the next room and point the magnet at her through the wall. She immediately detected its presence. Blindfolded, she could tell when the armature was moved from the end of the magnet. And, like Caspar Hauser, Miss Novotny proved to be a kind of magnet herself, at least, her hand stuck to the magnet as if her skin was made of iron. 2 months later, Reichenbach heard about another sick girl, Angelica Sturman. He had, meanwhile, been experimenting with magnetized crystals, and found that they also affected sensitives. But for his first experiment with Miss Sturman, he took a large piece of ordinary mountain crystal. He hid this in a dark room, then asked for the girl to be brought in. Within moments she had pointed out the crystal. She said that it was glowing and emitting sparks, and that a blue light was streaming out of its peak. When Reichenbach turned it upside down, she saw a kind of red and yellow smoke around the bottom. His tests with sensitives revealed that they enjoyed holding their fingers in the blue light, which they found cool and pleasant, while the reddish-yellow light produced a warm, slightly nauseating, sensation. Metals like brass and copper produced this same unpleasant sensation, so did quicksilver, which seemed to explain why many of his sick sensitives could not stand mirrors. When he threw a spectrum on a wall with a prism, and placed glasses of water in the blue and the yellow light, the sensitives could tell the difference. The blue water tasted faintly lemony, the yellow bitter and sickly. One sensitive vomited after tasting it. His sensitives could also see plants and flowers in the dark. They seemed to be surrounded by a dim light. In fact, so were animals and human beings. And when a bell was rung, its vibrations produced a color which gradually died away. The light from human beings was dim and smoky, except around the hands. These had clear colors streaming from the fingertips, blue from the right hand, yellowy red from the left. A blindfolded sensitive could tell which hand he was touching her with according to whether it produced a cool or a warm sensation. You see, remarks Reichenbach, that a man is polarized from right to left in the same way as a crystal, anticipating one of the most interesting discoveries of modern brain physiology. All this seemed to support Mesmer's conclusions about animal magnetism, but, oddly enough, Reichenbach disagreed. This was surely not some etheric fluid that pervaded all space, but some mysterious energy that was common to magnets, crystals, and living creatures. Reichenbach called this energy OD or odile, and it became generally known as the odic force. Here it becomes possible to see the error in Reichenbach's reasoning. Our senses are all tuned to different kinds of energy. Our ears vibrate to sound, our eyes to color, our skins to warmth. The range of our senses is limited, apparently by survival needs. It would be of no particular use to us to be able to see the sun's ultraviolet rays, or the infrared radiation from a hot stove. It sounds very much as if Caspar Hauser's years in darkness developed his senses to a point where he could perceive far beyond the normal range, just as some of Reichenbach's sick sensitives could see the vibration of a bell or a violin. They were not perceiving OD, but ordinary energy. The force that animates living beings seems to have little in common with heat and light, although we now know that all living creatures generate a weak electric field, which its discoverer, Harold Burr, called the L field. Whatever the nature of this life force, it is certainly not Reichenbach's OD. Reichenbach, like Goethe, had been led astray by his enthusiasm and his desire to find some simple uniting principle behind all phenomena. He would have done better to be contented with multiplicity. Nevertheless, by the year 1848 Reichenbach had achieved European celebrity. His OD theory was regarded as the latest scientific advance, and most scientists were willing to preserve an open mind about it. Reichenbach's descriptions of the precautions he took against autosuggestion were so impressive. Others were beginning to take up his ideas and repeat his experiments. It seems a reasonable assumption that, even if Buchanan had never discovered psychometry, one of Reichenbach's followers would have done so. In fact, it was a follower of Buchanan who opened up new and exciting vistas in the study of psychometry. His name was William Denton, and he was an Englishman who had been born in Darlington in 1823, and became a popular lecturer on temperance after his conversion to Methodism at the age of 16. 7 years later he moved to the United States, and went to Cincinnati, where, oddly enough, he seems to have failed to encounter Joseph Rhodes Buchanan, professor at the newly founded Eclectic Institute. He nevertheless married a Cincinnati girl, moved on to Dayton, Ohio, as a headmaster, and became interested in the latest ideas in geology. In fact, he embraced what was then the violently controversial idea that the Earth had not been created a few thousand years ago, but many millions. It is recorded that this caused so much offense to Orthodox Christians that on one of his lecture trips he was threatened with mob violence. But it was after he became professor of geology at the University of Boston, in 1853, that he came upon Buchanan's idea, published in the Journal of Man. The second issue contained the remarkable passage about the past being entombed in the present. For a geologist, no idea could be more exciting. And why should not the world be filled with the monuments and unwritten records of its past history? The geologist finds, in the different strata of the Earth, in its curiously mingled and irregular structure, and in the fossil remains which it conceals in its bosom, the history of its various changes of surface, and of the antediluvian races of animals which have long been extinct. The huge saurian monsters, which he portrays from their fossil relics, rise before the eye as incredible chimeras. And over this fertile region, now occupied by prosperous states, he revives, by the magic power of science, the antediluvian seas and their strange inhabitants. Denton was carried away by Buchanan's daguerreotype theory. He also liked an experiment performed by G.H. Lewis, husband of the novelist George Eliot. Lewis laid a wafer on a surface of polished metal, and breathed on it. Then he allowed his breath to evaporate, removed the wafer, and breathed on the plate again. The image of the wafer appeared on the surface. It was still there months later. It even remained there when he carefully brushed the metal surface with a camel hair brush. Is it not conceivable, Denton reasoned, that nature is full of such daguerreotypes of past events? His sister, Anne Cridge, seemed a suitable subject for experiment, since she was highly impressible. Denton began by trying Buchanan's experiments with letters. Mrs. Cridge revealed herself to be an excellent psychometrist. She saw and described the writings of letters he was examining, and their surroundings, telling at times even the color of hair and eyes correctly. The next step was to try her with a geological specimen. Denton selected a piece of limestone which he had picked up near Quindaro, Kansas, on the Missouri River. It was full of tiny fossil shells. His sister was not told anything about the specimen, and it was wrapped in paper so she could not tell what it was. Her response was, "It seems to me there is a deep hole here." "Oh, what shells?" "Small shells, so many. I see water, it looks like a river running along. What a high hill, almost perpendicular, it seems as if the water had cut it in two. It is not so high on the other side. The hill is covered with sand and gravel." This was an excellent beginning. Denton admitted that, as far as his memory served him, it was a very accurate description. This piece of rock had taken in the pictures of the turbid Missouri that swept past it, the hill that hung over it, and the country in general around it, and, to the eye of the psychometer, they became apparently as plainly visible as to a spectator on the spot. His wife, Elizabeth Denton, also proved to be a good psychometer. When he handed her a piece of quartz from Panama, she received an impression of a huge insect, with antennae nearly a foot long, resting its head against a quartz rock, and could see a snake coiled in the wiry grass. She remarked that the country seemed much warmer than North America, with tropical vegetation. These experiments were encouraging. But the result of the next was spectacular. He handed his sister a fragment of volcanic lava from Kilauea, on Hawaii, wrapped in paper. Mrs. Cridge had an impression of an ocean, with ships sailing on it, and could tell that it was an island. Then she saw an ocean of fire pouring over a precipice and boiling as it pours. I see it flow into the ocean, and the water boils intensely. The vision was so real that it shattered her nerves, and the feeling of fear remained for the next hour. Denton knew that the piece of lava had, in fact, been ejected in the eruption of 1840, so the vision of ships was probably accurate. At this point, Denton took a precaution which reveals that he was a genuine scientist, determined to rule out all possibility of autosuggestion. He tried wrapping several specimens in separate sheets of paper, then mixing them up, so he had no idea which was which. Then he handed his wife one of them. She had a vision of a volcano, with molten lava flowing down its side. The specimen must be lava, said Mrs. Denton, and she was right. Denton's precaution seems to us merely common sense. But we have to bear in mind that, in 1853, telepathy was virtually unknown. The word itself was not even invented until 1882, by F. W. H. Myers, one of the founders of the Society for Psychical Research. Before that, most psychic faculties were bundled vaguely together under the general heading of clairvoyance, which included the ability to see ghosts, glimpse what was happening elsewhere, and foretell the future. Once the Society for Psychical Research began to investigate telepathy, it became clear that it is probably the commonest of psychic faculties. Most married couples, for example, have had experiences of starting to say the same thing at the same time. Professor Gilbert Murray, a determined rationalist, was so good at it that he treated it as a party game, leaving the room while the company thought up a subject from life or literature, then coming back in and telling them what they had decided upon. Jane Eyre at school standing on a stool and being called a liar by Mr. Brocklehurst. By 1949, telepathy was so widely accepted, even by scientists, that Sir Alister Hardy could say, in his presidential address to the zoological section of the British Association, "I believe that no one who examines the evidence with an unbiased mind can reject it," a statement that would have brought catcalls half a century earlier. When we consider many of Buchanan's experiments, we often feel that the results could be explained by telepathy, particularly when the psychometer is his own wife. With Denton, this is ruled out from the early experiments, since he usually took the precaution of making sure that he himself had no idea what was wrapped in the paper. Denton was understandably elated. From the first dawn of light upon this infant globe, when round its cradle the steamy curtains hung, to this moment, nature has been busy photographing every moment. It was, and is, a perfectly reasonable hypothesis. We now know that matter and energy are the same thing. Matter is frozen energy. Energy from space, light, heat, cosmic rays, falls upon us in a continuous cosmic hail, knocking electrons from the surface of everything it strikes. Light falling on a sheet of metal evaporates electrons as sunlight evaporates a sheet of water, producing the photoelectric effect, an electric current. So there can be no doubt that everything that happens in daylight is photographed by the surrounding objects. But the film is double and treble and multiple exposed, so that even if it could be developed, it would be useless. In a science fiction novel, Before the Dawn, 1934, the mathematician E.T. Bell invented a light decoder that could sort out the various exposures and then play back the resulting record of the ages like a film projector. Since then, the invention of the computer has made the notion rather more plausible, since sorting out the exposures would be largely a matter of computer analysis. But the human brain is thousands of times more complex than any computer, so the assumption of Buchanan and Denton, that the mind has its own inbuilt decoder, is easier to accept today than it was in 1860. Denton went to considerable lengths to rule out self-deception. For example, he would try the same specimen on the psychometer more than once, with an interval of weeks in between, to see whether it produced the same impressions. From a fragment of bone obtained from a piece of limestone, Elizabeth Denton's first impression was a long, smooth beach. On that beach are quadrupeds of some kind. One is large, heavy, thick-skinned, dark-colored and thick-necked. The flesh is not fibrous, but soft. Its head is broad, and horns rise up from its nose. I see another with a long neck and a head nearly as large as a sheep's, but in appearance like that of a snake, though it is a quadruped. This sounds like a plesiosaur, the species to which the fabled Loch Ness monster is supposed to belong. She was impressed by rocks covered with bright green moss. Denton tried the same specimen on her a month later, making sure she had no idea of what it was, although this time, he took no precaution against telepathy. Again she saw water, with water weeds that looked like moss, but this time she saw bird-like creatures with membranous wings in the shallow water. We know that pterodactyls fed on fish, so it seems conceivable they spent part of their time in the water, like seagulls. On other occasions, Denton himself had no idea of what the psychometrist was examining. He would cover the tabletop with various minerals and fossils, and the psychometrist would pick up one of them with closed eyes. When she described in detail a scene under the sea, the specimen proved to be a piece of Silurian coral. A tiny fragment of a mastodon's tooth, so small that it could not be recognized, immediately produced an impression of a perfect monster with heavy legs, unwieldy head, and very large body. Various fragments of limestone produced magnificent and detailed descriptions of prehistoric landscapes. A small fragment of chamois horn produced a fine description of the Alps. A fossil from Cuba brought a description of a tropical island with some accurate geographical details. A piece of Indian pottery brought an immediate image of red Indians. Fragments of meteorites, tried on several psychometrists, always brought visions of empty space, sometimes of the Earth seen from a great height. A pebble from a glacier produced an immediate impression of being frozen in a great depth of ice. A fragment of rock from Table Rock, Niagara, brought an impression of looking down from a mountain into a deep hole with something boiling up from it. The psychometrist thought it was a hot spring with steam, although she could hear the noise of a torrent, and see the Niagara River. Later in the experiment she recognized that the water makes that smoke. It looks like a rain cloud or mist. A fragment of stalactite brought a picture of pieces of rock hanging down. They look like icicles. When Denton tried his wife with a piece of hornstone brought from the Mount of Olives, the result was a description of a dry land with low rocky hills, so poor they could not raise enough to eat, and horses, sheep and goats. She then went on to describe a large church, and a city with a wall and iron gates. Finally, by inference, she guessed she was looking at Jerusalem. On a later occasion, Denton took the same fragment out of a box of mixed specimens without knowing what it was. Again, there followed a description of a walled city and a barren landscape, with the comment, "I think the Bible might have been written here." It was only when she had finished that Denton looked more closely at the rock and identified it as the hornstone he had used previously. As the psychics became more skilled, they began to be able to distinguish different periods in the history of the specimens. One of these cases is among the most impressive Denton recorded. He handed his sister a fragment of mosaic pavement that had been dug up in 1760 and brought to England. It came from the villa of the Roman orator Cicero. Denton was hoping for a description of Cicero, or at least, of some ancient Romans. Instead, M.R.S. Critch began by describing a prehistoric forest with a beast like a mastodon. Denton asked her to come forward to more modern times. Now she saw a country house standing in its own grounds, and an old man in knee breeches and a swallow-tailed coat. This sounds like the house to which the fragment had been brought in 1760. Denton decided to try it on his wife. She immediately sensed that her sister-in-law had already psychometrized it. Then she described a garden with a cascade which she felt to be landscaped. There is human influence about this. She went on to describe a sick room scene in the house. All this was rather disappointing. Some days later, Denton decided to try her again. This time she immediately saw a distinctly Roman scene, with a large building with pillars and steps leading up to it. In a room with uncomfortable furniture, if furniture it can be called, the walls were hung with crimson velvet. She saw lines of helmeted soldiers, then a fleshy man with a broad face and blue eyes. He wore a dress like a gown, presumably a toga. He is majestic, yet has a good deal of geniality about him too. He regards himself as superior, and withdraws from others. It seems to me that he has something to do with those troops. Cicero had been a successful military commander at one point in his career, but he was tall and thin. Denton concluded that the man might have been Cicero, and ended his notes on the experiment. At all events, we have a description in harmony with the time and people of the days of Cicero. By the time he came to republish the book, with an additional 2 volumes, in 1888, he had made an important discovery. The previous owner of Cicero's house had been the dictator Sulla, and his wife's description was altogether closer to what we know of Sulla, who died in 78 BC. He was one of the few Roman dictators who succeeded in dying in his bed. While some of his measures were ruthless and unpopular, he was known as a convivial man who was fond of his friends. His soldiers called him Lucky Sulla. Mrs. Denton had apparently focused on Sulla rather than Cicero, an indication, like Mrs. Critch's 18th century garden, that Denton's expectations had little or no influence on the psychometers. In fact, most modern paragnostics would say that if they want to receive telepathic impressions, then they have to focus on the person whose mind they want to read. If they want psychometric impressions, they concentrate on the object. When Denton handed his wife a fragment of the porcelain tower, near Peking, he knew nothing whatever about it, except that it came from a place called the Porcelain Tower in China. His wife described a place like a temple, with massive walls and large urns. She saw a bell-shaped roof and a spire. After writing down her description, Denton checked in the iconographic encyclopedia to find out what the porcelain tower was used for. For all he knew, it was simply a monument like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. He discovered that it was a temple, with walls 12 feet thick. If we can make the assumption that Denton's own knowledge of the objects had no telepathic influence on the psychometrist, then the experiments he describes in the first volume of The Soul of Things are stunningly impressive. Again and again they were able to pin down the place from which the object came. A piece of a limestone slab from Nineveh brought an impression of a vast temple. A Greek coin, kept unseen, brought a detailed description of the mint. A piece of curtain from the House of Representatives brought a large council chamber, and an impression of some members talking glibly and superficially. A piece of sandstone from Melrose Abbey in Scotland brought a description of an abbey with arched doorways, Gothic windows, and an aisle. 3 months later, Mrs. Denton was handed the fragment a second time, with no knowledge that she had handled it before. Again she saw arches and a place of worship, but this time with some conference going on there. These people are ignorant and bigoted. A check with an encyclopedia revealed that Melrose Abbey was usually involved in the rancorous events of border feud and international war. Ignorant and bigoted is an admirable description of the Scottish religious temperament of earlier centuries. A piece of mosaic from a Roman bath brought a detailed description of a Roman bath, with an atmosphere of gaiety and voluptuousness. A piece of mosaic from Pompeii brought an interesting description of an ancient town with narrow streets, and a populace in the grip of war fever. Denton had hoped for some mention of the destruction of Pompeii. But a piece of volcanic rock from Pompeii brought far more satisfying results. It was the size of a small bean, and the psychometer was not allowed to see it. Denton does not explain how he did this, but presumably it was wrapped in paper or cloth. Mrs. Denton saw colored figures on a wall, frescoes, and observed that the building overlooked the sea. Out of the window, she could look towards the mountain top, and see smoke and cinders rising up in a column. The black cloud of dust was spreading across the countryside. From a situation higher up the mountain she was able to observe the eruption. I feel the influence of human terror that I cannot describe. The land below finally became a desert of cinders. Watching crowds fleeing from Pompeii, in fact, most of the population escaped before the final catastrophe, she is surprised that it resembles a modern town more than she had expected. One interesting observation was that the volcano had also vomited water. In fact, Pompeii was engulfed by a kind of mud, not by molten lava. Bodies found encased in the hardened material were unscorched. A description of the eruption by Pliny the Younger describes a tree-like column of smoke rising from the volcano, then spreading out like branches, or a mushroom cloud, which then descended and covered the town. Elizabeth Denton's description was startlingly close. Almost a decade later, Denton returned to the subject of Pompeii. By now, his son Sherman was in his mid-teens. He had been practicing psychometry since he was a child, and was in some ways more sensitive than his mother. The tests Denton conducted occupy more than 50 pages of his second volume, and they provide a remarkably rich and complex picture of life in Pompeii. Sherman's first session, with a piece of plaster from the House of Sallust, immediately brought one remarkable hit. Over a doorway, Sherman saw a painting of two winged children drawing a cart with another winged child riding in it. Denton later discovered an engraving of the painting in a book on Pompeii, which, he insists, neither he nor Sherman saw before the test, and he reproduces it in his text. When Sherman spoke of wide streets, Denton was dubious. Most streets in Pompeii were hardly 6 feet across. But he later discovered that the House of Sallust was not in the residential section, but on a square, in an area with wide streets. Sherman described a Pompeian boat with a prow like a swan's head and neck. Denton found engravings from nearby Herculaneum, also engulfed in the eruption, of the Cheniscus, a bird-like head and neck attached to the prow of Roman vessels. Sherman also comments, the laboring people seem to hate the rich. Where there is a number of them together, the rich pass them quickly, and seem to regard them as a man would a snake. Denton makes no attempt to verify this statement. But from a modern book, Pompeii and Herculaneum, 1960, by Marcel Bryan, we learn that the walls of Pompeii contain such graffiti as "This city is too rich and I propose a share out of the public wealth among the inhabitants." The attitude of the rich must have added fuel to this feeling of social injustice. In the hall of the house of Vedius Syricus there was an inscription, Salve Lucrum, Hail, Prophet. It also, comments Bryan, meant welcome to money, addressed as a welcome to other moneyed people who came to the house. The Pompeians, it becomes clear, took money-making very seriously indeed. In her earlier examination of a fragment from Pompeii, Mrs. Denton had commented on the difference she sensed between the Pompeians and the ancient Egyptians, that for the Egyptians, religion was inherent in their way of life, while for the Pompeians, it was largely a matter of forms and observances. But the wealthy had statues of Mercury in their houses to bring luck to their business and ward off evil spirits that might harm it. Hail, Prophet! Another of Sherman's comments was that women seemed to play a prominent part in the life of Pompeii. Bryan remarks that in Pompeii the women took a hand in business, even a rich woman advertised that she had shops to let. Sherman's description of a theatrical performance makes it sound more like a circus with clowns and acrobats, and makes no mention of the kind of things a modern reader would expect, comedies by Plautus, Statius, and Terence, Greek tragedies and so on. Denton remarks that his son's description of acrobats and comics sounds very modern. But Marcel Bryan comments that the favorite form of dramatic entertainment at this time was the Atellani, popular farces that took their name from their town of origin, Attila. Originally intended to relax the audience after performance of tragedies, they became so popular that they were performed on their own. Bryan says of these performances, they might be compared to music hall numbers of a rather low level, interspersed with dancing, clowning, obscenities, feats of skill and athletic exhibitions, the whole ending with a procession of nude girls. Apart from the nude girls, which Denton would no doubt have censored out, this is a fairly accurate summary of Sherman Denton's lengthy description of a theatrical performance in Pompeii. The descriptions of Pompeii are certainly the highlight of Denton's second volume, but there are other impressive things. By this time, Denton had become aware of the possibility of mind reading, although he was inclined to discount it simply because he had noticed that his own expectations failed to influence the visions of the psychometrist. But he devised one interesting experiment to show that the visions could be just as accurate when all possibility of mind reading had been excluded. He had made the interesting discovery that the psychometer could look at a map, then close his eyes and experience a sensation of flying through the air until he came to the place he had seen. This faculty is known as traveling clairvoyance, and has been the subject of a great deal of modern research, for example, at Stanford University in the mid-1970s where, under laboratory conditions, the psychic Ingo Swann was able to demonstrate his ability to travel mentally to other places and describe accurately what was happening there. They chose at random the island of Socotra in the Gulf of Aden, and Ms. Denton was first asked to describe it. She stated that it was a rocky island, almost a rock in the sea, with one coast high and mountainous and the other, the inhabited coast, low. There seemed to be two types of people. Those inland, the natives, were poor, and there seems to be a wandering disposition about them. Near the coast the people were yellowish and engaged more in business. All this proved, from an encyclopedia article on Socotra, to be remarkably accurate. The geographical description is precise. The population consisted of two types, the original inhabitants, Bedouins, who lived inland and who were nomadic, and Arab traders and agriculturalists who lived near the coast. By comparison, Sherman Denton's description sounds vague and inaccurate. He described it as a green island without mountains. In fact, the mountains are 5,000 feet high, and continued with descriptions of natives who lived a hand-to-mouth existence. But the fact that Denton includes this relative failure is a testimony to his honesty. These first two volumes of The Soul of Things are both impressive and exciting. With their long descriptions of past ages, they read almost like a novel. Denton was as convinced as Buchanan that psychometry was a normal human faculty, a telescope into the past that could be developed by anyone who was willing to take the trouble. He gives the impression of being a rather better scientist than Buchanan, more anxious to exclude possible error, and to explain psychometry in terms of scientific theory. For example, he devotes a chapter to the psychological curiosity that is now known as eidetic imagery or photographic memory, the ability some people, especially children, possess to look at some object, then to project an exact image of it onto a blank sheet of paper. Newton discovered that, during his optical experiments, the image of the sun, seen in a darkened glass, kept returning like a hallucination. It would vanish when he forgot about it, but he only had to call it to mind to make it appear in front of him. Denton discovered many other descriptions of the same phenomenon, not just of simple images like the sun, but of whole scenes. He quotes Professor Stavelli who, after watching bees swarming from hives, continued to have visual hallucinations of swarms of bees for days afterwards. A doctor named Ferriar described how, in the evening, he could conjure up in detail some scene he had looked at during the day, an old ruin, a fine house, a review of troops. He had only to go into a darkened room to see it as if in a colored photograph. The geologist Hugh Miller had a similar ability. He wrote, "There are, I suspect, provinces in the philosophy of mind into which the metaphysicians have not yet entered. Of that accessible storehouse, in which the memories of past events lie arranged and taped up, they appear to know a good deal, but of a mysterious cabinet of daguerreotype pictures, of which, though fast locked up on ordinary occasions, disease sometimes flings the door ajar, they seem to know nothing." More than a century later, Dr. Wilder Penfield proved the truth of this observation when, during a brain operation, he touched the patient's temporal cortex with the electric probe, and the patient suddenly replayed precise and lengthy memories of childhood, all as minutely detailed as if they were happening in the present. It is difficult to see at first what connection Denton saw between these visual hallucinations and psychometry. After all, they seem to have little enough in common. But it slowly becomes clear that his wife and sister, and later his son, actually saw these visions of the past. If the cinema had been invented at the time, he might have compared it to a mental film show. These experiences of hallucination seem to offer a clue to this strange faculty of psychometric vision. Particularly interesting is Newton's observation that he could make the image of the sun reappear before his eyes by imagining it. What is suggested here is that the image was so vividly imprinted on his brain that it could be projected like a film by merely wanting to. This also seems to explain Steve Ellie's visions of the swarming bees and fairyars of old ruins of fine houses. The philosopher Berdyaev has a passage in which he describes his own hallucinatory vision of a woman called Mintzlova, a disciple of Rudolf Steiner, whom he regarded as a pernicious influence. I was lying in bed in my room half asleep. I could clearly see the room and the corner opposite me where an icon was hanging with a little burning oil lamp before it. I beheld the outline of Mintzlova's face. Its expression was quite horrifying, a face seemingly possessed of all the power of darkness. I gazed at her intently for a few seconds, and then, by an intense spiritual effort, forced the horrible vision to disappear. It is significant that Berdyaev was half asleep, so that what might have been merely a dream image was projected as a hallucination. The third volume of The Soul of Things makes us aware of the drawbacks of this ability. The frontispiece is a map of Jupiter, with a key underneath listing such items as houses and city, seen March 19, 1870, Sugarloaf Hills, seen March 23, 1870. And the longest section in the book is a chapter called Astronomical Examinations, beginning with a boy's visit to Venus, visit to a comet, and including accounts of Mars and Jupiter. Sherman Denton's observations on Venus begin promisingly with the comment that its mountains are higher than those on Earth, which is true. But he then goes on to describe giant trees shaped like toadstools and full of sweet jelly, and an animal that was half fish and half muskrat. The 1962 Mariner space probe revealed that the temperature on the surface of Venus is 900 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt solder, and therefore too hot to support life. Sherman's visit to a comet is equally disappointing. He states that it is a planet that has become a kind of fireball. We are still not sure of where comets originate, but we know that they are of low density, and almost certainly very cold. Sherman's visit to the Sun revealed that it is made of molten lava which is hardening in places into a crust. Modern astronomy has shown that the Sun is a ball of gas. A visit to Mars revealed that it was much like Earth, but peopled with men with 4 fingers, white mouths, yellow hair, and blue eyes. It seems warm, like summer weather. In fact, Mars would be very cold indeed, since it is more than 50 million miles further from the Sun than Earth is. M.R.S. Cridge and M.R.S. Denton also visited Mars, and described its religion, its art, and its scientific inventions. Sherman and M.R.S. Cridge both described Jupiter, also peopled by blue-eyed blondes who can float in the air, and whose women all have plates down to their waists. Modern space probes have revealed that Jupiter is basically a ball of freezing gas with a hot liquid core. Volume 3 of The Soul of Things is undoubtedly an anticlimax, and no one could be blamed for being inclined to dismiss the whole work as an absurd piece of self-deception. But before we throw the baby out with the bathwater, we might recollect the parallel case of Emanuel Swedenborg. That remarkable mystic devoted the first 56 years of his life to science and engineering. Then he began having strange dreams, hallucinations, and trances. In these visionary states, he believed he had visited heaven and hell, and his books contain detailed accounts of the afterworld, all of which his disciples, who were soon numbered in thousands, accepted as literal truth. A century before the rise of spiritualism, Swedenborg claimed to be able to converse with spirits of the dead. When the Queen of Sweden asked him to give her greetings to her dead brother, the Prince Royal of Denmark, Swedenborg said he would. Soon after, he told her that her brother sent his greetings, and apologized for not answering her last letter. He would now do so through Swedenborg. As Swedenborg delivered the detailed message, the Queen turned pale, and said, "No one but God knows this secret." On another occasion, in 1761, the widow of the Dutch ambassador told Swedenborg that she was having trouble with a silversmith who was demanding payment for a silver tea service. A few days later, Swedenborg told her he had spoken to her husband, and that he had paid for the tea service. The receipt would be found in a secret compartment in his bureau drawer. Swedenborg also mentioned some secret correspondence that would be found in the same drawer. Both the receipt and the correspondence were found where Swedenborg had said. In July 1759, Swedenborg was able to tell guests at a party in Gothenburg that a great fire had broken out in Stockholm, 300 miles away. 2 hours later he told one of the guests that the fire had been extinguished only 3 doors from his home. 2 days later, a messenger arrived confirming these details. So, understandably, Swedenborg's disciples believed him when he described the spirit realms, and his visits to other planets. Mercury, he said, had a moderate temperature, and its beings were more spiritual than human beings. The planet also had cattle that were a cross between cows and stags. Venus had 2 races living on opposite sides of the planet, one mild and humane, the other savage and violent, the latter being giants. Martians had faces that were half black and half white, and communicated by a kind of telepathy. They were also vegetarians. The inhabitants of Jupiter, whom Swedenborg claimed to know more intimately than those of any other planet, looked like human beings, but were far more gentle and humane, and naturally moral and virtuous. Those in warm regions went naked, except for a covering over the loins, and were astonished to be told that human beings could be sexually excited by another's nakedness. The inhabitants of the moon had thunderous voices, which were produced by a kind of belching. How can these contradictions be resolved? One answer is suggested by Dr. Wilson Van Dusen in his book Presence of Other Worlds. Van Dusen argues that there is strong evidence that Swedenborg's visions were seen in hypnagogic states, the states in which we linger between sleep and waking. Swedenborg seems to confirm this when he writes, "Once, when I awoke at daybreak, I saw diversely shaped apparitions floating before my eyes." Swedenborg's descriptions of various kinds of spirits, particularly the damned, sound as if he is deliberately writing in parables, but the descriptions are as precise and detailed as those of a novelist. The most probable answer is that Swedenborg had developed a faculty very similar to that discussed by Denton in the chapter on Newton, Hugh Miller, and others who experienced visual hallucinations. The severe mental crisis that changed him in his mid-50s from a scientist to a visionary allowed the unconscious mind to erupt into consciousness. He could, in effect, dream with his eyes open. But if the visions of planets, and probably of heaven and hell, were self-deception, then how do we explain the accuracy of the vision of the Stockholm fire, and the information about the secret drawer and the Queen's letter? The answer is that, unfortunately, the possession of genuine clairvoyant or mediumistic faculty is no guarantee of the truthfulness of other kinds of vision. In fact, the best clairvoyants and psychometrists have always been willing to admit that they can be confused by telepathic impressions from other people. And so we must count the 3rd volume of The Soul of Things a failure, but a most extraordinary failure which does little to obscure the achievement of the first 2 volumes. It is a pity that M.R.S. Denton and M.R.S. Cridge were unable to distinguish between genuine clairvoyance and the products of their own imagination, but, to be fair, we should admit that they had no reason to. Thomson J. Hudson devotes some space to Denton and his geological experiments in the law of psychic phenomena. Denton was dead by that time. He had died in New Guinea in 1883, while on a world lecture tour. Recalling what Hudson had to say about the hidden powers of the subjective mind, you might expect him to praise Denton as another explorer of the invisible palace. Yet, oddly enough, he rejects Denton's telescope into the past as self-deception. According to Hudson, everything M.R.S. Denton discovered could be explained by the telepathic powers of the subjective mind. She was simply able to read her husband's mind. But surely, Denton had gone to enormous trouble to make sure that even he did not know what was in the various brown paper parcels. Hudson dismisses this. The subjective mind possesses immense powers of observation and memory, and it would be child's play for the subjective mind to see through the elementary precautions taken by Denton. This sounds plausible, until we look more closely into Denton's experiments. If the visions originated in his own mind, then why did his wife and sister, and later his son, often produce different pictures from different periods in the sample's history, as with the piece of mosaic from the villa of Cicero? Why did Mrs. Denton describe a man who sounds like Sulla when Denton was expecting her to describe Cicero? And if, indeed, it was Sulla she described, and Denton had no idea that Sulla had lived in the villa, then telepathy would have been impossible. Hudson could, of course, have countered these objections. If Denton's wife and sister selected different parts of the sample's history to describe, then they were merely selecting from the knowledge in Denton's mind. As to Denton not knowing that it was the dictator's villa, perhaps he did know, but had long ago forgotten that he had read it. But the real objection to Hudson's arguments is that he is willing to credit the subjective mind with powers just as remarkable as psychometry, for example, healing a relative at 1,000 miles. If the subjective mind can pick up vibrations from another mind, then why can it not pick up vibrations from a letter or a piece of mosaic? Hudson even credits the subjective mind with the power to foretell the future. He says that its deductive powers are so tremendous that it can calculate every possibility, like some gigantic computer, and select the likeliest one. He gives a great deal of space to the daemon of Socrates, the inner voice that would give the philosopher good advice and warn him of impending danger. This, says Hudson, is simply the subjective mind making itself heard as a kind of voice inside the head. A modern exponent of split-brain theory, Julian Jaynes, believes that the ancients heard voices that came from the right cerebral hemisphere. If the subjective mind possesses these remarkable powers, it seems contradictory to deny it the power of psychometry. The explanation of Hudson's tough-minded attitude is probably that he was unwilling to expose his newborn theory to ridicule by appearing too credulous. In fact, we can see in retrospect that many of his mistakes sprang out of being too skeptical. His chapter on crime and hypnosis provides two examples. He argues that no one could be made to commit a crime under hypnosis, because the prophetic powers of the subjective mind would make it aware that it might lead to disaster. In fact, many crimes have been committed under hypnosis, one of the best-known examples being the Copenhagen case of 1951. When a man named Pal Hardrup robbed a bank and murdered the cashier under hypnotic suggestion. Hudson also remarks that committing suicide under hypnosis is as unlikely as committing a crime under hypnosis. In fact, this is precisely what did happen in the Sulla case of 1929, when the hypnotist Sigvart Thursteinemann made a member of his criminal gang commit suicide by hypnotic suggestion. But these criticisms fail to obscure the remarkable nature of Hudson's achievement. The law of psychic phenomena is one of the most important contributions to 19th century thought, and deserves to be as well known as the origin of species or Das Kapital. But, within a few years of the book's publication, Sigmund Freud's theory of the unconscious mind had become still more notorious. Freud also believed that the unconscious is far more powerful than the conscious mind, but Freud's unconscious is entirely negative. A kind of gigantic dustbin full of guilt, misery, and repressions. Freud seemed even more skeptical and tough-minded than Hudson, and the result was that his more controversial theories won the day, and Hudson's were forgotten. In fact, modern split-brain research has shown that Hudson's ideas have a sounder basis than Freud's. It is now a matter of scientific fact that we have two selves inside our heads, that one is intuitive and the other intellectual, and that genius, as Hudson said, is a close cooperation between the two. So it is important to look again at Hudson's contribution, and give careful thought to some of his insights. His most important recognition is that human beings possess mental powers of which they are unaware. He was right to emphasize the mystery of calculating prodigies, for their abilities seem to defy what we regard as the normal laws of the mind. They often appear out of the blue, in perfectly normal children, and later vanish just as abruptly. Archbishop Whately said that his own powers appeared at the age of 6, when he knew nothing about figures except simple addition. Suddenly, he could do tremendous calculations in his head. When he went to school 3 years later, the passion wore off, and he became a dunce at mathematics. The powers of such prodigies seem incredible. One 6-year-old boy, Benjamin Blythe, was out walking with his father when he asked what time he was born. His father told him 4 a.m. A few minutes later, the child stated the number of seconds he had lived. When they got home, his father worked it out on paper, and told Ben he was 172,800 seconds wrong. "No," said the child, "you have forgotten 2 leap years." Most calculating prodigies lose their powers in their teens, when life becomes more complex and difficult, and sexual changes in the body disturb the emotions. But the inference is that our brains have an extraordinary power that few of us ever bother to develop. Where psychometry is concerned, the power of eidetic vision is even more important, as Denton recognized. Modern research has revealed that between 8 and 20% of all children may possess eidetic vision, the power to conjure up an image so powerfully that it looks like a film projection. One test involves the use of random dot stereograms. 2 sheets of paper contain apparently random patterns of 10,000 dots, but when these are superimposed, a picture emerges. Many children can look at one pattern, then move their eyes to the other sheet, and see the 2 patterns combining into a picture. This is obviously a right brain function. It is the right brain that recognizes patterns and shapes, and again the inference is that we gradually lose it as the left brain becomes more powerful to cope with reality. But if this is correct, then all human beings possess a latent power to photograph what they are looking at, and to project the photograph later in all its detail. As we have seen in the cases cited by Denton, this projection is a deliberate act of will and imagination. But Hudson's artist friend was able to project purely imaginary scenes on his canvas. And this, again, would be perfectly natural. If we have the latent power to hold mental photographs and keep them in some memory file, then there is no reason why the imagination should not combine them, or simply invent its own mental photographs. The psychologist C.G. Jung also recognized this power, which he called active imagination, and he believed that anyone could develop it with sufficient effort. Jung made the discovery accidentally. In 1913, after his break with Freud, Jung was experiencing severe mental problems that made him fear insanity. Sitting at his desk one day, he says, "I let myself drop. Suddenly it was as though the ground literally gave way beneath my feet, and I plunged down into dark depths." There followed a waking dream in which Jung found himself in an underground cave, guarded by a mummified dwarf, and saw the body of a blond youth with a wound in his head float past on a stream. In his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung goes on to describe his deliberate development of techniques to enter this realm of waking dreams. In order to seize hold of the fantasies, I frequently imagined a steep descent. I even made several attempts to get to the very bottom. The first time I reached, as it were, a depth of about 1,000 feet, the next time I found myself at the edge of a cosmic abyss. It was like a voyage to the moon, or a descent into empty space. First came the image of a crater, and I had a feeling that I was in the land of the dead. The atmosphere was that of the other world. Near the steep slope of a rock I caught sight of 2 figures, an old man with a white beard, and a beautiful young girl. I summoned up my courage and approached them as though they were real people, and listened attentively to what they told me. Here we can see clearly that Jung had entered a hypnagogic realm in which he remained wide awake whilst at the same time encountering the strange creations of that other self inside us. It is, admittedly, difficult for most of us to accept the notion of such an ability, but we should bear in mind that a dog would find it quite impossible to conceive the mental state of a child reading a book, with half his consciousness in the real world and the other half in a world of fantasy. Jung's active imagination is only a single step beyond this ability that every educated person possesses. And now at last we are in a position to understand those detailed descriptions of other worlds that we find in Swedenborg and Denton. A good psychometer possesses the power to read objects in the way that a bloodhound can recognize scents. When this reading becomes second nature, it is accompanied by images that are sometimes so detailed and real that they amount to eidetic visions. When M.R.S. Denton described Cicero's villa, or when Sherman Denton described the theater in ancient Pompeii, they were using active imagination as a tool to amplify their readings. But when they tried to psychometerize Mars or Jupiter, there were no psychometric impressions to amplify, and the subjective mind, which, according to Van Dusen, is an incorrigible performer that hates to admit defeat, produced elaborate waking dreams. This tendency of the unconscious to spin its own webs of fantasy certainly complicates the question of psychometry. But, unlike Swedenborg and Denton, we are at least aware of the problem, and this is already an important step toward solving it. And what of those pioneers of the paranormal, Joseph Rhodes Buchanan and William Denton? Sadly, it must be recorded that neither of them achieved the place in intellectual history that they undoubtedly deserve. Denton, the younger of the two, died in 1883, at the age of 60, and was thereafter virtually forgotten. Buchanan fared slightly better. His Manual of Psychometry came out in 1885, and gained him new readers and followers. But by that time, his original nerve aura theory of psychometry had been expanded to a point that most serious investigators found totally unacceptable. The experiment that placed him beyond the limits of science was suggested by his interest in the new art of photography, for we are now retracing our steps to the 1850s. He tried handing photographs, suitably covered, to the psychometer, to see what impressions they produced. And with good psychometers like his wife he received convincing and accurate descriptions of the sitter. But this experiment ought not to have worked, since a photograph is mechanically produced, and therefore, unless its subject happened to have held it in his hands, should carry no personal vibrations. Yet it did work. Buchanan concluded that there was not, in such cases, any emanation from the person described, and the picture was merely the presentation of an idea to be grasped by the intuitive perception which is independent of vision. My italics. Clearly, this innocent-sounding statement either conceals a total breakdown of logic, or represents a revolutionary new theory of the nature of psychometry. According to Buchanan, it was a new theory. Hence, he declares, it became apparent that the object for psychometry was in such cases merely an index. He means an indication leading the mind to the object represented, and need not be a picture, a relic, or anything associated in any way with the person or thing to be explored. If this intuitive perception which is independent of vision could work on a photograph, it ought to work just as well on a mere name. Buchanan tried it. I wrote the name of a friend and placed it in the hands of a good psychometer, who had no difficulty, notwithstanding her doubts of so novel a proceeding, in giving as good a description of Drive N as if he had made the description from an autograph. Buchanan was carried away by wild enthusiasm. Psychometry, he declared, is the earthly irradiation of omniscience, and it will be known hereafter to penetrate all things. And he went on to ask his sensitives to psychometerize the names of all kinds of famous people: Homer, Shakespeare, Bacon, Jesus, Socrates, Confucius, the Buddha and St. Paul. A later volume called Primitive Christianity even contains a re-edited version of the Gospel of St. John. And if a psychometrist can gather information from the past, then why not from the future? By 1884, the whole world was talking about the Muslim revolt in the Sudan, led by a religious fanatic called the Mahdi. General Gordon had been sent to try to subdue him. Buchanan wrote the name Mahdi on a sheet of paper, and asked a number of his students to try their powers on it. They produced impressions of a tropical country, a bloody war, men in Arab dress, and a leader of deep religious convictions, all of which might have been expected if they were unconsciously reading Buchanan's mind. What is rather more surprising is that many of their predictions for the future were accurate. Buchanan admired the Mahdi and disliked the British, so any predictions based on his subconscious hopes would involve victory for the Mahdi and defeat for the British. In fact, most of his students predicted that the Mahdi would ultimately be unsuccessful. When Buchanan asked, "Is he about to capture a city?" meaning Khartoum, the reply was, "He is preparing for an attack, but will be repulsed." In fact, the Mahdi did attack Khartoum, and was repulsed. Later, Buchanan again asked his wife about the war, and she predicted another attack with terrible bloodshed. Within 2 days, the Mahdi had stormed Khartoum and murdered all the defenders, including Gordon. She went on to prophesy that the war would not continue in the summer, and that the British would withdraw their troops. Both things happened as she had said. The prediction that the war will be disastrous for the Mahdi was also fulfilled. Success made him fat and lazy. After the fall of Khartoum he withdrew into his harem for a prolonged debauch and died a few months later. None of this surprised Buchanan. If, after all, psychometry was the irradiation of omniscience, the future should present no more problems than the past. Buchanan pointed out, reasonably, that there have been many well-authenticated cases of precognition. He devotes a whole appendix of his manual to the remarkable story of the French author Jacques Cazotte who, at a dinner party just before the French Revolution, accurately foretold the fate of almost everyone sitting at the table. Chamfort would open his veins with a razor, Condorcet would take poison to avoid the guillotine, and a notorious atheist named La Harpe would become a Christian. La Harpe was so derisive that he went home and wrote it all down. But in due course, it all happened exactly as Cazotte had said, even to La Harpe becoming a monk. I shall discuss this more fully in Chapter 13. As far as contemporary science was concerned, all this was enough to place Buchanan beyond the pale. Even the American Society for Psychical Research, formed in the same year that the manual was published, found nothing of interest in Buchanan's latest theories. Yet it is worth remarking, in passing, that some of Buchanan's own prophecies were surprisingly accurate. In 1859, he published in the Louisville Journal a prediction that America would experience 6 years of calamity. The Civil War lasted from 1861 to 1865. In 1885, he predicted a period of calamity 30 years hence, 29 years before the Great War. He also remarked that there would probably be an elemental convulsion on the Pacific side of America, and that I would prefer not to reside in San Francisco at that time. At the time Buchanan was writing, the only Californian earthquake in which there had been fatalities, 40 dead, had occurred in 1868, and it involved 6 major cities. Buchanan had been dead 6 years when the San Francisco earthquake of 1906 destroyed 28,000 houses and killed 700 people. He also had a prophecy concerning himself, that in the coming century he would be remembered as the herald of the coming illumination, and that a statue would be erected to him. This prophecy has not so far been fulfilled, but there is still time. 4. The coming of the spirits. The eclipse of Buchanan, Denton, and Hudson cannot be blamed entirely on Sigmund Freud. Equally decisive was the rise of the movement called spiritualism, which swept across Europe and America in the 1850s, even reaching the most far-flung outposts of the Russian Empire. This had its starting point in a series of extraordinary events that occurred in the home of the Fox family, in Hydesville, New York, which we shall examine in a moment. But long before anyone outside New York had heard of the Fox family, a book about spirits was creating a sensation on the other side of the Atlantic. It was called The Night Side of Nature, and its authoress was an Edinburgh housewife named Catherine Crowe, who had already achieved a modest success with novels like Susan Hopley and Lily Dawson. The Night Side of Nature, subtitled Ghosts and Ghost Seers, made her a celebrity, and went on to become one of the most influential books of the 19th century. Regrettably, Mrs. Crowe did not enjoy her success for long. In 1859, she produced a treatise called Spiritualism and the Age We Live In, which, according to the Dictionary of National Biography, evinced a morbid and despondent turn of mind, and soon after this she went insane, a fate her contemporaries must have felt she had invited by her interest in such macabre subjects. She recovered, but wrote little between then and her death in 1876. The Night Side of Nature remained as popular as ever, and was still on sale on railway bookstalls, priced 2 shillings, at the turn of the century. The author of the piece in the Dictionary of National Biography was clearly not a believer in ghosts and ghost seers, for while he admits that the book is one of the best collections of supernatural stories in our language, he then attacks Mrs. Crow for being extremely credulous and uncritical. The reproach is unfair. The book would not have become so influential if it had been merely a collection of ghost stories. What the Victorians liked about it was its air of sturdy common sense, and its attempts to treat the phenomena with detachment. It would be more than 30 years before scientific investigators approached the supernatural in a spirit of systematic research. But Mrs. Crow did her best, citing letters and documents and offering names of witnesses and dates. The book that inspired The Night Side of Nature was another 19th-century bestseller called The Seeress of Prevorst. It was written by Dr. Justinus A. C. Kerner, a rich and eccentric doctor who was also a well-known poet and songwriter. In 1826, the 40-year-old Kerner was practicing in Wiensberg, near Heilbronn, when he was consulted by the relatives of a woman called Friederich Haufe, who was dying of a wasting disease. She had lost all her teeth and looked like a walking skeleton. It seemed that marriage was responsible for her sad condition. Ever since childhood she had fallen into trances, seen visions, and conversed with invisible spirits. She could also accurately predict the future. When she was 19, she had married a cousin, and gone into depression. At 20, her first child was born, and she began to develop hysterical symptoms. Every evening, she fell into a trance in which she saw spirits of the dead. Kerner was at first inclined to be skeptical about her visions and spirits. He put them down to hysteria. Yet he found Friederich Haufe a fascinating case for study. She claimed to be able to see into the human body, and certainly had a remarkably precise knowledge of the nervous system. She could read with her stomach. Kerner tested her by making her lie down with her eyes closed, and laid documents on her bare midriff. She read them perfectly. She could make geometrical drawings at great speed, even in the dark, and could draw perfect circles that looked as if they had been drawn by compasses. She claimed that her spirit often left her body and hovered above it. Kerner tried ordinary medicines on her, but they had no effect. Friederich told him that if he placed her in a magnetic trance the spirits would instruct him on how to treat her, but he was reluctant to accept this advice. Eventually, he decided that he might as well try the effects of mesmerism. Friederich reacted well to magnetism, passing easily into a trance. But Kerner remained skeptical about the things she said in this condition. Then, one day, a remarkable experience changed his mind. Friederich declared that she was being haunted by an unpleasant man with a squint. From her description, Kerner recognized him as a man who had died a few years earlier. It seemed, according to Friederich, that the man was suffering from a guilty conscience. He had been involved in embezzlement and, after his death, another man had been blamed. Now he wanted to clear the man's name, for the sake of his widow. This could be done by means of a certain document, which would be found in a chest. The spirit showed Friederich the room where the document was to be found, and a man who was working there. Her description was so good that Kerner was able and the chest containing the document on the table. The document was apparently not in its proper numerical order, which is why it had not been found. When Kerner told him about his patient's vision, Judge Haight was astounded. He had been sitting in the position described on that particular day, Christmas Day, and the chest, contrary to regulations, had been left open on the table. When they searched, the document turned up where Friederich had said it would. The widow of the man who had been wrongly accused was able to obtain redress. From now on, Kerner believed in Friederich's supernatural powers, and took whatever she said seriously. She told him that we are surrounded by spirits all the time, and that she was able to see them. These spirits often try to attract our attention in various ways: knocking, movement of objects, throwing of sand. And by way of convincing him, Friederich persuaded one of the spirits to make rapping noises, to make gravel and ash fall from the air, and to make a stool float up into the air. Kerner watched with amazement as the stool rose gently, then floated down again. Friederich provided him with further proof of the accuracy of her visions when she succeeded in putting an end to a haunting. Kerner heard about a house where the ghost of an old man was frightening the inhabitants. He brought one of them, a woman, along to see Friederich. the seeress went into a trance and explained that the ghost was that of a man called Bellin, who was an earthbound spirit as a result of defrauding 2 orphans. Kerner made inquiries, but no one had ever heard of a man called Bellin. But since the ghost claimed that he had been Burgomaster, it seemed probable that some record existed. He claimed he had been Burgomaster in the year 1700, and had died at the age of 79. Armed with this information, Kerner asked the present mayor to check the legal documents. They soon found that in the year 1700, a man called Bellin had been Burgomaster and director of the local orphanage. He had died in 1740 at the age of 79. After confessing, the spirit took its departure. While Friedrich was in Kerner's house, there were constant poltergeist phenomena, knocks and raps, noises like the rattling of chains, gravel thrown through the window, and a knitting needle that flew through the air and landed in a glass of water. When Friedrich was visited by a spirit one night, her sister heard her say, "Open it yourself," then saw a book on the table open itself. A poltergeist tugged her boots off her feet as she lay on the bed, and threw a lampshade across the room. In the Kerner's bedroom, a table was thrown across the room. The poltergeist threw a stool at a maidservant who went into Friedrich's room while she lay asleep. It extinguished a nightlight and made a candle glow. Friedrich also produced what would later be called spirit teachings, an amazingly complex system of philosophy in which man is described as consisting of body, soul, and spirit, and of being surrounded by a nerve aura which carries on the vital processes. She spoke about various cycles in human existence, life cycles, or circles, and sun cycles, corresponding to various spiritual conditions. She also described a remarkable universal language from ancient times, said to be the language of the inner life. A mystical sect was founded to expound those doctrines after her death. All these mediumistic activities made Friedrich more and more feeble, and she died in 1829 at the age of 28. Kerner's book The Seeress of Prevorst, the name of the Swabian village where she was born, created a sensation. In the second half of the 19th century, as the scientific reaction against spiritualism increased, the Seeress of Prevorst ceased to be taken seriously by those engaged in psychical research, and by the 20th century it had been virtually forgotten. Writing about it in his Modum Spiritualism, 1902, the skeptical Frank Podmore, who believed that all poltergeists are due to naughty children, dismisses most of the evidence as second-hand, while another eminent researcher, E.J. Dingwall, writing in Abnormal Hypnotic Phenomena, seems to feel that Kerner was stupid to take her claims seriously, and that if he had remained skeptical and treated her simply as a case of hysteria, she would have lived longer. But reading Kerner's own account, it is difficult to see how he would have remained skeptical without being downright dishonest or blind. On one occasion, he saw a cloudy figure hovering in front of her, and although it had vanished when he came back with a lamp, Friedrich continued to stare at the spot as though listening to it. In fact, we can see that the case of the Seeress of Prevorst is a thoroughly typical case of poltergeist phenomena caused by a medium. In detail after detail, it sounds like any number of other cases of haunting. If anyone killed Friedrich Haufe, it was the spirits themselves, who must have been using her energy to manifest themselves. No doubt the poltergeist phenomena were unspectacular because Friedrich was weak from the moment Kerner set eyes on her. In a case cited by the novelist William de Morgan, a maidservant who was able to cause rapping noises gradually lost her powers as she became weaker from tuberculosis. In another of his books, Kerner describes another remarkable case with some of the characteristics of poltergeist haunting. He was asked to treat a possessed peasant girl in Orlach, near Stuttgart. For some reason which is not clear, she was persecuted by spirits from the age of 20, and there were the usual bangs and crashes, movements of furniture, and even outbreaks of fire. Then, after 5 months of this, she saw 2 ghosts, one of a nun dressed in white, the other of a monk dressed in black. The nun asserted that she had been smuggled into the monastery disguised as a cook, and had had 2 children by the black monk, both of whom he had killed at birth. He also murdered 3 monks during the 4-year period she was with him, and, when he suspected she was about to betray him, he killed her too. The black monk also spoke to the possessed girl, saying that he was the son of a nobleman from nearby Geislingen, and that as the superior at the monastery of Orlach, he had seduced a number of nuns and killed the children they bore. He also confessed to killing monks. The bodies, he said, he threw into a hole in a wall. The white nun told the girl that her sufferings would cease only if her parents agreed to their cottage's demolition. By this time they were so desperate that they agreed. On March 5, 1833, the house was finally demolished. Most of the walls were made of mud, but one corner was constructed of limestone, obviously part of a far older building. When this was pulled down, they found underneath it an empty well containing a number of human bones, including those of children. The girl's possession ceased from the moment the wall collapsed. The story sounds like a typical invention of a German romantic novelist, but Kerner devotes a whole book to it, describing it in the same detail as his investigation of Friedrich Haufe. In spite of this, modern investigators are inclined not to take it seriously. Yet readers who are impressed by the clarity and detail of Kerner's reporting may feel that this case of the possessed girl of Orlach is one of the most convincing arguments for the close connection between poltergeists and spirits of the dead. 10 years after publication of the CRS of Prevorst, another doctor, this time of philosophy, produced an equally remarkable account of a case of possession, this time benevolent. In Die Schutzgeister, the guardian spirit, 1839, Heinrich Werner identifies his 18-year-old subject only as R.O. Like Friedrich, she had been subject to all kinds of illnesses, then, at a certain point, found herself haunted by spirits. One day the girl fell into a trance, and from then on she was able to do so at will, and to supply Werner with all kinds of information obtained clairvoyantly. She had a guardian spirit called Albert, who seems to have acted rather like the spirit guide of later mediums. And the spirit who caused her so much trouble was, again, a wicked monk. One day, when the girl claimed that the wicked monk was present in the room, Werner was puzzled to hear an odd sound coming from a small table, like a cup rattling on a saucer. This occurred a number of times, becoming steadily louder, a typical characteristic of poltergeist noises. R.O. said that the monk was producing the noise, and was delighted at Werner's astonishment, which also sounds typical of a poltergeist. One day, Werner was startled to hear a loud crash from an empty room. He rushed in to find that 2 large flower pots, which had stood on the windowsill, had been hurled to the floor so violently that there was earth all over the room. The blind was closed and there was no breeze. One of the curtains had also been twisted around a birdcage. Later that day, Werner went to call on R.O., who went into a trance, and then told Werner that the black monk had been responsible for smashing the flower pots. Werner had not mentioned this to her. Albert, apparently, had ejected him from the house. Werner was greatly impressed by his patient's clairvoyant powers. She demonstrated these one day when she woke up from a trance and told him that she had seen herself driving in a green lacquered chaise. Now Werner had, at the time, made some inquiries about a chaise that was for sale in a town some 15 hours away, and he expected to get an answer in about a week. R.O. told him he would hear much sooner than that. In fact, the following afternoon, she also went on to describe the chaise, in some detail. The following afternoon, Werner received a message about the chaise, and discovered that the girl was right in every detail. Her most dramatic piece of clairvoyance concerned her younger sister. One day, in a trance, she cried out, "Albert, help me. Emily is falling down into the street." Then, after a short period, she said, "Thank God, help has already come." Asked what had happened, she explained that her little sister had been leaning out of a top-story window, trying to grab a rope suspended from a winch above the window. She had been on the point of falling when her father had entered the room and pulled her back. Werner contacted the father to ask if anything remarkable had happened on that particular day, and received a reply which Werner printed in his book. It said that the father had been sitting in his office when he had felt uneasy. He went home, and went upstairs, in time to find his daughter had leaned too far out of the window to catch the rope, and could not get back into the room. He grabbed her dress and hauled her back in. R.O. said that it was Albert, the guardian spirit, who had made her father feel uneasy. The cases described by Justinus Kerner and Heinrich Werner excited widespread interest in Europe, and led to much serious discussion. Catherine Crowe read it and was deeply impressed. When her translation appeared in 1845, it aroused as much interest as it had in Germany. And it convinced M.R.S. Crowe of the reality of the supernatural. So far, she had been the disciple of a famous Edinburgh Dr. George Combe, Britain's most famous exponent of phrenology, the doctrine that a man's character can be read through the bumps on his skull, and Combe was a determined skeptic about ghosts and such matters. Kerner, and Friedrich, made her a convert. It now came to her as a revelation that the scientific spirit had gone too far. Because, in the 17th century, credulity outran reason and discretion, the 18th century, by a natural reaction, flung itself into an opposite extreme. And the 19th century had carried this attitude to the point of absurdity. In fact, it had become a new kind of superstition, refusing to face facts that contradicted its dogmas. M.R.S. Crowe was not particularly credulous. She set about unearthing her own facts, and found that they seemed to fit together into a logical pattern. Almost everything she wrote about would later be studied more systematically by parapsychologists, and carefully documented in scientific archives, dreaming of the future, deathbed visions, premonitions of disaster, phantasms of the living and of the dead, poltergeists, spontaneous psychokinesis, even possession. She reproaches contemporary scientists for insisting that the supernatural can be explained in terms of hysteria or nervous derangement, and points out, quite fairly, that they arrange the facts to their theory, not their theory to the facts. What is now needed, she says, is investigation. And by investigation I do not mean the hasty, captious, angry notice of an unwelcome fact, but the slow, modest, painstaking examination that is content to wait upon nature, and humbly follow out her disclosures, however opposed to preconceived theories or mortifying to human pride. Here she seems to be echoing a famous remark by Thomas Henry Huxley about the duty of the scientist: sit down before fact as a little child, be prepared to give up every preconceived notion, follow humbly wherever and to whatever abysses nature leads, or you shall learn nothing. It is interesting to discover that Huxley wrote this sentence in 1860, more than a decade after The Night Side of Nature, which was published in 1846. Huxley may, in fact, be echoing M.R.S. Crowe. Her aim, she readily admits, is to see whether the evidence proves that some part of man can survive his death. The first step in this direction, and it was later followed by most of her eminent successors, such as Myers and Tyrrell, was to try to show that man possesses powers that cannot be explained by science. She devotes several chapters to dreams and presentiments of the future, and includes a number of experiences gathered from friends. Another friend lately dreamt, one Thursday night, that he saw an acquaintance of his thrown from his horse, and that he was lying on the ground with the blood streaming from his face, and was much cut. He mentioned his dream in the morning, and being an entire disbeliever in such phenomena, he was unable to account for the impression it made on his mind. This was so strong that, on Saturday, he could not forbear calling at his friend's house, who he was told was in bed, having been thrown from his horse on the previous day, and much injured about the face. If M.R.S. Crowe had lived to become a member of the Society for Physical Research, she would have gone to the trouble of getting signed statements from her friend, the man who had the accident, and the person he told about the dream the morning after. As a pioneer in the field, she obviously felt that this was unnecessary. Otherwise, it is difficult to fault her method. Like every writer on the paranormal, she is particularly fascinated by out-of-the-body experiences, for she rightly regards these as potential proof that there is something in man that can exist outside the body. Again, she does her best to offer facts that could be checked. The late Mr. John Holloway, of the Bank of England, brother to the engraver of that name, related of himself that being one night in bed with his wife and unable to sleep, he had fixed his eyes and thoughts with uncommon intensity on a beautiful star that was shining in at the window, when he suddenly found his spirit released from his body and soaring into that bright sphere. But, instantly seized with anxiety for the anguish of his wife, if she discovered his body apparently dead beside her, he returned and re-entered it with difficulty. He described that returning as returning to darkness, and that whilst the spirit was free, he was alternately in the light or in the dark, accordingly as his thoughts were with his wife or with the star. He said that he always avoided anything that could produce a repetition of this accident, the consequences of it being very distressing. Mrs. Crow's main problem was that, working mainly from hearsay, she had no simple way of distinguishing the authentic from the inauthentic. A typical example is a case she cites from Heinrich Jung Stilling. Now Jung Stilling was a serious investigator of the paranormal, a professor of economics, and a follower of the doctrines of Mesmer. He ought to have been a reliable authority. And the story he tells is in many ways a good case of what was later to be called a phantasm of the living. In Philadelphia around the year 1740, says Jung Stilling, a clairvoyant was approached by the wife of a sea captain, who was anxious because she had not heard from her husband for a long time. The clairvoyant asked her to excuse him, and went into another room. After a while, the woman became impatient, and went and peeped through a crack in the door. The clairvoyant was lying on a sofa, apparently asleep. When he came back, he told her that her husband was alive and well, but had been unable to write to her for various reasons, which he explained. At this moment, he said, the captain was in a coffee house in London, and would soon be back home. In due course, the captain returned, and confirmed the reasons that the clairvoyant had given for failing to write. And when he was introduced to the clairvoyant, the husband recognized him as a man he had seen in a London coffee house on the eve of his departure for America. According to the captain, the man had spoken to him, asked him why he had not written to his wife, and then vanished into the crowd. The clairvoyant's power of projecting himself across the Atlantic brings to mind similar stories of Swedenborg bringing messages from the dead. His appearance in a London coffee house has dozens of parallels in Phantasms of the Living, compiled in the 1880s by members of the Society for Psychical Research. What rings totally false here is the information that the captain spoke to him and explained why he had failed to write to his wife. There are hundreds of recorded cases of projection, but in very few, I can recall only one, does the phantasm actually talk to anybody. When we learn that these events supposedly took place in 1740, the year Jung Stilling was born, it becomes clear that, even if basically true, the story had probably been improved in the telling. Mrs. Crow had no way of knowing that the story failed to conform to the general pattern of Phantasms of the Living because in her day there had not been enough research for the pattern to emerge. In view of this difficulty, Mrs. Crow did remarkably well, and her book deserved its high reputation. Most of her conjectures would do credit to a modern investigator, and, in many ways, her credibility was often far ahead of her time. She cites a story from another early researcher, Joseph N. Moser. It appears that Van Helmont, having asserted that it was possible for a man to extinguish the life of an animal by the eye alone, oculis intentis, Rousseau, the naturalist, repeated the experiment when in the East, and in this manner killed several toads, but on a subsequent occasion, whilst trying the same experiment at lions, the animal, on finding it could not escape, fixed its eyes immovably on him, so that he fell into a fainting fit, and was thought to be dead. This is the kind of tale that makes us smile sarcastically. We know that these stories of the hypnotic power of snakes and other creatures are old wives' tales. Yet we have already noted the recent investigations of Dr. Frank Andres Falgiesi, who devoted many years to studying hypnosis in men and animals, and arrived at some interesting conclusions. He observed and photographed dozens of cases in which snakes fascinated rabbits or rats and then ate them. He also observed many cases of battles of wills between the snake and its potential victims. His book contains photographs of a giant anaconda fascinating a rat, and a python immobilizing a hare. Another shows a battle of wills between a bird, the Cuculus senegalensis, and a rattlesnake. He states, the battle, which begins with a mutual fixing of the gaze, usually ends in victory for the bird. Another photograph shows a toad winning a battle of wills with a cobra. Nor let us forget his description of the battle between two lizards. They confronted one another for about 10 minutes, gazing intently at one another, as M.R.S. Crowe says, oculis intentis, then one slowly ate the other, which remained immobile. Van Helmont's tale about killing animals with the gaze may be an exaggeration, but it is based on an observed reality. As we have seen, there is a great deal in the literature of hypnosis to support M.R.S. Crowe's view that it involves the deliberate use of some mental force. We may recall that in 1885 the French psychologist Pierre Janet observed the experiments of a doctor named Guibert, who could induce hypnosis in a patient called Leonie by merely thinking about her, and summon her from the other side of Le Havre by the same means. In the 1890s, Dr. Paul Jouart caused blindfolded and hypnotized patients to obey his mental commands, and the same kind of experiments were repeated in the 1920s by the Russian scientist L. Vasiliev, who described them in a book called Experiments in Distant Influence. It leaves no possible doubt that some kind of mental force can be exercised at a distance. What fascinated M.R.S. Crowe was the clear implication that human powers are far greater than we realize. If people can leave their bodies and witness things that are going on elsewhere, if a hypnotized subject can describe things that are happening in the street, if a girl can turn into a human magnet, if a man can dream accurately about the future, then materialistic science must be somehow fundamentally mistaken about our human limitations. M.R.S. Crowe had translated the Seeress of Prevorst, and it was perfectly clear to her that unless Kerner was an out-and-out liar, then something very queer was going on. This was not the second-hand reporting of spooks and specters, as in Jung Stilling's pneumatology. This was first-hand reporting by a man who had no reason to lie or deceive himself. Kerner described, and M.R.S. Crowe cites in The Night Side of Nature, how Friedrich had awakened one night crying, "Oh, God," and how a doctor who was sitting near the corpse of her father, many miles away, clearly heard the exclamation, and rushed into the room to see if the corpse had come to life. This was not a question of spirits, it was some curious power possessed by Friedrich herself. And while such powers seem to be beyond the control of the individual who exercises them, M.R.S. Crowe could see that there is no earthly reason why this should always be so. That is why the hard-headed Victorians found her book so exciting. Their explorers were penetrating new continents, their railways were stretching to the ends of the earth, their industries were creating new wealth, their science was uncovering the secrets of the universe. And if M.R.S. Crowe was correct, a new science of the supernatural would demonstrate that man himself was a far more extraordinary creature than he had ever suspected. Her book was not a morbid collection of tales to make the flesh creep, but a work of buoyant optimism about human potentialities. Unfortunately, a Victorian lady novelist was hardly the person to persuade scientists that they were ignoring an important subject. The Victorians had fought hard for their intellectual freedom. Witches were still being executed in the 1690s, as late as the 1750s. The Church forced the great naturalist Buffon to withdraw his statement that the Earth was a fragment of the Sun, and that fossils were the remains of primitive ancestors of present-day creatures. By 1800, intellectuals were utterly sick of the authority the Church had been exercising for centuries. They longed to see the downfall of these ecclesiastical bullies. So every time someone dared to challenge the intellectual authority of the Church, cheers echoed throughout Europe. In 1830, 2 years after The Night Side of Nature was published, the German theologian Ludwig Feuerbach produced a book, Thoughts on Death and Immortality, in which he dismissed the idea of a personal God, and jeered at the desire for immortality as selfish stupidity. Feuerbach was persecuted by the police and forced to give up his post at the university. 10 years later, Feuerbach published a far more radical book, The Essence of Christianity, which landed like a bombshell and frightened even the freethinkers. He declared that God and immortality were dangerous delusions, and that man has to learn to live in the present instead of wasting his time dreaming about a non-existent heaven. The book had a deep influence on Karl Marx, who expressed its basic message in the phrase "religion is the opium of the people." In his novel Green Heinrich, the Swiss poet Gottfried Keller describes Feuerbach as a magician in the shape of a bird who sang God out of the hearts of thousands. And the same book has a portrait of a schoolteacher who has lost his job because he is an atheist, but who travels around Germany exclaiming, "Isn't it a joy to be alive?" and forever marveling at the glory of being free from the encumbrance of God. This is why the scientists and philosophers were not willing to pay attention to the evidence for the supernatural. They were too delighted to see the church getting a black eye, and had no intention of letting religion sneak in again by the back door. So when Catherine Crowe began her book by admitting that she wanted to prove the reality of man's immortal soul, most of them read no further. Whether Ms. Crowe intended it or not, she was giving aid and comfort to the enemy. In fact, in the year The Night Side of Nature was published, this particular enemy was preparing to mount a full frontal assault. With the wisdom of hindsight, we can see that the most interesting and significant pages of The Night Side of Nature are those that concern the haunting of a house owned by an industrialist named Joshua Proctor. Here Ms. Crowe presents the kind of carefully documented account that would be the aim of the later investigators of the Society for Psychical Research. This is the true stuff of psychical research. She prefaces the account with a letter from Joshua Proctor to herself, vouching for the accuracy of the details of the report that follows. The haunted house was a mill house. It had been built only 40 years earlier, in 1800. The newly built Newcastle and Shields Railway passed overhead on a viaduct. In June 1840, news reached the outside world that the Proctor family, who were Quakers, had been disturbed by knocking noises, and had seen some unpleasant things. A surgeon named Edward Drury, who practiced in Sunderland, heard about the haunting from a local farmer. Dr. Drury was skeptical about such matters. Nevertheless, he had been fascinated by the account of a famous poltergeist haunting at Epworth, in the rectory of the Reverend Samuel Wesley, grandfather of the founder of Methodism, see Chapter 6. This spook, known as Old Jeffrey, had banged and groaned around the rectory for 2 months in 1716. There were sounds of heavy breathing, breaking glass, footsteps, and various unidentifiable noises. The Reverend Samuel noticed that the disturbances seemed in some way connected with his 19-year-old daughter Hetty, who trembled in her sleep before the sounds began. The scientist Joseph Priestley had investigated the case, and decided it was a hoax. Dr. Drury was inclined to agree with him, so when he heard of the haunting of Willington Mill, he wrote to its owner, Joshua Proctor, offering to unravel the mystery, that is, expose the hoaxer. Mr. Proctor replied politely, saying that he and his family were going away on a visit on the date Mr. Drury had suggested. One of his employees was going to act as caretaker while they were away. Nevertheless, if Drury wanted to come and stay overnight, he was welcome. Dr. Drury decided to take a friend along for moral support. He also took a brace of pistols, intending to allow one of them to fall on the floor, as if by accident, to deter any practical joker. But when he arrived, he found that Joshua Proctor had returned, alone, from his holiday, and Mr. Proctor was so obviously an honest man that Drury decided the accident was unnecessary. What happened to Edward Drury that night convinced him completely of the reality of the supernatural. It also gave him such a fright that he went partially deaf in one ear and suffered a temporary breakdown in health. He seems to have been too shattered to describe what he had seen immediately afterwards, but he promised to write Mr. Proctor a letter with a full account. This letter was written on July 13, 1840, 10 days after his night in the haunted mill house. He arrived with his friend, T. Hudson, and was made welcome by Mr. Proctor, who showed him over the house. At 11 o'clock, Dr. Drury and Mr. Hudson settled down on the third-story landing outside the haunted room. Although he says he expected to account for any noises that he might hear in a philosophical manner, he presumably decided that discretion was the better part of valor. About an hour later, they heard pattering noises, as if a number of people were pattering with their bare feet. Then there was a knocking sound from the floorboards at their feet, as if someone was rapping with his knuckles. After this, they heard a hollow cough from the haunted room, but seemed to have decided not to investigate. Then they heard a rustling noise, as if someone was coming upstairs. At 1:45, feeling cold, Dr. Drury said he thought he would retire to bed. Mr. Hudson said he intended to stay up until dawn. Drury looked at his watch, and noted the time. As he looked up, he saw a closet door open, and the figure of a female, attired in grayish garments, with the head inclining downwards, and one hand pressed upon the chest, as if in pain, walking towards him. Mr. Hudson was fast asleep, but was awakened by Drury's awful yell. Drury rushed at the figure, but instead of grasping it, I fell upon my friend, and I recollected nothing distinctly for nearly 3 hours afterwards. I have since learnt that I was carried downstairs in an agony of fear and terror. M.R.S. Crowe not only publishes the full correspondence between Dr. Drury and Joshua Proctor, but an account by a local historian, another by the owner of a local journal, and descriptions by 4 other people who had seen the ghost. In fact, there seemed to be more than one. There was also a man in a surplice who glided across a second-floor room at a distance of a few feet from the floor. The local historian adds to his account the information that Mr. Proctor has recently discovered an old book that states that similar hauntings had taken place in an older house that had been built on the same spot 200 years before. M.R.S. Crowe ends her account by mentioning that Mr. Proctor has now decided to leave the house, and turn it into small tenements for his work people. What makes this report so interesting is that the case resembles in so many respects the haunting that would occur 8 years later in Hydesville, New York, and that would launch the spiritualism movement of the 19th century. In Willington, as in Hydesville, there was a mixture of poltergeist phenomena and the more conventional type of haunting. If Dr. Drury had shown the same kind of courage and curiosity shown later by M.R.S. Margaret Fox at Hydesville, it seems highly probable that the spiritualist movement would have been launched 10 years earlier in England. The Hydesville affair began on March 31, 1848, in a wooden frame house inhabited by a Methodist farmer named James D. Fox, his wife Margaret, and their 2 daughters, Margaretta, aged 14, and Kate, aged 12. Hydesville is a small township not far from Rochester, New York. James Fox had moved into the house in the previous December. A previous tenant, Michael Weekman, had been disturbed by various loud knocks, for which he could find no cause. The Fox family was also kept awake by various banging noises in the last days of March 1848, but since it was a windy month, they were not unduly disturbed. On Friday, March 31st, the family decided to retire early to make up for lost sleep. Mr. Fox went round the house checking the shutters and sashes. The children observed that when he shook the sashes, to see how loose they were, banging noises seemed to reply like an echo. The whole family slept in 2 beds in the same room. Just before the parents came to bed, the rapping noises started again. Kate said cheekily, "Mr. Splitfoot, do as I do," and began snapping her fingers. To the amazement of the girls, the raps imitated her. Margaret interrupted, "Do as I do," and began to clap. Again, the sounds imitated her. Remembering that the next day would be April the 1st, the children decided that someone was playing a joke. In her account of what happened, M.R.S. Fox wrote, "I then thought I could put a test that no one in the place could answer. I asked the noise to rap my different children's ages, successively. Instantly, each one of my children's ages was given correctly, pausing between them sufficiently long to individualize them until the 7th child, at which a longer pause was made, and then 3 more emphatic little raps were given, corresponding to the age of the little one that died." Now rather frightened, this was evidently no joke, M.R.S. Fox asked if it was a human being who was making the raps. There was no reply. "Is it a spirit? If it is, make 2 raps." 2 thunderous bangs followed, so loud that the house shook. She asked if it was an injured spirit, and again the bangs shook the house. Further questioning revealed that the knocker was a man who died at the age of 31, that he had been murdered in the house, and that he had a wife and 5 children. M.R.S. Fox asked if the spirit had any objection to her calling in the neighbors. The raps replied, "No." The Foxes summoned in about 14 neighbors. One of these was a man called William Dussler, who assured his own wife that the whole thing was ridiculous and that there could be nothing mysterious about the noises. When he got there, some of the neighbors were too nervous to go into the bedroom, but Dussler was not worried. He went and sat on the bed, and was astonished when Mrs. Fox's questions were answered with a rapping noise that made the bed vibrate. Later writers were to insist that the two children made all the noises by cracking their joints, but it is hard to see how the cracking of joints could make the house shake and cause a bed to vibrate. Dussler took up the questioning of the spirit. By a code of Knox, he established that the entity was a man who had been murdered in the house, a peddler named Charles B. Rosma, who had been attacked for the $500 he carried. The murder had taken place 5 years earlier, and had been committed by the man who was then the tenant of the house, a Mr. Bell. A maid named Lucretia Pulver later confirmed that a peddler had spent the night in the house, and that she had been sent home. When she returned the next day, the peddler had gone. As news of these amazing occurrences spread throughout the community, hundreds of people came to the house. On Sunday, April 2nd, Dussler learned from the murdered man that his body had been buried in the cellar. This seemed to offer a method of verification, and James Fox and his neighbors took shovels to the cellar, which had an earth floor, and proceeded to dig. At a depth of 3 feet they encountered water, and abandoned the attempt. But in July, when the water had gone down, they dug again, and at a depth of 5 feet found a plank. Underneath this, in quicklime, there was some human hair and a few bones. Mr. Bell, on being heard that he had been accused of murder by a ghost, indignantly denied it, and produced a testimonial to his good character from his new neighbors in Lyon, New York. The spirit had already prophesied that the murderer would never be brought to justice. In his account of the case in Modern Spiritualism, the skeptical Frank Podmore comments, "No corroborative evidence of the supposed murder, or even of the existence of the man supposed to have been murdered, was ever obtained." This was written in 1902. 2 years later, in November 1904, a wall in the cellar of the Fox house collapsed, revealing another wall behind it. Digging between the two walls uncovered a skeleton in a peddler's tin box. It looked as if someone had dug up the body from its original grave and interred it next to the wall, then built another wall to confuse searchers. In those days immediately after the first manifestations, a committee was set up to collect the statements of witnesses. Not all the investigators were convinced that the sounds had a supernatural origin, but no one suggested that the Fox family could be responsible. With the family all together in the same room, it was obviously impossible that either the parents or the children could be causing the bangs. What everyone soon noticed was that nothing happened unless the children were in the house, particularly Kate. A committee of skeptical Rochester citizens came to the house to investigate. They agreed that Margaret was certainly not responsible. A third investigation produced the same result. The children were stripped and searched to see if they had some mechanical device for producing the sounds. There was nothing. They were made to stand on pillows with their ankles tied. Still the raps occurred. The children were separated. Kate was sent to stay with her elder sister Leah in Rochester, and Margaretta with her brother David in Auburn. The spirits followed them both. Rapping noises were heard, and people felt themselves touched by invisible hands. In Leah's house, a lodger called Calvin Brown took a mildly satirical attitude towards the spirit, and it began to persecute him, throwing things at him. Mrs. Fox's cap was pulled off and the comb pulled out of her hair. When members of the family knelt to pray, pins were jabbed into them. In Brother David's boarding house, similar things were happening. It was clear that the murdered peddler was not responsible for all this. He was back in the Hydesville house, making terrifying gurgling noises and sounds like a body being dragged across the floor. Mrs. Fox's hair turned white. One spirit who communicated with Kate claimed to be a dead relative named Jacob Smith. Sister Leah Fish discovered that she could also communicate with the spirits, and began producing messages. One 16-year-old girl named Harriet Bebby, who visited the house in Auburn and witnessed the rapping noises, returned to her home miles away and found that the noises had followed her. The Fox family moved to Rochester, but the manifestations continued. Sometimes the bangs were so loud that they could be heard miles away. Poltergeists had apparently taken over from the original injured spirit. One day, a visitor named Isaac Post started asking the spirit questions, and was answered by a thunderous barrage of knocks. Then, by means of an alphabetical code, the spirit spelled out a message: "Dear friends, you must proclaim this truth to the world. This is the dawning of a new era, you must not try to conceal it any longer. God will protect you and good spirits will watch over you." And now began a series of manifestations that were to become typical of spiritualism. Tables moved and rapped with their legs, musical instruments were played by unseen fingers, objects moved round the room. The spirits intimated that they would prefer to manifest themselves in the dark, which confirmed the skeptics in their opinion. But other believers decided it was time to put the Spirit's injunction into operation and proclaim this truth to the world. On November 14, 1849, the first spiritualist meeting took place in the Corinthian Hall in Rochester. In his account of the haunting of Willington Mill, the local historian, M.A. Richardson, had remarked, "Were we to draw an inference from the number of cases of reported visitations from the invisible world that have been made public of late, we might be led to imagine that the days of supernatural agency were about to recommence, and that ghosts and hobgoblins were about to resume their sway over the fears of mankind." For 1840, that was a remarkably perceptive observation. Whether it was merely due to improved communications and the increase in the number of newspapers, it does seem clear that there was an apparent increase in ghostly manifestations at about this period. In retrospect, it looks oddly as if the spirits had decided that the time had come to make themselves noticed. Of course, there had been such manifestations for centuries. The Elizabethan astrologer Dr. John Dee devoted a large book to an account of his communications with spirits through the agency of a scryer, or, as they later came to be called, medium, called Edward Kelly. Cases like the Epworth poltergeist, the Stockwell poltergeist, described by M.R.S. Crowe, the Cock Lane ghost and the phantom drummer of Didworth had aroused widespread excitement and been the subject of contemporary pamphlets. In 1847, a young American shoemaker named Andrew Jackson Davis was placed under hypnosis and wrote an extraordinary and erudite work called The Principles of Nature, which subsequently became a literary sensation. In this remarkable book, Davis prophesies that the truth about spirits will ere long present itself in the form of a living demonstration, and the world will hail with delight the ushering in of that era when the interiors of men will be opened. Within 4 years of its publication, spiritualism had spread across America and was sweeping Europe. For whatever reason, the Fox sisters began a spiritualist explosion. People discovered that all they had to do was to sit in a darkened room, preferably with a medium present, someone who had already established a communication with the spirits, and the manifestations would usually follow immediately. No apparatus was required, except possibly a few musical instruments. In the Rochester area, more than 100 mediums appeared in the year 1850. In Buffalo, New York, 2 brothers and a sister named Davenport attended a séance at which the Fox sisters produced their manifestations, and decided to try it themselves. In fact, inexplicable raps and bangs had sounded in their home in the year 1846, 2 years before the Hydesville manifestations. When Ira, William, and Elizabeth Davenport sat in a darkened room, with their hands on a tabletop, the table began to move, raps were heard all over the room, and when Ira picked up a pencil his hand began to write automatically. A few nights later, with witnesses present, all 3 children were seen to levitate into the air. At their 5th séance, Ira was instructed, by means of raps, to fire a pistol in the corner of the room. As it exploded, it was taken from his hand, and by the light of the flash, a figure of a man was seen holding it. He vanished a moment later, and the pistol fell to the floor. The man introduced himself, through the code of raps, as John King. He was one of the first examples of a control, or master of ceremonies, who acted as intermediary between the medium and the spirits. John King was soon taking over the brothers directly and speaking through their mouths. The Davenport brothers went on to become even more famous than the Fox sisters. In Dover, Ohio, a well-to-do farmer named Jonathan Coons discovered his own talents as a medium by sitting in a dark room and going into a trance. The spirits who spoke through him told him that all his 8 children were gifted mediums. They instructed him to build a special house made of logs, 16 feet by 12, to be used exclusively for spiritualist activities. There were large numbers of musical instruments, drums, triangles, tambourines, a banjo, an accordion, a harp, a guitar, and so on. The room was dimly lighted by sheets of wet paper smeared with phosphorus. When the mediums, usually Coons and his 18-year-old son Nahum, were seated at a small table, with the audience on benches, Coons would play the violin, and the spirits would soon join in, producing the effect of a full orchestra. Witnesses also speak of a heavenly choir joining in. The racket was impressive, and could be heard a mile away. A voice would then deliver a homily, using a speaking trumpet, which floated in the air. A spirit hand floated round the room, touching people and shaking their hands. People came from all over the county to witness these marvels, and the spirits impressed everyone by producing information about strangers that none of the audience could have known. This was, in fact, one of the most convincing things about the spirits. They seemed to have access to all kinds of information. In Boston, the wife of a newspaper editor, Mrs. W.R. Hayden, startled the wife of the English mathematician, Augustus de Morgan, by giving her detailed messages from dead friends about whom she could not possibly have known. The result was that Mrs. de Morgan invited her to England, where she held séances under test conditions in the de Morgans' home. She was loudly ridiculed by the English newspapers, who were convinced that this latest American craze must be based on fraud and deception, which the British were too sensible to swallow, but she convinced most of those who actually saw her. And respectable members of the British middle classes who tried table turning to while away the long evenings were amazed to discover that it actually worked. One journalist wrote a few years later, "In those days you were invited to tea and table moving as a new excitement, and made to revolve with the family like mad round articles of furniture." Even Queen Victoria and Prince Albert tried it at Osborne, and the table moved so convincingly that the Queen had no doubt whatever that no trickery was involved. She decided that the answer must lie in some form of electricity or magnetism. The French were more than prepared to adopt this new form of entertainment, for half a century of controversy about Mesmer, who had taught that healing, clairvoyance and other such mysteries were due to a mysterious force called animal magnetism, had accustomed them to strange phenomena. By 1851, table turning had become the latest craze. And the spirits soon made a highly influential convert. He was a 50-year-old educationalist named Denisard Hippolyte Leon Rivail, who was to become famous under the name Allan Kardec. Rivail had been a pupil of the celebrated educator Pestalozzi, and he had opened his own school at the age of 24. He had written popular books on arithmetic, grammar, spelling, how to calculate in your head, and educational reform, and given immensely successful courses of free lectures on astronomy, chemistry, physics, and anatomy. He was also an enthusiastic student of phrenology and animal magnetism. It was in May 1855 that Rivail attended a hypnotic session with a certain Madame Roger, who was placed in a trance by her magnétiseur, M. Fortier, and was able to read minds and perform other puzzling feats. There Rivail met a certain Madame Plain Maison, who told him that even stranger phenomena were taking place regularly at her house in the Rue Grange Badelieret. Rivail agreed to go, and was amazed by what he saw. The tables did more than merely turn, they also jumped and ran about the room. The disciple of Mesmer felt that these phenomena challenged the powers of reason to which he had devoted his life, and he determined to try to get to the bottom of it. At Madame Plain Maison's, he met a man named Baudin, who told him that his 2 daughters practiced automatic writing. The young ladies seemed to have discovered their powers accidentally. In the course of entertaining their friends with table turning, they were, says one commentator, of a worldly and frivolous disposition. This did not deter the serious-minded Rivail, who proceeded to ask the table major philosophical questions. Asked if mankind would ever understand the first principles of the universe, it replied, "No." There are things that cannot be understood by man in this world. When Ryvale asked if matter had always existed, the table replied, perhaps a trifle wearily, God only knows. It was obvious to Ryvale that the entities who were communicating were genuine spirits, not the unconscious minds of the young ladies. Even in those days, the concept of the unconscious was accepted. In fact, the communicators identified themselves as spirits of genii, and said that some of them, but not all, had been the spirits of those who had been alive on Earth. With excitement, Ryvale realized that this material had an impressive inner consistency, and that the total pattern revealed a philosophical scheme that embraced the whole universe. Other friends who had been collecting automatic scripts, including the playwrights Ardu, handed over their own material to Ryvale, more than 50 notebooks. And Ryvale was told to bring all this material together into a book, which should be called the Spirits Book. The spirits even gave Ryvale the pseudonym under which he should publish the work, Allan Kardec. Both of these names, according to the spirits, were names he had borne in previous incarnations. The message of the Spirits Book is easily summarized. Man is a fourfold being, made up of body, vital principle, aura, intelligent soul, and spiritual soul, the divisions we have already encountered in the series of Prevorst. Spirits are intelligent beings, who constitute the population of the universe. Man is a spirit enclosed in a physical body. The destiny of all spirits is to evolve towards perfection. There are three basic categories of spirit: the low spirits, who are trapped in materiality; the second-degree spirits, whose moral nature has evolved to the point where they experience only a desire for good; and the perfect spirits, who have reached the peak of their evolution. The low spirits range from evil spirits who are activated by malice to mere boisterous spirits who enjoy getting into mischief. These latter are also known as poltergeists. After death, a spirit spends some time in the spirit world, and is then reincarnated on Earth or some other world. The purpose of earthly life is to enable the spirit to evolve. To some extent, the spirit is able to choose the trials it will undergo in its next life. This means that it is pointless to bemoan our lot, since we have chosen it ourselves. The Spirits Book appeared in 1856, and created a sensation. Kardec became the founder figure of the French spiritualist movement, and his works attained immense influence. But he died of a heart attack only 13 years after the book was published, at the age of 65, and his influence was soon being widely questioned by the movement. Ryvale was totally committed to the doctrine of reincarnation, the slow perfection of the spirit through a series of rebirths, which can be traced back to ancient India. But most of the spirits who spoke through mediums at seances had nothing to say about reincarnation. So Ryvale was inclined to be critical about trance mediums, while the trance mediums and their followers denounced Ryvale as a dogmatic old man. After Ryvale's death, his influence waned, and within a few years he was half forgotten. Now in Paris, in 1860, there was a particularly violent poltergeist in the Rue des Noyers. It smashed every window in the place, hurled all kinds of objects around the house, including many which the occupants had never seen before, and finally drove the unfortunate people out of the house. Ryvale decided to try to find out what exactly had happened. His medium's control, the spirit who acts as master of ceremonies, explained that the disturbances were the work of a mischievous spirit. And, at the request of the control, a spirit called St. Louis, the poltergeist of the Rue des Noyers, was summoned. He appeared to be in a bad temper, and asked irritably, "Why do you call me? Do you want to have some stones thrown at you?" Ryvale now asked the spirit, "Was there anyone in the Rue des Noyers who helped you play tricks on the inmates?" "Certainly," replied the spirit, "it had an excellent instrument." It added, "For I am merry and like to amuse myself sometimes." "Who was it?" Ryvale asked. "A maidservant." "Was she unaware you were making use of her?" "Oh yes, poor girl, she was the most frightened of them all." Ryvale asked how the spirit managed to throw various objects about the place, and received the interesting answer, "I helped myself through the electric nature of the girl. joined to my own, thus we were able to transport the objects between us. Ryvale asked the spirit who it was. It replied that it had been dead about 50 years, and had been a rag and bone man. People used to make fun of him because he drank too much, and this was why he decided to play tricks on the inhabitants of the Rue des Noyers. He indignantly denied that he had done these things out of malice. It was merely his way of amusing himself. This spirit seemed to belong to a class described in the spirit's book. They are ignorant, mischievous, unreasonable, and addicted to mockery. They meddle with everything and reply to every question without paying attention to the truth. So, according to Kardec, poltergeists are mischievous spirits who draw their energy from certain vulnerable human beings. In all but one respect, Kardec's spirit teaching agreed basically with those of most other spiritualists since Swedenborg, but that one aspect, reincarnation, was to prove a source of severe contention within the French spiritualist movement. The spirit's book had already been anticipated by a work called Arcanes de la vie future de Voily, Secrets of the Future Life Unveiled, by Alphonse Cahagnet, published in 1848, and a second and third volume later. Cahagnet was a cabinet maker who had become fascinated by somnambulism, hypnotism. In his mid-30s, he placed various subjects in a hypnotic trance, the most impressive being a woman called Adèle Maginot, and recorded what they told him of life after death. Adèle was so remarkable because her messages from the dead, and sometimes from living people who had disappeared, were so full of convincing evidence. Cahagnet started a journal called the Spiritualist Magnétiseur, and this was later transformed into the Spiritualist Review, edited by Z. Peart. But Cahagnet, who was a follower of Swedenborg, did not believe in reincarnation. And the French spiritualist movement was soon split by a bitter war of words between the followers of Cahagnet and the followers of Kardec. Kardec was critical of trance mediums, like Adèle, because they had nothing to say about reincarnation, and Cahagnet and his followers regarded automatic writing with suspicion and disdain. But Kardec, who had heart problems, died in 1869, only 13 years after the Spirit's book was published, while Cahagnet lived and flourished until 1885, publishing many more influential books. So it was Kardec's version of spiritualism that gradually faded away as the movement became increasingly powerful. It was only in Brazil, a country whose witch doctors frequently called on the spirits for magical aid, that Kardec's version of spiritualism took root, and where it still flourishes today as one of the country's major religions. We shall examine this at length in Chapter 9. It may be as well, at this point, to pause and ask the question, what does it all mean? There is something about spiritualism that is peculiarly irritating. It is one thing to accept that some people possess strange powers of clairvoyance, and quite another to swallow spirit teachings that sound like the ramblings of an uninspired Sunday school teacher. It is not that the doctrines of Swedenborg or Kardec are in themselves unacceptable. The notion that man possesses a vital body, an astral body and an ego body seems reasonable enough. Some may even learn, through self-observation, to distinguish between the promptings of the low self and the detached observations of some higher part of us that looks down ironically on our sufferings and humiliations. But when Kardec tells us that God created spirits, and then set them the task of evolving towards perfection, it sounds boringly abstract. Why did God bother to create spirits in the first place? Why did he not create them perfect in the first place? And surely spirits ought to have something better to do than to communicate with their living relatives through mediums and deliver anticlimactic messages about the joys of the afterlife and the trivial problems of the living? If we compare the revelations of spiritualism with those of science or philosophy, or the visions of the great mystics, they seem oddly banal. This explains why spiritualism aroused such instant hostility among scientists and philosophers. Spiritualism was like a volcanic explosion of belief. The scientists replied with a blast of skepticism that was like cold water. And the combination of boiling lava and cold water produced an enormous cloud of steam that obscured everything. It was not that most scientists disbelieved the evidence, they refused even to look at it. T. H. Huxley expressed the general feeling when he remarked, "It may all be true, for anything that I know to the contrary, but really I cannot get up interest in the subject. Such an attitude can hardly be defended as scientific. For anyone who has an hour to spare, the evidence is seen to be overwhelming. There are hundreds, thousands, of descriptions of out-of-the-body experiences, of poltergeists, of apparitions of the dead, of accurate glimpses of the future. Any reasonable person ought to be prepared to come to terms with these, not to dismiss them with the comment, "I really cannot get up any interest in the subject." Can we come to terms with them without making any commitment to life after death or the existence of spirits? Just about. Consider, for example, the haunting of Willington Mill. One interesting point that emerged was that the male apparition walked across the room several feet above the ground, at the level of the windowsill. This suggests that it was walking on a floor that had now been demolished. And we know that the mill house was built on the site of an older house. It looks as if the tape recording theory, CP211, can explain this particular ghost. We also observe that the house was at the bottom of a valley, next to a stream, and therefore almost certainly damp. T.C. Lethbridge suggested that ghosts are recordings on the electrical field of water, and are found most frequently in damp places. We may also note the comment of the local historian that although the mill was built around 1800, no haunting was recorded from that time until the disturbances experienced by Mr. Proctor's family, a family of young children. Later in the 19th century, investigators of poltergeist phenomena observed that children are usually present, and that one of them often seems to be the focus of the disturbance. Indeed, we may recall that the Reverend Samuel Wesley noticed that his daughter Hetty trembled in her sleep before old Geoffrey began banging around. Split brain physiology has taught us that we have two people inside our heads. Perhaps old Geoffrey was some kind of manifestation of Hetty Wesley's unconscious mind or right brain. Thomson J. Hudson has some surprising things to say about spiritualism in the law of psychic phenomena. He admits that the things that happen in the seance room are undeniable, but he claims they are not produced by the spirits of the dead. What produces the phenomena is essentially a human intelligence, and neither rises above nor sinks below the ordinary intelligence of humanity. And this is why spiritualism is so oddly boring and disappointing, because it is, as Nietzsche would say, human, all too human. We have already seen what remarkable powers the subjective mind possesses in certain lines of intellectual activity, and with what limitations it is hedged about, and we find that the intellectual feats of mediums possess all the characteristics belonging to subjective intelligence, the same wonderful powers and the same limitations. It is a convincing theory, and surprisingly modern. In all the years since the law of psychic phenomena appeared, nothing more plausible or scientific has been advanced. But does it really cover all the facts? Hudson's solution to the problem of spirits is that the subjective mind of the medium, being controlled by suggestion, believes itself to be the spirit of any deceased person whose name is suggested. But this fails to explain cases, like Swedenborg's case of the secret drawer mentioned in Chapter 3, where the medium was able to produce information that was only known to the dead person. It seems, on the whole, more straightforward to accept the possibility of life after death, or the spirit's independence of the body, as a working hypothesis. The other major objection to spiritualism, that it somehow reduces the spiritual to the material, was expressed by Dean Inge when he wrote, "The moment we are asked to accept scientific evidence for spiritual truth, the alleged spiritual truth becomes neither spiritual nor true. It is degraded into an event in the phenomenal world." And, oddly enough, Rudolf Steiner agreed with him, remarking, "The spiritualists are the greatest materialists of all." This sounds baffling, in view of the fact that Steiner not only accepted the reality of life after death, but of reincarnation as well. The explanation is important, and accounts for the general feeling of hostility that is so often aroused by spiritualism. One of Steiner's basic doctrines was that the supersensible world appears to us in such a way that it resembles our perceptions of the sense world. So that he says of Swedenborg, "He was a man who, in the time of dawning natural science, had become accustomed only to recognize the sensible, the visible. since he insisted on recognizing as true only what he could calculate and perceive with his senses. He drew down the supersensible world into a lower sphere under the influence of his habits of natural science. What Steiner is saying here is something that soon dawns on most readers of accounts of near-death experiences. Some find themselves walking towards a celestial city, some find themselves in flowery meadows, some find themselves drawn towards a heavenly gateway or a whirlpool of light. It looks as if everyone is interpreting the experience in terms of their own familiar concepts. Steiner is suggesting that visionaries like Swedenborg, who have caught a glimpse of the supersensible world, are bound to interpret it according to their ingrained mental habits, and that this explains why the revelations of spiritualism often seem slightly ludicrous. Oddly enough, Steiner thoroughly approved of Kardec, who obtained the material for his books from automatic writing. This clearly suggests that what Steiner disliked so much about spiritualism was its literal-mindedness, the trumpets and accordions floating through the air, the tables dancing around the room, the spirits made of ectoplasm. His attitude could be compared to that of a Christian mystic who wishes to explain that heaven is not full of angels sitting around on clouds and playing harps. At the same time, there is bound to be an element of unfairness in such an attitude. Many mediums who started off by producing automatic writing later became voice mediums, and some even materialization mediums. It is impossible to draw a sharp line between them. Steiner is not really criticizing spiritualism, he is criticizing spiritualists. Once we have grasped this, one of the major problems disappears, or at least, is revealed as a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding that caused a great deal of trouble and bitterness in the early days of spiritualism. It was useless for investigators like Catherine Crowe and Allan Kardec to demand a fair hearing for the supernatural. Scientists and intellectuals felt they were being asked to swallow a farrago of childish nonsense. They pointed angrily at the spiritualist churches that were springing up all over America, and asked how anybody could be serious about a religion started by two silly girls. Their skepticism seemed to be justified in April 1851, when a relative of the Fox family, a certain Mrs. Norman Culver, announced in the New York Herald that Kate and Margaretta Fox had shown her how they made the rapping noises with their knees and toes. This may or may not have been true. The girls, and their mother, had become celebrities, and spent a great deal of time traveling around the East Coast giving demonstrations. Fate had promoted them from the boredom of small-town life in upper New York State to the equivalent of stardom. If the spirits were occasionally uncooperative, it would have been surprising if they had not been tempted to do a little cheating. What seems perfectly clear is that the original phenomena, bangs that were strong enough to make the house vibrate, could not have been caused by cracking the joints of the knees. Neither could Kate and Margaretta have answered all the questions about the people in the room. The accusations of fraud were just one more excuse for refusing to look dispassionately at the evidence. The real tragedy in all this was that the cloud of polemical steam obscured a great deal of serious research into the paranormal, including the work of Reichenbach, Buchanan, Denton, and Hudson himself. We can see, in retrospect, that the skeptics and the scientists did not behave too badly. They were often narrow-minded and impatient, but they did their best to be fair. It was the spiritualists themselves who were largely to blame for all the hostility. They were too gullible, too prone to accept any banal nonsense as a message from the other side. Hundreds of fake mediums took advantage of their credulity to practice barefaced impositions, and whenever one of them was caught in the act, scientists shook their heads wearily and made comparisons with the medieval witchcraft phenomenon. Most of them had become too blasé even to say "I told you so." Genuine mediums like the Davenport brothers did themselves no good by appearing in theaters and performing hair-raising feats of escapology that would have done credit to Houdini. They allowed themselves to be tied so tight that the ropes cut into their flesh and caused bruises, but after a brief period in a cabinet, they would step out with the ropes around their feet. Professor Benjamin Pierce, a member of an investigating committee, sat between them in the cabinet. As soon as the door was closed, a hand shot the bolt. Both brothers were trussed up like mummies, and briefly felt the professor's face before going on to untie the brothers. Professor Loomis of the Georgetown Medical College admitted that the manifestations were produced by a force with which he was unacquainted. But this kind of testimony meant nothing compared to the fact that the brothers appeared on the same bill with conjurers and acrobats. All this explains why so little was achieved by the most remarkable medium of the 19th century, perhaps of all time, Daniel Douglas Home. Home retained his powers for more than a quarter of a century, with the exception of a period of 1 year when, as we shall see, the spirits decided to punish him. He performed his astonishing feats in broad daylight. He caused heavy articles of furniture to float up to the ceiling, he himself floated out of one window and in at another, he washed his face in blazing coals, he could make himself several inches taller at will. He was tested dozens of times by committees of skeptics, and was never once caught out in anything that looked like fraud. Yet posterity remembers him chiefly as the man Dickens called that scoundrel Home, and about whom Robert Browning wrote a scurrilous poem called Mr. Sludge the Medium. A typical Home séance is amusingly described by his biographer Jean Burton. It took place on an evening in January 1863, in the fashionable home of Madame Jovin d'Atainville, and the guests included Princess Metternich and her husband, the Austrian ambassador. The guests, 15 in all, sat at the table in the magnificent Second Empire drawing room, while Holmes sat in an armchair 3 or 4 yards away. When everyone was ready, he sat back in his chair, became paler, and went into a light trance. He asked Brian, "Are you there?" Brian being his spirit guide. Sharp raps came from the table, the chandeliers began to swing, and a chair moved of its own accord across the room and stopped in front of the guests. At the same moment, Princess Metternich screamed, as she felt a powerful but invisible hand grip hers. Others also felt hands lightly touching them. All this was in a room blazing with light. The tapestry tablecloth now rose into the air, and underneath it, something seemed to be moving, like a hand or a small animal, towards them. This was too much for the men, most of whom were skeptics. Prince Metternich dived under the cloth and tried to grab the creature. There was nothing. One of the men pulled the cloth away, while others dived under the table to find the source of the raps. Again, they were disappointed. As they scrambled out again, a hailstorm of raps sounded, as if in derision. The angry Prince Metternich was now convinced that they were coming from under the table, and scrambled underneath again. Raps sounded, and Metternich yelled indignantly, "No jokes, please." The company assured him that they were not responsible. Apparently in a trance, Home pointed to a corsage of violets on the piano and asked that it should be brought over to them. The violets glided across the piano, floated unsteadily across the room, and fell into the princess's lap. Prince Metternich bounded forward and grabbed them, then proceeded to search for the thread that he was convinced must be attached. He found nothing. In a faint voice, Home now demanded an accordion, a popular instrument of the period. When it came, the princess was asked to stand alone in the middle of the room with the instrument held high above her head. As she stood there, her arm in the air, an expression of astonishment crossed her face. There was a tug on the accordion, and it proceeded to play, moving in and out. What impressed everyone was that it was a fine performance, the playing so soft and melodious that it brought tears to the eyes of some of the audience. After that, anything would have been an anticlimax, so the séance finished. But, typically, the men began to speculate how it had been done. No one seemed to doubt that it had been some form of conjuring trick. Others spoke of electrobiology and mass hypnosis. The princess had to admit that she had no sensation of being hypnotized. Daniel Douglas Home, he pronounced it Hume, was born near Edinburgh in March 1833. His mother was a Highlander and had a reputation as a seer. He was probably illegitimate. He liked to claim that his father was Lord Home. At the age of 9, he moved to America with an aunt, Mary Cook, and her husband. His mother and father, and 7 brothers and sisters, were already there. Daniel suffered from tuberculosis, and was subject to fainting fits, a typical sick sensitive. His closest friend was a boy called Edwin, and they went for long walks in the woods of Connecticut. They made a boyish pact. that whoever died first would show himself to the other. In 1846, when Daniel was 13, he told his aunt and uncle that he had just seen Edwin standing at the foot of his bed, and that the figure had made 3 circles in the air with his hand, which Daniel took to mean that he had died 3 days ago. It proved to be true. There were no more supernatural experiences for another 4 years. Then Holmes saw a vision of his mother, and knew she was dead. Soon after that, he was brushing his hair when he saw, in the glass, a chair moving across the room towards him. He was terrified and rushed out of the house. In bed, he was awakened by 3 loud bangs on the headboard. The next morning at breakfast, when his aunt was mildly teasing him about tiring himself out by attending too many prayer meetings, Holmes was a religious young man. Raps sounded from all over the table, and his alarmed aunt cried, "So you've brought the devil into my house, have you?" and threw a chair at him. The Baptist minister was called in to pray the devil away but had difficulty in making himself heard above the hail of knocks. Unaware that poltergeist phenomena are usually harmless, his aunt requested him to leave her house. So, at the age of 17, Holmes had to fend for himself. But Holmes had such charm and gaiety that there were dozens of acquaintances who were delighted to offer him hospitality. And the spirits gave him their full support. He went easily into trance, and in that state talked fluently in French and Italian, neither of them languages in which he had become proficient. He could not have chosen a better time to launch himself on the world, with everyone in the United States talking about spirits. An evangelist named Dr. George Bush, a professor of Oriental languages, persuaded him that he ought to become a Swedenborgian and use his considerable preaching talent in the pulpit. Holmes agreed, then came back 2 days later to say that his dead mother had expressly forbidden it, telling him that he had a more extended mission. Looked after by the spirits, and by kindly acquaintances, Holmes wandered around through New England, always a welcome guest in the homes of the well-off middle classes. His pale good looks brought out the protectiveness in middle-aged ladies. In Springfield, Massachusetts, he stayed at the home of a wealthy citizen named Rufus Elmers, and agreed to be investigated by a delegation from Harvard, including the poet William Cullen Bryant. They, like many other delegations after them, had no doubt about the genuineness of the phenomena. The table not only rapped and floated off the floor, but stood on 2 legs like a circus horse while 3 members of the committee sat on it and tried to force it down again. The floor vibrated to shocks that were as powerful as cannon fire. All this took place in broad daylight, and members of the committee held Holmes' hands and feet while most of the phenomena were taking place. Their report, entitled "The Modern Wonder," concluded, "We know that we were not imposed upon nor deceived." Rufus Elmers was so impressed that he offered to adopt Holmes and make him his heir. Holmes declined with thanks. In August 1852, sitting in a circle, Holmes floated up to the ceiling, a feat that became virtually his trademark. And his other phenomena continued to be almost as astonishing. Grand pianos would float across the room, bells would ring, cymbals clash, and there would be sounds of birdsong and assorted animal noises. One day, a table with a candle on it tilted at an angle, and the candle flame went on burning at the same angle, as if it was still resting on a horizontal surface. On another occasion, at the home of the Reverend S.B. Britton, he went into a trance, and a voice announced, "Hannah Britton here." Holmes began to wring his hands, and for the next half hour, talked in a wild, distracted way about the torments of hell. The Reverend Britton was staggered, for he was certain that no one knew that the lady, a relative, had been a prey to religious mania, and had died insane, obsessed by visions of eternal punishment. On a subsequent appearance, Hannah Britton told them that her present life was calm, peaceful and beautiful, and that the torments of hell had been a delusion of her distracted brain. Most women adored Holmes, who was attentive and thoughtful. He loved sending flowers on anniversaries. Men either liked him or loathed him. He had effeminate manners, and many suspected he was homosexual. For some odd reason, a surprising number of mediums are. He was undoubtedly rather vain about his pale good looks and silky, auburn hair. He loved expensive clothes. He was an outrageous snob, who took pleasure in being inaccessible. He would only condescend to know people if introduced by a mutual acquaintance. He would be mortally offended if anyone offered him money, and he resented being treated as a performer. As far as he was concerned, he was the social equal of anyone he met, including kings. Yet he was becomingly modest about his achievement, insisting that he himself had nothing whatever to do with the phenomena. All he had to do was to relax and put himself in the right mood, and right is probably here the operative word, and things simply happened. By 1855, Holmes' consumptive cough had become so bad that his admirers decided he ought to move to a healthier climate. For some unaccountable reason, he chose England. Admirers paid his passage, and with the crowd waving frantically, he sailed from Boston in March. He was just 22. As usual, the spirits were looking after Holmes. In London, he moved into Cox's Hotel in Jermyn Street. The owner, William Cox, was a spiritualist, and welcomed Holmes as a father would a son. So Holmes got free lodgings and an introduction to the London society people who made regular use of the hotel. In no time at all he was calling on marchionesses and baronesses. He went to visit the novelist Lord Lytton, who made literary use of many of Holmes' seance phenomena, a luminous form that dissolved into a globe, a disembodied hand, loud bangs, fiery sparks, in his famous story The Haunted and the Hunters. But Lytton declined to believe spirits were responsible. He thought the phenomena were due to Holmes' unconscious mind. He became a friend of the socialist Robert Owen, who was a convert to spiritualism, and who introduced him to his old friend Lord Henry Brougham, a Voltairean skeptic. Brougham and Sir David Brewster had a private session with Holmes at which the table rose into the air and a bell floated across the room. Brewster described these things in his diary and told them to friends, but later insisted that the table had only appeared to rise, and that Holmes had probably moved the bell with some hidden apparatus. The resulting controversy brought Holmes much publicity, and provided the spiritualists with some excellent ammunition to use against scientific dogmatism, since Brewster's own diaries justify Holmes. Elizabeth Barrett Browning called on Holmes, together with her husband Robert. Ghostly hands materialized, music sounded from the air, the table rapped loudly and invisible spirits caressed them. Mrs. Browning was totally convinced. Her husband, vigorous, sturdy, just over 5 feet tall, sat there scowling, and resolutely declined to accept the evidence of his eyes. Holmes became an unmentionable subject in the Browning household, and after his wife's death, Browning wrote the flagrantly unfair Mr. Sludge the Medium. He may have been prejudiced by an episode that took place at another Holmes séance, when a detached hand took up a garland of flowers and placed them on the poetess's brow. Browning was jealous of his wife. Holmes made things worse by telling people that Browning had tried to place himself in the trajectory of the wreath so it would alight on his brow. By popular request of the English community, Holmes moved on to Florence. There the manifestations were stronger than ever. A grand piano floated up into the air and remained there while a countess played on it. A spirit conversed with a Polish princess in her own language. In a haunted convent, Holmes conversed with the spirit of a monk, also a murderer, and caused his skinny, yellow hands to materialize. When the novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne came to Florence 3 years later, people were still talking about Holmes, and Hawthorne collected dozens of well-attested accounts of the phenomena. Hawthorne made the interesting and significant observation: these soberly attested increased head abilities are so numerous that I forget 9/10 of them. They are absolutely proved to be sober facts by evidence that would satisfy us of any other alleged realities, and yet I cannot force my mind to interest itself in them. This is perhaps one of the most important comments ever made about Holmes or about spiritualism in general. Unfortunately, Holmes' success began to go to his head. He was not a particularly strong character, and being treated as a messenger from the gods would have been enough to unbalance a far more independent nature. When he went to stay at the villa of a titled Englishwoman who was separated from her husband, former admirers were scandalized. English self-control produces a morbid fascination with sexual scandal, and he began to sense a new atmosphere of hostility. He was attacked on his way back to his hotel and slightly wounded, a sign that the spirits were becoming inefficient or lazy, and on February 10, 1856, the spirits told him that his recent conduct was not worthy of a representative of the other world, and that his powers were about to leave him for a year. A Polish count had invited him to Naples and Rome. Home felt obliged to admit to him that his powers had deserted him. But his luck held. The count insisted that it made no difference, and Home accompanied him to Naples. And in spite of the loss of his powers, he remained a social lion. They came back, as the spirits had prophesied, exactly 1 year to the day, on the stroke of midnight. By now Home was in Paris, and had taken the precaution of ensuring himself against the disapproval of the Church by becoming a Catholic. His father confessor, recommended by the Pope himself, was less than enthusiastic about the return of the spirits, whom he assumed to be demons. But there was little he could do about it. Neither would Home have wished it, for he was by now a favorite of the Emperor Napoleon III and the Empress Eugenie. His luck aroused widespread envy and hostility, but after the year of desertion by the spirits, he no longer allowed it to go to his head. After a tour of northern Europe, he returned to Rome, where he met and wooed a beautiful 17-year-old Russian countess named Sasha. They went to St. Petersburg, together with the novelist Dumas, and her relatives organized a spectacular wedding. Home was received by the Russian royal family as cordially as by Napoleon III. Unfortunately, Sasha caught his tuberculosis, and died not long after the birth of a son. At least her death was not a separation. Home was able to keep in constant touch with her. In 1862 his luck again seemed to desert him. The police ordered him to leave Rome, declaring that he was a sorcerer. The spirits made things worse by rapping on the desk of the police chief. For the next 4 years he again became a wanderer. In 1866, he met an effusive and vulgar old lady with a working-class accent, Mrs. Jane Lyon, who told him she wanted to adopt him as her son, and presented him with numerous large checks. Home changed his name to Home Lyon. But the two were far from soulmates, and the relationship soon began to deteriorate badly. He found her boringly affectionate and she found him cold. He had a breakdown, and fled to various watering places to take a cure. When he returned to London, he found that Mrs. Lyon had transferred her allegiance to a female medium, and was brooding on how to recover her money. She wanted back about 230,000, only about half of what she had given him. She accused him of extortion, and Home was arrested. At the trial in April 1868, she alleged that she had given him the money because he had brought her instructions to that effect from her dead husband. Home's case was that she had tried hard to seduce him after he became her son. Mrs. Lyon was undoubtedly, as Home declared, vengeful and untruthful, and many of her lies were exposed in court. But a spirit medium stood no chance of getting an unprejudiced trial. The judge remarked that if everyone who gave money to a religious charity was allowed to ask for it back, the result would be chaos. However, since spiritualism was a fraud and a cheat, he would make exception in the present case. Home was ordered to repay the money. The trial did Home immense damage, strengthening the impression already created by Browning's Mr. Sludge, that he was a confidence trickster. But the notoriety had one advantage. A reading tour of England drew enormous audiences and helped to recoup his loss. During his water cure in Malvern, Home had met a young aristocrat, Lord Audaret, and during the next year or two he spent much time with him. In 1870, Audaret published Experiences in Spiritualism with Mr. D. Home, perhaps one of the most extraordinary and impressive books about a medium ever written. Audaret was an ordinary young Englishman, more interested in hunting, shooting and fishing than ghosts. It was Audaret who saw Home float out of one upper-story window and in at another. He also saw the materialization of various spirits, including Sasha and the American actress Ada Menken, and all the other phenomena that Home had been producing for the past 20 years. He saw Home stir up the fire until the coals were blazing, then pick them up in handfuls and rub his face in them. Neither his face nor his hair was burnt. He also witnessed Home standing against a wall, where his height was carefully taken, 5 feet 10 inches, after which Home elongated himself to 6'4". In 1871, Home agreed to be investigated by the young scientist William, later Sir William, Crookes. The anti-spiritualists smiled with satisfaction. They had no doubt whatever that Crookes would finally demolish the conjurer's reputation. In the event, Crookes was totally convinced, and published a report to that effect, to the disgust of his fellow scientists, who decided that he had been duped. In the controversy that followed, Crookes exploded indignantly, "I didn't say it was possible, I said it was true." In the following year, 1872, Home decided it was time to retire. A lawsuit about his wife's estate was decided in his favor, so he was a Russian landowner. He lived on for another 14 years, to the age of 53, spending his time between Russia and the French Riviera. He was wasting away from consumption, but with a beautiful second wife, a comfortable income and hosts of admiring friends, his final years were far from unhappy. The article on Home in Encyclopaedia Britannica calls Home an unsolved enigma. This is true, but not quite in the sense the writer intended. As far as Home was concerned, there was no enigma. He had simply inherited unusual psychic powers from his mother's side of the family, and he passed these on to his son Grisha. So the spirits were able to operate through him. As we have seen, this answer failed to satisfy many people who witnessed his feats and accepted their genuineness. Lord Lytton thought that Home somehow caused the phenomena himself. Most modern researchers would probably agree with him, since most of them are unwilling to accept the spirit hypothesis. Yet one thing that becomes very clear to anyone who reads the accounts of Home's phenomena, as recorded by Lord Audaret or Sir William Crookes, is that the spirits are not only the simplest explanation, but in many cases, the only explanation. A large percentage of the phenomena can only be explained if we assume the existence of disembodied intelligences. And at this point, it is necessary to acknowledge that, sooner or later, most investigators of the paranormal are finally driven to the conclusion that spirits almost certainly exist. They do this with the utmost reluctance. It would be far more convenient, and far more logically satisfying, if we could explain all the phenomena in terms of the unrecognized powers of the human mind. Total honesty forces the admission that this is impossible. And this is nowhere more obvious than in the case of Daniel Douglas Home. 5. Enter the ghost detectives. Casting an eye over the history of spiritualism, it certainly looks as if the spirits made a tremendous and concerted effort to convince the Victorians of their reality. If that is the case, it seems equally clear that they made a miscalculation. The leaders of Victorian public opinion, politicians, intellectuals, churchmen, remained indifferent. And most scientists were intensely hostile. In the decade after the Hydesville rappings, they made a determined attempt to destroy spiritualism by ridicule. They were hardly to blame. If they had behaved in any other way, they would not have been Victorians. It was their very best qualities, their sense of excitement about the future, about the tremendous scientific and technical advances, and the possibilities of humanitarian social reforms, that made them turn their backs on the supernatural. T.H. Huxley expressed this spirit in a burst of magnificent exasperation when someone tried to persuade him to attend a séance. "If anybody could endow me with the faculty of listening to the chatter of old women and curates in the nearest cathedral town, I should decline the privilege, having better things to do." But when the less waspish investigators could be persuaded to listen to the chatter of old women and curates, they often found it unexpectedly interesting. We have already encountered the schoolmaster Alfred Russel Wallace, who was a total skeptic and a disciple of Voltaire. When he went to listen to a lecture on mesmerism, he was sufficiently intrigued to try it out on his students. One boy proved to be an unusually good subject, seeming when placed in a trance to tune into Wallace's mind. 15 years later, Wallace became famous as the man who had, together with Charles Darwin, discovered evolution by natural selection, and who, moreover, had allowed Darwin to take priority. In 1865, Wallace attended a séance at the house of a skeptical friend, and witnessed a heavy table moving and vibrating, in broad daylight, while raps resounded from around the room. That convinced him. A year later, he met an enormous young lady named Agnes Nichols, and watched with incredulity as the elephantine girl floated up into the air. Agnes could also produce apports, objects that fell from the air, and when Wallace asked if the spirits could produce a sunflower, a 6-foot sunflower with a clod of earth round its roots fell onto the table. Agnes's spirits never did things by halves. On another occasion, when someone requested flowers, what looked like the whole contents of a flower shop cascaded from the air. But their most spectacular feat occurred in Highbury on January 3, 1871, when Agnes herself, now married to a man called Guppy, became the apport. She was seated at the dining room table doing her accounts when she vanished as if the ground had swallowed her. 4 miles away in Lamb's Conduit Street, some ardent spiritualists were seated at a table with their eyes closed, begging the spirits to vouchsafe some small manifestation. There was an almighty crash that caused screams, and when someone struck a match, the mountainous Mrs. Guppy was found lying on the table, still clutching her account book. But again, the spirits had miscalculated. The story of Mrs. Guppy floating 4 miles certainly caused widespread hilarity, but it didn't bring thousands flocking to the spiritualist churches. Wallace had no doubt that Mrs. Guppy could convince the skeptics, so he invited 3 of the most hostile, Professor W. B. Carpenter, Professor John Tyndall and G. H. Lewis, the husband of novelist George Eliot. Carpenter came, sat silently through a cannonade of raps, then went away without comment. He never came back. Neither did Tyndall, whose only comment was, "Show us something else." Lewis simply refused to come, as did T.H. Huxley. This was the occasion when Huxley remarked that he simply could not get up an interest in the subject. Yet in spite of the refusal of scientists to believe their own eyes and ears, psychic phenomena remained a thorn in the flesh of Victorian intellectuals. After all, it was the business of science to explain mysteries, not ignore them. Some scientists, such as William Crookes, discoverer of the element thallium, developed a bad conscience about it, and decided to conduct their own investigations. When Crookes saw a concertina in a cage playing music of its own accord, while Daniel Douglas Home held it up by one handle, he knew that he was dealing with unknown forces. His credulity caused much head shaking among his colleagues. And later, when he decided that a young lady called Florence Cook, whose guide, Katie King, materialized and walked round the room, was genuine, some of them whispered that Florence had become Crookes's mistress as the price of his cooperation. The mathematician Charles Dodgson, who wrote Alice in Wonderland, was another who felt that the phenomena ought to be explained, not dismissed. He wrote to a friend in 1882, "That trickery will not do as a complete explanation of all the phenomena. I am more than convinced. At the same time, I see no need as yet for believing that disembodied spirits have anything to do with it. All seems to point to the existence of a natural force, allied to electricity and nerve force by which brain can act on brain. I think we are close to the day when this shall be classified among the known natural forces." That was the ideal aim, to track down this unknown force and stick a label on it. This was the truly Victorian way of banishing this revival of witchcraft. The only problem was that the spirits often converted the skeptics who were trying to disprove their existence. There was, for example, the embarrassing case of the American Congressman Robert Dale Owen, son of the great social reformer Robert Owen. The latter had been a lifelong freethinker, until he encountered the American medium Mrs. Hayden. And then, at the age of 83, he declared himself a spiritualist. His son, another freethinker and social reformer, was furious, and decided that the old man was senile. He was, at the time, American charge d'affaires in Naples. In 1856, the Brazilian ambassador persuaded him to attend a séance in his apartment, and there Owen saw the table moving without human agency. It was, he decided, merely an electropsychological phenomenon. But he wanted to know how it worked. So he spent the next 2 years reading books on mesmerism and animal magnetism, and attending séances. He met Home, who had lost his powers at the time, but the stories of Holmes' powers made him feel that he should at least consider the possibility that spirits were responsible for the phenomena. As a result, he became convinced, and wrote a book called Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World that achieved the same popularity as M.R.S. Crowe's Night Side of Nature. Footfalls deserved its popularity. It was an exhaustive, carefully argued book, full of the latest discoveries in modern science, and of some highly convincing cases of clairvoyance, precognitions, poltergeists, and phantasms of the living. But it is doubtful that it convinced a single scientist. What finally turned the tide in favor of spiritualism was not scientific evidence, but the deep Victorian craving for religious certainty. Nowadays the chief affliction of the intellectuals is angst, a kind of free-floating anxiety. In the Victorian age, it was doubt with a capital D. One of the great Victorian bestsellers was a novel called Robert Elsmere by M.R.S. Humphrey Ward, about a clergyman who experiences doubts and feels obliged to resign his living. We find the idea slightly comic. Evelyn Waugh poked fun at it in Decline and Fall, but that is because we take doubt for granted. We can scarcely imagine what it was like to be born into the blissful certainty of a respectable Victorian household, certainty about salvation, about the inspiration of the Bible, about the truth of the 39 Articles. Victorian children were brought up to believe that Adam was created in precisely 4004 BC, and that any kind of doubt on religious matters was as disgraceful as being a drunkard or a prostitute. So when Sir Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology, 1830, argued that the Earth was millions of years old, Victorians felt as shocked as if an active volcano had appeared in Trafalgar Square. It was from that point that they began to be undermined by doubts. One of these unhappy questioners was Professor Henry Sidgwick, of Trinity College, Cambridge. Doubt tormented him like a nagging tooth all his life. In 1869, at the age of 31, he even felt obliged to resign his fellowship at Trinity because he could no longer subscribe to the 39 Articles of the Church of England. His fellow dons sympathized, and, the moment the religious tests were dropped, reappointed him. He went on to write a celebrated book on ethics that ended with the statement that all man's attempts to find a rational basis for human behavior are foredoomed to failure. Sidgwick's pupils regarded him as a kind of Socrates. There were many brilliant young men among them, including Arthur Balfour, a future Prime Minister, Edmund Gurney, heir to a Quaker fortune, and Frederick Myers, the son of a clergyman. Myers, another Fellow of Trinity, also felt obliged to resign because of doubts. One evening in December 1869, Myers paid his old master a visit, and they went for a walk under the stars. It was the year in which Sidgwick had resigned his fellowship, and inevitably, the subject of religion came up. Although neither of them could still call themselves Christians, neither of them could accept that the universe is a great machine and that human beings have been created by pure chance. It was Myers who asked, with a certain desperation, whether, since philosophy had failed to solve the riddle of the universe, there might be just a chance that the answer lay in the evidence for ghosts and spirits. Neither of them felt much optimism, but Sidgwick went on brooding about the idea, particularly when, in the following year, Crookes announced that he intended to investigate Daniel Dungla's home. The attacks on Crookes outraged their sense of fair play, and in 1873 they formed a loose association for the investigation of spiritualism and the paranormal. Myers became a school inspector, which left him time to attend séances. But at first he found it discouraging work. He began to wonder whether there was something about him that made the spirits stay away. Then he had an experience that convinced him. He attended a séance with a medium named Charles Williams, at one of whose séances M.R.S. Guppy had landed on the table, and a hand materialized in the air. Myers held it in his own, and felt it grow smaller and smaller until it faded away, leaving nothing behind. That could not be trickery. Myers now began seeking actively for more evidence. Together with Edmund Gurney, Arthur Balfour, Sidgwick, and Lord Rayleigh, the scientist who discovered the element argon, Myers became a dedicated psychical researcher. They were joined by a remarkable clergyman, Stainton Moses, who was also an automatic writing medium. His obvious genuineness reinforced Myers's conviction. A new impetus came from an Irish professor of physics, William Barrett, who taught at the Royal College of Science in Dublin. Like Alfred Russel Wallace, Barrett had become interested in mesmerism, and when he was staying with a friend of County Westmeath, he persuaded some of the village children to subject themselves to hypnosis. Two proved to be excellent subjects, and with one of these Barrett observed what Wallace had experienced with his schoolboy 2 decades earlier, community of sensation. When his friend placed his own hand over a lighted lamp, the girl snatched hers away as if afraid of burning. When he tasted sugar, she smiled. When he tasted salt, she frowned. She also proved to be able to read Barrett's mind. The skeptical Professor Carpenter had explained such phenomena by saying that people under hypnosis become abnormally sensitive, so they can recognize almost undetectable sounds or smells. But that would not explain how this girl could hold against her head a book containing a playing card, and describe the card exactly. Barrett wrote a paper about the case, and sent it to the British Association in London. It would probably have been ignored, but it happened that Wallace was chairman of the committee that decided which papers to publish. He threw his weight behind Barrett, and although the committee eventually overruled him, Wallace made sure that Myers saw the paper. By this time, Barrett had found another case that excited him, the family of a clergyman called Creary, who lived at Buxton, in Derbyshire. Creary's daughters were unusually good at playing a favorite party trick called the willing game, in which a person went out of the room while the others decided what he ought to do. When he came back, everyone had to try to will him to do it. In Barrett's presence, Creary's 4 daughters demonstrated the willing game again and again, with hardly a single failure. Barrett met Myers and his fellow psychical investigators in London, and suggested that they ought to form a society for investigating these mysteries. Myers and Gurney were dubious. They felt they were already doing their best. But Barrett's enthusiasm prevailed, and the result was the formation of the Society for Psychical Research, RPs, which met for the first time in February 1882. Its original members were the Cambridge group, Myers, Gurney, Sidgwick, and his wife Eleanor, Balfour, Barrett, Rayleigh and Wallace. Soon they were joined by distinguished Victorians such as Tennyson, Gladstone, J. Thomson, discoverer of the electron, Mark Twain, William James, Lewis Carroll, Charles Dodgson, John Ruskin, Sir Oliver Lodge, and the painters Frederick Leighton and G. F. Watts. The society had no objection whatever to skeptics, for its aim was to bring the methods of science to bear on the psychic world, and try to prove or disprove it once and for all. One result was that Myers and Gurney accepted with pleasure the services of a skeptical post office employee named Frank Podmore, whose original faith in spiritualism had been badly shaken in 1876 by the trial and subsequent flight of a slate-writing medium named Henry Slade. The anti-spiritualist Sir Ray Lancaster had managed to grab the slate before the spirits had had a chance to get to work, and found a message already on it. In spite of strong evidence in his favor, Slade was found guilty on the curious grounds that writing by spirits was a violation of the laws of nature, so he had to be a fraud. The three-way collaboration produced the classic Phantasms of the Living, 1886, which took 4 years to compile. The society also produced a vast census of hallucinations, which showed that 1 person in every 10 had experienced some kind of hallucination. Now, at last, it should have been possible for the spirits to win over the great majority of the British public. We have seen that mediums like Home, M.R.S. Hayden, and M.R.S. Guppy had no problem convincing scientists once they were given a fair chance. In fact, the society did some very impressive work, establishing the reality of apparitions, telepathy, clairvoyance, and out-of-the-body experiences beyond all reasonable doubt. This early work culminated in Myers's masterpiece, Human Personality, and its survival of bodily death. But, astonishingly, all this did little or nothing to influence public opinion. The vast audience that had bought The Night Side of Nature and Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World could not be bothered to read huge works full of signed statements and detailed examinations of the evidence. And skeptics such as T. H. Huxley and Sir Ray Lancaster felt there would be no point in reading them anyway, since anyone who could believe in such nonsense must be a gullible idiot. Regrettably, there was another factor that prevented the public taking the RPs seriously. In its first 2 decades, a whole series of exposures provided the skeptics with all the ammunition they could wish for. The result was that, by about 1902, the society had become a kind of joke, rather like the Flat Earth Society. One of the most damaging of the exposures had taken place in 1880, 2 years before the society was formed. The medium Florence Cook, with whom William Crookes had worked, was caught cheating by Sir George Sitwell, father of Edith, Osbert, and Sacheverell. Florence was a materialization medium. She sat in a cabinet with drawn curtains in a dimly lighted room, and after a few minutes, a figure in white would emerge from the cabinet and talk to people in the audience. The spirit called herself Marie, and claimed that she materialized herself with substances taken from the medium's body. As she passed by Sitwell's chair, he grabbed her and held her tight until someone produced a light. Then it was found that Marie was Florence Cook in her corset and petticoat. Florence's other clothes were found in the cabinet. That looked conclusive, although spiritualists accepted Florence's explanation, that she was in a trance at the time and had no knowledge of what had happened. Sir William Crookes immediately came to her defense. He pointed out that in 1873 a man called Volkmann had suddenly grabbed the spirit as it walked around the room. In those days, a woman who called herself Katie King. One person present claimed that Katie's legs and feet had dissolved away and that she had escaped from Volkmann's clutch with an upward movement like a seal. The audience rushed to the cabinet and found Florence still there, dressed in black, her knots and seals intact. No trace of the white gown in which Katie had been dressed was found in the cabinet. Crookes also described how he had once been allowed to hold Katie in his arms at a séance, and found her to be quite solid, like a normal woman. Naturally suspicious, he asked her if he could see Florence in her cabinet. Katie agreed, and Crookes entered the cabinet and found Florence in a trance. As far as Crookes was concerned, that was conclusive. As far as the skeptics were concerned, it proved one of 2 things, either that Florence had an accomplice, perhaps her sister Katie, also a medium, or that Crookes was a liar. After the Sitwell exposure, an authoress named Florence Marriott sat with Florence in the cabinet, tied to her with a rope. Marie appeared as usual and walked out amongst the audience. But Florence's reputation had suffered badly, and she soon went into partial retirement. Crookes was undoubtedly deceived by a personable general's daughter named Rosina Showers. He had no reason to suspect her, for she refused all payment for her séances, at which a figure dressed in white appeared. Crookes had devised a simple test to prevent Florence Cook from cheating. He had made her dip her hands in a colored dye before the séance, then examined Katie King's hands. Katie passed the test without difficulty. But Rosina's apparition had dyed hands. Crookes allowed himself to overlook this. After all, the spirit drew its substance from the medium, and might have borrowed the dye too. But Rosina was unable to keep her secret to herself, and told the American medium Annie Fay that she had cheated. Mrs. Fay immediately passed this on to Crookes, who demanded a private interview with Rosina. She confessed her deception, and promised never to do it again. Crookes, in turn, promised not to expose her. This promise was to cause him some embarrassment. Rosina's mother found out about the secret meeting, and put the worst possible construction on it. Having promised Rosina to keep silence, Crookes had to endure stoically while Mrs. Showers spread scandal among her friends and accused him of being a Casanova who habitually seduced his mediums. It was already general gossip that he had slept with Florence Cook when he was investigating her in his own house. Crookes finally decided that psychical research was more trouble than it was worth, and gave it up. In 1888, there was a double scandal. The 4 Creary girls, whose wool game had so impressed Barrett, and caused him to found the RPs, were caught cheating. They had been constantly tested ever since Barrett discovered them, and had become thoroughly bored with it all. They admitted that they had devised various simple signals to aid their card-guessing games, an upward glance for hearts, down for diamonds, and so on. They insisted that they had only decided to cheat fairly recently, and Myers and Gurney believed them, having made quite sure that the girls could not cheat in their own earlier tests. But no one else believed them. Then, worst of all, the two Fox girls whose manifestations had launched the spiritualist movement publicly confessed that they were cheats. By 1888, both were in their 50s, both were widows, and both were drinking too much. People were no longer interested in spirit rappings. Sister Leah, on the other hand, was still doing rather well. She and her sisters were barely on speaking terms. It was Leah, in fact, who had launched the fashion for materializations when, at a séance with Robert Dale Owen in 1860, a veiled white figure had walked round the room. With a supporter like Owen, she could hardly fail. Her sisters, on the other hand, had been badly treated by life. Kate's children had been taken from her by the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children as a result of her drunkenness. Margaretta had managed to smuggle them to England, to a guardian, but had been sorely tempted to commit suicide by jumping overboard on the return journey. Her strongest desire was to get her own back on her elder sister Leah. So when she arrived back in America, she took the opportunity of an interview with a reporter to declare that all the rappings had been a cheat. On October 21, 1888, she and Kate appeared on a platform at the New York Academy of Music, and Margaretta confessed that she had made the raps by means of a double joint in her big toe. She went on to demonstrate with a series of muffled raps. They were not in the least like the thunderous knockings that had shaken the bedroom of the Hydesville house, but the audience was willing to be convinced, and Margaretta and Kate were able to share $1,500 between them. The reporter Reuben Davenport, who had organized the confession, went on to write a book called The Death Blow to Spiritualism. Much of the $1,500 was spent on alcohol. In due course Margaretta wrote a recantation of the confession, which she handed to a wealthy spiritualist, who allowed her to live in an apartment he owned. Her alcoholism made her an impossible tenant and he had to evict her. She died in 1895 and was buried in a pauper's grave, followed soon afterwards by Kate. In retrospect, the most significant thing about her confession is that Kate sat silently beside her on stage. She neither confirmed the confession nor offered to demonstrate how she had been deceiving the public with raps for the past 30 years. The inference seems to be that she agreed to share the platform for the sake of the $750, but refused to go further than that. Another embarrassment to organized psychical research was the remarkable Italian medium Eusapia Palladino. She was an illiterate peasant, of large proportions, like so many mediums, who had been discovered in Naples in 1872, when she was 18. She was the most powerful medium since Daniel Dungla's home. Chairs retreated or moved towards her when she frowned or beckoned them, and hung suspended in the air. She herself could float up into the air and lie there as if on a couch. She had been investigated by the criminologist Cesare Lombroso, who had no doubt of her genuineness. But she was a highly unstable character, violent, impulsive and sly. When coming out of trances she would make openly sexual overtures to males who attracted her. And, what was worse, she cheated. The absurd thing was that her cheating was clumsy, and the least competent researcher had no difficulty in catching her at it. Eusapia herself claimed that this cheating was done by hostile spirits, which may or may not have been true, since she was often wide awake when she did it. Yet her other phenomena were so impressive that there could be no question of cheating. The French astronomer Camille Flammarion found a better explanation of her cheating when he observed her over a period. After séances at which obviously genuine phenomena had occurred, such as musical instruments floating round the room when Eusapia was tied to her chair, he observed that she was violently ill, sometimes for as much as 2 days, vomiting up any food she tried to take. If genuine phenomena produced this effect, it was no wonder she tried to get away with cheating. When Eusapia came to England in 1895, she was tested by the RPs at Cambridge, with the conjurer Masklin present. Her English hosts were far less indulgent towards her outrageous cheating than Lombroso had been, and issued a thoroughly unfavorable report. This should have convinced skeptics that the society had no interest in protecting imposters. It only spread the impression that most mediums were such frauds that no sane person would waste time on them. In 1888, the society suffered another serious blow, the death of one of its most brilliant investigators, Edmund Gurney. In June, he went off to Brighton on some mysterious errand, and was found dead in his hotel bed the next morning with a bottle of chloroform beside him, and a sponge bag over his face. An inquest decided that he died accidentally when taking chloroform for a toothache, but there was gossip at the RPs that it was suicide. Gurney had been testing various Brighton youths for telepathy, and had been impressed. One of his telepaths had to leave hastily for South Africa as a result of a divorce scandal, and 20 years later he published a confession, declaring that he had cheated consistently. It has been suggested that Gurney found out that he had been hoaxed for years, and that if he was honest about this, it would do even more damage to psychical research. Whatever the truth, his death was a serious loss to the society. It was not the first time Gurney had been hoaxed. Just as he was putting the finishing touches to the second volume of Phantasms of the Living in 1886, he received a letter from a Portsmouth naval cadet named Sparks, who described how he had been hypnotizing a fellow cadet named Cleve. One day when Cleve wondered what his girlfriend was doing in Wandsworth, Sparks hypnotized him and suggested that he should go to see her. When he came out of the trance, according to Sparks, Cleve said that he had gone into the room where the girl was sitting with her little brother. She had stared at him and looked pale as if she was going to faint. 2 days later, Cleve received a letter from the girl asking whether anything had happened to him, because she had seen him in the room. This case was too good to miss, so Gurney went to the trouble of getting confirmatory letters from Cleve, who was 18, and from the girlfriend, as well as from 2 other cadets who claimed to have been present. He printed a full account in Phantasms of the Living. 10 years after his death, Myers and Podmore had to publish a note in the RP's proceedings admitting that Cleve had now confessed to hoaxing Gurney. It was a lesson in not paying too much attention to witnessed statements. Yet in another sense, the case vindicated the authors of Phantasms. The hoaxers had all been teenagers. The majority of people quoted in Phantasms are respectable middle-aged citizens, many of them clergymen, and most of them can have had no possible motive for hoaxing the RPs. In 1898, Myers himself was involved in a minor scandal that brought discredit on the RPs. In the late 1880s, Myers had met an attractive girl named Ada Goodrich Freer, who claimed to come from an upper-class Highland family and to be clairvoyant. Myers had a keen eye for a pretty girl, and he and the girl were soon convinced that they were soul-mates. There is some evidence that they had a love affair. Myers persuaded her to try crystal gazing, and he felt the results were impressive. She claimed to have located a lost key in a medical prescription, and obtained from the crystal an address she had accidentally destroyed. Myers wrote a paper about it which came out in the Society's journal. He called her simply Miss X. The Society had no reason for doubting such a well-born and refined young lady. After all, why should she lie? What Myers did not know was that the upper-class Miss Goodrich Freer was actually the daughter of an Uppingham vet, and her name was simply Freer. She was 30 when Myers met her, not a teenager, as she claimed. And she was a pathological liar. Her motivation has never been made clear, but it was probably simply a desire for attention. The Society sent Miss Goodrich Freer to the Highlands to investigate the whole subject of second sight. It emerged later that she simply borrowed a manuscript from a folklore-collecting priest and printed his material as her own. Sent to investigate a haunting in Surrey, she told the owners of the house that she had seen nothing, but told the RPs that she had seen a hooded female ghost as she dressed for dinner. That should have made them suspicious, but the attractive and well-mannered Miss Goodrich Freer seemed above suspicion. In 1897 she heard rumours that Ballocken House, in Scotland, was haunted, and persuaded a member of the RPs to rent it for her, for shooting and fishing. Once there, she claimed to have witnessed all kinds of unearthly phenomena: thumps, bangs, ghostly screams, phantom footsteps, and elusive presences. There was a poltergeist that tore the clothes off the bed, and a ghostly nun, who was spotted by Miss Goodrich Freer in a nearby glen. Oddly enough, guests who came to stay with Miss Goodrich Freer never encountered the more terrifying phenomena, but they heard ominous bangs and footsteps. Back in London, she proceeded to write her alleged haunting of Ballychan House, but was incensed when one of her guests, a certain J. Calendar Ross, beat her past the post with an article in the Times entitled "On the Trail of a Ghost." Its tone was skeptical, not to say satirical. A furious correspondence ensued in the columns of the Times, in the course of which it became clear that Miss Goodrich Freer and the RPs had rented the house under false pretenses. Its owner was naturally displeased at the damage to his rental prospects from all this sensational publicity. Myers, who had been a visitor to Ballychan House, naturally felt obliged to support Miss Goodrich Freer. But when the wife of the owner denounced the RPs in the Times, he hastened to declare that he had long ago decided against publishing his own observations. Another guest who had been at Ballychan with him immediately contradicted him, saying that Myers had definitely expressed his intention of writing about the haunting. Miss Goodrich Freer herself was enraged by what she felt to be Myers's unchivalrous desertion. And Mr. Calendar Ross expressed the general feeling when he referred to the suspicion and disgust that close contact with the RPs tends to excite. When Miss Goodrich Freer published her book on Ballychan, there was still more bad feeling. The scandal may well have brought on the illness that was to kill Myers in 1901. Miss Goodrich Freer herself experienced a sudden coldness on the part of other RP's members, and, in his review of her book on Ballychan, Frank Podmore came very close to calling her a liar. There is evidence that she was caught cheating at a table-rapping séance in 1901, and decided to leave England for Jerusalem, where she married a man who was 16 years her junior, convincing him that she was 2 years younger than he was. She died in 1931 at the age of 74 but continued to lie to the end. Her death certificate gives her age as 56. These preposterous scandals, mediums in their underwear and ghosts with double-jointed big toes, had the unfortunate effect of suggesting that the RPs was a collection of bumbling crackpots. In fact, looking back after more than a century, we can see that its achievement during those first 2 decades was monumentally impressive. It had set out to answer the question, can the paranormal be taken seriously, or is it a collection of old wives' tales and delusions? What undoubtedly surprised those pioneers was the sheer mass of evidence for the paranormal. It must have seemed incredible that 1 person in 10 had experienced a hallucination, and that so many people had seen apparitions of dying relatives or had out-of-the-body experiences. Newspaper scandals about fake mediums may have impressed the public, but what impressed the RPs was that so many mediums were obviously genuine, and that so much evidence for life after death stood up to the strictest examination. When Calendar Ross spoke about the suspicion and disgust excited by the RPs, he was expressing the feeling of most healthy-minded people towards a morbid subject like psychical research. But morbid or not, it refused to go away. And the society made it harder to ignore by accumulating a positive mountain of evidence. Phantasms of the Living may be one of the most boring books ever written, but its 2,000 pages of cases finally batter the mind into the recognition that this is something that has to be faced. Since we have devoted so much space to scandals and exposures, it is only fair to look more closely at a cross-section of the kind of evidence that finally convinced those pioneers that they were dealing with reality. On October 21, 1893, Prince Victor Duleep Singh, a son of a Maharaja, went to bed in a Berlin hotel, where he was staying together with Lord Carnarvon. Before switching off the light, he looked across the room at a framed picture that hung on the opposite wall. To his surprise, he saw the face of his father, looking at him with an intent expression. Thinking that the picture might resemble his father, he got out of bed to see. In fact, it showed a girl holding a rose and leaning on a balcony. Prince Victor described the experience to Lord Carnarvon the next morning. Later the same day, he received a telegram announcing that his father had died of a stroke the previous day. The prince had seen his father's face at the time when the Maharaja was lying unconscious after the stroke, a few hours before he died. On the night of October 16, 1902, the wife of a railway guard, woke up about 3 a.m. for a drink of water. She was alone in bed, because her husband was on night duty, and the room was dimly lighted by a gas mantle. As she looked into the water, she saw a clear image of goods wagons smashing into one another, and observed which of them was most damaged. She was worried about her husband, in case he had had an accident. At 9 the next morning he returned home, and she told him what she had seen. He told her that there had been an accident on the line that night, and it had happened just as she had seen. The odd point about this case is that her husband had passed the scene of the accident twice, once at the time his wife had seen her vision in the glass of water, and again 4 hours later, when his train was on its way back. But when he passed it for the first time, it was dark and he could not see what was happening. At 7 a.m. it was light, and he had then been able to see the scene clearly, as his wife had seen it in the water. Of course, her husband may have seen far more subconsciously than he was aware of seeing. But if this was telepathy, then he had managed to convey to his wife far more than he was aware of seeing. The next case is perhaps one of the most famous ever recorded by the RPs. On July 9, 1904, the novelist Rider Haggard suffered such a bad nightmare that his wife shook him awake. In his dream, he had seen his daughter's black retriever dog, Bob, lying on its side among the undergrowth beside some water. Its head was at an unnatural angle, and it seemed to be trying to tell him that it was dying. The next morning at breakfast Haggard told his daughter Angela about his dream. She was quite unworried because she had seen Bob the previous evening and he was safe and well. It was only later in the day that they learned that Bob was missing. 4 days later, the dog's body was found floating in the nearby river. It had been struck by a train on the night Haggard had dreamed about it. He was able to work out the precise time the accident had taken place, a few hours before he had awakened from his nightmare. On March 19, 1917, MRS Dorothy Spearman was in her room in a hotel in Calcutta, feeding her baby son. Her little daughter was also in the room. She felt there was someone behind her, and looked round to see her half-brother, Eldred Boyer-Bauer, standing there. He was an officer in the Royal Flying Corps. He looked perfectly normal, and MRS Spearman assumed he had been posted to India and come to see her. She told him that she would put the baby down, and then they could have a long talk. But when she had finished tucking in the baby, her half-brother had vanished. Her daughter did not appear to have seen anyone. She learned later that her half-brother had been shot down over the German lines at about the time she had seen him. On December 7, 1918, Lieutenant J.J. Larkin, an RAF officer, was writing letters in the billet when he heard someone walking up the passage outside. Then the door opened, and his friend Lieutenant David McConnell shouted, "Hello, boy." Larkin turned and saw McConnell standing there, holding the doorknob in his hand. He said, "Hello, back already?" And McConnell replied, "Yes, had a good trip." He had been ferrying a plane to a nearby aerodrome. Then McConnell closed the door with a bang and clattered off. When Larkin learned several hours later that McConnell had crashed that afternoon, he assumed that it must have been after he had seen him. In fact, McConnell had been killed at roughly the same time that Larkin saw him at the door. The next case has also become famous, and is regarded as one of the strongest pieces of evidence for survival after death. In June 1925, James Chaffin of Davie County, North Carolina, dreamed that his father stood by his bedside, wearing an old black overcoat, and told him, "You will find the will in my overcoat pocket." The father, James L. Chaffin, had died 4 years earlier, leaving his farm to his third son Marshall, and nothing to his wife or other 3 sons. The will had not been contested, since there seemed no reason to do so. The next morning, James Chaffin hurried to his mother and asked about his father's old black overcoat. She told him it had been given to his brother John. He found the coat at John's house and examined it carefully. Sewn into the lining of the inside pocket, which his father had indicated in the dream, he found a roll of paper stating, "Read the 27th chapter of Genesis in my daddy's old Bible." Taking a neighbor as witness, James Chaffin went back to his mother's house, and unearthed the old Bible. In the 27th chapter of Genesis there was another will, made later than the one that left everything to Marshall, dividing the property between the wife and 4 sons. The first reaction of Marshall Chaffin was to contest the will, assuming it to be a forgery. But once he examined it, he had to admit that it was obviously genuine. 10 witnesses testified that it was in old Chaffin's handwriting. So the property was divided according to the wishes of the second will. Like Marshall Chaffin, the reader's first reaction is to suspect skullduggery. But the Canadian member of the RPs who heard of the case hired a lawyer to investigate it, and the genuineness of the will was established beyond all doubt. The significance of the 27th chapter of Genesis is that it contains the story of how Jacob deceived his blind father Isaac into granting him the inheritance of his brother Esau. This thought had apparently come to old Chaffin not long before his death, and he made the new will. But instead of having it properly witnessed, he inserted it in the Bible, no doubt expecting it to be found after his death, together with its implied criticism of his son Marshall. Unfortunately, the Bible was decrepit, and it may have been that the Chaffin family was simply not religiously inclined, so after 4 years, it seems the old farmer had to draw attention to his change of heart. M.R.S. Crow's Night Side of Nature has a whole chapter devoted to similar cases, in which important messages are delivered by dreams or apparitions. She tells, for example, of a butcher who dreamed that he was going to be attacked and murdered on his way to market by 2 men dressed in blue. He decided to go to market with a neighbor, and, when he came to the place where the attack had taken place in his dream, saw the 2 men in blue waiting there. But all she tells us by way of detail is that the butcher's name was Bone and that he lived in Holy Town. This can hardly be regarded as confirmatory detail. The records of the RPs contain many equally melodramatic cases. But they took the trouble to get signed statements from all concerned, and the result is far more convincing. In a typical case of 1869, a couple, identified as MR and MRSP, were lying in bed in a dimly lighted room when MRSP saw a man dressed as a naval officer standing at the foot of the bed. Her husband was dozing, and she touched his shoulder and said, "Willie, who is this?" Her husband roared indignantly, "What on earth are you doing here, sir?" The naval officer said reproachfully, "Willie," and as Mr. P leapt out of bed, walked across the room, and disappeared into the wall. MRSP said he looked like a solid human being, and that as he passed a lamp on his way across the room, he threw a shadow. Realizing that they had seen a ghost, MRSP began to wonder if it foreboded some disaster to her brother, who was in the Navy. When she mentioned this to her husband, he said, "No, it was my father." P.'s father had been dead for some years. After this visitation, Mr. P became seriously ill for several weeks. When he recovered, he told his wife that he had been in financial trouble for some time, and before seeing the apparition, he had decided to take the advice of a certain individual which, he now realized, would have ruined him and probably landed him in jail. He was convinced that the ghost had come to warn him not to do it. Intrinsically, this case is no more convincing than that of Mr. Bone of Holy Town. But the RPs obtained signed depositions from MR and MRSP, and from 2 friends to whom MRSP had told the story immediately after it had happened. It is still possible to dismiss it as a dream or a collective hallucination, or simply as a downright lie. But the signed statements make this seem at least unlikely. An interesting point about the experience is MRSP's comment that the figure looked quite solid and normal, most ghosts do, and that it cast a shadow. This obviously suggests that it was made of some kind of solid substance, like the materializations that appeared in the séance room. A warning of a different kind seems to have been involved in a case that came to be known as the Red Scratch case. It involved a commercial traveler, identified as F.G., who was in his hotel room in St. Joseph, Missouri, in 1876, when he became aware of someone sitting at the table. It was his sister Annie, who had died of cholera 9 years earlier. She looked exactly as she had when alive, except that she had a bright red scratch on her right cheek. As F.G. sprang to his feet, his sister vanished. He was so shaken that he took a train straight back to his parents' home in St. Louis. When he told them about the scratch, his mother fainted. When she recovered, she told them that she had accidentally made the scratch on the face of the corpse. She had covered it up with powder, and never mentioned it to anyone. A few weeks later, the mother died, happy in the belief that she would rejoin her favorite daughter. Her son obviously took the view that the purpose of the apparition was to prepare her mother for her own death. This is another theme that runs fairly constantly through reports of apparitions and deathbed visions collected by the RPs. Sir William Barrett was later to devote a book to them, and its opening case is typical of the kind of thoroughness the RPs brought to its investigations. Barrett's wife was an obstetric surgeon in the maternity hospital at Clapton in North London. A woman she calls MRSB was in labor and suffering from heart failure. As Lady Barrett was holding her hands, she said, "It's getting dark." Her mother and husband were sent for. Then MRSB looked at another part of the room and said, "Oh, lovely." "What is lovely?" "Lovely brightness, wonderful things." Then she exclaimed, "Why, it's father." Her baby was brought in for her to see, and she asked, "Do you think I ought to stay for the baby's sake?" She looked towards her father, and said, "I can't stay." When her husband had arrived, she looked across the room and said, "Why, there's Vita." Vita was her younger sister, who had died 2 weeks earlier. But her death had been kept from MRSB, so as not to upset her. She died soon after. Lady Barrett, the matron, and the husband and the mother all vouched that she seemed to remain conscious of the dead relatives up to the time of her death. With his usual thoroughness, Barrett obtained a letter verifying all this from the mother. It is the first of a number of cases cited by Barrett in which people on the point of death have seen relatives whom they did not know to be dead. Barrett points out that there is no known case of a dying person seeing someone who is still alive. Sir Oliver Lodge, who was twice president of the RPs, was himself to supply one of the most convincing cases of communication with the dead. It is recorded in his book Raymond. On August 8, 1915, Sir Oliver Lodge received a message from a Boston medium, Leonore Piper, containing an obscure reference to a poem by the Roman poet Horace, about a tree being struck by lightning. Lodge interpreted this as a warning of some disaster. The message purported to come from Frederick Myers, who had been dead for 14 years. A week later, Lodge heard that his youngest son Raymond had been killed in the Ypres campaign. After this, a number of mediums relayed messages that purported to come from Raymond, but Lodge remained unconvinced. Most of them were of the having a lovely time variety. But in the following month, Lodge's wife was taken by a friend to a séance with a remarkable medium, M.R.S. Osborne Leonard. Neither the medium nor Lady Lodge knew one another by sight, and they were not introduced. Nevertheless, M.R.S. Leonard announced that she had a message from Raymond, who stated that he had met many of his father's friends since death. Asked to name one of them, Raymond replied Myers. Another message from Raymond was relayed to Lady Lodge via a male medium called Wout Peters. In it, Raymond spoke about a photograph showing himself in a group of people, and referring to a walking stick. The Lodges knew nothing about such a photograph. 2 months later, the mother of one of Raymond's fellow officers wrote to say that she had a group photograph including Raymond, and offering to send a copy. Before this arrived, Lodge himself visited M.R.S. Leonard, and when her control Fida announced Raymond's presence, he took the opportunity to ask about the photograph. Raymond explained that it had been taken outdoors, and mentioned that someone had wanted to lean on him. When the photograph arrived a few days later, it showed a group of officers outside a billet. Raymond, sitting in the front row, has a cane resting on his leg, and the officer sitting behind him is using Raymond's shoulder as an armrest. Lodge's book gives many more examples of evidence of Raymond's survival, but, as he points out, this one is particularly convincing because it involves 2 mediums, both of whom spoke of the photograph before Lodge knew of its existence, thus ruling out any possibility of telepathy. To conclude this chapter, here is a final example of a type of phenomenon so beloved of M.R.S. Crowe and other early writers on the supernatural, the full-scale haunting. In February 1932, the grandchildren of a chimney sweep named Samuel Bull refused to go to sleep, insisting that there was someone outside the door of the cottage. They were sleeping in a downstairs room, recovering from influenza. Their mother, Mary Edwards, looked outside the door, but there was no one there. Soon afterwards, she and the children saw the figure of Samuel Bull, who had been dead since the previous June, walk across the room, up the stairs, and through the door of the room in which he had died. This was closed. They all screamed. This was the first of many appearances of the dead man at his cottage in Oxford Street, Ramsbury, Wiltshire. The ghost was apparently aware of the presence of his family, for he twice placed his hand on the brow of his invalid wife Jane, and once spoke her name. Samuel Bull, who had died of cancer, looked quite solid, and could be seen so clearly that the children noticed the whiteness of his knuckles, which seemed to be protruding through the skin. They also noticed that the expression on his face was sad. After the first appearance, the family no longer felt alarmed. The children seemed odd rather than frightened. They assumed that the ghost was looking sad because of the miserable conditions they were living in. The cottage was damp and some rooms were unfit for habitation. On the last two occasions on which he appeared, Samuel Bull no longer looked sad, and Mrs. Edwards assumed that this was because the family was to be rehoused in a council house. The family was already on the move when the two investigators from the RPs arrived, but the local vicar had already interviewed the family and recorded their accounts of what took place. The investigators were understandably upset that they had not been told about the case earlier, but their conversations with witnesses, and the evidence of the vicar, left them in no doubt that the haunting was genuine. This ragbag of assorted visions and apparitions underlines the enormous variety of cases investigated by the RPs in the first century of its existence. None of them are, in themselves, more impressive than cases cited by Jung Stilling or Catherine Crowe or Robert Dale Owen. But they are more convincing because honest investigators have obviously done their best to confirm that they are genuine. And anyone who is willing to spend a few hours browsing through volumes of the proceedings of the RPs, or its American counterpart, is bound to end with a feeling that further skepticism is a waste of time. Even if half the cases proved to be fraudulent or misreported, the other half would still be overwhelming by reason of sheer volume. It is easy to understand the irritation of Professor James Hislop when he wrote in Life After Death, "I regard the existence of discarnate spirits as scientifically proved, and I no longer refer to the skeptic as having any right to speak on the subject. Any man who does not accept the existence of discarnate spirits and the proof of it is either ignorant or a moral coward. I give him short shrift, and do not propose to argue with him on the supposition that he knows nothing about the subject. Where skeptics are concerned, he certainly has a point." Sir John Bland Sutton, a well-known surgeon, remarked, "Death is the end of all. My experience is that all of those who have studied the subject scientifically and deeply have come to the same conclusion. Such a statement simply lacks the ring of truth. There have been many basically skeptical investigators. Hislop himself was notoriously tough-minded, and much disliked by fellow members of the RPs because he seemed an incorrigible doubting Thomases, but in every single case where a skeptic has persisted in studying the facts, he has ended up more or less convinced of the reality of life after death. I say more or less because a few investigators, such as Dr. Gardner Murphy and Mrs. Louisa Rhine, feel that most of the facts can also be explained by what might be called super-ESP, mind-reading clairvoyance, and so on. Hislop himself finally abandoned the super-ESP hypothesis through an experience that has become known as the Red Pajamas case. He received a communication from a medium in Ireland to the effect that a spirit calling itself William James had asked him to pass on a message asking him if he remembered some red pajamas. Now William James, who had died in 1910, had agreed with Hislop that whichever of them died first should try to communicate with the other. But the message about red pajamas meant nothing to Hislop. Then suddenly he remembered. When he and James were young men, they went to Paris together, and discovered that their luggage had not yet arrived. Hislop went out to buy some pajamas, but could only find a bright red pair. For days James teased Hislop about his poor taste in pajamas. But Hislop had long forgotten the incident. As far as he could see, there was no way of explaining the red pajamas message except on the hypothesis that it was really William James who had passed it on. 26 years after Hislop's death, he was quoted by the psychologist Carl Jung in a letter. Jung was discussing the question of the identity of spirits who communicate through mediums. I once discussed the proof of identity for a long time with a friend of William James, Professor Hislop, in New York. He admitted that, all things considered, all these metapsychic phenomena could be explained better by the hypothesis of spirits than by the qualities and peculiarities of the unconscious. And here, on the basis of my own experience, I am bound to concede he is right. In each individual case I must of necessity be skeptical, but in the long run I have to admit that the spirit hypothesis yields better results in practice than any other. Yet it is significant that Jung never made this admission in any of his published work, where he continued to insist that the facts about the paranormal could be explained in terms of the powers of the unconscious mind. As far as the present investigation is concerned, we shall proceed on Jung's assumption that the spirit hypothesis fits the facts better than any other. The question of whether it is ultimately true must, for the time being, be left open. 6. On the trail of the poltergeist. One day in March 1661, a magistrate named John Mompesson, who lived in Tidworth in Wiltshire, was visiting the small town of Ludgershall when he was startled by loud drumming noises that came from the street. He was told that the racket was being made by a vagrant named William Drury, who had been in town for a few days. Drury had been trying to persuade the local constables to give him public assistance, on the strength of a pass signed by two eminent magistrates. The constable suspected that the pass was forged. Mompesson ordered the drummer to be brought before him, and examined his papers. Just as the bailiff had suspected, they were forged. Mompesson seems to have been an officious sort of man who enjoyed exercising his authority. He ordered the drummer, a middle-aged man, to be held until the next sitting of the local bench, and meanwhile confiscated his drum. The man seems to have tried hard to persuade Mompesson to return the drum, but without success. As soon as Mompesson's back was turned, the constable seems to have allowed Drury to escape. But the drum stayed behind. A few weeks later, the bailiff of Ludgershall sent the drum to Mompesson's house in Tidworth. Mompesson was just on his way to London. When he came back he found the house in uproar. For 3 nights, there had been violent knockings and raps all over the house, both inside and out. That night, when the banging started, Mompesson leapt out of bed with a pistol and rushed to the room from which the sound was coming. It moved to another room. He tried to locate it, but it now seemed to be coming from outside. When he got back into bed, he was able to distinguish drumbeats among the rapping noises. For the next 2 months, it was impossible to get to sleep until the middle of the night. The racket went on for at least 2 hours every night. It stopped briefly when Mrs. Mompesson was in labor, and was silent for 3 weeks, an indication that the spirit was mischievous rather than malicious. Then the disturbances started up again, this time centering around Mompesson's children. The drumbeats would sound from around their beds, and the beds were often lifted up into the air. When the children were moved up into a loft, the drummer followed them. The servants even began to get used to it. One manservant saw a board move, and asked it to hand it to him. The board floated up to his hand, and a joking tug-of-war ensued for 20 minutes or so, until the master ordered them to stop. When the minister came to pray by the children, the spirit showed its disrespect by being noisier than usual, and leaving behind a disgusting sulphurous smell, presumably to imply it came from hell. Scratching noises sounded like huge rats. Things got worse. During the next 2 years lights were seen, doors slammed, unseen skirts rustled, and a Bible was burnt. The creature purred like a cat, panted like a dog, and made the coins in a man's pocket turn black. One day, Mompesson went into the stable and found his horse lying on its back with its hind hoof jammed into its mouth. It had to be pried out with a lever. The spirit attacked the local blacksmith with a pair of pincers, snatched a sword from a guest, and grabbed a stick from a servant woman who was trying to bar its path. The Reverend Joseph Glanville, who wrote about the case, came to investigate, and heard the strange noises from around the children's beds. When he went down to his horse, he found it sweating with terror, and the horse died soon afterwards. The phantom drummer seems to have developed a voice. One morning, there was a bright light in the children's room and a voice kept shouting, "A witch, a witch," at least 100 times, according to Glanville. Mompesson woke up one night to find himself looking at a vague shape with two great staring eyes, which slowly vanished. It also developed such unpleasant habits as emptying ashes and chamber pots into the children's beds. In 1663, William Drury was arrested at Gloucester for stealing a pig. While he was in Gloucester jail, a Wiltshire man came to see him, and Drury asked what was happening in Wiltshire. When the man said nothing, Drury said, "What, haven't you heard about the drumming in the house at Didworth?" The man admitted that he had, whereupon Drury declared, "I have plagued him, and he shall never be quiet until he has made me satisfaction for taking away my drum." This, according to Glanville, led to his being tried for a witch at Salisbury and sentenced to transportation. As soon as Drury was out of the country, peace descended on the Mompesson household. But the drummer somehow managed to escape and return to England, whereupon the disturbances began all over again. Mr. Mompesson seems to have asked it, by means of raps, whether Drury was responsible, and it replied in the affirmative. How the disturbances ended is not clear. Presumably they faded away, like most poltergeists. Certainly they had ceased by the time Glanville published his account 20 years later. The ghost that caused these disturbances in the Mompesson household belongs to the class of phenomena known as the poltergeist. The word is German, and means noisy ghost. It is the commonest type of spirit on record, and unless you are in the middle of an ocean or a desert, there is probably a poltergeist haunting going on within 10 miles of the place where you are now reading this book. What is a poltergeist? It is a spirit that seems to specialize in mischievous tricks, such as making scratching or banging noises, and causing objects to fly through the air. It would not be quite accurate to say that they throw things, for the objects often have a strange habit of changing direction abruptly in mid-air, as if they are being carried rather than thrown. Moreover, these objects have been known to go through walls, and to come out on the other side. It is as if the poltergeist can dematerialize things and then materialize them again. Either that, or the world of the poltergeist possesses an extra dimension to our three normal dimensions of length, breadth, and height, so it can somehow step over obstacles like walls. Glanville wrote his book on strange occurrences, Seducismus Triumphatus, just before the dawning of the 18th century, the Age of Reason. Even in the 1660s, the magistrate Mompesson was widely suspected of somehow fabricating the story of the phantom drummer, and he suffered by it in his name, in his estate, in all his affairs. A quarter of a century after its publication, Glanville's book was regarded as an absurd relic of an age of credulity. The main reason was that the civilized world was finally, after 4 centuries, shaking off the belief in witchcraft. In England, there had been no mass trials of witches since the death of Matthew Hopkins, the Witchfinder General, in 1646. In America, the witch hysteria came to an end after the Salem trials in 1692. The age of science had dawned. There was no room for books like Seducismus Triumphatus in the age of Newton and Leibniz. One of the most remarkable cases of the early 18th century was investigated by the eminent scientist Joseph Priestley who, predictably, decided that the phenomena were caused by a hoaxer. It began at the rectory of Epworth, in Lincolnshire, inhabited by the family of the Reverend Samuel Wesley, grandfather of the founder of Methodism. On December 1, 1716, the Wesleys' maidservant was in the dining room when she heard appalling groans, like someone dying. The family made a joke of it. But a few nights later, they were awakened by loud knocking sounds, which usually seemed to come from the garret or nursery. The only person who failed to hear them was the Reverend Wesley himself, and the family decided not to tell him in case he thought it was an omen of his death. When they finally told him, he refused to believe them. That night, as if to convince him, there were 9 loud knocks by his bedside. From then on, the house was in a constant state of disturbance, with footsteps in empty rooms and up and down the stairs, often more than one set of footsteps at a time, noises like smashing bottles, and a curious sound which was compared to the winding up of a jack or someone planing wood. When Mrs. Wesley heard knocking noises from the nursery, she tried repeating them, and the poltergeist then made the same knocks resound from the floorboards under her feet. When she looked under the bed, an animal like a badger ran out. A manservant who saw the animal sitting by the dining room fire said it looked like a white rabbit. The family were at first afraid that it portended someone's death, either that of the Reverend Samuel Wesley or of his elder son, of the same name. When nothing of the sort occurred, they decided that they were dealing with witchcraft, against which the Reverend Samuel had preached. Yet they also noticed that the disturbances seemed connected with the 19-year-old Hetty Wesley. She often trembled in her sleep before the sounds began. After 2 months, the poltergeist went away, although it is said to have made occasional brief reappearances in later years. The family came to refer to it as Old Jeffrey. And Mrs. Wesley remained convinced that Old Jeffrey was the spirit of her brother, who worked for the East India Company, and who vanished without a trace. She could well have been right. In some respects, the poltergeist behaved like a ghost. Its activities always seemed to begin at 9:45 every night. Few poltergeists keep to an exact timetable, and the very first sounds heard were groans and heavy breathing, not the usual raps. Poltergeist disturbances usually, almost invariably, occur in a certain sequence. The earliest stage is usually some kind of scratching noise like rats, then raps and bangs, then flying stones or other small objects, then larger objects, then other forms of physical mischief, moving furniture, blankets pulled off beds. If voices occur, they usually occur after this stage, as we shall see in the case of the Bell Witch. It is almost unknown for phenomena to occur in a different order. So in that respect, the Wesley case is unusual, starting with what is usually one of the later developments. The chief objection to Mrs. Wesley's theory is that if the spirit of her dead brother was behind the disturbances, then why did he not try to communicate, for example, when the Reverend Samuel tried to get him to answer questions by means of raps? One of the more obvious features of the Epworth case is that there were none of the usual physical phenomena, falling stones, dancing furniture. The explanation, presumably, is that there was not enough energy available for the poltergeist to do anything more spectacular than make noises. This is also true of the most notorious poltergeist of the 18th century, the Cock Lane ghost. This began with knocking noises in the house of Richard Parsons, clerk of St. Sepulchre's Church in Smithfield, London, in November 1759. One night, a woman named Fanny Lines, who was lodging in the house, asked 10-year-old Elizabeth Parsons, the eldest daughter, to sleep with her while her common-law husband was away on business. All went well for a few nights, then the two were kept awake one night by scratching and rapping noises from behind the wainscot. When they told Richard Parsons about it, he said it was probably the cobbler next door. Soon afterwards, Fanny became ill with smallpox. She was 6 months pregnant, and her husband was understandably anxious. He and Fanny were unmarried only because she was his deceased wife's sister. William Kent had married Elizabeth Lines 2 years earlier, but she had died in childbirth. Now it looked rather as if the story was repeating itself. He moved Fanny into a house nearby, where, on February 2, 1760, she died of smallpox. Meanwhile, the rappings in Richard Parsons' house were continuing. Parsons actually called in a carpenter to take down the wainscoting, but nothing was found. Meanwhile, the knockings got louder, and the story of the haunted house spread throughout the neighborhood. They seemed to be associated with Elizabeth. They came from behind her bed, and when they were about to begin, she would begin to tremble and shiver, like Hetty Wesley in the Epworth case. Later that year, Elizabeth began to suffer from convulsions. Like so many victims of poltergeist phenomena, Richard Parsons decided to call in a friend, the Reverend John Moore, assistant preacher at St. Sepulchre's. And the Reverend Moore proceeded to communicate with the spirit, asking it to answer his questions in the usual manner, 1 rap for yes, 2 for no. They added a scratching noise to indicate it was displeased. By this means the spirit told its upsetting story. It was, it declared, the ghost of Fanny Lines, returned from the dead to denounce her late husband, William Kent, for killing her by poison. He had, it seemed, administered red arsenic in her pearl, a mixture of herbs and beer. Richard Parsons was not entirely displeased to hear this story, for he was nursing a grudge against his late tenant. William Kent was a fairly rich man, having been a successful innkeeper in Norfolk, and he had lent Parsons 220, on the understanding that Parsons should repay it at £1 a month. Parsons, who seems to have been a drunkard, had failed to repay anything, possibly because he had discovered that Kent and Fanny were not married, and hoped to blackmail Kent into forgetting the loan. Kent had put the matter into the hands of his attorney. If Parsons had been less anxious to believe the worst of his ex-tenant, he might have suspected the ghost of untruthfulness. To begin with, the knocking had begun while Fanny Lines was still alive. An publican named Franson swore that he had seen a spirit in white one evening in December 1759, when Fanny had just moved from the Cock Lane house. Parsons apparently found it easier to believe that the earlier knockings had been caused by Kent's first wife Elizabeth, who was presumably also trying to denounce him for murder. Throughout 1761, the house in Cock Lane acquired an increasing reputation for its ghosts, and the tale about Kent's supposed murders gained wide currency in the area. Kent himself heard nothing about it until January 1762, when he saw an item in the public ledger about a man who had brought a young lady from Norfolk and poisoned her in London. A few days later, another item about the Cock Lane ghost and its revelations led Kent to go along to see the Reverend John Moore. Moore, a respectable and well-liked man, could only advise Kent to attend a séance in Elizabeth's bedroom, and see for himself. Kent did this, taking with him the doctor and apothecary who had attended Fanny in her last illness. The small bedroom was crowded, and Elizabeth and her younger sister lay side by side in the bed. At first the ghost declined to manifest itself, but when the room had been emptied, Moore succeeded in persuading it, and they all trooped back. Now Kent listened with something like panic as he heard Moore asking the spirit if it was Kent's wife, 1 knock, if it had been murdered by him, 1 knock, and if anyone else was concerned in the murder plot, 2 knocks. Kent shouted indignantly, "Thou art a lying spirit." Now, suddenly, the ghost was famous all over London, and Cock Lane was crowded with carriages. In February, a clergyman named Aldrich persuaded Parsons to allow his daughter to come to his vicarage in Clerkenwell to be tested. An investigating committee, including the famous Dr. Johnson, was present. Inevitably, the ghost declined to manifest itself. Nor would the ghost rap on the coffin of Fanny Lines in the vault of the church. Dr. Johnson concluded it was a fraud. And this was the opinion of most of London. On the day following this fiasco, Elizabeth was staying at the house of a comb-maker in Cow Lane when the bell of Newgate Prison began to toll, a sign that someone was to be hanged. The comb-maker asked the ghost whether someone was about to be hanged and whether it was a man or woman. The ghost answered both questions correctly. Later that day, a loose curtain began to spin on its rod, the only physical manifestation in the case. The following day, as Elizabeth lay asleep, her father heard whispering noises. He carried a candle over to her bed, but she seemed to be asleep. The whispering continued, although the child's lips were plainly closed. In fact, the poltergeist seemed to be increasing in strength. 2 nights later, the noises were so violent that their host asked them to leave. Presumably she was sleeping away from home to avoid crowds. Elizabeth and her father moved to the house of a Mr. Adair, near Covent Garden, and the manifestations continued, even when a maid lay in bed beside Elizabeth and held her hands and feet. By now, the unfortunate Kent was determined to prove his innocence through the law, so the burden of proof now lay on Parsons and his daughter. Elizabeth was told that unless the ghost made itself heard that night, her father and mother would be thrown into prison. Naturally, she made sure something happened. The servants peered through a crack in the door, and saw her take a piece of board and hide it in the bed. Later, when there were people in the room, the knocking noises sounded from the bed. In fact, the listeners noticed that the knocks were coming from the bed and not, as usual, from around the room. The bed was searched and the board found. And the next day, the newspapers published the story of the fraud. On February 25, 1762, there appeared a pamphlet entitled, The Mystery Revealed, containing a series of transactions and authentic testimonials respecting the supposed Cock Lane ghost, which have been concealed from the public. The author was probably Johnson's friend Oliver Goldsmith. A satirical play called The Drummer or The Haunted House was presented at Covent Garden. And William Kent began legal proceedings against Richard Parsons. In July 1762, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons, and a woman called Mary Fraser, who had often acted as questioner to the ghost, appeared before magistrates in the Guildhall. Parsons was charged with trying to take away the life of William Kent by charging him with murder. The judges remained unconvinced by the evidence of neighbors who had heard raps resounding from all over the room, and who were certain that Elizabeth could not have made them. And finally, Parsons was sentenced to 2 years in prison, and to stand 3 times in the pillory. His wife was sentenced to 1 year, and Mary Fraser to 6 months. The Reverend Moore and one of his associates had to pay out $2,588 in damages to Kent. There was universal sympathy for Parsons, and when he stood in the pillory, the mob took up a collection for him, an unusual gesture for a period when malefactors were often badly injured in the pillory. Later in the year, a man convicted of sodomy was stoned to death in the same pillory. For more than 2 centuries, the Cock Lane ghost became a synonym for an imposture. When Andrew Lang wrote about it in 1894, he began his chapter, "If one phantom is more discredited than another, it is the Cock Lane ghost." Yet for anyone studying the case today, this view seems absurd. Nothing could be more obvious than that the Cock Lane ghost was a poltergeist like the hundreds of others that have been recorded down the ages. Unfortunately, it is now too late for us to discover certain essential facts that might help to explain it. For example, what kind of a girl was Elizabeth Parsons? She was rather younger than most poltergeist children, but she may well have been sexually mature for her age. If her father was something of a drunkard and a spendthrift, as the records indicate, then it seems fairly certain that the Parsons household was not a happy one. The father of Christine Beecham, Morton Prince's famous case of multiple personality, was a similar type of person, and his daughter had severe psychological problems as a consequence. We know that Christine Beecham became fixated on her father's closest friend William Jones, and transferred to him all her adoration. It is conceivable that Elizabeth Parsons felt the same about William Kent. In which case, sleeping in his bed while he was away must have aroused morbid emotions, especially if she was aware that Kent and Fanny were living in sin. The convulsions that began a year after the disturbances certainly suggest she was passing through a period of emotional upheaval. But since we know so little about Elizabeth, all these things must remain a matter for speculation. Only one thing seems fairly certain, that the spirit itself was neither that of Elizabeth Kent nor of Fanny Lynes. It was the usual mischievous poltergeist, bent on creating as much havoc and confusion as possible. It seems to confirm Chesterton's remark that the only definite thing that can be said about such spirits is that they tell lies. The Epworth poltergeist and the Cock Lane ghost confined themselves to rappings, although the Cock Lane ghost seemed to be attempting more ambitious phenomena towards the end. A poltergeist that haunted a farm in Stockwell, London, in 1772 showed altogether less restraint. It began by throwing rows of plates off the kitchen shelf and smashing them. When the owner of the house, Mrs. Golding, fainted, the doctor bled her. The blood had only just congealed when it leapt out of the basin, and the basin smashed in pieces. When Mrs. Golding offered some of the assembled guests a drink of wine or rum, these bottles also shattered. Joints of ham leapt off their hooks on the ceiling and fell to the floor. The racket was so tremendous that they were afraid the house would fall down, and the children were sent off to the barn. The maid, Anne Robinson, went with them, and as soon as she was out of the house, the disturbances stopped. The moment she returned, they started again. The coal scuttle overturned, candlesticks flew through the air, a 9-gallon cask of beer was turned upside down, and a bucket of cold water boiled like a pot, as in the Amherst case of a century later. M.R.S. Golding decided to sack the maid, and the uproar promptly ceased. This case attracted little attention at the time. If Dr. Johnson heard of it, he no doubt dismissed it as another fraud. Catherine Crowe unearthed it a century later for her book The Night Side of Nature. And in her chapter on the poltergeist, she makes some sensible and pertinent suggestions. She discusses the case of a French girl called Angelique Cottin, who was weaving silk gloves on January 15, 1846, when the loom began to jerk violently. The other girls were terrified, and retreated to the far end of the room. Then, one by one, they went back to examine the loom, which had a heavy oak frame. As soon as Angelique approached, it began to dance again. From this time on, Angelique developed the power of giving people violent electric shocks. She was, in fact, a human electric eel. Objects laid on her apron flew off violently, and the power was strong enough to raise a heavy tub with a man sitting on it. Oddly enough, metals were not affected, indicating that this form of electricity was not the usual kind. When Angelique was tired, the current would diminish. It also diminished when she was on a carpet, but was most powerful when she was on bare earth, another indication that the force seems to come from the earth, and is probably connected with the force that convulses some dowsers. She had to sleep on a stone covered with a cork mat. The phenomena continued for 4 months, and were widely studied by men of science. Then they ceased. M.R.S. Crowe makes the reasonable suggestion that poltergeist phenomena may be electrical in nature, and cites a number of other cases, including a Mlle Emmerich, sister of the professor of theology at Strasbourg, who became a human electric battery after receiving a severe fright, the nature of which is not specified. We have already noticed that many mediums seem to develop their powers after accidents. The interesting thing about Mlle Emmerich was that she could give people shocks even when they were not touching her. She gave her brother a shock when he was several rooms away. When he rushed to her bedroom, she laughed and said, "Ah, you felt it, did you?" M.R.S. Crowe adds the interesting remark, "Many somnambulistic persons," she means persons under hypnosis, "are capable of giving an electric shock, and I have met with one person, not somnambulistic, who informs me that he has frequently been able to do it by an effort of will." Clearly, if someone was able to produce electric currents at will, he or she might be in a position to cause poltergeist phenomena, perhaps even at a distance, like Mlle Emmerich. In that case, we might have some kind of explanation for the magical powers of the drummer of Didworth. But although the theory is attractive, it could only explain the least spectacular abilities of the poltergeist, like causing raps and smashing plates. How, for example, could it account for the extraordinary case that has become known as the Bell Witch, in which a poltergeist mistreated its victim until he died? This case, as the paranormal investigator Nander Fodor pointed out, took place at an interesting time when Americans had ceased to believe in witchcraft, and had not yet discovered spiritualism. As a result, there was no proper investigation. It is fortunate that the records that have survived are so detailed. In 1817, a farmer named John Bell lived with his family in Robertson County, Tennessee, with his wife Lucy and 9 children. One of these, Betsy, was a girl of 12. At first, the disturbances were so slight that no one paid much attention. There were knocking and scraping noises, and sounds like rats gnawing inside the walls. As usual, nothing could be found to account for these sounds. They seemed to be mostly the kind of noises that might be made by animals, and so did not cause a great deal of excitement. An invisible dog seemed to be clawing at the floor, an invisible bird flapped against the ceiling, then 2 chained dogs sounded as if they were having a fight. When lamps were lit and people got out of bed to search, the noises stopped. Poltergeists seem to have an odd dislike of being observed. Then the entity started pulling the clothes off beds, and making various human noises, choking and gulping sounds followed by a gasping noise as if someone was being strangled. Next, stones were thrown and chairs turned upside down. Slowly, the poltergeist began to get into its stride. The girl Betsy, Elizabeth, seemed to be the focus. Things only happened when she was around. When the disturbances had been going on for roughly a year, the household was in permanent chaos. They seldom got a good night's sleep. The house often shook with the noises. The thing seemed to be able to be in several places at once. One night, Richard Williams Bell was awakened by something pulling his hair so hard that he thought the top of his head would come off. As he yelled with pain, Betsy, on the floor above, also began to scream as something pulled her hair. Like the Fox family 30 years later, the Bells decided to ask the advice of neighbors. A friend named James Johnson came to the house. When the ghost made a sound like sucking air in through the teeth, he told it to be quiet, and it obeyed him. But poltergeists dislike being given orders. They seem to react best to a friendly approach, and this one redoubled its persecution of Betsy. There would be a sharp slapping noise and her cheek would go red from a blow, or her hair would be grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled. At least, Johnson had discovered that the entity understood English, so he advised Bell to invite in more neighbors. At this stage, he still seems to have entertained the obviously absurd idea that the children might be responsible. They tried sending Elizabeth to stay with a neighbor. The disturbances in the Bell household stopped, but Elizabeth continued to be persecuted with blows and scratches. Poltergeist phenomena always work their way up from small effects to larger ones, from scratches or raps to flying stones and furniture. It never happens the other way around. The Bell Witch seemed to take pleasure in developing new ways of upsetting everybody. Strange lights flitted about the yard after dark. As the children came home from school, stones and chunks of wood were thrown at them. These were usually thrown from a particular thicket, and, as usual in such cases, never hurt anyone. If the children threw them back, they were promptly thrown again. But visitors to the house received stinging slaps, as did the children if they tried to resist when the covers were dragged off their beds. The next stage was a whistling sound, which gradually changed to a voice. Poltergeist voices do not sound at all like ordinary human voices, at least, not to begin with. It seems as if the entity is having to master a strange medium, to form sounds into words. Even the rapping noises are probably manufactured sounds, not genuine raps made by hard objects. Most talking ghosts and poltergeists begin in a guttural voice that sounds as if it is made up from grunts or groans. The Bell Witch made gasping, whispering noises more like an asthmatic cough. Gradually, the voice developed until it was a low but audible whisper. It made such remarks as "I can't stand the smell of a nigger." And Betsy undoubtedly provided the energy for these demonstrations. She became fatigued and miserable, short of breath, and subject to fainting spells. Whenever she was unconscious, the voice ceased, which led some neighbors to suspect that she was a ventriloquist. But, as Nander Fodor has pointed out, it sounds much more as if she slipped into mediumistic trance. At the same time, John Bell himself began to suffer. His tongue swelled, and his jaw felt stiff as if someone had pushed a stick inside his mouth, pushing on both sides of the jaw. It gradually became worse, until he was often unable to eat for a day at a time. The witch also seemed to direct more and more of its malice towards old Jack Bell, declaring that he would be tormented for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, the voice had graduated from a whisper to a normal voice. It used to repeat bits of the sermons of various local parsons. Then it began using bad language, again, a common characteristic of talking ghosts. In fact, it talked in several voices. One of its earliest utterances in a normal voice was, "I am a spirit who was once very happy, but have been disturbed and am now unhappy." And it stated that it would torment John Bell and kill him in the end. It identified itself as an Indian whose bones had been scattered, then as a witch called Old Kate Batts. Then 4 more voices made their appearance, the family of the witch. They identified themselves as Black Dog, Mathematics, Sapocryphy, and Jerusalem. Black Dog had a harsh, masculine voice, Jerusalem a boy's voice, while the other 2 sounded delicate and feminine. They apparently indulged in debauches, talking drunkenly and filling the house with the smell of whiskey. As much as the witch detested John Bell, it seemed to have gentler feelings for the rest of the family, especially for John Bell's wife Lucy. When she fell ill, the witch lamented Luce, poor Luce, and showered hazelnuts on her. At Betsy's birthday party, it called "I have a surprise for you," and materialized a basket of fruit, including oranges and bananas, which it claimed to have brought from the West Indies. A local witch doctor offered to cure Betsy with some revolting medicine which would make her vomit. When she duly retched, her vomit was found to be full of brass pins and needles. Meanwhile, the witch screamed with laughter and said that if Betsy could be made to vomit again, she would have enough pins and needles to set up a shop. One day in winter, as the children were sitting on a sledge, the witch called "Hold tight," and hauled the sledge at great speed round the house 3 times. It was also able to spit. It had a particular aversion to a Negro slave girl called Ankie, and one day covered her head with a foam like white spittle. It also showed a tendency to interfere in the personal lives of the family. In due course, Betsy became engaged to a youth called Joshua Gardner. As soon as the witch found out, she began to whisper, "Please, Betsy Bell, don't have Joshua Gardner." Betsy finally gave in, and returned Joshua's ring. Meanwhile, the persecution of John Bell became steadily worse. His sufferings sound like the torments of the possessed nuns and priests of Loudon, but they were of a more physical nature. When he was ill in bed, the witch cursed and raved, using foul language. When he went outside, it followed him and jerked off his shoes. Then he was struck in the face so hard that he was stunned and had to sit down on a log. His face began to jerk and contort, another of the witch's favorite methods of tormenting him. Then his body convulsed. His shoes kept flying off, and every time his son Richard put them on they flew off again. The witch shrieked with laughter and sang derisive songs. Many poltergeists have shown themselves to be musical, although their taste seldom rises above popular songs. Finally, the attacks ceased, and the unfortunate man sat there stunned, with the tears rolling down his cheeks. The witch had been tormenting him for more than 3 years. When they got him back indoors, he took to his bed. On December 19, 1820, he was found to be in a deep stupor. In the medicine cupboard, his son John found a dark bottle 1/3 full of a smoky-looking liquid. The witch began to exult, "It's useless for you to try to relieve old Jack, I've got him this time." Asked about the medicine, the witch replied, "I put it there, and gave old Jack a dose last night while he was asleep, which fixed him." When the doctor arrived, they tested the medicine by dipping a straw into it and allowing a drop to fall on the cat's tongue. The cat jumped and whirled around, then died. John Bell himself died the next day, while the witch filled the house with shrieks of triumph, and sang, "Roll me up some brandy, oh." As Fodor points out, there is something very odd about this death. The witch had often revealed strength enough to strangle Bell, or kill him by hitting him with some object. Yet she never made any such attempt, only, as it were, drove him to despair, then administered some powerful drug when he was probably dying anyway. In most poltergeist cases we may feel that the entity is not particularly malicious, and that this explains the lack of injury. Bullying children often threaten their victims with physical damage, and may even seem to be on the point of carrying out their threat, but there is an abyss of difference between the threat, or, perhaps, lashing out with a stick and missing by a hair's breadth, and actually causing bodily harm. Yet the Bell Witch seems to have been more malicious than most. It leads to the speculation that these entities may not be allowed to do actual harm, they are allowed to torment, but not to damage. This, admittedly, explains nothing, but it is certainly an observation that has struck everyone who has studied the poltergeist. After the death of John Bell, the witch seemed to lose interest. It apparently refused to help John Jr. to speak to his dead father, declaring that the dead could not be brought back, but on one occasion, it told John to go to the window, on a snowy day, then made footprints appear in the snow, which it claimed to be identical with those made by his father's boots. John did not bother to test this claim. In 1821, 4 years after the disturbances began, an unusually long period, the family was sitting at supper one evening when there was a tremendous noise in the chimney, as if a cannonball had rolled down it and out into the room. It burst into a ball of smoke. The witch's voice called, "I am going, and will be gone for 7 years, goodbye to all." And the disturbances ceased. 7 years later, only Lucy Bell and 2 of her sons remained in the homestead. The rest, including Betsy, had married or left. Once again, the manifestations started from the beginning, with scratching noises, then the covers being pulled off the bed. But the family ignored all this, and after 2 weeks, the manifestations ceased. John Jr. claimed that the witch paid him 2 visits in his new home, and promised to return to one of his descendants in 107 years. But 1935 passed without any direct descendant of the Bell family being haunted. The case of the Bell Witch was fully documented in a book written in 1846 by Richard Bell, who had been 7 when the witch first appeared, and was later the subject of a full-length book by M.V. Ingram, 1894. Nander Fodor, who has written extensively on the poltergeist, discusses it fully in his book The Poltergeist Down the Centuries. As well as being a student of the paranormal, Fodor was also a Freudian psychiatrist, and he takes the view that the poltergeist is sexual in origin. Undoubtedly, he is partly correct. The poltergeist seems to be at its best when it can draw on the energies of a girl, or, less often, a boy, who has just reached puberty. But Fodor goes further than this, and suggests that the explanation of the Bell Witch lies in an incestuous attack made on Betsy by her father. This caused Betsy to hate her father, and her repressed hatred expressed itself in the form of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. He also believes that John Bell felt a deep guilt about the supposed attack, and cites an occasion when Bell went to dinner with neighbors named Dearden, yet said nothing all evening, seeming depressed and confused. The next day he rode over specially to explain, saying that his tongue had been affected as if his mouth had become filled with fungus. This, says Fodor, probably represents self-aggression. But this theory hardly stands up to examination. As we have seen, poltergeists often take a delight in embarrassing people by revealing their most intimate secrets in public. In the Bell Witch case, it hastened the breakup of Betsy and Joshua by embarrassing them with personal revelations. So it is hard to see why it should have failed to state publicly that John Bell had committed, or tried to commit, incest with Betsy. Even if it had said so, we would be justified in treating the accusation with caution. Poltergeists are not noted for truthfulness. The fact that it failed to say so weighs heavily against the incest theory. As to the notion that Betsy's unconscious aggressions caused the disturbances, this fails to explain why Betsy herself was, at first, treated so badly. It also fails to explain how the witch managed to return when Betsy had left home and was married. Rather more interesting are Fodor's speculations about the nature of the poltergeist. He thinks that its denial of communication with the dead proves that it was not the spirit of a dead person. He is inclined to feel that the witch was a fragment of a living personality that has broken free in some mysterious way of some of the three-dimensional limitations of the mind of the main personality. In other words, poltergeists are explainable as fragments of the split personality. But this leaves us exactly where we were before, in complete ignorance of how the split personality performs its paranormal feats. The truth is that this explanation, about the unconscious mind, sounded far more convincing in the 1930s than it does today, when Freud is no longer regarded as infallible. Moreover, it simply fails to fit the facts of the haunting. On the other hand, Kardec's views fit them like a glove. According to the Spirits book, only a small proportion of the spirits involved in poltergeist cases are those of dead people. There are many other kinds. Besides, it seems clear that in the Bell Witch case, there was not one spirit, but several. So Kardec's explanation would be that the haunting in the Bell household was the work of a group of rowdy and mischievous spirits or elementals of no particular intelligence, the otherworldly equivalent of a cage full of monkeys. A house with 9 children, many of them teenagers, would provide plenty of the energy poltergeists find necessary to perform their antics. We must suppose that the Bell household was not a particularly happy one. This deduction arises from the fact that there is no record of a poltergeist haunting taking place in a happy family. No doubt John Bell was a typical 19th century patriarch, dictatorial and bad-tempered, and on a farmstead in a remote rural area, there was no doubt plenty of reason for tension and frustration in the family. As to why the witch disliked John Bell so much, the reason may lie in an event that took place very early in the case. Before the first scratching noises were heard, John Bell saw one day a strange, dog-like creature sitting between two corn rows, and shot at it. The witch stated on a number of occasions that she could assume the shape of an animal. Poltergeists dislike aggression against themselves, and if the strange animal was the witch, then it had a cause for feeling resentment about John Bell. Apart from that, he was the head of the household, the tyrant. If the witch was capable of showing generosity and affection towards various members of the family, Lucy, Betsy, young John, then they, would also dislike the bullying paterfamilias. This is, admittedly, speculation, but it fits better than Fodor's Freudian guesses. 30 years after the Bell Witch, there occurred in Stratford, Connecticut, a case that seems to demonstrate beyond all doubt the inadequacies of Fodor's Freudian theories. The Stratford minister, the Reverend Eliakim Phelps, had married a widow with 4 children. He was interested in clairvoyance, and attempted to treat illnesses by means of mesmerism. He was understandably excited by the news of the strange events at the home of the Fox family in 1849. And in March 1850, when he entertained a visitor from New York, the two of them arranged some kind of amateur séance, which was not particularly successful, although they managed to obtain a few raps. A few days later, on Sunday, March 10th, the family returned from church to find the front door wide open and the place in disorder. Their first assumption was that they had been burgled, but inspection showed that nothing had been taken, and a gold watch left on a table was untouched. That afternoon, the family went off to church again, but this time the Reverend Phelps stayed behind to keep watch. He may well have dozed; at all events, nothing disturbed him. But when the family returned from church, the place again showed signs of an intruder. Furniture was scattered, and in the main bedroom, a nightgown and chemise had been laid out on the bed, with the arms folded across the breast, and a pair of stockings placed to make it look like a corpse laid out for burial. In another room, clothing and cushions had been used to make various dummies, which were arranged in a tableau, in attitudes of extreme devotion, some with their foreheads nearly touching the floor, and with open Bibles in front of them. Clearly, the poltergeist had a sense of ironic humor. From then on, the Phelps poltergeist practiced its skill as a designer of tableaus. The astonishing thing was that these were done so quickly. One observer, a Dr. Webster, remarked that it would have taken half a dozen women several hours to construct the dummies that the poltergeist made within minutes. One figure was so lifelike that when the 3-year-old boy went into the room, he thought his mother was kneeling in prayer, and that she whispered, "Be still." That it was a poltergeist became clear the following day, when objects began to fly through the air. A bucket flew downstairs, an umbrella leapt through the air, and spoons, bits of tin and keys were thrown around. A candlestick jumped off the mantelpiece, then beat the floor violently until it broke. There were loud pounding noises as if someone was trying to demolish the house with an axe, and loud screams. The poltergeist probably derived its strength from the fact that it had 2 focuses in the house, Harry, aged 12, and Anna, who was 16. Harry was persecuted by the spirit. When he went for a drive in the carriage with his stepfather, 20 stones were flung into the carriage. On one occasion he was snatched up into the air so that his head nearly struck the ceiling. He was thrown into a cistern of water, and tied up and suspended from a tree. In front of a visiting clergyman, the legs of his trousers were violently torn open from the bottom to above the knee. After this, the poltergeist started to break glass. It smashed 71 window panes and various glass articles. Another of its favorite tricks was to write on sheets of paper. When the Reverend Phelps turned his back on his writing table, he heard the scratching of the pen, and found written on the paper, "Very nice paper and nice ink for the devil." Typically, Poltergeists seem to object to being watched while they do things like this. They wait until no one is looking. Phelps tried communicating with the spirit by means of raps, and found that it would answer his questions. There seemed to be more than one spirit present, but the author of most of the mischief seemed to be a French clerk, who had handled a settlement for Mrs. Phelps, and who had since died. He now claimed to be in hell because he had cheated Mrs. Phelps. Her husband investigated this claim, and found that there had been a minor fraud, but it had hardly been as serious as the spirit seemed to believe. On another occasion the raps told Phelps to put his hand under the table. When he did this his hand was grasped by another hand, warm and human. The well-known psychic Andrew Jackson Davis visited the Phelps home, and put forward a theory very similar to that of Mrs. Crowe. He said that the phenomena were caused by magnetism and by electricity, the magnetism attracting objects towards the boy and girl, the electricity causing them to fly in the opposite direction. But Davis, the author of the best-selling work of spirit dictation called The Principles of Nature, also agreed that there were spirits present. He claimed to have seen 5 of them. The poltergeist, or poltergeists, became increasingly destructive. Pieces of paper burst into flame, although always where they could be seen. Sometimes, the ashes of burnt papers were found in drawers. All kinds of objects were smashed. Phelps estimated that the poltergeist had done about $200 worth of damage. And the poltergeist also attacked the eldest girl, Anna. A reporter was sitting with the mother and daughter when the girl shouted that someone had pinched her. They rolled up her sleeve and found a severe fresh pinch mark on her arm. On another occasion, there was a loud smacking noise, and a red mark appeared on her face. In October 1851, more than a year after the disturbances began, the mother and children went off to Pennsylvania and stayed there until the following spring. The poltergeist did not follow them, and when they returned to Stratford, nothing more happened. What seems very clear is that the poltergeist haunting would never have taken place if the Reverend Phelps had not made the mistake of dabbling in an amateur seance. Presumably this attracted the attention of some juvenile delinquents of the spirit world, who discovered that there were 2 excellent mediums in the house, and proceeded to make use of their energies. When Mrs. Phelps took the children away, the poltergeist was starved of energy and went away. Here it seems obvious that the Freudian explanation is both unnecessary and irrelevant. The Phelps case has been described as one of the most amazing poltergeist dramas of which we have record. In fact, most students of the paranormal would agree that this distinction should go to the case that has become known as the Amherst Mystery, which took place in Nova Scotia in 1878. A shoe worker named Daniel Teed lived in a 2-story house with his wife and 2 sons, his wife's 2 unmarried sisters, Jane and Esther Cox, who were aged 22 and 18, his wife's brother William, and his own brother, John. The house must have been grossly overcrowded. All were Methodists. Jane, the elder sister, was pretty. Esther was short and rather stout. Nevertheless, Esther had a boyfriend, a local factory worker named Bob McNeil. In late August, Daniel Teed complained that someone had been milking the cow. Esther was a suspect as she was unusually fond of milk. Esther was suffering from nervous tensions, and ran up from the cellar one night screaming that a rat had run over her leg. Her troubles were probably sexual in origin, as seems to be revealed by a dream she had at the time. Hundreds of black bulls with bright blue eyes and blood dripping from their mouths tried to break into the house, while Esther frantically locked the doors. The following evening, Esther and Bob McNeil went out for a drive. Bob, who had a bad reputation locally, tried to persuade Esther to go into the woods with him, but she refused. He pulled out a gun and ordered her to get down from the buggy. He looked as if he might fire when the sound of an approaching vehicle distracted him. He leapt onto the buggy, drove back at a dangerous speed, let Esther off, then left Amherst for good. Esther cried herself to sleep, and for the next few days had red eyes. On September 4th, a damp, misty evening, Jane heard Esther sobbing in bed. Then Esther screamed that there was a mouse in bed with her. They searched, but no mouse was found. The following night, both heard a rustling noise, and made a search. It seemed to be coming from a cardboard box containing patchwork, so Jane stood it in the middle of the room, expecting a mouse to run out. Instead, the box jumped into the air and fell over. She stood it up, and it jumped again. Daniel Teed came in to see what the noise was about, pushed the box under the bed, and told them to go to sleep. The next night, Esther went to bed early. Soon after the light went out, she leapt out of bed shouting, "Jane, I'm dying." Jane lit the lamp and saw that Esther's face was bright red, and her hair was standing on end. Daniel Teed came in, together with the other two men. Esther got back into bed, but began to scream. Her body appeared to be swelling like a balloon. Suddenly, there was a loud report like a clap of thunder. The men rushed out to search the house, but found nothing. When they came back, Esther was back to normal and fast asleep. 2 days later, as Esther was getting into bed, she began to feel ill again. All the bedclothes flew off the bed, and landed in the far corner of the room. Jane fainted. Esther began to swell again. The men rushed in, and someone replaced the bedclothes. They promptly flew off again, and a pillow hit John Teed on the head. He left the house never to return. Again, there were some loud explosions. Esther stopped swelling, and fell asleep. The following day, a doctor came to see Esther. As she lay in bed, the pillow under her head inflated, as if filled up with air, then collapsed, then reinflated itself. Raps sounded around the room. The bedclothes flew off. There was a scratching noise above Esther's bed and, as they all watched, they saw writing appearing on the wall. It said, "Esther, you are mine to kill." A lump of plaster detached itself from elsewhere on the wall and flew across the room to the doctor's feet. Then rappings and bangs continued for the next 2 hours, while Esther lay, terrified, on her bed. The following day, Esther complained of an electric feeling running through her body. The doctor gave her morphine. Instantly, there was a series of bangs and crashes that seemed to go up to the roof. These disturbances continued for another 3 weeks. Then, one night, Esther fell into a trance, became rigid, and told the story of what had happened with Bob McNeil. When she recovered consciousness, she admitted it was true. When Jane said that Bob must be responsible for Esther's problems, loud knocks suggested that the spirit agreed completely. Jane remarked that it seemed to understand what she said, whereupon there were 3 distinct raps. The doctor tried asking the spirit simple questions, with 1 rap for no, 2 for no answer, 3 for yes. But the doctor's attempts to get it to explain itself were a total failure. Esther became a subject of controversy. The house was permanently full of people. When a minister called to see her, a bucket of cold water on the kitchen table began to bubble as if it was boiling. In December, Esther developed a severe sore throat which turned to diphtheria. While she was ill, the manifestations ceased. Then she went away to convalesce. When she returned, the manifestations started immediately. Esther said she heard a voice telling her that the house was going to be set on fire. As she told the others about this, a lighted match fell from the air onto the bed, and the sheets caught fire. Jane quickly put it out. More lighted matches fell around the room, most of them going out immediately. The rapping noises started later, and when the family asked the spirit whether the house would be set alight, it replied that it would not be. At that moment there was smoke from under Esther's bed. They found that a dress had somehow transferred itself from the bedroom door, and had been set on fire. 3 days later, Mrs. Teed smelled smoke coming from the cellar. They found a barrel of wood shavings burning vigorously and had some trouble putting it out. The villagers were alarmed about this. If the Teeds' house caught fire, half the village would probably be burned down. They suggested that Esther ought to be sent away. A neighbor named John White offered to take her in if she would do some housework. For 2 weeks, all went well. Then a scrubbing brush flew out of Esther's hand, went up to the ceiling, and came down and hit her on the head. White owned a restaurant, and Esther went to work there. An oven door refused to stay closed, and jumped off its hinges. Metal objects began flying at Esther as if she were a magnet, and a boy's clasp knife made her back bleed. When iron spikes were laid in her lap, they quickly became too hot to touch. All this seemed to support the suspicion that Esther was somehow electrified. They tried making her wear a special pair of shoes with glass soles, but these gave her headaches and made her nose bleed. When furniture began to move around the restaurant, John White decided it was time for Esther to go home. Again, she left Amherst for a few months, first to stay with a man and his wife in New Brunswick, then to a farm 3 miles from Amherst. She told various visitors about the voices that spoke to her, voices which claimed to be the spirits that were causing the mischief. One of these spirits, Bob Nickel, threatened her with fire and stabbing. In June 1879, a stage magician named Walter Hubble moved into the Teeds cottage as a paying guest. He had heard about the haunting and thought it might make the subject of a book. Within a few minutes of arriving, he had no doubt that this was no fraud. His umbrella sailed through the air, then a carving knife landed at his feet, then his bag was thrown, then a chair shot across the room and hit his own so hard that he nearly fell on the floor. From then on, the chairs in every room he entered performed a dance. Esther told him he was unpopular with the spirits. Undeterred, Hubble tried asking them questions by means of raps, and the spirits were able to tell him the number engraved on his watch, and the dates of coins in his pockets. Later, Hubble lay down on the settee and closed his eyes. Esther came into the room, and Hubble cautiously peeped at her, perhaps hoping that she would give herself away as a cheat. Instead, he saw a large glass paperweight float up across the room and rebound off the arm of the settee. During the next few days the poltergeist put on a special show for Hubble. Objects floated around, strange noises were heard, like sawing wood and drumming on a washboard, and Esther was attacked by 6 spirits who stuck no fewer than 30 pins in her. Small fires broke out. On one day there were 45 of them, and the sound of a trumpet echoed through the house. They later found a small silver trumpet which no one had ever seen before. When Esther went to the local minister to pray, Bob Nickel attacked her viciously on her return, cutting her head open with a bone and stabbing her in the face with a fork. Hubble thought he saw a way of making money. He hired a hall and persuaded Esther to put on a show for the people of Amherst. Inevitably, the spirits declined to operate, and the audience demanded their money back. Tired of the non-stop disturbances, Daniel Teed sent Esther off to stay with some obliging friends. Hubble, who now had enough material for his book, went to St. John to write it. It appeared in due course and went through several editions. During Esther's stay with her friends, the spirits let her alone. She then took a job on a farm owned by people called Davidson. Her friends found that various articles were missing, and these were located in the Davidson's barn. Esther was suspected of theft, but before the case could be investigated the barn caught fire and burned to the ground. Esther was accused of arson, and was sentenced to 4 months in jail. After this, the manifestations came suddenly to an end. This abrupt termination of the haunting seems to favor the view that Esther's own unconscious mind was responsible. This is, in fact, the view I favored when I described the case briefly in a book called Mysteries. Esther was sexually frustrated, and if Bob McNeil had adopted a more gentlemanly way of seducing her, there would have been no Great Amherst Mystery, the title of Hubble's book. Esther was a classic case of the divided self, a part of her longing to give herself to her lover, while the inhibitions induced by her background and training made this impossible. So when she rejected his advances, and he vanished into the night, her unconscious mind said, in effect, "Now see what you've done, stupid," and set out to punish her. As to the effects themselves, many of them fit the hypothesis I have suggested, that the energy comes from the earth. When Esther wore shoes with glass soles, the manifestations stopped, but she developed headaches and nosebleeds. Her sensation of electric currents is also highly suggestive. There have been dozens of well-authenticated cases of human electric batteries. Again, nearly all concern girls or boys at the age of puberty. Caroline Clare of Bondon, Ontario, began to lose weight at the age of 17, in 1877, then developed such powerful electric currents that people who touched her received severe shocks. Pieces of metal stuck to her as if she were a magnet. Jenny Morgan of Sedalia, Missouri, became an electric battery at 14. When she touched metal objects, sparks flew. Frank McKinstry, also of Missouri, would develop an electric charge during the night and slowly lose it during the day. When highly charged, his feet would stick to the ground so that he had difficulty in walking, which sounds again as if the electricity comes from the earth. Good dowsers receive a tingling sensation when they touch standing stones. The Amherst minister, the Reverend Edwin Clay, was convinced that the secret of Esther's manifestations was electricity, and even delivered a lecture to that effect. But how did Esther's unconscious mind know the number of Hubble's watch and the dates of coins in his pocket, which no doubt he did not know himself? How did her mind scratch "Esther, you are mine to kill" on the wall above her head? How did it blow a trumpet all over the house? The truth is that the unconscious mind theory needs to be stretched so much that it loses the chief virtue of a good theory: simplicity. But perhaps the strongest argument against the unconscious mind theory is simply that Esther's torment went on for so long. To actually read the case in detail is to feel that no one could get so angry with herself that she would continue relentlessly for more than a year. We may say, "Oh, I could kick myself," when we do something stupid, but no one has ever done it. The fraud hypothesis also fails to stand up to close examination. If Hubble's book was the main piece of evidence, then we might well feel suspicious, since he went to Amherst with the hope of writing it, and eventually made a great deal of money from no fewer than 10 editions. But there are accounts in the Amherst Gazette that confirm everything Hubble says. Moreover, in 1907, more than a quarter of a century after the events, the researcher Hereward Carrington went to Amherst and took various depositions from people who had witnessed the manifestations. By this time, Esther was unhappily married, and had turned into a sullen middle-aged woman, who agreed to talk to Carrington only on the payment of $100. Carrington felt that such testimony would be valueless. But there could be no doubt that most of the people involved believed that the manifestations were genuine, including the farmer, Davidson, whose barn had been destroyed. He said that he had often watched Esther as she came downstairs and had noticed that she seemed to fly or float. In the Middle Ages, levitation used to be one of the criteria for demoniacal possession. But this question of demoniacal possession must be left until a later chapter. 7. The scientist investigates. The next major step forward in the history of poltergeist investigation was taken by an unlikely figure, Professor Cesare Lombroso. He was an unlikely investigator because he was known throughout Europe as a hardline skeptic and materialist. And this, in turn, was due to the fact that he had been born, in 1835, in Verona, which was then a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was Roman Catholic. And since Lombroso was a Jewish Italian, he naturally hated the Austrians and their religion. His distaste was increased by several years under Jesuit schoolmasters. He felt they were trying to thrust him back into the Middle Ages. When he discovered science, he took to it like a duck to water. The simile is painfully hackneyed, but in this case gives an accurate sense of his enthusiasm. By the time Lombroso was 30, Garibaldi had freed Italy from the stranglehold of Austria and Roman Catholicism, and Lombroso could proclaim his materialism without danger of finding himself in jail. Lombroso himself had played a small part in freeing Italy by serving in the army as a surgeon. When he became a professor of psychiatry at Pavia, and the director of a lunatic asylum in Pesaro, he set out to try and prove that insanity is a purely physical illness. He had to believe this, of course, since, as a good materialist, he did not believe that the mind exists. He spent years studying the brains of madmen and carefully staining their nerve fibers, in an attempt to track down the germ of insanity, without success. Then he learned that the German physiologist Virchow had discovered certain atavistic features about the skulls of criminals, that is, that they have a touch of the caveman about them. This was the clue he had been looking for. He proceeded to make a careful study of the inmates in the local prison, and at the age of 41, announced to the world his discovery that the criminal is a throwback to our caveman ancestors, a kind of human ape. In other words, a man born with these tendencies can no more help committing crimes than a born cripple can help limping. The book Criminal Man, l'uomo delinquente, made him famous throughout Europe. Naturally, it gave violent offense to the Catholic Church, which has always felt that wickedness is a matter of choice, but it also upset psychologists, who like to feel that man possesses at least an atom of free will. Yet in spite of his reputation for aggressive materialism, Lombroso was too good a scientist not to be willing to study new facts. And in 1882, he encountered a case that baffled him. A teenage girl had apparently developed some rather peculiar powers, although it sounded too silly to be taken seriously. According to her parents, she could see through her ear and smell through her chin. When Lombroso went to see her, he expected to find some absurd deception. She was a tall, thin girl of 14, and the trouble had begun when she started to menstruate. She began sleepwalking, and developed hysterical blindness. Yet she was still able to see through the tip of her nose, and through her left ear. Lombroso tried binding her eyes with a bandage, then took a letter out of his pocket and held it a few inches away from her nose. She read it as if her eyes were uncovered. To make sure she was not peeping under the bandages, Lombroso held another page near her left ear. Again, she read it aloud without difficulty. And even without the bandage, she would not have been able to read a letter held at the side of her head. Next he tried holding a bottle of strong-smelling salts under her nose. It did not make the slightest impression. But when it was held under her chin, she winced and gasped. He tried substances with only the slightest trace of odor, substances he could not smell if he held them 2 inches away from his own nose. When they were under her chin, she could identify every one of them. If he still had any doubts, they vanished during the next few weeks when her sense of smell suddenly transferred itself to the back of her foot. If disagreeable smells were brought close to her heel, she writhed in agony. Pleasant ones made her sigh with delight. This was not all. The girl also developed the power of prediction. She was able to predict weeks ahead precisely when she would have fits, and exactly how they could be cured. Lombroso, naturally, did not accept this as genuine prediction, since she might have been inducing the fits, consciously or otherwise, to make her predictions come true. But she then began to predict things that would happen to other members of the family, and these came about just as she had foretold. In medical journals, Lombroso found many similar cases. One girl who developed hysterical symptoms at puberty could accurately distinguish colors with her hands. An 11-year-old girl who suffered a back wound was able to hear through her elbow. Another pubescent girl could read a book with her stomach when her eyes were bandaged. Another hysterical woman developed X-ray eyes, and said she could see worms in her intestines. She actually counted them and said there were 33. In due course she excreted precisely this number of worms. A young man suffering from hysteria could read people's minds, and reproduce drawings and words written on a sheet of paper when his eyes were tightly bandaged. Lombroso may have been a determined materialist, but he was willing to study the facts. And the facts led him into stranger and stranger regions of speculation. To begin with, he developed a simple and ingenious theory of the human faculties, pointing out that seeing, hearing, smelling and feeling all take place through the nerves, and that if one of these faculties becomes paralyzed, there is no scientific reason why another should not take over. When he attended a séance with the famous medium Eusapia Palladino, and saw a table floating up into the air, he simply extended his theory, and argued that there is no reason why psychological force should not change into motor force. But when he began to study other cases of prediction and second sight, he had to admit that it became increasingly difficult to keep the explanations within the bounds of materialistic science. There was the case of a woman who refused to stay in a theater because she suddenly had a conviction that her father was dying. She got home and found a telegram to that effect. A doctor who suffered from hysterical symptoms foresaw the Great Fire of 1894 at the Como Exposition, and persuaded his family to sell their shares in a fire insurance company which had to meet the claims. When the fire occurred, his family were glad they took his advice. A woman whose daughter was playing near a railway line heard a voice telling her the child was in danger. She fetched her indoors half an hour before a train jumped the rails and plowed through the spot where her daughter had been playing. Slowly, and with painful reluctance, the skeptical scientist was converted to the view that the world was a far more complex place than his theories allowed. His colleagues were outraged. His biographer and translator, Hans Kurella, came to the conclusion that this was all a painful aberration due to the decay of his faculties, an argument difficult to sustain, since Lombroso was only 47 when he became interested in these matters, and he lived for more than a quarter of a century longer. Kurella can only bring himself to mention Lombroso's spiritualistic researches in a short afterword to his biography, and his comments are scathing. Talking about Eusapia Palladino, whose seances he had attended, he agreed that she was indeed a miracle of adroitness, false bonhomie, well-simulated candor, naivety, and artistic command of all the symptoms of hysterico-epilepsy. Which may well be true, but still does not explain how she was able to make a table rise up into the air when Lombroso and other scientists were holding her hands and feet. Lombroso struggled manfully to stay within the bounds of science. He devised all kinds of ingenious instruments for testing mediums during seances. But, little by little, he found himself sucked into that ambiguous, twilight world of the paranormal. Having studied mediums in civilized society, he turned his attention to tribal witch doctors and shamans, and found that they could produce the same phenomena. But they always insisted that they did this with the help of the spirit world, the world of the dead. And the more he looked into this, the more convincing it began to appear. And so, finally, he turned his attention to the topic that every good scientist dismisses as an old wives' tale: haunted houses. Here again, personal experience soon convinced him of their reality. His most celebrated case concerned a wine shop in the Via Bava in Turin. In November 1900, he heard interesting rumors about how a destructive ghost was making life very difficult for the family of the proprietor, a Signor Fumero. Bottles smashed, tables and chairs danced about, kitchen utensils flew across the room. So Lombroso went along to the wine shop, and asked the proprietor if there was any truth in the stories. Indeed there was, said Fumero, but the disturbances had now stopped. Professor Lombroso had visited the house, and the ghost had now gone away. You interest me extremely, replied Lombroso. Allow me to introduce myself. And he presented his card. Fumero looked deeply embarrassed, and admitted that the story about Lombroso was an invention, intended to discourage the curious. For it seemed that the Italian police had been called in, and that they had witnessed the strange disturbances and told Signor Fumero that, unless this stopped at once, he would find himself in serious trouble. So Fumero had invented this story of how the famous Professor Lombroso had visited the house, and the ghost had taken his departure. In fact, the proprietor admitted, the ghost was as active as ever, and if the professor would care to see with his own eyes, he only had to step down to the cellar. Down below the house was a deep wine cellar, approached by a flight of stairs and a long passageway. The proprietor led the way. The cellar was in complete darkness, but as they entered there was a noise of smashing glass, and some bottles struck Lombroso's foot. A lighted candle revealed rows of shelves with bottles of wine. And as Lombroso stood there, 3 empty bottles began to spin across the floor, and shattered against the leg of a table that stood in the middle of the cellar. On the floor, below the shelves, were the remains of broken bottles and wine. Lombroso took the candle over to the shelves, and examined them closely to see if there could be invisible wires to cause the movement. There were none, but as he looked, half a dozen bottles gently rose from the shelves, as if someone had lifted them, and exploded on the floor. Finally, as they left the cellar and closed the door behind them, they heard the smashing of another bottle. The cellar was not the only place in the house where these things occurred. Chairs and plates flew around the kitchen. In the servants' room, a brass grinding machine flew across the room so violently that it was flattened out of shape. Lombroso examined it with amazement. The force to flatten it must have been considerable. If it had struck someone's head, it would surely have killed him. The odd thing was that the ghost seemed to do no one any harm. On one occasion, as the proprietor was bending down in the cellar, a large bottle of wine had burst beside his head. If it had struck him, it would have done him a severe injury. Moreover, the entity seemed to have the power to make bottles explode without dropping them. They would hear a distinct cracking sound, then a bottle would fly into splinters. Now Lombroso knew enough about hauntings to know that this was not an ordinary ghost. The ordinary ghost stays around in a house for many years, perhaps for centuries, and manifests itself to many people. But this bottle-smashing ghost was of the kind that the Germans call a poltergeist, or noisy spirit. Such hauntings usually last only a short period, seldom more than 6 months, and they often seem to be associated with a medium, that is, with some particular person who causes them, in exactly the same way that Eusapia Palladino caused a table to rise into the air. In this case, Lombroso suspected the wife of Signor Fumero, a skinny little woman of 50, who seemed to him to be distinctly neurotic. She admitted that ever since infancy she had been subject to neuralgia, nervous tremors, and hallucinations. She had also had an operation to remove her ovaries. Ever since the case of the girl who could see with her ear, Lombroso had noticed that these people with peculiar powers seemed to be nervously unstable. He therefore advised Signor Fumero to try sending his wife for a holiday. She went back to her native town for 3 days, and during that period, the wine shop was blessedly quiet, although Signora Fumero suffered from hallucinations while she was away, believing she could see people who were invisible to everyone else. It looked as if Lombroso had stumbled on the correct solution. But it was not so simple. On Signora Fumero's return, all the disturbances began again, so, to make doubly sure, Lombroso again suggested that she should go home for a few days. The poor woman was understandably irritated at being banished from her home on account of the spirits, and before she left, she cursed them vigorously. That apparently annoyed them, for this time the disturbances went on while she was away. On the day she left, a pair of her shoes came floating out of her bedroom and down the stairs, and landed at the feet of some customers who were drinking in the bar. The following day the shoes vanished completely, to reappear under the bed a week later. Worse still, plates and bottles in the kitchen exploded or fell on the floor. But Signor Fumero noticed an interesting fact. It was only the plates and bottles that had been touched by his wife that smashed. If another woman set the table, preferably in another place, nothing happened. It was almost as if the objects she had touched had picked up some form of energy from her. So his wife came back from her hometown, and the disturbances continued as before. A bottle of soda water rose up gently in the bar, floated across the room as if someone were carrying it, and smashed on the floor. It seemed, then, that Signora Fumero was not to blame, at least, not entirely. So who was? There were only 3 other suspects. Signor Fumero could be dismissed. He was a brave old soldier, and not at all the hysterical type. There was a head waiter, who seemed to be an ordinary, typical Italian. But there was also a young waiter, a lad of 13, unusually tall. Lombroso may have recalled that the girl who could see through her ear was also unusually tall, and that she had grown about 6 inches in a year immediately before her problems began. This boy had also reached puberty. Accordingly, he was dismissed. And the haunting of number 6 Via Bava immediately ceased. As a scientist, Lombroso's problem was to find an explanation that would cover the facts. At a fairly early stage, he was convinced that they were facts, and not delusions. He wrote to a friend in 1891. I am ashamed and sorrowful that with so much obstinacy I have contested the possibility of the so-called spiritualistic facts. I say the facts, for I am inclined to reject the spiritualistic theory, but the facts exist, and as regards facts I glory in saying that I am their slave. By spiritualistic theory he meant belief in life after death. At this stage he was inclined to believe that he was dealing with some kind of purely mental force. Lombroso's study of hypnotism had convinced him of the reality of thought transference, or telepathy, and he went on to make the startling suggestion that thought itself could make objects fly through the air. I see nothing inadmissible in the supposition that in hysterical and hypnotized persons the stimulation of certain centers, which become powerful owing to the paralyzing of all the others, and thus give rise to a transposition and transmission of psychical forces, may also result in a transformation into luminous or motor force. He compared it to the action of a magnet in deflecting a compass needle. But 10 years later he had come to recognize that this theory failed to cover the facts. It might be stretched to cover the case of the wine shop poltergeist, if the young waiter was an unconscious medium, and was using his magnetic powers without realizing it. But by that time, Lombroso had also studied many cases of haunted houses. And he concluded that there are basically two types, those like the Vyabhava, in which there is a medium, and which usually last only a few weeks or months, and the more traditional haunting, which may last for centuries. Lombroso apparently never had a chance to study this second type directly, but he went about collecting evidence from witnesses he judged reliable. When he heard about Glenley, a haunted house in Scotland, he asked a friend named Professor Scott Elliott to investigate. Elliott went to see a girl who had lived in the house, and sent Lombroso the following story. Glenley was owned by a family called Maxwell, and was supposed to be haunted by the ghost of a lady who had poisoned her husband. A visitor named Mrs. Stamford Raffles was lying in bed beside her husband when she saw, in the firelight, a cloud of mist, which gradually turned into the shape of an old woman. The room became icy cold. The old woman seemed to be looking at the clock on the mantelpiece. Another visitor, Mrs. Robert Gladstone, had the same experience, but during the day, with the sun shining, the same cloud of mist, the same old woman looking at the clock. Since the stories cited by Lombroso are second-hand, and lacking in the kind of precise detail that is to be found in that of the wine shop, let me offer here a case of haunting that provides a better comparison. It is to be found in Lord Halifax's Ghost Book. In the 1890s, the Reverend Sabine Baring-Gould published in the Cornhill magazine a true ghost story about a house in Lille. Amrs Penniman, who had been involved in the case, wrote a long letter in which she corrected the inaccuracies of Baring-Gould's account. Her own is as follows. In 1865, when she was a girl, Mrs. Penniman's family had gone to France so that the children could learn French, and they rented a house in Lille, where they had a number of introductions. The rent of the house, in the Place du Lion d'Or, struck them as remarkably low. When they went to the bank to cash a letter of credit, they found out why. The place was reputed to have a revenant, a ghost. In fact, the girl and her mother had been awakened by footsteps overhead, but had assumed it was a servant moving about. After the visit to the bank, they inquired who was sleeping overhead, and were told that it was an empty garret. Their maid soon heard the story of the revenant from the French servants. A young man who was heir to the house had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The story had it that he had been confined in an iron cage in the attic by his uncle, who later killed him. The uncle sold the house, but it had never been occupied for long because of the ghost. The family went to look in the garret, and found that there was a cage. It was 8 feet high and 4 feet square, and was attached to the wall. Inside there was an iron collar on a rusty chain. 10 days later, the maidservant asked if she could change rooms. She and another maid slept in a room between the main stairs and the back staircase, and which therefore had 2 doors. They had seen a tall, thin man walking through the room, and had buried their faces under the bedclothes. The mother told the maids to move into another bedroom. Soon after this, the girl and her brother went upstairs to fetch something from their mother's room, and saw a thin figure in a powdering gown and wearing hair down the back going up the stairs in front of them. They thought it was a servant called Hannah, and called after her, "You can't frighten us." But when they got back to their mother, she told them that Hannah had gone to bed with a headache. They checked and found her fast asleep. When they described the figure, the maids said that it was the one which they had seen. Another brother came from university to stay. He was awakened by a noise, and looked out of the door to see a man on the stairs. He assumed his mother had sent a servant to see if he had put out his candle, and was angry about it. His mother told him she had not sent anyone. By now, the family had found themselves another house. Some English friends named Atkins called a few days before they left, and were interested to hear about the ghost. Mrs. Atkins volunteered to sleep in the room with her dog. The next morning, Mrs. Atkins looked tired and distraught. She had also seen the man wandering through the bedroom. The dog seems to have refused to attack it. Just before they left the house, the girl herself saw the ghost. By this time they were so accustomed to the footsteps that they ignored them, but they kept a candle burning in their room. She woke up to see a tall, thin figure in a long gown, its arm resting on a chest of drawers. She could clearly see the face, which was that of a young man with a melancholy expression. When she looked again, he had disappeared. The bedroom door was locked. This was the story as told by Mrs. Penniman. Lord Halifax sent it to the Reverend Baring Gould, who later sent him a letter he received from a reader of his account in the Cornhill magazine. From this letter, it appeared that the haunted house had been transformed into a hotel in the 1880s. The reader, a lady, described how she and two friends had stayed at the Hotel du Lion d'Or in May 1887, and it is clear that one of the bedrooms they were given was the room in which the two servant girls had seen the ghost. The lady herself slept in the next room, and settled down after dinner to write letters. The hotel was very quiet, they were apparently the only guests, but towards midnight she heard footsteps on the landing outside the door. Then one of the ladies in the next bedroom, which was connected to her own, tapped on the door and asked if she was all right. She had been awakened by footsteps walking up and down. The two ladies unlocked the door and peered out onto the landing, but there was no one there, and no sound either. So they went back to bed. As she fell asleep, the lady continued to hear the slow, dragging steps which seemed to come from outside her door. They left Lille the next morning, and she thought no more about the experience until she read Baring Gould's account in the Cornhill and realized that she had probably heard the ghost of the Place du Lion d'Or. Stories of this type inevitably raise suspicions in the mind of the scientific investigator. They sound just a little too dramatic to be true, the young man confined in an iron cage, and so on. Yet since the foundation of the Society for Psychical Research in 1882, thousands of well-authenticated cases have been recorded. Sir Ernest Bennett's Apparitions in Haunted Houses, for example, contains more than 100 carefully documented cases, and many of these have the same suspiciously dramatic air that suggests an active imagination. Case 5 will serve as an illustration. A General Barter of County Cork describes seeing the ghost of a certain Lieutenant B in India, riding on a pony in the moonlight, complete with two Hindu servants. When the general said, "Hello, what the devil do you want?" the ghost came to a halt and looked down at him, and the general noticed that he now had a beard, and that his face was fatter than when he knew him some years before. Another officer who had known Lieutenant B immediately before his death, later verified that he had grown a beard and become stout, and that the pony he was riding had been purchased at Peshawar, where he died of some sickness, and killed through reckless riding. It certainly sounds a highly unlikely story. Yet it is confirmed, in writing, by an officer to whom the general told it immediately afterwards, by the general's wife, and by a major. The wife also states that they heard a horse galloping at breakneck speed around their house at night on several occasions, and adds that the house was built by Lieutenant B. Finally, Bennett himself confirmed with the War Office that Lieutenant B had died at Peshawar in January 1854. So although only General Barter saw the ghost, the evidence for the truth of his story seems strong. Other ghosts cited by Bennett were witnessed by many people, for example, the ghost of a chimney sweep who died of cancer, and who returned to his cottage every night for 2 months, until the whole family, including 5 children, began to take it for granted. It is worth noting that nearly all ghosts mentioned in the records of the Society for Psychical Research look like ordinary, solid human beings, so it seems probable that most people have at some time seen a ghost without realizing it. The late T.C. Lethbridge has described in his book Ghost and Ghoul how, when he was about to leave a friend's room at Cambridge in 1922, he saw a man in a top hat come into the room. He presumed it was a college porter who had to give a message. The next day he asked his friend what the porter wanted, and the friend flatly denied that anyone had come into the room as Lethbridge went out. It then struck Lethbridge that the man had been wearing hunting kit. If he had not happened to mention it to his friend, he would never have known that he had seen a ghost. Now Lombroso, who died in 1909, gradually abandoned his skepticism, and came to accept the spiritualistic hypothesis, that ghosts are, quite simply, spirits of the dead, and that the same probably applies to poltergeists, even though these can only manifest themselves when there is a medium present. The title of his book about his researches, which was published posthumously, was After Death, What? A question that would have struck him as regrettably sensational 20 years earlier. In other words, Lombroso made no clear distinction between poltergeists and apparitions. But even in 1909, this assumption would have been widely questioned. One of the most obvious things that emerged from the thousands of cases recorded by the RPs was that the majority of ghosts do not seem to notice the onlookers. In this respect, General Barter's case was an exception. In fact, they behave exactly as if they are a kind of film projection. They wander across a room looking anxious, like the ghost of the lion door, as if reenacting some event from the past. This led a number of eminent investigators, among them Sir Oliver Lodge, to suggest that some ghosts, at any rate, may be no more than a kind of recording. In Man and the Universe, Lodge writes, occasionally a person appears able to respond to stimuli embedded among psychophysical surroundings in a manner at present ill understood and almost incredible, as if strong emotions could be unconsciously recorded in matter, my italics, so that the deposit shall thereafter affect a sufficiently sensitive organism and cause similar emotions to reproduce themselves in his subconsciousness, in a manner analogous to the customary conscious interpretation of photographic or phonographic records, and indeed of pictures or music and artistic embodiment. Generally, take, for example, a haunted house wherein some one room is the scene of a ghostly representation of some long-past tragedy. On a psychometric hypothesis, the original tragedy has been literally photographed on its material surroundings, nay, even on the ether itself, by reason of the intensity of emotion felt by those who enacted it, and thenceforth in certain persons an hallucinatory effect is experienced corresponding to such an impression. It is this theory that is made to account for the feeling one has on entering certain rooms, that there is an alien presence therein, though it is invisible and inaudible to mortal sense. But why should this hallucinatory effect be produced on only certain persons? Why not everybody? The answer lies in those words, psychometric hypothesis. Lodge is talking about the theory of Buchanan and Denton we examined in Chapter 3. And of course, only certain persons can hold an object in their hands and see its history. In the same way, according to Lodge, only certain persons can see the tape recording known as a ghost. Half a century after Lodge, T.C. Lethbridge, who was keeper of Anglo-Saxon antiquities at Cambridge, stumbled on the psychometric theory as a result of his own observations. When he saw the ghost of the man in a hunting kit, he was at first inclined to wonder whether it had been purely a mental picture, perhaps picked up from somebody else's mind. Perhaps the huntsman had been a former occupant of the rooms, and was sitting in his armchair at home sipping a whiskey as he thought about the good old days at Cambridge, and perhaps somehow the image had got itself transferred into Lethbridge's mind. He was also intrigued by a much later experience. A woman who lived close to his home in Devon, reputed to be a witch, had died under mysterious circumstances suggesting murder. Lethbridge and his wife had both noticed a curiously nasty feeling around her cottage just after her death. Moreover, he could step in and out of it, as if it ended quite sharply. Could this, he wondered, be some kind of field, analogous to a magnetic field? He was an excellent dowser, or water diviner, and his experience led him to speculate that certain places can record strong emotions, and that people who can dowse are more likely to pick up these recordings than people who can't. In other words, a dowser is more likely to see a ghost than most people. Lethbridge developed his theory about ghosts in a number of books written in the last 10 years of his life. He died in 1972. It is a natural and logical extension of Buchanan's psychometry and of Lodge's theory about recordings. But Lethbridge has also placed it on a more scientific basis by suggesting that what does the recording is some kind of magnetic field associated with water. The principle sounds very much like that of a tape recorder, where a magnetic field imprints the sounds on an iron oxide tape. In Lethbridge's theory, the magnetic field of water records emotions and prints them on its surroundings, in the case of the old witch, on the walls of her damp cottage. All this helps to explain why Lombroso's theory about haunted houses struck many contemporary researchers as unscientific. The psychometric hypothesis seems to explain the majority of hauntings. For example, the ghost of the young man in the Place du Lion d'Or gave no sign of being aware of the presence of the various people who saw him, and that is what you would expect if a ghost is some kind of film or recording of a long past event. As to the poltergeist, the mischievous spirit theory found little acceptance among investigators even in the earliest days of psychical research. The reason was simply that a scientific investigator prefers natural explanations. And where poltergeists were concerned, there were a number of plausible ones. Eusapia Palladino could cause tables to rise into the air. The famous Victorian medium Daniel Douglas Home frequently caused heavy objects of furniture to float right up to the ceiling, while he himself floated out of third-story windows and came back by the window on the other side of the room. Home and Palladino claimed that their powers came from spirits, but they might have been deceiving themselves. One of the first things that struck the early scientific investigators of poltergeists is that there usually seemed to be a disturbed adolescent in the house, usually a girl. Lombroso himself had noticed how often teenage girls seemed to be involved in his paranormal cases, like the girl who could see with her ear. And his original nervous force theory struck most investigators as far more plausible than his later belief in mischievous spirits. This younger generation of investigators had another reason for dismissing the spirit theory. By 1909, Freud had made most psychologists aware that the unconscious mind is a far more powerful force than Lombroso had recognized. Lombroso has a section on the unconscious in After Death, What? And it reveals that he thought of it as little more than another name for absent-mindedness or poetic inspiration. Freud had made people aware that the unconscious is a kind of ocean, full of dangerous currents and strange monsters. Moreover, Freud emphasized that the most powerful of these unconscious forces is the sex drive. Could it be coincidence that most poltergeist cases involve adolescents at the age of puberty? This, of course, still fails to explain how the unconscious mind of a disturbed adolescent can make bottles fly through the air. But again, science had some plausible theories. In Ball, a university student named Carl Jung was intrigued by a female cousin who began to go into trances at the age of puberty, and spoke with strange voices. And at about the time this started, the dining room table suddenly split apart with a loud report. There was also a sudden explosion from a sideboard, and when they looked inside, they found that a bread knife had shattered into several pieces. Jung suspected that his cousin's illness was responsible for these events, and he coined the term exteriorization phenomenon to explain them, meaning more or less what Lombroso meant by nerve force. Jung had no doubt that it was caused by the unconscious mind, and a personal experience confirmed him in this view. One day he was arguing with Freud about exteriorization and Freud was highly skeptical. Jung's rising irritation caused a burning sensation in his chest as if my diaphragm was becoming red hot. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the bookcase. There, said Jung, that was an exteriorization phenomenon. Bosh, said Freud, to which Jung replied, it is not bosh, and to prove it, there will be another explosion in a moment. And a second explosion occurred. Jung had no doubt that he had somehow caused the explosions by getting angry. Most modern investigators of poltergeist phenomena would agree with Jung. One of the rare exceptions was the late Harry Price, who wrote in Poltergeist over England, "My own view is that they are invisible, intangible, malicious, and noisy entities." He adds, poltergeists are able, by laws yet unknown to our physicists, to extract energy from living persons, often from the young, and usually from girl adolescents, especially if they suffer from some mental disorder. Unfortunately, Price's reputation has declined steadily since his death in 1948, with accusations of lying, cheating, publicity-seeking and fraud, so most psychical researchers would dismiss his views on poltergeists as a deliberate attempt at sensationalism. Besides, Price himself admitted that poltergeists seem to be connected with sexual energies, and he described how the husband of the Austrian medium Frieda Weil told him that, during their early married life, ornaments jumped off the mantelshelf when she had a sexual orgasm. This certainly sounds like Jung's exteriorization phenomenon. We may say, then, that the modern consensus of opinion is that a poltergeist is a person, not a spirit. The view is summed up by Richard Cavendish. Because poltergeist incidents usually occur in close proximity to a living person, parapsychologists tend to regard them as instances of psychokinesis or PK. Since poltergeist incidents are recurrent and arise unexpectedly and spontaneously, they are commonly referred to as instances of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis or RSPK. They appear to be unconscious cases of PK since the person who seems to bring them about is usually unaware of his involvement. Some persons remain convinced that RSPK phenomena are due to the agency of an incorporeal entity, such as the spirit of a deceased person or a demon which has attached itself to some living person and which causes the incidents by PK. However, since there is no evidence for such spirits apart from the phenomena themselves, most parapsychologists are of the opinion that poltergeist phenomena are examples of unconscious PK exercised by the person around whom they occur. Psychokinesis means, of course, mind over matter. And it has been widely accepted by investigators since the mid-1930s, when Dr. J.B. Rhine, of Duke University, conducted a series of experiments with a gambler who claimed that he could influence the fall of the dice by concentrating on them. Rhine's experiments showed that the gambler was correct. He could, to some extent, influence the dice to make it turn up sixes. Since then, there have been thousands of similar experiments, and the evidence for PK is regarded as overwhelming. Yet it has to be admitted that even its star performers, Nina Kulagina, Felicia Paris, Ingo Swann, Uri Geller, cannot make objects fly around the room as poltergeists seem to be able to. The Russian Kulagina first came to the attention of scientists when she was in hospital after a nervous breakdown. Her doctors were fascinated to see that she could reach into her sewing basket and take out any color of thread she wanted without looking at it. They tested her and found that she could, beyond all doubt, see colors with her fingertips. Her healing powers were also remarkable. For example, she could make wounds heal up in a very short time simply by holding her hand above them. But it was when they tested her for PK that they discovered her outstanding abilities. She could sit at a table, stare at a small object, like a matchbox or a wine glass, and make it move without touching it. She told investigators that when her concentration worked, she felt a sharp pain in her spine, and her eyesight blurred. Her blood pressure would rise abruptly. Nina Kulagina's most spectacular feat was to make an apple fall off a table. Ingo Swann, an American, is able to deflect compass needles by PK. Felicia Paris, who was inspired to try mind over matter after seeing a film about Kulagina, can move small objects like matchsticks and pieces of paper. Uri Geller, the world's best-known psychic, can bend spoons by gently rubbing them with his finger, and snap metal rings by simply holding his hand above them. Now Geller has, in fact, produced certain poltergeist effects. In 1976, I spent some time with Geller in Barcelona, interviewing him for a book I subsequently wrote about him. A number of objects fell out of the air when I was with him, and these seemed to be typical examples of teleportation. Another friend, Jesse Lasky, has described to me how, when Uri was having dinner at their flat, there was a pinging noise like a bullet, and a silver button flew across the kitchen. It had come out of the bedroom drawer of Jesse's wife, Pat. Geller was standing by the refrigerator with a bottle of milk in one hand and a tin of Coca-Cola in the other when it happened. Another odd feature of this incident is that the button, if it came from the bedroom drawer, must have somehow traveled through 3 walls to reach the kitchen. Interpenetration of matter is another curious feature in many poltergeist cases. But then, Geller was not trying to make this happen. As I discovered when getting to know him, odd events seem to happen when he is around. On the morning I went to meet him, at an office in the West End of London, he asked me, "Do you have any connection with Spain?" I said that I didn't. A moment before I walked into the office, a Spanish coin had risen out of the ashtray on the desk, and floated across to the other side of the room, where Geller and a public relations officer were standing. I subsequently came to know the P.R.O. well enough to accept her word that this really took place. When Geller left the Laskys' flat in central London, he buzzed them from the intercom at the front door and explained with embarrassment that he had damaged the door. A wrought iron dragon which decorated the center of the door had been twisted. Fortunately they were able to force it back without breaking it. Geller explained that he is never sure when such things will happen, or even whether the razor with which he shaves is likely to buckle in his hand. In short, it seems that even the most talented practitioners of psychokinesis cannot produce real poltergeist effect at will. But then, of course, we already know that there is another interesting possibility, that the effects may be produced by Stan, that person in the other side of the brain. If there is another person living in the right hemisphere of your brain, is it not possible that he is the one who is responsible for spontaneous psychokinesis? But even if we are willing to entertain this hypothesis, it still leaves us with the question, how does the right brain do it? In fact, is there any evidence whatsoever that the right brain possesses paranormal powers? And the answer to this is a qualified yes. We can begin with one of the simplest and best authenticated of all paranormal powers, water divining. The water diviner, or dowser, holds a forked hazel twig, or even a forked rod made from 2 strips out of a whalebone corset, tied at the end, in both hands, so there is a certain tension, a certain springiness, on the rod. And when he walks over an underground stream or spring, the rod twists either upwards or downwards in their hands. In fact, dowsers can douse for almost anything, from oil and minerals to a coin hidden under the carpet. It seems that they merely have to decide what they're looking for, and the unconscious mind, or the other self, does the rest. I have described elsewhere how I discovered, to my own astonishment, that I could dowse. I was visiting a circle of standing stones called the Merry Maidens, in Cornwall, a circle that probably dates back to the same period as Stonehenge. When I held the rod, made of 2 strips of plastic tied at the end, so as to give it a certain tension, it responded powerfully when I approached the stones. It would twist upwards as I came close to the stone, and then dip again as I stepped back or walked past it. What surprised me was that I felt nothing, no tingling in the hands, no sense of expectancy. It seemed to happen as automatically as the response of a voltmeter in an electric circuit. Since then I have shown dozens of people how to dowse. It is my own experience that 9 out of 10 people can dowse, and that all young children can do it. Some adults have to tune in, to learn to allow the mind and muscles to relax, but this can usually be done in a few minutes. Scientific tests have shown that what happens in dowsing is that the muscles convulse, or tighten, of their own accord. And if the dowser holds a pendulum, made of a wooden bob on a short length of string, then the pendulum goes into a circular swing over standing stones or underground water, once again, through some unconscious action of the muscles. Another experiment performed by Roger Sperry throws an interesting light on dowsing. He tried flashing green or red lights at random into the blind eye of split-brain patients, into the left visual field, connected to the right cerebral hemisphere. The patients were then asked what color had just been seen. Naturally, they had no idea, and the guesses showed a random score. But if they were allowed a second guess, they would always get it right. They might say, red, oh no, green. The right side of the brain had overheard the wrong guess, and communicated by causing the patient's muscles to twitch. It was the equivalent of a kick under the table. Unable to communicate in any other way, the right brain did it by contracting the muscles. It seems, therefore, a reasonable guess that this is also what happens in dowsing. The right brain knows there is water down there, or some peculiar magnetic force in the standing stones. It communicates this knowledge by causing the muscles to tense, which makes the rod jerk upwards. Most psychics observe that deliberate effort inhibits their powers. One psychic, Lois Bourne, has written, "One of the greatest barriers to mediumship is the intellect, and the most serious problem I had to learn in my early psychic career was the suspension of my intellect. If, during the practice of extrasensory perception, I allowed logic to prevail, and permitted myself to rationalize the impressions I received, and the things I said, I would be hopelessly lost within a conflict. It is necessary that I totally bypass my conscious mind." Similarly, Felicia Paris found that she was at first totally unable to cause PK effects, no matter how hard she tried. But one day, when she had received an emotional shock, the news that her grandmother was dying, she reached out for a small plastic bottle and it moved away from her hand. From then on, she had the trick of causing PK. All this underlines something that should be quite clear in any case, that, in a sense, we are all split-brain patients. The logical self interferes with the natural operations of the right brain. This is why the artist has to wait for inspiration, for the left brain to relax and allow the right to take over. Mozart was an example of an artist who was born with an unusual harmony between the two halves of his brain, and he commented once that tunes were always walking into his head, meaning into his left brain. In most of us, a certain self-mistrust, a tendency to ask questions, sits like a bad-tempered doorkeeper between the two halves of the brain. When we become subject to increasing tension and worry, this has the effect of increasing the doorkeeper's mistrustfulness. He thinks he is performing a useful service in keeping out the impulses from the other half. In fact, he is simply isolating the left brain self and making it more tense and miserable. Nervous breakdown is due to the increasingly desperate attempts of this doorkeeper to cope with problems in what he considers to be the right way, and which is, in fact, the worst possible way. What Lois Bourne has said about suspending the rational intellect seems to apply to most forms of extrasensory perception and paranormal abilities. Most people have had the experience of reaching out to pick up the telephone and knowing who is on the other end. Everyone has had the experience of thinking about someone they haven't heard from in years, and receiving a letter from them the same day. Extrasensory perception, ESP, seems to operate when we are relaxed, and thinking about something else. All this, then, seems to offer a basis for an explanation of the poltergeist. It is true that human powers of psychokinesis seem rather feeble. It would be far more convincing if we could point to some medium or psychic who could cause objects to fly around the room at will. But then, perhaps the explanation is that the doorkeeper inhibits the natural powers of the right brain. Even good mediums cannot put themselves into a sensitive state at will. Some of them need to go into a trance, others need to be in the right frame of mind. Trance mediums who try to work normally, i.e. when wide awake, often find it exhausting and frustrating, because the sensor keeps getting in the way. So if the poltergeist is some peculiar power or force residing in the right brain, perhaps this explains why it cannot be called upon at will, even by gifted psychics such as Uri Geller. Dowsing also provides us with a possible explanation of the origin of that force. In some dowsers, the presence of underground water produces such a powerful effect that they go into violent convulsions. One of the most famous of French dowsers, Barthélemy Bolton, discovered his powers accidentally at the age of 7. He was taking his father's meal out to the fields when he sat down on a certain spot, and felt sick and faint. Digging at this spot revealed a powerful underground stream. Again, an old lady who is a member of the British Society of Dowsers described at a conference a few years ago how she could pick up a large branch from the ground, and it would swing around in her hand like a pointer until it indicated water. If the dowsing rod is responding to some magnetic force, either in water or standing stones, it seems possible that this same force, channeled through the right brain, could provide the energy for poltergeist effects. It looks, then, as if the modern psychical investigator is in a far better position than his predecessor of a century ago when it comes to constructing theories about the paranormal. The recognition of the two people inside our heads may be the most important step ever taken in this direction. Having said this, it is necessary to admit that most of the mystery remains unexplained. Lodge's psychometric hypothesis and Lethbridge's theory of ghouls may provide an explanation for the majority of ghosts. But what about all those cases in which the witnesses insist that the ghost behaved as if it saw them? Again, it would certainly be convenient if we could explain the poltergeist in terms of unconscious psychokinesis. But why has no psychic been able to duplicate poltergeist effects? It is not really an answer to say that they have not learned to switch the power on and off. Many psychics can switch other powers on and off: telepathy, psychokinesis, second sight. So why not poltergeist effects? These awkward questions remind us that there are others we have failed to answer. In the case of Lombroso's bottle-smashing poltergeist in the Via Bava, why did it stop smashing bottles when the wife went away for the first time? If Lombroso is correct, and the poltergeist was a spirit that drew its energy from people, then we have our explanation. The spirit needed energy from both the wife and the young waiter to smash bottles and crockery. When the wife went away for the first time, it lost half its energy supply and decided to take a rest. But the second time she went away, she cursed it, and it made a special effort to be disagreeable. In order to do this, it had to make use of the vestigial energy she had left on dishes and other objects she had touched. When the young waiter was eventually dismissed, the wife alone could not provide sufficient energy for its needs and it went elsewhere. Modern psychical research has a way of ignoring such questions. It prefers straightforward distinctions. If there is a medium present, or, as we now say, a focus, then it is a poltergeist. If not, then it is a ghost. But even this pleasantly simple distinction proves to be less useful than it looks. The spirits themselves seem to dislike being typecast, and often decline to stick to their proper role. A case that starts as an ordinary haunting may develop into a poltergeist haunting, and vice versa. And then, just to confuse the issue, the spirits occasionally identify themselves as devils and demons, and manifest themselves in the highly disturbing form known as possession. This subject is so complex that it deserves a chapter to itself. 8. Ghost Hunters. By the time Lombroso died, in 1909, psychical research was marking time. Spiritualism continued to flourish, but as scientific investigation, it had come to a halt. The reason can be seen by anyone who reads Owen's Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World and then turns to Lombroso's After Death. What? The books were published 50 years apart, yet they might both have been written at exactly the same time. Lombroso offers some scientific evidence, by way of a few experiments in telepathy. Otherwise, he presents just the same kind of evidence that Robert Dale Owen had presented. There was plenty of evidence for ghosts, for poltergeists, for telepathy, for precognition, for out-of-the-body experiences, and a dozen other varieties of paranormal experience. But the evidence seemed to lead nowhere. One remarkable case had even proved life after death, to the satisfaction of most open-minded inquirers. This was the celebrated cross correspondences. By 1904, 3 of the chief founders of the RPs, Henry Sidgwick, Frederick Myers, and Edmund Gurney, were dead, and it seemed logical to hope that if they were still alive in another world, they would try to communicate through mediums. In the previous year, a psychic named M.R.S. Holland, the sister of Rudyard Kipling, began receiving written messages, through automatic writing, that seemed far more intelligent and thoughtful than the majority of such scripts. And in 1904, another psychic, M.R.S. Verrill, the wife of a Cambridge Don, also received some messages, one of which included the words "record the bits, and when fitted they will make the whole." And it slowly became clear that the senders claimed to be the spirits of Sidgwick, Myers, and Gurney, and that what they were attempting was a proof of such complexity that there could be no possibility of fraud. In effect, they seemed to be using a large number of mediums, Others included M.R.S. Fleming, M.R.S. Forbes, and the famous American medium M.R.S. Piper, to produce a complex jigsaw puzzle or conundrum, giving each woman only part of the puzzle, so that there could be no possible doubt that there was no collusion between them. Unfortunately, the conundrums were so complex that it would take a short book even to give a simple outline. A typical one is as follows. In 1906, M.R.S. Fleming produced a script containing the words dawn, evening, and morning, a reference to bay leaves, and the name Lawrence. 6 weeks later, M.R.S. Verrill wrote out a message mentioning Laurel in a library. M.R.S. Piper came out of a trance speaking of Laurel, nigger, and a phrase that sounded like Moorhead. M.R.S. Fleming produced more scripts referring to night and day, evening, and morning, and also a reference to Alexander's tomb with laurel leaves. And eventually, all these clues pointed to the tomb of the Medicis in the Church of San Lorenzo in Florence. It had been designed by Michelangelo, and contained his sculpture of night and day, evening, and morning. Lorenzo de' Medici's emblem was the laurel, and near the tombs is the Laurentian Library. Alexander, or Alessandro, de' Medici was half Negro. After his murder, his body was hidden in the tomb of Giuliano. Moorhead was actually Moorhead, the head of a Negro. This conundrum was solved only 4 years after the first clue, and there could be no question of telepathy between the mediums, since they did not understand what it was all about. Altogether, the case of the cross correspondences is one of the most impressive, perhaps the most impressive, in the history of psychical research. It is true that the various clues are so complicated that few people have ever taken the trouble to study the case. Yet the sheer complexity of the code at least indicates that it originated on a far higher level of intelligence than most spirit messages. In addition to which, it effectively disposes of the objection that spirits never have anything interesting to say. If the spirits of Myers, Gurney, and Sidgwick failed to convince the world of the reality of the afterlife, a far more skillful and flamboyant publicist was now preparing to launch himself into the project. Harry Price, ghost hunter extraordinary, claimed that he was born in Shrewsbury, son of a wealthy paper manufacturer. A brilliant critical biography by Trevor Hall, The Search for Harry Price, reveals that he was, in fact, the son of an unsuccessful grocer, and that he was born in London in 1881. From then until he was about 40, he seems to have supported himself by a variety of jobs, including commercial traveling, manufacturing patent medicines, journalism, and giving gramophone concerts. What is certain is that his lifelong interest in stage magic began at the age of 8, when he saw an itinerant magician and patent medicine salesman, the great Sequoia, giving a public performance. Price began collecting books on magic, and became an expert magician. It may have been the interest in magic that led him to join the Society for Psychical Research in 1920. The RPS was then, as now, much concerned with trying to detect fraud in mediums. E.J. Dingwall, who was then research officer for the Society, asked Price if he would care to come with him to Munich, to attend some seances of a remarkable German medium, Willi Schneider, one of 2 brothers. The man who arranged the seances was the German investigator, Baron von Schrenck-Notzing, a friend of Lombroso's, and the author of a sensationally successful book called Materialization Phenomena, which had aroused widespread skepticism in Germany when it appeared in 1914. Schrenck-Notzing himself was something of a flamboyant publicist, and Trevor Hall suggests that Harry Price took his example to heart, and decided that this was the way to achieve the fame he craved. He admitted frankly that he had always wanted to get his name in Who's Who. The Schneider brothers, Willi and Rudy, the most psychic members of a psychic family, were born at Braunau am Inn and, according to one friend of the family, the phenomena began after they had spent an evening playing with a Ouija board. Willi had then, in 1916, reached the age of puberty and the family was disturbed by loud knocking noises. Then objects began moving around, and Willi saw a ghost in the sitting room. Neighbors became so alarmed about the racket that the family were on the point of vacating the flat. By means of the Ouija board, they tried questioning the spirit, which identified itself as a girl named Olga Lindner, who claimed to be a reincarnation of the notorious Lola Montez. In due course, Willie went into a trance, and Olga spoke through him. In spite of doubts later raised by Harry Price, after he had quarreled with the brothers, there can be no doubt that the phenomena were genuine. The novelist Thomas Mann attended one séance, and has recorded how, as he pressed Willie's knees tightly between his own, and two other people held his hands, a handkerchief floated into the air, a bell began to ring and then floated into the air, a music box played, and the keys of a typewriter were struck. Mann was convinced that deception was impossible. Harry Price and E.J. Dingwall witnessed similar occurrences, and also saw a white hand which materialized in front of them. They had no doubt whatever of the genuineness of the phenomena, and said as much at a lecture to the RPs. But by way of keeping his options open, Price helped to edit and publish a book called Revelations of a Spirit Medium, in which a fake medium described the tricks of the trade. In 1923, Price got into conversation with a young nurse on a train. Her name was Stella Crenshaw. He was fascinated to hear that mild poltergeist phenomena occurred around her, a feeling like a breeze, movement of small objects, rapping noises, and flashes of light. By this time, Price knew enough about psychical research to realize that the girl was probably, without knowing it, a medium. He persuaded her to allow herself to be investigated. And at the first séance, a heavy table levitated and moved across the room on two legs, raps sounded, lights flashed, and the temperature in the room dropped considerably. At later sittings it became very low indeed. At another séance, the table hit Harry Price under the chin, then three of its legs snapped off, the top broke into two pieces, then the whole table crumbled into matchwood. Stella herself found all these phenomena rather boring and, after she married in 1928, refused to take any part in further experiments. It is possible, in any case, that her powers would have vanished with marriage. Many investigators have noted that there is a connection between sexual frustration and poltergeist effects, and that such effects cease when the focus leads a normal sex life. She may also have felt that séances were bad for her health. They often leave the medium exhausted. In 1926, Price came upon one of the most remarkable poltergeist cases of all time. In February 1925, a 13-year-old Romanian peasant girl called Eleonora Zugun went to visit her grandmother at the village of Buai, and on the way found some money by the roadside, which she spent on sweets. Her grandmother, who was 105 years old, and had a reputation as a witch, told Eleonora that the money had been left by the devil, and that she would now be possessed by the devil. The next day, stones rained down on the house, smashing windows, and small objects near Eleonora rose up in the air. Eleonora was quickly sent home to Talpa, and the phenomena continued there. A jug full of water rose slowly in the air and floated several feet. A trunk rocked up and down. A porridge bowl hit a visitor on the head and made a nasty wound. Eleonora was sent to a nearby monastery, then shut in a lunatic asylum. A psychical researcher managed to get her removed and taken back to the monastery. There he witnessed all kinds of things flying through the air. The spirit also began slapping the girl. Then a countess with an interest in psychical research, Zoe Vasilko-Serecki, heard about Eleonora, went to see her, and brought her back with her to Vienna. Eleonora was delighted with her new life in the countess's flat, and began training as a hairdresser. And the poltergeist phenomena continued, indicating, perhaps, that a poltergeist does not need a psychologically disturbed teenager for its manifestations. The Countess observed what most other researchers into poltergeist activity have noted, that the poltergeist seems to dislike anyone actually seeing it move objects. The Countess noted that various small items would fall from the air without being seen to move from their original place. The poltergeist, or Dracu, demon, as Eleonora called it, communicated by automatic writing, and even spoke a few sentences in a breathy and toneless voice. But what it had to say indicated that its level of intelligence was extremely low. The Dracu also punched and slapped Eleonora, threw her out of bed, pulled her hair, filled her shoes with water. The poltergeist seems to be able to create water, as we shall see, and stole her favorite possessions. In March 1926, it began scratching and biting her, as well as sticking needles into her. The bite marks were often damp with saliva. Price came to Vienna at the end of April 1926, and was soon convinced that this was a genuine poltergeist. He took her back to London, where she was subjected to laboratory tests. The movement of objects was less violent than in Vienna, but the bites and scratches continued to appear. One day, when she was tying up a parcel in front of several witnesses, she gave a gasp, and teeth marks appeared on her wrist, then scratches appeared on her forearm, cheeks, and forehead. Back in Vienna, the movement of objects ceased, but the scratches and bites continued, now often accompanied by quantities of an unpleasant spittle. Subjected to chemical analysis, this was found to be swarming with microorganisms, whereas Eleonora's own saliva was relatively free from them. When she went to Berlin to be studied by Schrenck-Notzing, a researcher named Hans Rosenbusch accused her of cheating, with the cooperation of the Countess, but this seems to be typical of the extreme skepticism of certain investigators. Finally, in 1927, the spirit got tired of tormenting her, and went away. She moved to Czernowitz, in Romania, and ran a successful hairdressing business. The Countess was convinced that Eleonora herself, or rather, her unconscious mind, was responsible for the attacks. She believed that Eleonora had powerfully developed sexual urges, and that these were fixated on her father. It sounds as if she had been impressed by Freud, so the attacks were a form of self-punishment. Harry Price was inclined to agree, likening the bites to the stigmata that appear on the hands of saints and religious fanatics. Yet as we read the account of Eleanor's sufferings at the hands of the Dracu, there is an excellent account in Alan Gould's Poltergeists. These explanations seem more and more preposterous. A girl does not go on scratching and biting herself for 2 years because she feels guilty about her sexual desires, particularly if she finds herself transformed, like Cinderella, into the protégé of a wealthy countess. Then what exactly happened? Clearly, the grandmother was in some way responsible for triggering the attacks. Eleonora had reached the age, 13, at which such things happen. She was not particularly happy in her present surroundings in Talpa, so there was an underlying sense of frustration. Peasants are superstitious, and when her grandmother told her that from now on she would belong to the devil and never get rid of him, the effect must have been dramatic. Eleonora's energies began to leak. And some delinquent entity saw its chance, and made use of them. It may or may not be relevant that her grandmother had a reputation as a witch. If magic, and presumably witchcraft, makes use of spirits, as Guy Playfair suggests, then her grandmother's house may have been the worst possible place for a frustrated adolescent like Eleonora. This matter of witchcraft is a subject to which we shall return in Chapter 10. As to Harry Price, he continued his triumphant career as the Chief Public Relations Officer of the spirit world. He investigated fire walking and the Indian rope trick, organized seances, was photographed in haunted beds, with Professor Joad, and staged an experiment on the summit of the Brocken to try to change a goat into a young man. This was a failure. Price loved publicity, and lost no opportunity to be photographed by journalists. He was delighted that so many correspondents seemed to think that his name was Sir Harry Price. Yet he also made the general public conscious of psychical research in a way it had never been before. Because Price emphasized that he was a skeptic and a scientist, not a spiritualist, people took him more seriously than they did a believer like Conan Doyle or Sir Oliver Lodge. When he announced in 1933 that he now felt that Rudy Schneider might be a fake, and produced a photograph that seemed to show him cheating during a séance, people felt that he was showing unflinching honesty. In fact, the photograph was later shown to be a fake. Price's motive was almost certainly a desire to get his own back on Rudy for, as he saw it, deserting him for another investigator, Lord Charles Hope, whose findings Price denounced. Yet in spite of his craving for publicity and his desire to get into Who's Who, Price did much important and valuable work during these years. In a sense, his motivation is irrelevant. He was a genuine enthusiast for psychical research. The majority of his investigations were not spectacular, just the plodding, day-to-day work of a patient researcher, sitting with mediums, psychometrists, healers, miracle workers. And, if anything, Price was inclined to be overcritical. In Norway, he visited the home of Judge Ludwig Dahl, and had a sitting with the judge's daughter Ingeborg, whose controls were her two dead brothers. While not regarding her as a downright fake, Price was unimpressed. Yet one of the dead brothers prophesied that their father would die on August 8, 1934, 7 years later, and this was precisely the day on which he did die from a stroke during a swim. A case which certainly deserves mention in any account of Price's career is the curious affair of the talking mongoose of Cashin's Gap. It was far from being one of Price's successes, yet it remains an intriguing mystery. In 1932, Price heard about a farmer called Irving, at Cashin's Gap on the Isle of Man, who had made friends with a mongoose that could speak several languages. It could also read minds and sing hymns. Price could not find time to go to the Isle of Man, but a friend of his, a Captain M.H. MacDonald, offered to go. It seemed that the Irving family, who, significantly, had a 13-year-old daughter named Vwari, had been disturbed by noises from behind the panels of the house, barking, spitting, and blowing noises. The farmer lay in wait with a gun, without success, and tried putting down poison. The creature eluded him. So the farmer tried communicating with it, making various animal noises. To his astonishment, it seemed to be able to imitate them. Vwari tried nursery rhymes, and it began to repeat these. Finally, it showed itself, a small, bushy-tailed creature that claimed to be a mongoose. They called it GEF. And GEF told them he was from India. Mr. Irving seldom saw GEF, except in glimpses, as he ran along a beam, but Vwari and Mrs. Irving often saw him face to face. MacDonald arrived at the farm on February 26, 1932, and saw nothing. When he left to go to his hotel, a shrill voice screamed, "Go away! Who is that man?" The farmer said this was GEF. The next day, as MacDonald was having tea with the Irvings, a large needle bounced off the teapot, and Irving remarked that GEF was always throwing things. Later, he heard the shrill voice upstairs talking with Vwari and Mrs. Irving. When he called to ask if the mongoose would come down, the voice screamed, "No, I don't like you." He tried sneaking upstairs, but the mongoose heard a stair creak, and shrieked, "He's coming." And from then on, MacDonald saw and heard no more of GEF. According to Irving, who kept a diary, GEF talked in a language he claimed to be Russian, sang in Spanish and recited a poem in Welsh. He killed rabbits for them, by strangling them, and left them outside. He claimed to have made visits to the nearest town, and told the Irvings what various people had been doing. Irving checked and found he was correct. He was able to tell Irving what was happening 10 miles away without leaving the farm. And when he was asked if he was a spirit, GEF replied, "I am an earthbound spirit." In March 1935, GEF told Irving that he had plucked some hairs from his tail and left them on the mantelpiece. These were forwarded to Price, who had them examined. They proved to be dog hairs, probably from the collie dog on the farm. When Harry Price was mentioned, GEF said he didn't like him because he had his doubting cap on. And when Price finally visited Cashin's Gap, the visit was a waste of time. GEF only came back to the farm after Price had left. And this, virtually, was the end of the story, although MacDonald paid a second visit to the farm and again heard the mongoose talking in its shrill voice. It is possible, of course, that the Irvings were hoaxers. But they struck the investigators as honest. And it is difficult to see why, if they wanted attention, they should invent anything as bizarre as a talking mongoose. Why should Irving have invited Price to stay if he was simply a hoaxer? What seems rather more probable is that GEF was a poltergeist, an earthbound spirit, as he himself claimed. Vwari was a lonely girl who had just reached puberty. The disturbances started like most poltergeist disturbances, with noises in the woodwork, scratchings and other sounds. Later small objects flew through the air, and GEF was assumed to have thrown them. But he also seemed to be able to cause action at a distance, when a saucepan of water turned over on the stove and soaked Irving's shoes. He assumed this was GEF. The clairvoyance also sounds like a poltergeist, and the knowledge of other people's affairs. And it seems odd that the rabbits were strangled, not a mongoose's normal method of killing. In fact, the GEF case seems to belong on the borderland between the straightforward poltergeist and the elemental or hobgoblin. In the mid-19th century, as Robert Dale Owen points out, the word poltergeist was usually translated hobgoblin. Trevor Hall is of the opinion that the poltergeist case which Price claimed to be his first experience of ghost hunting was pure invention, and he could be right. Price says that it took place when he was 15 at a village which he calls Parton Magna, but since the rest of the details concern his wealthy relatives and his return to a public school, we are probably safe in assuming it never took place. But with Price, one can never be sure. In Confessions of a Ghost Hunter, 1936, he has a chapter called The Strange Exploits of a London Poltergeist, in which he states that he is forced to disguise the names and the location because it occurred so recently. But the case which he goes on to describe is thoroughly well authenticated, and is, in fact, one of the most remarkable of this century. It actually took place in No. 8 Eland Road, Battersea, and began on November 29, 1927, when lumps of coal, chunks of washing soda, and copper coins began to rain down on the conservatory roof. The house was occupied by an 86-year-old invalid, Henry Robinson, his son Frederick, 27, his 3 daughters, and a grandson of 14, Peter. When some of the falling objects smashed the glass, they sent for the police. As the constable stood in the back garden, a lump of coal knocked off his helmet. He rushed to the garden wall and pulled himself up, but there was no one around. The Robinsons' washerwoman was terrified when she went into the wash house and found the place full of smoke, and a pile of red-hot cinders on the floor. She gave notice. Then the poltergeist began to get into its stride, and it was an exceptionally destructive spirit. Ornaments smashed against walls, articles of furniture overturned, windows were broken. When they moved the old man out of his bedroom, a huge chest of drawers toppled over. A few minutes later the hall stand began to move, and broke in two when Frederick tried to hold it. In January, an out-of-work journalist named Jane Cunningham was passing the house when she heard an almighty crash. A young man in shirt sleeves ran out. Jane grabbed her notebook and went in to investigate. This time, the poltergeist had smashed the whole conservatory just as if it had placed a bomb in it. All over the garden there was glass, lumps of coal and washing soda, and pennies. Her report on the occurrence led to widespread press interest in the case. Price went to see the house, and the poltergeist threw a gas lighter past him. Otherwise, nothing much happened. Soon afterwards, Frederick had a mental breakdown and had to be sent into hospital. Chairs marched down the hallway in single file. When Mrs. Perkins, the mother of the boy Peter, tried to lay the table, chairs kept scattering all the crockery. Price assumed that Peter was the focus and suggested he should be sent away. He went to stay with relatives in the country. But the poltergeist remained. Objects continued to be thrown around. The old man had to be removed to hospital, and one of the daughters fell ill. The police could only advise the family to vacate the house for the time being, which they did, staying with friends. A medium held a séance in the house, and began to shiver. But she was unsuccessful in identifying the spirit. Price paid another visit, with a newspaperman, and more objects were thrown, although not when anyone was watching. Finally, Frederick Robinson came home from the mental home where he had been confined, and quickly moved the whole family elsewhere. This was virtually the end of the story. Yet there was a postscript. Price had heard that small slips of paper with writing on them had fluttered from the air. Frederick, sick of the whole business, declined to comment. But many years later, in 1941, he broke silence in the spiritualist newspaper Two Worlds, stating that slips of paper had fallen from the air, and that some of them contained writing made by tiny pinholes. The CRS of Prevorst also produced sheets of paper with geometrical drawings made by the same method. One of these messages read, I am having a bad time here. I cannot rest. I was born during the reign of William the Conqueror. It was signed Tom Blood. Other messages were signed Jesse Blood. The Battersea poltergeist seems to be in every way typical of the species. Whether or not it was genuinely an earthbound spirit from the days of William the Conqueror must remain in doubt. Poltergeists are not necessarily truthful. But, as the Rocha case, CP 282, shows, the dead have no sense of passing time. The chief mystery of the case is where it obtained the energy to continue the haunting after the boy Peter left, for it seems reasonable to assume he was the focus. The answer may be provided by Price's observation that at the back of the house there was a mental home. Price actually suggested that some ex-servicemen patients in this home might have thrown lumps of coal, but this is probably an example of his desire to be regarded as a hard-headed skeptic. The mentally disturbed are often the focuses of poltergeist activity, so it seems possible that the spirit found a convenient reservoir of surplus energy just over the garden wall. The case with which Price's name has become most widely associated is, of course, that of Borley Rectory. And in spite of the debunking that has taken place since Price's death in 1948, it remains one of the most interesting hauntings of the 20th century. After Price's death, a whole volume of the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research was devoted to the haunting of Borley Rectory, a critical survey of the evidence, by Dingwall, Trevor Hall, and Kate Goldney. They allege that Price probably produced some of the poltergeist phenomena himself by tossing pebbles, which, from our knowledge of Price, must be admitted as possible. Their overall conclusion is that there are so many doubts that it would probably be simplest to regard the haunting of Borley as a fairy story. But this is to ignore the fact that stories of hauntings were common long before Price came on the scene, and have continued since he left it. Anyone who feels that the RP's survey proves that Price was a liar should read the long account of Borley in Peter Underwood's Gazetteer of British Ghosts, with Underwood's own first-hand reports from interviews with witnesses. Borley Rectory was built in 1863 on the site of Borley Manor House, which in turn seems to have been built on the site of a Benedictine abbey. It was built by the Reverend H.D.E. Bull. It is difficult to pin down the earliest known sightings, but it is clear that, during Henry Bull's tenancy, a number of people saw the apparition of a nun. Henry Bull himself knew of the legend that a nun and a Benedictine monk had tried to elope, been caught, and had both been killed, the nun being bricked up alive. Bull's daughter Ethel confirmed in a letter to Trevor Hall in 1953 that she had awakened to find a strange man standing beside her bed, and had felt someone sitting down on the bed on several occasions. She also told Peter Underwood how, on July 28, 1900, she and her two sisters all saw a nun-like figure gliding along Nun's Walk, apparently telling her beads. The other sister, Elsie, saw the nun, who looked quite solid, and went to ask her what she wanted. The nun vanished. After the Reverend Henry Bull's death, his son, the Reverend Harry Bull, took over the rectory. He was interested in psychical research, and claimed that he saw many ghosts. His daughter told Price that he had seen a legendary phantom coach, in which the lovers were supposed to have fled, and that, one day in the garden, the retriever had howled with terror, looking towards some legs visible under a fruit tree. Bull, thinking this was a poacher, followed the legs as they walked towards a postern gate, at which point he realized that the poacher was somehow incomplete. The legs disappeared through the gate without opening it. Harry Bull died in 1927, and the rectory was empty until 1928, when the Reverend Guy Smith and his wife moved in. One stormy night, there was a furious ringing of the doorbell. When Smith arrived there, he found no one. It happened again later, a peal so prolonged that Smith was able to get to the door before it stopped. Again, there was no one. After that, all the keys of all the rooms fell out of the locks overnight. Later, they vanished. Then they began hearing slippered footsteps. Stones were thrown, small pebbles. Lights were switched on. One day, Mrs. Smith thought she saw a horse-drawn coach in the drive. Mr. Smith thought he heard someone whisper, "Don't, Carlos, don't," as he was walking into the chapel. The Smiths decided to contact the Daily Mirror, who asked Harry Price if he would be willing to go along with an investigator. They told Price their story, and gave him every facility to investigate. But within 9 months, they had had enough of the place, perhaps because its plumbing left much to be desired, and moved to Norfolk. According to the RP's report, the Smiths only called the Daily Mirror because they were concerned about all the stories that the house was haunted, and wanted to reassure their parishioners by getting the place a clean bill of health. This story sounds, on the face of it, absurd. Moreover, there exists a letter from Mr. Smith to Harry Price stating, "Borley is undoubtedly haunted." It is true that Mrs. Smith wrote a letter to the Church Times in 1929 saying she did not believe the house to be haunted, but this seems to have been a belated attempt to stem the flood of sensational publicity that followed the Daily Mirror story. In October 1930, the rectory was taken over by the Reverend L.A. Foister, and his much younger wife Mary Ann. Foister, oddly enough, had lived near Amherst at the time of the Esther Cox case, and the RP's survey makes much of this coincidence. However, it seems doubtful that the vicar would attempt to fake disturbances on the model of his earlier experience. Certainly, the Foister incumbency saw the most spectacular exhibitions of the Borley poltergeist. Foister kept a diary of the disturbances. Bells were rung, bricks thrown, footsteps heard, and water out of a jug poured over the couple when in bed. Foister was even awakened by a violent blow on the head from his own hairbrush. They saw a number of apparitions, including the nun and a clergyman who was identified as the Reverend Henry Bull, the builder of the rectory. Writing appeared on the walls, asking for a mass to be said, and asking for light. There is much independent confirmation of all these events. A justice of the peace named Guy Lestrange visited Borley at the invitation of the Foisters, and wrote a lengthy account of it. As soon as he arrived, he saw a dim figure near the porch, which vanished as soon as he approached. Mrs. Foister had a bruise on her forehead, something like a man's fist had struck her the previous evening. The Foisters were telling Lestrange about mysterious fires that kept breaking out in locked rooms. When there was a loud crash in the hall, they found it littered with broken crockery. Then bottles began flying about. Lestrange notes that they seemed to appear suddenly in mid-air. The bottles were coming from a locked storage shed outside. All the bells began to ring, making a deafening clamor, but all the bell wires had been cut. Lestrange shouted, "If some invisible person is present, please stop ringing for a moment." Instantly, the bells stopped dead, as if each clapper had been grabbed by an unseen hand. Later, sitting alone in front of the fire, Lestrange heard footsteps behind him. He turned, but the room was empty. The footsteps had come from a part of the wall where there had once been a door. In bed, Lestrange felt the room become icy cold, and saw a kind of shape materializing from a patch of luminosity. He walked towards it, and had a feeling of something trying to push him back. He spoke to it, and it slowly vanished. He was luckier than another visitor who thought that the ghostly figure was someone playing a joke, and tried to grab it. He was given a hard blow in the eye. The rector and others tried praying in the chapel, taking with them a relic of the cure of Ars, and then went around the house making signs of the cross. Finally, they all spent the night in the Blue Room, where Henry Bull, and others, had died. They asked that the entity should stop troubling the inmates of the house. A black shadow began to form against the wall, then dissolved. But after this, temporary peace descended on Borley Rectory. In 1935, the Foisters decided they had had enough, and moved. Price rented the rectory in 1937, and arranged for a team of investigators to go in. But the major phenomena were over. Even so, the chief investigator, Sidney Glanville, a retired engineer, became completely convinced of the reality of the haunting. In March 1938, the team were experimenting with a planchette, which wrote the message that Borley would be destroyed by fire. This happened in February 1939, when the house mysteriously burned down. Yet the phenomena continued. A Cambridge team investigating the ruins heard footsteps, saw patches of light, and recorded sudden sharp drops in temperature. In August 1943, Price decided to try digging in the cellars at Borley, which he had been advised to do by a planchette message which claimed to come from Glanville, the same Glanville who wrote the account of the Didworth drummer. They found a cream jug, which had also been referred to by the planchette, and some fragments of a human skull. The jawbone showed signs of a deep-seated abscess. Peter Underwood speculates that this is why the phantom nun always looked miserable. The RP's survey on Borley, which appeared 8 years after Price's death, had the effect of seriously undermining his credit. Trevor Hall's search for Harry Price, 1978, completed the work of destroying his reputation. Yet although this leaves no doubt that Price lied about his origins, perhaps romanced would be a better word, and hungered for fame, it produces no evidence that Price was not exactly what he always claimed to be, an enthusiastic scientific investigator of paranormal phenomena. To assume that, because Price wanted to be thought a gentleman, he was also dishonest as a paranormal researcher, is surely poor psychology. Price was one of those ambitious men who crave an outlet for their energies. He was 40 years old before he found the opportunity he was looking for, a long time for a man of Price's impatient temperament. It came when Dingwall invited him to Munich to study the Schneider brothers. From then on, Price had discovered his vocation. At last, he had found the outlet he needed for his explosive energy and romanticism. And when a man as energetic and romantic as Harry Price finally finds what he is looking for, he does not risk spoiling everything with a little cheap skullduggery. It only takes one scandal to destroy a scientist's reputation. But to put it this way is to imply that Price disciplined his natural dishonesty solely to maintain his reputation, and this is to miss the real point, that once a man has found his vocation, he pours into it all that is best about himself. Bernard Shaw has left an interesting description of the socialist Edward Aveling, who was Eleanor Marx's common-law husband. He was an inveterate seducer, and a borrower who never paid his debts, yet where socialism was concerned, he was fiercely sincere. Everything we know about Price reveals that, where psychical research was concerned, he was totally dedicated, although not above grabbing publicity wherever he could find it. In short, it would be of no advantage to him to pretend the Borley phenomena were genuine when they were not. His reputation was based on his skepticism as much as on his support of the reality of psychic phenomena. Possibly, like most of us, he was capable of stretching a fact when it appealed to his romanticism. But in the case of Borley, there was no need to stretch facts. The haunting of Borley does not rest on Price's evidence alone. There are dozens of other witnesses, such as Guy Lestrange, or Dom Richard Whitehouse, cited by Underwood, who witnessed just as many incredible occurrences: flying objects, ringing of bells, writing on walls, outbreaks of fire, materialization of bottles. And is there evidence that Price did stretch the facts? The RP's survey cites as an example of his dishonesty the episode of the pair of legs that Harry Bull saw walking through the postern gate. Price says, admittedly, that when the man emerged from behind the fruit trees, he was headless. But the report then goes on to cite Price's original notes, which read, Rev. Harry Bull saw coach, juvenile, retriever, terrified and growled. Saw man's legs rest hid by fruit trees, thought poacher, followed with juvenile, gate shut, but saw legs disappear through gate. Clearly, what Bull saw disappearing through the gate was not a complete man, or Price would not refer only to the legs. It sounds as if the upper half of his body was missing. In which case, headless is a fair description. What seems clear from all accounts of the case is that the ground itself is haunted, and continues to be so. Borley is a place of power, the kind of place that would be chosen for a monastery, and that probably held some pagan site of worship long before that. See Chapter 15. In the rectory's early days, Harry Bull himself, son of the Reverend Henry Bull, was probably the unconscious focus or medium. Paul Tabori says that he was probably psychic. This is borne out by the fact that young Bull saw so many of the ghosts, including the coach and the nun. It is important to realize that not all people can see ghosts. The ghost hunter Andrew Green describes, in Our Haunted Kingdom, a visit that he and other members of the Ealing Psychical Research Society paid to Borley in 1951. One of the society members grabbed my arm and, although obviously terrified, proceeded to describe a phantom that he could see some 30 feet in front of him, standing at the end of the Nun's Walk. It was of a woman in a long white gown, and moved slowly towards the end of the neglected garden. The witness was perspiring profusely with fear and, later with annoyance that I had failed to see the ghost. Green had only heard the rustle of trees and bushes, as if something was walking through the undergrowth. We may assume, then, that if Green had been a tenant of Borley before its destruction, he would probably have seen no ghosts. Bull was, it seems, enough of a medium to see the ghosts. And Marianne Foister was a far more powerful medium who changed the character of the haunting into poltergeist activity. Most of the messages scrawled on walls were addressed to her. The reason that the subsequent investigation of Borley, during Price's tenancy, was so unsuccessful was that there was no medium present to provide the energy. Asked about the ley system of the Borley area, the lay expert Stephen Jenkins replied as follows: Norfolk and Suffolk are a spider web of alignments, many of which are linked to curious manifestations. Borley Church stands at a node where 4 lines cross, one going from Asher Church to Sproughton Church. After giving further details of the ley system, he goes on. My wife photographed me as I was standing with my back to the south wall of Borley Churchyard, at 10 o'clock on the morning of Saturday the 1st of September, 1979. Recently, this was borrowed for a magazine article, and the editor kindly sent me an enlargement. No less than 3 people, not one of them known to the others, have on separate occasions noted in the enlargement some odd, and not very prepossessing, faces among the trees close to the church. The same identifications have been made without possibility of collusion. More dramatic than unexpected faces in a photograph, which can always be explained away as simulacra, or something wrong with the emulsion, is an incident of Sunday the 28th of August, 1977, on the road north of Belchamp Walter Hall. The time was precisely 12 p.m., and we were driving southwest along the minor road which marks the north end of the hall grounds, when on the road in front, in the act of turning left into the hedge, I mean our left, across the path of the car, instantaneously appeared 4 men in black, I thought them hooded and cloaked, carrying a black, old-fashioned coffin, ornately trimmed with silver. The impression made on both of us was one of absolute physical presence, of complete material reality. Thelma and I at once agreed to make separate notes without comparing impressions. We did so, and the descriptions tallied exactly, except that she noted the near left bearer turn his face towards her. I did not see this as I was abruptly braking at the time. What I had seen as a hood, she described as a soft tall hat, with the kind of scarf falling to the left shoulder, thrown across the cloaked body to the right. The face was that of a skull. The next day we returned to the precise spot at exactly the same time and took a picture. It is a Kodak color slide. In the hedge near the gap where the funeral party vanished, there is a path there leading to Belchamp Walter Churchyard, is a short figure, apparently cloaked, its face lowered with a skull-like dome to the head. A year later I returned searching the area where it had apparently stood. There was nothing, no post or stump that might have provided such an image, nor was there the slightest sign of the ground having been disturbed by the removal of anything that might have been rooted in it. The image is simply there on the film. We saw nothing wrong with the eye. That minor road alongside the north edge of the Belchamp Walter estate precisely coincides with a line passing through the node in the water west of Heaven Wood. That node itself linked with the node at Borley. He adds a postscript. I hazard a guess that the dress of the coffin bearer is that of the late 14th century. There seems to be no local legend of a phantom funeral. If Price invented the ghosts of Borley, he must have been in collusion with a remarkable number of people. I did not like Harry Price because he was a difficult man to like. He was intensely selfish, jealous, and intent on his own glory at all costs. But these weaknesses of his character do not detract from his investigation as an honest investigator and ruthless exposer of frauds. This was the shining feature of his life. These words were written by another man who deserves to be remembered as one of the prominent ghost hunters of the 20th century. Unlike Price, Nander Fodor seems to have had no great compulsion to achieve personal glory. The result is that, since his death in 1964, his name has been largely forgotten, and most of his books are out of print. Yet at least one of his books, his account of the Thornton Heath poltergeist case, deserves the status of a classic. Fodor was born in Hungary in 1895, studied law, then became a journalist, and visited America. In 1926, he interviewed two remarkable men, Hereward Carrington, the psychical researcher, and Sander Ferenczi, one of Freud's most prominent disciples. Fodor became simultaneously fascinated by psychoanalysis and psychical research and, in due course, became himself a psychoanalyst. Predictably, therefore, his analysis of poltergeist cases is dominated by the conviction that they have a sexual origin. But since, as we have seen, there is a large element of truth in this view, Fodor's psychoanalytical beliefs distorted his outlook rather less than is often the case with Freudians. Fodor attended his first séance at the house of a well-known American medium, Arthur Ford, in October 1927, and what he heard there left him in no doubt that the dead can communicate. In the semi-darkness, a trumpet sailed up into the air, then a voice began to speak. Various relatives of people who were present then came and, apparently, talked through the medium. Fodor then asked if the control could bring someone who spoke Hungarian. It was, perhaps, an unreasonable request, but an excellent test for the medium. And after a few moments, a voice spoke from the air saying, "Fodor, journalist," using the German pronunciation of the word, just as Fodor's father did. Then the entity proceeded to speak to Fodor in Hungarian. The voice identified itself as Fodor's father, and mentioned various relatives. It named his oldest brother by his pet name. The spirit was having great difficulty communicating, because, explained the control, it was the first time he had tried to speak. The control helped out by telling Fodor that his father died on January 16. The spirit ended by saying Isan Altjan Magidsviem, God bless you, my dear son. After this, another Hungarian came through, the deceased brother of Fodor's wife, who was present. It mentioned that poor Uncle Vilmus was ill and would go blind. And, in due course, this is exactly what happened to Uncle Vilmus. It emerged later that the medium, a man called Kurt Heuser, could speak Hungarian. Yet this scarcely helps to explain his knowledge of Fodor's father, and the prophecy about Uncle Vilmus. Kurt Heuser also had a speech impediment, due to a hair lip. The voices had no such impediment. Fodor came to England to work for Lord Northcliffe, owner of the Daily Mail, and, in his spare time, compiled an encyclopedia of psychic science, which is still one of the best available. A new edition combines it with a similar work by Lewis Spence. After publishing the book, in 1934, Fodor had first-hand experience of the ambiguous nature of psychic phenomena. He heard of a remarkable Hungarian medium called Lajos Pap, a carpenter, whose speciality was causing apports of live birds, animals, and beetles to appear at séances. In June 1933, Fodor attended such a séance in Budapest. Pap was undressed and surged, then dressed again in a robe of luminous cloth, so that his movements in the dark could be clearly seen. Two men held Pap's wrists during the séance, although he could move his hands with their hands on him. In an hour-long séance, Pap groped into the air and produced 30 live beetles, many of them an inch long. He also produced a cactus plant with soil on the roots and a rose bush. On other occasions, Pap had produced birds, caterpillars, dragonflies, snakes, and a live goldfish. His control, the Rabbi Isaac, who claimed to have lived 600 years earlier in Galicia, had a sense of humor. At one séance, a toy pistol arrived, and a number of explosive caps were fired. The rabbi claimed to have shot dead 21 crickets and, after the séance, dead crickets were found in the room. On another occasion, 9 lumps of dirty snow arrived during the séance, and proved to be mixed with horse manure and straw. The temperature in the room was 72 degrees Fahrenheit, so it would have been difficult to keep the snow unmelted for long if it had been concealed under the medium's robe. Fodor arranged for Lehos Pap to be brought to London. At a séance there a dead snake, more than 2 feet long, appeared. Fodor was impressed, but he nevertheless insisted that Pap should have an X-ray examination to find out whether he could have anything secreted in his body. To Fodor's surprise and dismay, Pap proved to be wearing a belt of linen and whalebone under his robe. He said it was a kind of rupture truss, because he had a dropped kidney, but Fodor decided regretfully that this was where the dead snake had been hidden, and that it had been worked out through the neck of the robe. Accordingly, in his subsequent report, The Lehos Pap Experiments, Fodor concluded that Pap's psychic powers should be regarded as not proven. Yet he adds, "Nor would I be willing to declare him a fraud and nothing but a fraud. Too long has psychical research been the victim of the fatal delusion that a medium is either genuine or fraudulent. It is a minimal assumption that mediumship means a dissociation of personality. There was plenty of evidence that Lehos Pap was suffering from such a dissociation. In fact, Pap is still regarded as a non-fraudulent medium, and accounts of his séances at which live birds and insects appeared seem to indicate that his powers were remarkable." Fodor had been appointed research officer of the International Institute for Psychical Research. In November 1936, he was asked to investigate a case of poltergeist haunting at Aldborough Manor in Yorkshire. The bells for summoning servants had rung almost non-stop for 5 days, doors had opened and closed of their own accord, and 2 maids had seen a ghost above an ancient cradle. Lady Lawson Tancred, who lived in the house, was afraid she would have to move out if the haunting continued. But when Fodor arrived, it was already over. One of the 2 maids had had a nervous breakdown and left. The bells had rung during the night she left and the following morning, then stopped. To Fodor, therefore, it was clear that the maid was the focus of the disturbance. Her nervous breakdown was probably caused by the drain upon her energies caused by the poltergeist. The other maid, a very pretty girl, also had a strange power over animals. Birds would settle on her shoulders, and mice run into her hands. Lady Lawson Tancred thought that she might also be connected with the disturbances, and dismissed her. Fodor seems to have explained to her the difference between a poltergeist and a real haunting, where the house itself seems to concentrate the negative forces, as at Borley. After this, Aldborough Manor became peaceful. The same solution was found in the case of a Chelsea poltergeist that disturbed a house with its knockings. Fodor went to the house, in Elm Park Gardens, and heard the rappings himself. He said they were like hammer blows. Fodor looked around for the focus, and soon found it, a 17-year-old servant girl named Florrie. He engaged her in conversation, and she told him that this was not her first experience of mysterious knockings. The same thing had happened at home 4 years before, when she was 13. The children were all sent away, and when they returned, the knocking had stopped. Clearly, Florrie was quite unaware that she had been the cause of the knockings. Fodor told the house's owner, Dr. Aidan Redmond, that Florrie was probably the unconscious medium. That night, the raps were like machine gun fire. Dr. Redmond regretfully sacked Florrie, and silence descended on the house. In July 1936, Fodor investigated a case in which the distinction between ghost and poltergeist becomes blurred. This was at Ash Manor in Sussex, and he disguises the family under the name of Keel. It is among the most remarkable ghost stories ever recorded. The house was bought by the family in June 1934. When they said they could not pay the price demanded, the owner dropped his demands so surprisingly that the Keels decided there must be something wrong with the place, probably the sanitation. But the wife soon began to get extremely unpleasant feelings in a bedroom that had been used for servants. The previous owner said they had run away. The first manifestations were stamping noises from the attic. But this room had no floorboards, only the bare joists. In November 1934, Mr. Keel was awakened by 3 violent bangs on his door. He went to his wife's room down the corridor. She had also heard them. This happened at 3 a.m. The next night, there were 2 thumps on the door at the same time, and the following night, one loud thump. Keel went away on business for a few days, and when he returned, decided to stay awake until 3 a.m. to see if anything happened. Nothing did, and he fell asleep. Then a violent bang woke him up. Although the room was dark, he could see quite clearly a small, oldish man dressed in a green smock, with muddy breeches and a handkerchief round his neck. He looked so solid and normal that Keel was convinced this was an intruder and, when he got no reply, jumped out of bed and tried to grab him. His hand went through him, and Keel fainted. When he came to, he ran to his wife's bedroom, babbling incoherently, and his wife rushed out to get some brandy. Outside her husband's room she saw the feet and leggings of a man, then looked up and saw the same little old man. She was also able to see him quite clearly in the dark, although he did not seem to be shining. She observed that he was wearing a pudding basin hat, that his face was very red, the eyes malevolent and horrid, and that his mouth was dribbling. She also asked him who he was and what he wanted. When he made no reply, she tried to hit him. Her fist went through him, and she hurt her knuckles on the doorpost. Her husband was in a faint in her room at the time, so he had not had an opportunity to describe the man he saw. It was only later that they realized both had seen the same ghost. After this, they continued to see the little old man in green several times a week. They also heard footsteps and knocking. The old man usually walked across Keel's bedroom, appearing from the chimney on the landing, and vanished into a cupboard which had once been a priest hole. After a while, the family ceased to be afraid of him. The wife discovered that she could make him vanish by extending a finger and trying to touch him. The third time she saw him, the old man raised his head, and Mrs. Keel could see that his throat was cut and his windpipe was sticking out. One day she heard heavy footsteps approaching along the corridor, and thought it was her husband. Her bedroom door, which was locked, flew open and invisible footsteps crashed across the room, although the floor was carpeted. Then the footsteps went upwards towards the ceiling, as if they were mounting a staircase. A trapdoor in the ceiling flew open, and the footsteps continued in the attic, again, sounding as if they were on floorboards, although these had been removed. A dog in the room was terrified. Mrs. Keel's 16-year-old daughter Pat was sleeping in her mother's room, and witnessed the whole episode. The man who sold them the house told them that there had been a staircase in the room, which he had removed to replace it with the fireplace. Two psychical investigators who were called in declared that the house had been built on the site of a Druid stone circle, and that this explained why it was haunted. The ghost, they said, was a man called Henry Knowles, who had cut his throat in 1819 when a milkmaid had jilted him. As the research officer for the International Institute, Fodor was called in to investigate. He had with him Mrs. Maud Fawkes, who also published the story of the manor house in her book True Ghost Stories later that year, thus providing independent corroboration of the story. An amateur photographer had succeeded in taking a picture of a dim shape on the haunted landing, so Fodor took his own photographic equipment. Fodor now had enough experience of hauntings to look for unhappiness in the house. The daughter, Pat, struck him as nervous and very jealous of any attention given to her mother, and admitted to suffering from temper tantrums. On the first night, nothing happened. The next time, Fodor slept in the haunted room, but, apart from awful nightmares, had nothing to record. He decided to ask the help of the famous American medium, Eileen Garrett, who happened to be in England. In late July Mrs. Garrett came to the house and immediately had strong psychic impressions. The ghost, she said, was a man who had been imprisoned nearby. There had been a king's palace nearby, and the man had been tortured. He had something to do with a king called Edward. Her further observations suggested that the ghost she saw was not the same old man, for she described him as sharp-featured, with blonde hair, and said he had taken part in a rebellion against his half-brother, the king. In fact, there were two royal castles in the area, Farnham and Guildford. Mrs. Garrett went into a trance, and was taken over by her trance personality, Ivani, an Arabian. Ivani made the interesting comment that hauntings take place only when there is someone in a bad emotional state who can revivify old unhappy memories. There were bad emotional states in this house, said Ivani. Life cannot die, said Ivani. You can explode its dynamism, but you cannot dissipate its energy. If you suffered where life suffered, the essence that once filled the frame will take from you something to dramatize and live again. About 500 yards to the west of this house, said Ivani, there had been a jail in the early part of the 15th century, and many unfortunate men and women had died there. There are dozens of unhappy souls about. The early 15th century was the period of the Battle of Agincourt, Joan of Arc, and many revolts and rebellions. The plot against Edward IV, by his brother the Duke of Clarence, was in 1470. According to this, says FODOR1, our ghost was a spectral automaton, living on life borrowed from human wrecks, a fascinating conception which was very different from ordinary spiritualistic conceptions and very damning for the owners of the house. Ivani then said that he would allow the ghost to take possession of Mrs. Garrett's body. The medium grew stiff and her breathing became labored. She seemed to be trying to speak, but was unable. The spirit pointed to its lips, tapped them as if to signal it was dumb, then felt its throat gingerly. He beckoned to Fodor, then seized his hand in such a powerful grip that Fodor howled with pain. Although another person present tried to help him free his hand, it was impossible. Fodor's hand went numb, and was useless for days after the séance. The man threw himself on his knees in front of Fodor, seemed to be pleading, and clicked his tongue as if trying to speak. Then it called Alaisan, pleading for mercy in the words of the Mass. Aware that the ghost was taking him for its jailer, Fodor tried to reassure it, and said they were trying to help him. Finally, the man seemed reassured, and sat down. He began to speak in an odd, medieval English. Unfortunately, tape recorders did not exist in those days. It would have been fascinating to have an authentic example of the English of Chaucer's period, and spoke about the Earl of Huntingdon, calling him ungrateful. It asked Fodor to help him find his wife, then raged about the Duke of Buckingham, perhaps the one who led a rebellion against Richard III in the late 15th century. It seemed that the Duke of Buckingham had offered the man broad acres and ducats in exchange for his wife, then betrayed him. The spirit identified itself as Charles Edward Henley, son of Lord Henley. On a sheet of paper, it wrote its name, then Lord Huntingdon, and the word Essie, which was the medieval name for the village near the manor house. It made the curious statement that Buckingham, the friend of his childhood, had forced her eyes, her being his wife Dorothy. He added, Malger her father lies buried in Essie, and went on, you being friend, you proved yourself a brother, do not leave me, but help me to attain my vengeance. Remembering that, according to the teachings of spiritualism, it is remorse or desire for vengeance that often keeps spirits bound to earth, Fodor and another sitter, a Dr. Lindsay, tried hard to persuade the spirit to abandon its hatred. Finally, it seemed to agree, then cried out, hold me, I cannot stay, I am slipping. Then it was gone, and Mrs. Garrett woke up. During this séance, the Keels had been present. Mrs. Keel peered closely at the medium's face while Henley was speaking through her, and was horrified to see that it now looked like the old man she had seen. But had the ghost been laid? Apparently not. Some time later, Keel rang Fodor to tell him that the old man was back again, standing in the doorway and trying to speak. Dr. Lindsay, who had been present at the séance, had also had a remarkable experience. At the College of Psychic Science, he had been involved in a séance with another medium when the ghost of Henley came through. He complained that Fodor had promised to stand by him, but that when he had come back the following night, there was no one there. The old man said he had seen his son, for whom he had been searching, but not his wife. They had another session with Mrs. Garrett that afternoon. Again, the ghost came through, and made more pleas for help, as well as saying a little more about his background. He was not particularly informative, but the control, Ivani, had some interesting things to say. He asserted that the Keels had been using the ghost to embarrass each other. What was being suggested was that the ghost-laying ceremony would have worked if the Keels had not wanted to cling on to the ghost as a device for somehow getting at one another. Following this hint, Fodor talked to Mrs. Keel. She then admitted that Ivani was right about the unhappiness in the household. Her husband was homosexual, so their sex lives left much to be desired. And the daughter was jealous of her mother. Fodor hints that it was a classic Oedipus complex. Mrs. Keel was keeping up her spirits with drugs. Soon after this, the case began to reach a kind of climax. Mr. Keel himself was becoming possessed by the spirit, talking in his sleep and saying things about Henley and his life. Fodor sent him a transcription of the things Ivani had said about the desire of the Keels to hold on to the ghost. As a result, Keel rang him to admit he felt it was true. This confession had the effect that Fodor's ghost-laying ceremony had failed to achieve. The ghost of Ash Manor disappeared and did not return. This is undoubtedly one of the most interesting cases of haunting on record, for a number of reasons. First, the corroboration is impressive. The story was also written up by Maud Fawkes and published in 1936. And the participation of Eileen Garrett rules out any suggestion that Fodor might simply have invented the whole story, a suggestion that has been made about one of Harry Price's most impressive cases, Rosalie. Second, the behavior of the ghost seems to show that the tape recording theory of Lethbridge and Sir Oliver Lodge does not cover all hauntings. Henley was clearly more than a recording. And third, it demonstrates very clearly that there is no clear dividing line between a ghost and a poltergeist. This case started with bangings and rappings, and then developed into a haunting. And, if we can accept Ivani's statements as any kind of evidence, it also suggests that there are such things as earthbound spirits, probably in dismaying abundance. The other implications, about the nature of such spirits, must be left until later. If Fodor had possessed Price's flair for publicity, the Henley case might have made him as famous as Borley made Price. But he made no attempt to publicize it. Neither did he attempt to make capital out of a visit to study the talking mongoose of Cashin's Gap, except for a single chapter in a book, although his investigation was rather more painstaking, if hardly more successful, than Price's. Fodor concluded that the mongoose was probably genuine, but denied that it was a poltergeist on the dubious grounds that poltergeists are always invisible. We have seen that elementals are rather less easy to classify than this implies. In fact, Fodor's only flash of notoriety occurred almost accidentally as a result of a libel action he brought against Psychic News. He was asked whether it was true that he wanted to take a medium, Mrs. Fielding, to the Tower of London to steal the crown jewels by psychic means, and he admitted that this was true, and that he had been willing to go to prison if the experiment had been successful. However, it had been forbidden by the other members of the International Institute. From then on, Fodor was known as the man who wanted to spirit away the crown jewels. Mrs. Fielding was, in fact, the focus of the most interesting and complex poltergeist case he ever investigated. Mrs. Fielding, Fodor calls her Mrs. Forbes in his book On the Trail of the Poltergeist, was a 35-year-old London housewife, living at Thornton Heath, an attractive woman with a 17-year-old son. The disturbances began on Friday, February 19, 1938, as the Fieldings were in bed, and on the point of sleep. A glass shattered on the floor, and when they put on the light, another glass flew past their heads. They put off the light, and the eiderdown flew up in their faces. They tried to switch on the light again, but the bulb had been removed. A pot of face cream was thrown at their son when he came in to see what was happening. The next day, cups, saucers, and ornaments flew through the air. They notified the Sunday Pictorial, and 2 reporters came. The poltergeist obliged with an impressive display. A cup and saucer in Mrs. Fielding's hand shattered and cut her badly. A huge piece of coal struck the wall with such force that it left a big hole. An egg cup shattered in the hand of one reporter, and Mrs. Fielding was thrown out of her chair by some force. As Mr. Fielding went upstairs, a vase flew through the air and struck him with a crash, yet although he looked dazed, his head was not bruised. Within 3 days of the coming of the poltergeist, it had broken 36 tumblers, 24 wine glasses, 15 egg cups and a long list of other articles. When Fodor arrived a few days later, the poltergeist did not disappoint. Fodor records 29 poltergeist incidents during that first visit. Again and again, he had his eyes on Mrs. Fielding when things happened. Glasses flew off tables, a saucer smashed against the wall, glasses were snatched from her hands and broke on the floor. It was soon clear that Mrs. Fielding, and not her 17-year-old son, was the focus and cause of the disturbances. One glass flew out of her hand and split in midair with a loud ping, as if it had been hit by a hammer. Fodor asked Mrs. Fielding to come to the headquarters of the Institute, Walton House, for tests. She was dressed in a one-piece garment after being searched, a precaution he may have learned from the Lehos-Papp case, and they went into the séance room. While Mrs. Fielding was standing in full view, with 3 witnesses around her, there was a clatter, and a brass-bound hairbrush appeared on the floor. It was warm, as apports usually are, the theory being that they are dematerialist and then rematerialist. Mrs. Fielding identified it as her own, and said she had left it in her bedroom at home. The poltergeist then obliged with several more apports, and also made saucers fly out of Mrs. Fielding's hands and split with a ping in mid-air. Strong men found that they could not break them in their hands. The idea of stealing the crown jewels probably came to Fodor when he and Mrs. Fielding went into a gift shop and she decided against buying a small elephant. As they were getting into the car, a box in Mrs. Fielding's hand rattled, and they found the elephant in it. They had committed psychic shoplifting. At a later sitting, Mrs. Fielding produced some impressive results. On one occasion she sat with her hands tightly clenched while someone held them. The person holding them felt one hand convulse as if something was being born, and when Mrs. Fielding opened her hand, there was a tortoiseshell cross in it. She also began to experience psychic projections, finding herself in other places in her trance states. In the séance room, in a semi-trance, she projected herself back to her home. They telephoned her husband, who said she was there, and even handed her the telephone. At that moment, they were cut off. Mrs. Fielding's double handed her husband a recipe that she had written in the séance room. He read it back to them over the telephone, and it was identical with the one they had in front of them. He also handed the double a compass, which then reappeared in the séance room, 10 miles away. The double had walked out of the front door with the compass. A full account of Mrs. Fielding's phenomena would occupy a whole chapter. She produced some ancient artifacts like Roman lamps and pottery labeled Carthage, white mice, and a bird, and a spray of violet perfume around her body, as well as violets which fell from the air. Under increasing strain, she started to show signs of breakdown. She began going hysterically blind, burn marks appeared on her neck, and she claimed she was being clawed by an invisible tiger, producing an unpleasant zoo odor. When her husband said jokingly that he would like an elephant, there was a crash and an elephant's tooth appeared in the hall. She also had a phantom pregnancy. At a séance, a spirit that claimed to be her grandfather declared that he was responsible for the apports. Asked to prove its identity by bringing something of its own, it materialized a silver matchbox, which Mrs. Fielding said had belonged to her grandfather, in her clasped hands. And at this point, the story took a bewildering turn. Mrs. Fielding apparently began cheating. Fodor saw her producing a breeze during a séance by blowing on the back of someone's neck. Fodor became convinced that she was producing small apports from under her clothes, and an X-ray photograph showed a brooch hidden beneath her left breast. Later, she produced this brooch as an apport. When being undressed, a small square of linen fell from between her legs, stained with vaginal secretion. It looked as if she was also using her vagina to hide apports. 2 days after this, she claimed to have been attacked by a vampire. There were 2 small puncture marks on her neck, and she looked listless and pale. One of the oddest incidents occurred when Fodor was walking with her into the institute. With no attempt at concealment, she opened her handbag, took something out, and threw a stone over her shoulder. When Fodor asked her about this, she indignantly denied it. In his account of the case in The Haunted Mind, Fodor makes the statement, "This discovery eliminated any remaining suspicion that a spirit or psychic force was still at work." But this still implies that he felt there had been genuine psychic forces at work at an earlier stage. Reading his full account of the case, this seems self-evident. It would have been impossible for Mrs. Fielding to have faked the poltergeist occurrences in her home, and later in the institute. Fodor's own analysis is as follows. As a child, Mrs. Fielding was both accident and illness-prone. At the age of 6, recovering from tonsillitis, she thought that a muscular black arm tried to strangle her in bed. It vanished when her mother ran in. She was bitten by a mad dog, and attacked, and scarred, by a parrot. She lived in a house with a reputation for being haunted, and Fodor states as a fact that neither the windows nor mirrors ever needed cleaning, they were cleaned by invisible hands during the night. At 16, she had visions of a ghost. A cupboard in her room opened and a man stepped out, then vanished. Subsequently she saw him several times. On one occasion he left a piece of paper with sooty scrawls on it beside her, but her mother burned it. A bicycle accident at this time led to a kidney abscess, which later necessitated many operations. At 17 she made a runaway marriage, had her first baby at 18, her second at 21. This died of meningitis. At 20 she contracted anthrax poisoning, and tried to stab her husband with a carving knife. She ran into the street in her nightdress screaming murder, fire, and recovered after having 28 teeth extracted. At 24 she had a vision of her father, trying to pull her away from her husband. He made the sign of the cross over her left breast. When she woke from her trance, this was bleeding. At hospital they discovered she had a breast cancer, and the breast was amputated. At 26, she had an attack of hysterical blindness which lasted for 6 weeks and, at 27, was in an accident on a steamer which was smashed against Margate Pier. At 28 she aborted twins after being terrified when she found a dead rat in among her washing. At 30 she had a kidney operation, and, at 32, pleurisy. Altogether, it can be seen, Mrs. Fielding was a thoroughly unlucky woman. Fodor then proceeds to interpret the evidence from the Freudian point of view. He is convinced that the basic truth is that Mrs. Fielding was attacked and raped, probably in a churchyard, by a man in round glasses, before she was 5 years old. Everything else, he thinks, springs from this trauma. On 2 occasions, when lying awake at night, she felt a shape like a man, but as cold as a corpse, get into bed with her, then it behaved like a man, i.e. had sexual intercourse. One day, on her way to the institute, Mrs. Fielding was attacked by a man on the train. Fodor does not doubt that she was attacked. She arrived in an upset condition, but thinks that the man's round glasses may have aroused in her a mixture of loathing and desire which was wrongly interpreted by the man as an invitation. Fodor goes on to suggest that her husband became somehow identified in her mind with her attacker, so that the poltergeist attacks were due to her unconscious aggressions against him. There are times when Fodor's Freudian interpretations verge on the comic. For example, he is convinced that her reports are a cipher in which her tragic life story is hidden. On one evening, the reports were elephant's tooth, tiger claw, Carthage pottery, a tropical nutshell and a piece of coral. These, says Fodor, symbolize the hugeness of the man who assaulted her, an elephant, his savagery and beastliness, his scaliness, the nutshell, while the pottery symbolizes the breaking of her hymen, the coral stands for music from the church nearby. Organ music always made Mrs. Fielding cry, and Fodor surmises that the coral was organ pipe coral. There is, of course, one basic objection to the whole theory. Mrs. Fielding did not tell Fodor she had been raped, and apparently had no such memory. Fodor naturally thinks it was suppressed. But do memories of that type become so suppressed that they vanish completely? It seems highly unlikely. Fodor was never able to bring the case to a satisfactory conclusion. When he began explaining his rape theories to the Institute for Psychical Research, they objected so strongly that he felt obliged to drop the case. At least it enabled him to believe that Mrs. Fielding was getting closer and closer to remembering her rape experience, and would one day have confirmed all his theories. It will be recalled that, in the case of the Bell Witch, Fodor believed that Betsy had been sexually attacked by her father, and that this produced the poltergeist, tearing loose part of the mental system and letting it float free like a disembodied entity. As a good Freudian, he felt bound to seek a sexual explanation in the Thornton Heath case. Yet, like so many of the primal scenes that Freud believed caused lifelong illness, the one posited by Fodor is completely unverifiable. It would be a pity to leave this case without at least an attempt at an alternative explanation. And the simplest and most obvious is that Mrs. Fielding was a born medium. Her many illnesses turned her into what 19th century investigators like to call a sick sensitive. Her vision of the black arm that tried to strangle her in bed may not have been a dream or hallucination, as Fodor thinks. If she lived in a haunted house, then it seems likely that spirit entities drew energy from her, increasing her tendency to illness. And later in life, she actually developed into a medium. During the investigation, she often went into trances, and a control called Bremba spoke through her. Sitting near a pub, and a church, in Cowlston, she had a vision of an evil, leering face, which she continued to see for 10 minutes. Bremba later stated at a séance that the man she saw had belonged to the church, and had been hanged for interfering with small children. She was probably sitting on the spot where one of the outrages took place. When Mrs. Fielding came out of her trance, she could not speak or even whisper. Then, as they all watched, strangulation marks appeared on her throat. When she could speak she said, "I feel as if I am being pulled up," as if she was suffering from the man's hanging. Later, when she was telling friends about it, the noose marks again appeared on her throat. Fodor uses this as a support for his theory about the early rape, but it could, in fact, be ordinary mediumship. Bremba could have been telling the truth about the man hanged for sexual offenses against children. Then why did Mrs. Fielding begin to cheat? There are two possible explanations. One is that she was enjoying her new position as a subject of investigation. She was a bored housewife, and, as Fodor says, the phenomena meant a new interest, a new life for her. This could be true, but if Mrs. Fielding was developing genuine powers as a medium, then she had no need to cheat in order to keep them. It sounds as if they had been latent since childhood, all she had to do was to allow them to develop. The other explanation is that she was unconscious that she was cheating, which would explain the stone thrown in front of Fodor, with no attempt at concealment, and her subsequent denial. In a case cited by William Roll, a man being investigated was seen, through a one-way mirror, to throw an object, yet a lie detector test supported his denial that he had done it. We have seen that there is considerable evidence that poltergeists can enter the mind and influence people, mediums more than others. To anyone who reads straight through Fodor's On the Trail of the Poltergeist, it seems obvious that the spirit entity theory fits better than most. Both the Fieldings had been ill for some time before the first outbreak. So Mrs. Fielding may have been in a suitably low condition to enable the entity to begin using her energy. From then on, it used her continually, and accordingly she began to suffer from nervous exhaustion. Yet her attitude towards all this must have been ambiguous, for it brought new interest into her life. This could have enabled the entity, or entities, to manipulate her to cheat. And why should they? Because, for some reason, poltergeists seem to delight in producing bewilderment and confusion. The one point that emerges above all others is that Mrs. Fielding was not just the focus of the poltergeist disturbances, she was a medium, and soon began to develop her ability, with the ports, traveling clairvoyance, projection of the devil, and so on. In short, Mrs. Fielding was a potential Daniel Douglas Home or Eusapia Palladino. And this, it seems probable, is true for all the people who became focuses for poltergeist phenomena. With her illnesses, her early marriage, even the loss of her teeth, Mrs. Fielding calls to mind another medium, the seeress of Prevorst, whose history we have looked at in an earlier chapter. Nander Fodor, like Justinus Kerner, was a medical man. Yet it cannot be said that his study of MRS Fielding is as penetrating or as suggestive as Kerner's study of Friedrich Haufe. To read on the trail of the poltergeist after the seeress of Prevorst is a depressing experience. It is to realize that a century of psychical research has brought very few advances, that, on the contrary, an unimaginative and overcautious approach to the phenomena has only made them less comprehensible than ever. 9. The Spirit Mafia. Considering that poltergeists have been recorded for more than 1,000 years, and that eminent scientists have been studying them for about a century, it seems a little surprising that they are still regarded as an insoluble mystery. In the past 2 decades, there have been 3 major scientific studies of the poltergeist. Dr. A.R.G. Owens' Can We Explain the Poltergeist? William Roll's The Poltergeist, and Poltergeists by Alan Gould and Tony Cornell. All 3 raise the question of whether poltergeists could be spirits of the dead or other types of disembodied entity. All 3 decide that this is unlikely, and that therefore poltergeists are probably some kind of manifestation of the unconscious mind, that is, of spontaneous psychokinesis. Owen points out that a large number of children in poltergeist cases have mental problems. Roll notes that most objects tends to move counterclockwise, and suggests that there is some kind of whirlpool or psychic vortex that drags them into motion. But no one explains why poltergeist effects are so much more powerful than the kind of psychokinesis that has been studied in the laboratory. There is, admittedly, one case that seems to be an exception to this rule. In the early 1970s, members of the Toronto Society for Psychical Research, under the direction of A.R.G. Owen, decided to try to manufacture a ghost. For this purpose, they invented the case history of a man called Philip, a contemporary of Oliver Cromwell, who had an affair with a beautiful gypsy girl. When Philip's wife found out, she had the girl accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. Philip committed suicide. Having elaborated this story and created a suitable background, an ancient manor house, they set about trying to conjure up the spirit of Philip. For several months, there were no results. Then one evening, as they were relaxing and singing songs, there was a rap on the table. They used the usual code, 1 rap for yes, 2 for no, to question the spirit, which claimed to be Philip, and repeated the story they had invented for him. At later seances, Philip made the table dance all around the room, and even made it levitate in front of TV cameras. Owen's group rightly regarded this creation of a ghost as something of a triumph, making the natural assumption that Philip was a product of their unconscious minds. But this assumption is questionable. What they did, in effect, was to hold a series of seances until they got results. Philip may have been a manifestation of their collective unconscious minds. Or he may have been another of those bored and untruthful spirits we have already encountered, joining in the game for want of anything better to do. The Philip case cannot be regarded as a proof or disproof of the psychokinesis theory. The trouble is that when scientists start looking for patterns, they are inclined to see what they are expecting to see. If they are good scientists, they finally notice the facts that contradict their theories, and modify the theories. But this sometimes takes a very long time, sometimes it never happens at all. On the whole, the scientist is better off if he collects his facts by accident, little by little, so he can study them before he tries to fit them into a jigsaw puzzle. This is how the late Tom Lethbridge came to arrive at his theories about other dimensions of reality. It is also how Guy Lyon Playfair came to develop his own theories about the nature of the poltergeist. In 1961, Guy Playfair had been down from Cambridge for 2 years. He had graduated in modern languages, and was finding life in England difficult and rather boring. And when he saw an advertisement in the personal column of the Times saying that teachers were wanted for Rio de Janeiro at $21,000 a year, he applied immediately. He signed a 2-year contract, and at the end of the 2 years decided to stay on in Rio as a freelance journalist. He was reasonably successful, working as a correspondent for Time and The Economist, then as a writer in the information section of the U.S. Agency for International Development. When Nixon cut the foreign budget in 1971, Guy Playfair was offered a golden handshake, and took it. As a result, he was able to move into a comfortable house with a good view of the harbor. One of his neighbors was an American film actor called Larry Carr, and it was through him that Playfair became involved in the world of Brazilian spiritism. One day, Carr asked him casually if he would like to go and watch a healer. Just as casually, having nothing better to do, Playfair accepted. They drove out to a spiritist center in an area full of warehouses and rundown bars, the kind of street you end up in if you get lost on the way to an airport. The healer, a man named Edivaldo, was late, having had to drive 500 miles from his hometown. He was a school teacher who, with his spectacles and neat mustache, looked more like a bank clerk, or possibly a bank manager. When Playfair's group entered the consulting room, Edivaldo would prod the area that was giving the trouble, write something on a prescription pad, and pass on to the next. When Playfair's turn came, Edivaldo's hand went straight to the spot on his stomach which had been giving him trouble. Pills were prescribed, and Playfair was told to come back later for a little operation. A few months later, he went back for his operation. When he went into the room, an old man was lying on the bed, and Edivaldo was bending over him. The old man's stomach had been ripped open, exposing the entrails. Playfair admits that he did not observe as well as he might because he found it all too bewildering. He was sloshing around in blood. It was a pretty gruesome sight. He looked away for a moment, and when he looked back again, the man's stomach was all neat and tidy, and was being covered with bandage. The man got up, and was helped out by his wife. One of the helpers told Playfair to lie down on the bed. He unbuttoned his shirt. Edivaldo came over and ran his hand over his stomach, then his hands seemed to find what they were looking for and he pressed. Playfair felt a distinct plop and the hands entered his skin and went into his stomach. My stomach immediately felt wet all over, as if I were bleeding to death. I could feel a sort of tickling inside, but no pain at all. He seemed to smell ether. Then it was all over and he was told he could get up and go home. He felt curiously stiff as if his middle had been on ice fetused, unable to bend. This so intrigued him that he later tried to reproduce the same effect, with the aid of a friendly doctor who gave him 20 jabs of local anesthetic. It wasn't the same thing at all. When he got home, he had to take off his shoes by kicking each one off with the other foot. On his stomach there was a jagged red line where Edivaldo had pressed his thumbs, and 2 bright red dots nearby. Later, after a second operation, 2 more red dots appeared. And Playfair's stomach complaint, though not permanently cured, was considerably eased. Some time later, Playfair interviewed Edivaldo, and heard the remarkable story of how he had become a healer. One evening in 1962 he had been called in to sit with a neighbor who had gone temporarily insane. He became unconscious, and during this period he smashed up the room. But when he recovered consciousness, the woman was cured. Soon after that, he visited a woman who had become rigid after childbirth. He suddenly became rigid himself, and the woman's rigidity disappeared. It was clear that he was somehow taking on the illness of other people. A psychiatrist told him he was probably a medium, and advised that he should go to a spiritist center. The first evening he did this, he again went into a trance. When he came to, he was being driven home, and was told that he had performed several operations. Apparently he was taken over by various spirits who had been surgeons while alive, a Dr. Colazans, a Frenchman called Pierre, a Londoner called Johnson, and a German called Dr. Fritz, who also worked through the famous psychic surgeon Arago. For another year, Playfair continued to spend a great deal of time at Edivaldo's surgeries, and watched innumerable operations. On one occasion, Edivaldo, or rather, the spirit who was controlling him, took Playfair's hand and thrust it into the open stomach. By this time, he was convinced he had discovered the subject he wanted to write about. He began to attend spiritist sessions. Spiritism is Brazil's version of spiritualism, and is based on the teachings of Kardec. When he encountered Hernani Andrade, founder of the IBPP, Brazilian Institute for Psychobiophysical Research, he decided to move from Rio de Janeiro to Sao Paulo, a move that struck his friends as eccentric, since it is the equivalent of moving from, let us say, the Cornish Riviera to the industrial Midlands, or from Florida to Detroit. But Andrade offered Guy Playfair full and unrestricted access to his files, as well as the insights of 40 years of spiritism. As a consequence, Playfair's interest came to extend from psychic healing to poltergeists, reincarnation, black magic, and life after death. In Sao Paulo, he began by investigating more psychic surgeons. Then he heard of a case of poltergeist haunting, and offered to help the IBPP look into it. At the time he heard about it, in 1973, the case had been going on for about 6 years. The family consisted of a Portuguese mother, who had been married to a Lithuanian immigrant, and was now divorced. She had a son and daughter, both adults. There had been the usual bangs and crashes, clothing and bedding had caught fire, or had been soaked with water, and as a result of these disturbances, the family had already moved house 3 times. There also seemed to be some evidence of black magic involved. Photographs of a girl with thread stitched through it had been found in the house. The troubles had begun after the son of the family had married a girl called Nora. It was to their house that Guy Playfair went in October 1973, taking his tape recorder with him. He sat up into the early hours of the morning, reading Frank Podmore, one of the early psychic investigators, on the subject of poltergeists. Podmore came to the conclusion that they are invariably fakes, an example of the kind of stupidity to which members of the RPs occasionally seem to be subject, and at this stage, Playfair thought he might well be correct. Finally, just as he was on the point of dozing off to sleep, he was awakened by a series of bangs that shook the house. The poltergeist had arrived. Playfair was struck by the timing, that it began as he was drifting off to sleep. The same thing had happened to Suzuko Hashizume, the investigator who had spent the previous night in the house. Playfair subsequently came to suspect that poltergeists have an uncanny sense of timing which suggests that they are able to foretell the exact moment when the investigator will be looking the other way. There was something odd about the bangs. They caused nothing to vibrate, as such bangs normally do, and they seemed to echo longer than they should. Kardec has noted in the medium's book, spirit sounds are usually of a peculiar character, they have an intensity and a character of their own, and, notwithstanding their great variety, can hardly be mistaken, so that they are not easily confused with common noises, such as the creaking of wood, the crackling of a fire, or the ticking of a clock. Spirit raps are clear and sharp, sometimes soft and light. In fact, a researcher, Dr. J. L. Whitten, subjected tape recording of spirit raps to laboratory analysis, and found that they are quite different in character from normal raps. Shown on a graph, an ordinary sound has a distinctive curve, rising and falling like the slopes of a mountain. Spirit raps begin and end abruptly, like cliffs. In fact, they seem to be manufactured noises, as if the poltergeist had a BBC sound laboratory at its disposal and had to concoct the noises electronically. The other odd thing about these loud bangs was that they did not disturb the 4 dogs, which had barked themselves frantic when Guy Playfair arrived. Either they failed to hear them or accepted them as perfectly normal. These bangs were followed by more, at intervals. Later, Playfair tried to make similar bangs by thumping the end of a broom handle on the floor. It was impossible to make them as loud. The following night, when Playfair was asleep in the downstairs room, a footstool bounced down the stairs, then a bedroom drawer full of clothes was hurled out of a window into the yard. A pillow shot out from under Nora's head and flew across the room. Again and again, Playfair noted the poltergeist's sense of timing, how things seemed to happen precisely as people were falling asleep or waking up. Bumps happened mainly at night. Outbreaks of fire could happen at any time. On one occasion, a wardrobe full of clothes caught fire, and would have burned the house down if it had not been caught in time. At this point, the IBPP called in their poltergeist clearance team of mediums, who went into the house, sat in the kitchen, and asked their spirit guides to persuade the poltergeist to move. After this, there was silence for 2 weeks, then minor disturbances began again. This time, the family decided to call in a candomblé specialist, candomblé being one of the largest of Brazil's many African-influenced cults. This man brought with him a team of helpers. He told the family that this struck him as a particularly nasty case of black magic. Rites were performed and incense burned. And at the end of it all, the poltergeist finally left the family in peace. At least, it had not reappeared by the time Playfair wrote his book about 2 years later. Now the notion of a poltergeist being associated with black magic is one that European investigators will find bizarre and outlandish. But in Brazil, it is taken for granted. Hernani Andrade is quoted as saying, "In every case of person-directed poltergeist activity where I have been able to study the family background, there has been evidence that somebody in the house could be the target of revenge from a spirit. It may be a former lover who committed suicide, a jealous relation, a spiteful neighbor, or even a member of the same family bearing some trivial grudge. Any Brazilian is well aware that this country is full of backyard terreiros of quimbanda, black magic centers, where people use spirit forces for evil purposes. You can use a knife to cut bread or to cut a man's throat, and so it is with the hidden powers of man, they can be turned to good or bad ends, though they remain the same powers. To produce a successful poltergeist, all you need is a group of bad spirits prepared to do your work for you, for a suitable reward, and a susceptible victim who is insufficiently developed spiritually to be able to resist. Black magic is a really serious social problem in Brazil, and we must find reliable ways of getting rid of it." Playfair goes on to cite another case in a town near Sao Paulo, in which the poltergeist made a number of attempts to burn the baby. One day, the baby disappeared, and the mother heard stifled cries coming from a laundry basket. She rushed to it and found the baby buried inside dirty clothes, in the process of stifling to death. The poltergeist also smashed furniture and wrecked the roof by pounding on it. When the family finally left the house, it looked as if it had been hit by a bomb. All this is, of course, no proof that poltergeists can be called up by magic, but it indicates that they can, on occasion, behave with something like demonic malevolence. In his book The Indefinite Boundary, Playfair devotes a chapter called The Psi Underworld to this problem of magic and malevolence. He cites the disturbing case of 11-year-old Maria José Ferreira, who, in December 1965, became the center of violent poltergeist activity. Pieces of brick began to fall inside the house, in Jabuticabal, near Sao Paulo, and an attempt at exorcism made things much worse. Poltergeists, as we have seen, seem contemptuous of attempts to exorcise them. A neighbor who knew about Kardec took the child into his house. Things got worse, with bombardments of stones and eggs. One large stone descended from the ceiling and split into two. When someone picked up the two pieces, they snapped together as if they were magnetically attracted to each other. We have already seen that poltergeists seem to have an affinity with electricity. It is interesting to speculate whether the force that caused the stones to snap together was an example of ley power or what has been called telluric force. For a while, the poltergeist seemed to be in an amiable mood. Maria could ask for a flower or piece of candy, and it would instantly drop at her feet. Then, quite suddenly, the poltergeist began to attack her, biting her and slapping her on the face or bottom. It tried to suffocate her while she was asleep by placing cups or glasses over her mouth and nostrils. Then it began to set her clothes on fire. When Maria was taken to a spiritist center, the hope of curing her disappeared. A spirit came and spoke through the medium, saying, she was a witch. A lot of people suffered, and I died because of her. Now we are making her suffer too. Spirits, of course, are not invariably truthful, and this one may have been inventing the tale that Maria had been a witch in a previous existence. Kardec, it must be remembered, taught reincarnation as an integral part of Spiritism. Special prayers and appeals to the spirits failed to stop the attacks on the girl. And, when she was 13, she took a dose of ant killer in a soft drink and was dead when they found her. It would be interesting to know whether Maria took the poison deliberately, or whether the poltergeist placed it there, as the Bell Witch dosed John Bell's medicine. All this makes it rather difficult to follow William Roll's reasoning in this central paragraph from his book on poltergeists. I do not know of any evidence for the existence of the poltergeist as an incorporeal entity other than the disturbances themselves, and these can be explained more simply as PK effects from a flesh and blood entity who is at their center. This is not to say that we should close our minds to the possibility that some cases of RSPK might be due to incorporeal entities. But there is no reason to postulate such an entity when the incidents occur around a living person. It is easier to suppose that the central person is himself the source of the PK energy. The source, possibly. But the whole cause of the phenomena? It is true that in some cases, perhaps the majority, we can interpret the disturbances as an unconscious attempt by the focus to draw attention to his or her problems, as an unsuccessful suicide attempt does. Esther Cox's manifestations ceased after she was put in prison. But if Maria's unconscious aggressions were causing her clothes to catch on fire and bite marks to appear all over her body, surely the despair that finally drove her to suicide would have reached through to the rebellious part of her mind and persuaded it to stop? It simply fails to make sense to believe that Maria's own unconscious aggressions drove her to kill herself. The point is underlined by one of the most remarkable cases described by Guy Playfair, that of a girl who inadvertently incurred a black magic curse. He calls her Marcia F. and mentions that she had a master's degree in psychology. In May 1973, when Marcia was 28, she went for a family outing to the Atlantic coast near Sao Paulo. As they walked along the beach, Marcia noticed something lying in the sand, a plaster statue of a woman about 6 inches high, with much of the paint worn off by the sea. She took it back home to her apartment, which she shared with another girl, in spite of her aunt's warning that it might bring bad luck to take a statue of the sea goddess Yemanjia, which had obviously been placed there as an offering in return for some favor. But Marcia was a good Catholic as well as a psychology graduate, and thought that the talk of bad luck was nonsense. She placed it on her mantelpiece. Some days later she was violently ill with food poisoning after eating chocolate. Then she began to lose weight and feel run down. Her vitality was draining away. She began to spit blood, and X-rays showed a patch on her lung. Yet a few weeks later the patch had disappeared. It would normally have taken at least a year. After a holiday at home with her parents, Marcia returned to her flat. The pressure cooker blew up and she suffered second-degree burns on her arms and face. Then the oven exploded, shooting out a sheet of flame toward Marcia. An engineer found the incident unexplainable. A few days later, a friend told her that at the moment when her pressure cooker had exploded, Marcia's photograph had jumped from the wall in her parents' home. When a friend warned her again about the statue of Yemanjia, Marcia again dismissed the idea as preposterous. Now she began to experience suicidal impulses. Crossing the road at a traffic light, she suddenly felt a powerful desire to fling herself under the oncoming cars. Opening the window of her apartment, which was on the 15th floor, she seemed to hear a voice inside her urging her to throw herself out. And at this point, the first unmistakable suggestion of witchcraft entered the case. Her bedroom seemed to be full of presences. Then they entered her bed, and she felt herself being touched all over. And one night, she felt the presence of a male body, which moved on top of her. She felt a penis entering her, and lay there while the entity had sexual intercourse. This went on happening for several nights, until Marcia, wondering if she was going insane, went again to stay with her parents. There, by chance, they were visited by a spiritist, to whom Marcia told her story. He advised her to go to the local Umbanda center. Umbanda is the most popular Afro-Brazilian cult. She also took along the statue, at the insistence of her flatmate. The director of the center listened to her story, and told her that her problem was undoubtedly a case of a black magic trabalho, work or job, being directed at her because of her removal of the statue. It was only then that Marcia looked more closely at the statue, which had only patches of paint left on it, and realized suddenly that each remaining patch corresponded to a part of her own body that had been damaged. The burn marks on her arms, neck, and face matched exactly the paint on the statue, and the patch on the back was just above the patch that had been found in her lung. The statue still had paint on its blue eyes, which was ominous. She took the advice of the director, and returned the statue to the spot on the beach where she had found it. Immediately, the run of bad luck ceased. Playfair personally investigated the case of Marcia, and was not surprised when she told him that, as a result of her experience, her skepticism about bad luck and trabajo had given way to a more pragmatic attitude. Playfair's observations received strong support from those of another investigator, his friend David St. Clair, who has described his experiences of Brazil in a book called Drum and Candle. He speaks of walking down Copacabana Avenue with some friends on his first night in Rio, and noticing on the pavement a circle of burning candles around a clay statue of the devil. When he reached out to touch it, one of his friends pulled him back, saying, "It's despacho, an offering to a spirit." "But you surely don't believe that stuff," said St. Clair. "You're all college graduates." His friends admitted that they did not believe in it, but nevertheless would not allow him to touch the statue. After that, St. Clair saw many such offerings. He saw offerings of cooked chicken, and the starving beggars who stared at them, then quietly went away. He even saw a dog sniff at such an offering, then back away. St. Clair has many stories about candle and spiritism. But the final chapter of the book describes his own experience of a trabalho. He had been living in Rio de Janeiro for 8 years, and had a comfortable apartment with a fine view. He also had an attractive maid named Edna, a pretty, brown-colored girl. She was, he assures the reader, a maid, and nothing more. Her life had been hard, deserted by the father, her family had been brought up in a shack in a slum. She was obviously delighted with the comfort and security of her job with St. Clair. She joined a folk dance group and, after a television appearance, became something of a local celebrity. And one day, St. Clair told her that he had decided it was time for him to leave Brazil. Edna was now doing so well that he had no doubt she would easily find another job. He told her he would give her 6 months' wages. Then things began to go wrong. A book he had written failed to make any headway, his typist made a mess of it, then fell ill so that it sat in her desk for weeks. A New York publisher rejected it. An inheritance he was expecting failed to materialize. His plans for moving to Greece had to be shelved. A love affair went disastrously wrong, and a friend he asked for a loan refused it. He even fell ill with malaria. One day, he met a psychic friend in the Avenida Copacabana. She took one look at him and said, "Someone has put the evil eye on you. All your paths have been closed." A few days later, another friend wrote to say he had been to an Umbanda session, and a spirit had warned him that one of his friends was in grave danger due to a curse. All his paths had been closed. An actor friend, who was also a spiritist, immediately divined that it was Edna who had put the curse on him. St. Clair thought this absurd. To begin with, Edna was a Catholic, and had often expressed her disapproval of Spiritism and Umbanda. But his actor friend told him he had attended a Spiritist session where he had been assured that David St. Clair's apartment was cursed. But how could Edna do that? St. Clair wanted to know. All she had to do, his friend replied, was to go to a Quimbanda, black magic, session and take some item of his clothing, which could be used in a ritual to put a curse on him. And now his friend mentioned it, St. Clair recalled that his socks had been disappearing recently. Edna had claimed the wind was blowing them off the line. St. Clair told Edna he believed himself to be cursed. She pooh-poohed the idea. But he told her he wanted her to take him to an Umbanda session. After much protest, she allowed herself to be forced into it. That Saturday evening, Edna took him to a long, white house in a remote area outside Rio. On the walls were paintings of the devil, Ixu. Towards midnight, drums started up, and the Negroes sitting on the floor began to chant. A ritual dance began. Then the Umbanda priestess came in like a whirlwind, a huge negress dressed in layers of lace and a white silk turban. She danced, and the other women began to jerk as if possessed. The priestess went out, and when she came in again, was dressed in red, the color of Ixu/Satan. She took a swig of alcohol, then lit a cigar. After more dancing, she noticed St. Clair, and offered him a drink from a bottle whose neck was covered with her saliva. Then she spat a mouthful of the alcohol into his face. After more chanting, a medium was asked who had put the curse on him. She replied, "The person who brought him here tonight. She wants you to marry her. Either that, or to buy her a house and a piece of land." The priestess ordered Edna to leave. Then she said, "Now we will get rid of the curse." There was more ritual drumming and dancing. Then the priestess said, "Now you are free. The curse has been lifted, and it will now come down doubly hard upon the person who placed it on you." When he protested, he was told it was too late, it had already been done. 3 days later, St. Clair received a telegram from a magazine, asking for a story. He had suggested it to them months before, but they had turned it down. Now, unexpectedly, they changed their minds, and sent him money. A week later, the inheritance came through. The book was accepted. And 10 days later he received a letter asking if his broken love affair could be restarted where it had left off. Then Edna became ill. A stomach growth was diagnosed, and she had to have an operation, for which St. Clair paid. But her health continued to decline. She went to see an Umbanda priest, who told her that the curse she had put on St. Clair had rebounded on her, and that she would suffer as long as she stayed near him. She admitted trying to get him to marry her by black magic. She declined his offer to buy her a house or an apartment, and walked out of his life. In the indefinite boundary, Playfair goes on to discuss black magic. It seems, he says, to be based on an exchange of favors between incarnate and discarnate, man and spirit. Incarnate man wants a favor done, he wants a better job, to marry a certain girl, to win the state lottery, to stop somebody from running after his daughter. Discarnate spirits, for their part, want to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh once more, a good square meal, a drink of the best Kashika rum, a fine cigar, and perhaps even sexual relations with an incarnate being. The spirit has the upper hand in all this. He calls the shots. He wants his meal left in a certain place at a certain time, and the rum and the cigar had better be of good quality. Incarnate man is ready to oblige, and it is remarkable how many members of Brazil's poorest classes, who are about as poor as anyone can be, will somehow manage to lay out a magnificent banquet for a spirit who has agreed to work some magic for them. Who are these spirits? Orthodox Kardecists and Umbandistas see them as inferior discarnates living in a low astral plane, who are close to the physical world, not having evolved since physical death. In Umbanda they are known as Exus, spirits who seem to have no morals at all, and are equally prepared to work for or against people. Like mafia gunmen, they do what the boss says without asking questions. He adds the interesting comment. The Exu reminds us of the traditional spirits of the 4 elements, the gnomes of earth, the mermaids of water, the sylphs of air, and the salamanders of fire. These creatures are traditionally thought of as part human and part elemental, integral forces of nature that can act upon human beings subject to certain conditions. There is an enormous number of Exus, each with his own speciality. To catch one and persuade him to work for you, it is necessary to bribe him outright with food, drink, and general flattery. An Exu is a vain and temperamental entity, and despite his total lack of morals he is very fussy about observing the rituals properly. All this sounds so much like the poltergeist that it is tempting to feel that we have finally pinned down his true nature and character. Studying the background of the Nora case, already described, Playfair found strong evidence that the poltergeist had been unleashed on the family by black magic. In 1968 an offering of bottles, candles and cigars had appeared in their garden, indicating that someone was working a trabalho against the family. Playfair lists the suspects. A former boyfriend of Irace, the daughter, had committed suicide. Then there was an elderly aunt who had died abandoned by the rest of the family, and may have borne a grudge. Then Irace had had a love affair with a man who was, unknown to her, already married. The man's wife could have organized the trabalho. Or it could possibly have been some former disgruntled lover of Nora, the girl who married the son of the family, photographs of Nora's husband were frequently disfigured, and they found many notes claiming that she was having an affair with another man. Playfair mentions that, at the time he was investigating the Nora case, Andrade was studying one in the town of Osasco where there was definite evidence that a poltergeist was caused by black magic. Two neighboring families were having a lengthy dispute about boundaries, and one of the families ordered a curse against the other. The result was that the other family was haunted by a poltergeist that caused stones to fall on the roof, loud rapping noises, and spontaneous fires. One original feature of this case was that when the family went to ladle a meal out of a saucepan, which had been covered with a lid, they found that the food had been spoiled by a large cigar. Candomblé, one of the bigger Afro-Brazilian cults, seems to have originated among freed Negro slaves in the 1830s, and it has the same origin as voodoo, which began in Haiti when the first slaves arrived early in the 17th century. This, in turn, originated in Africa as juju. Europeans are naturally inclined to dismiss this as the outcome of ignorance and stupidity, but few who have had direct experience of it maintain that skeptical attitude. On the evening of September 9, 1977, Guy Playfair attended a lecture on poltergeists at the Society for Psychical Research, and found himself sitting next to a man named Maurice Grosse. After the lecture, Grosse announced that he was in the middle of a case, and would be glad of some help. No one volunteered. A few days later, Playfair heard a broadcast on BBC Radio 4 in which Maurice Grosse described some of the amazing things that were happening in the house of the Harper family down at Enfield. Reluctantly, because he had just finished a book and was looking forward to a holiday, Playfair decided to offer some help. The Enfield poltergeist had put in its first appearance on the evening of August 30, 1977. There were 4 children in the house: Rose, 13, Janet, 11, Pete, 10 and Jimmy, 7. Their mother was separated from her husband. Pete and Janet shared a bedroom. That evening, just after Pete and Janet had gone to bed, their beds began to shake in an odd way. They called their mother, but the shaking had stopped. She assumed they were larking about and told them to get to sleep. The next evening, the children heard a shuffling noise, like a chair moving. Mrs. Harper came in and asked them to be quiet. The room all seemed to be perfectly normal. But when she switched off the light, she also heard the shuffling noise. It sounded like someone shuffling across the room in slippers. Then there were 4 loud, clear knocks. And when Mrs. Harper put the light on again, she saw the heavy chest of drawers moving on its own. It slid a distance of about 18 inches across the floor. She pushed it back. It slid back again. She tried to push it back, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if someone was standing on the other side, preventing it from moving. Mrs. Harper began to shake with fear. "All right, downstairs everybody." She went next door and asked the help of their neighbors. Vic Nottingham and his son went back to the Harper's house, and searched it from top to bottom. Then the knocking started. Vic Nottingham rushed outside, to see if it was some practical joker on the other side of the wall. There was no one there. They sent for the police. When the lights were switched off, the knocking started. Then, in the light from the kitchen, everyone saw a chair that was wobbling into motion. It slid towards the kitchen for 3 or 4 feet. The police could do nothing about ghosts, so they left. And the Harper family slept in the living room. The next day, all was quiet until evening. Then the poltergeist began throwing things. Marbles and Lego bricks came singing through the air as if shot from a catapult. When someone picked up one of the marbles, it was found to be burning hot. Wondering what to do, Mrs. Harper allowed her neighbor to phone the Daily Mirror. A reporter and photographer arrived, but saw nothing. They decided to go in the early hours of the morning. As soon as they were outside, the Lego bombardment began again. Mrs. Harper rushed out and told them. As the photographer came in, his camera raised, a Lego brick flew across the room and hit him over the right eye. It caused quite a bruise, one of the few examples of a poltergeist actually hurting someone. Yet the photograph showed no Lego brick flying towards him. It must have been just beyond the range of the camera. It was later to occur to Guy Playfair that the poltergeist seemed to go to great trouble not to be seen doing things. The Daily Mirror contacted the Society for Psychical Research, and the RPs contacted Maurice Gross, a recent member who was looking for a case to investigate. A few days later, Guy Playfair made his way down to the house in Enfield. It was the beginning of a 2-year involvement. Playfair was inclined to suspect Janet, an extremely lively little girl. He asked Mrs. Harper to keep a special watch on her, adding, "Even if Janet is playing tricks, it may not be her fault." For he had come across a curious discovery made by earlier researchers like Nander Fodor and William Roll, that the focus of a poltergeist case may throw things, in the ordinary way, without being aware of it. The implication seems to be that a poltergeist can get inside someone and make them do things. While Playfair and a mirror photographer waited in the dark in Janet's bedroom, a marble landed with a bang on the floor. The odd thing was it did not roll, as a marble normally would. It stayed put. Playfair tried hard to duplicate this, but found it impossible. Unless dropped from very close to the floor, a marble will roll, particularly on smooth linoleum. When the photographer tried taking a test picture, all 3 flash guns on all 3 cameras failed to work. When he examined the guns, he found that they had all been drained of power, although he had charged them a few minutes before trying to take the photograph. Playfair tried tying the leg of Janet's bedside chair to the leg of her bed. He used wire. Within minutes, the chair had fallen over, the wire had been snapped. He bound it with several twists of wire. Not long after, the chair fell over again, the wire had snapped once more. A big armchair tipped over, then the bed shot across the room. A book flew off the shelf, hit the door, proceeded on at right angles, and landed upright on the floor. It was called Fun and Games for Children. As they looked at one of the pillows on a bed, an indentation appeared on it, as if an invisible head was resting there. The head seemed to be a small one, which led Mrs. Harper to voice her suspicion that this was the ghost of a 4-year-old girl who had been suffocated by her father in a nearby house. Some of the furniture from the house has found its way into the Harper home, and Mrs. Harper had already thrown it out, suspecting it might be the cause of the trouble. Clearly, she was mistaken. There came a point when Guy Playfair began to feel that the entity wanted to communicate. It kept up its knocking on one occasion for 2 hours and a half. A medium named Annie Shaw came to the house with her husband George. Annie went into a trance, then suddenly screamed, "Go away," and began to cackle. When her husband spoke to her, she spat at him. She moaned, "Gozer, Gozer, help me. Elvie, come here." George spoke firmly to the entity that had taken over her body, advising it to go away and leave the Harper family alone. When Annie returned to normal, she stated that the haunting centered around Janet, and that there were several entities behind it, including an old woman. George added, "This Gozer is a nasty piece of work, a sort of black magic chap. The other one, Elvie, is an elemental." Annie explained that the auric field around Janet and her mother was leaking, and that when this happens, poltergeists can use the energy for their manifestations. The Shaws cleaned their auras by a well-known technique, moving their hands from head to foot around the contours of the body, about 6 inches away. The trouble, said the Shaws, was due to the negative atmosphere in the house, and Mrs. Harper admitted that she did feel bitter about her ex-husband, and had been keeping the feeling bottled up for years. One way of preventing a poltergeist from manifesting itself, said Annie Shaw, was to learn to control one's energies, so they stopped leaking. For a few weeks after this healing session, the manifestations almost ceased. Then, in late October, they started up again, furniture flung around, beds shaking, blankets ripped off beds. Playfair and Gross recorded about 400 incidents in a brief space. Pools of water also began to appear on the kitchen floor, pools with very distinct outlines, as if made by pouring water from a jug immediately onto the lino. One puddle was shaped like a human figure. The entity began doing things that could have caused serious damage. One evening, an iron grill from the bottom of a fireplace sailed across the room and landed on Jimmy's pillow, a little closer, and it could have killed him. The next evening, the heavy gas fire was ripped out of the wall. It had been cemented into the brickwork. Poltergeists can display frightening strength. In the Flying Cow Playfair records a poltergeist that lifted a jeep 40 yards through the air. On the advice of the veteran researcher E.J. Dingwall, Playfair tried communicating with the entity. When it rapped, he rapped back. When he asked it to use the usual code, 1 rap for yes, 2 for no, there followed a volley of loud raps. Playfair asked, "Don't you realize you are dead?" which seemed to infuriate it. Crashes came from a bedroom, and when they rushed up, the room was in chaos, with objects scattered all over. Evidently Gozer was not anxious to make polite conversation. Maurice Grosse was more successful a few weeks later. "Did you die in this house?" The rap code indicated yes. "Will you go away?" A loud thud said no. The entity indicated that it had lived in the house for a long time. More than 30 years. It had left 53 years ago. When the raps seemed to become nonsensical, Grosse asked, "Are you having a game with me?" A cardboard box containing cushions flew across the room and struck Grosse on the forehead. Guy Playfair, who was outside the door with his tape recorder, the poltergeist had taken a dislike to him, recorded all this on tape. The box made an odd swishing noise. Yet no one actually saw the box flying across the room. It was as if it had vanished from its old position, and rematerialized as it struck Maurice Grosse on the head. Like most poltergeists, this one was getting into its stride as it became more skilled. The children began to see shadowy figures, and 7-year-old Jimmy was terrified when he looked towards the wall, and saw a disembodied face, an old man's face with big white teeth, staring at him. In front of Grosse and several other witnesses, it threw Janet off her chair, across the room, a distance of 8 feet. As Rose, the eldest girl, went upstairs, the ghost literally pulled her leg. The investigators found her standing on one leg, the other stretched out behind her, unable to move. She was only able to walk when Grosse twisted her sideways. They decided to ask the ghost to write out a message, and left a pencil and paper. A few minutes later, they found that someone had written, "I will stay in this house. Do not show this to anyone else or I will retaliate." Another message read, "Can I have a tea bag?" Mrs. Harper placed one on the table and, a few moments later, a second tea bag appeared beside it. When Mrs. Harper's husband came to call to pay his maintenance money, he expressed disbelief in all this, and Mrs. Harper showed him the message, forgetting that it had ordered her not to. She said out loud, "I'm sorry, I forgot." Another piece of paper appeared on the table, "A misunderstanding. Don't do it again." A few days after this, the Society for Psychical Research sent a team of investigators to look at the place. They had evidently decided that the poltergeist activity was all due to the girls. Balloons full of water were placed under the beds for some reason, and, when they burst, water dripped through the ceiling. When the team had left, Grosse and Playfair, who had been present, had some irritable things to say about the SBR's obsession with fraud. By now it was very clear that Janet was the poltergeist's main target. She was often thrown out of bed 7 or 8 times before she succeeded in getting to sleep. When she fell asleep, she twitched and moaned. Playfair began to feel increasingly that she was possessed. He recalled the case of Maria Ferreira, the South American girl who had been driven to suicide by a poltergeist, and felt some misgiving. On one occasion, with a photographer in the bedroom, Janet was hurled out of bed. The event was photographed, and then, as the photographer and Maurice Grosse tried to hold her, she went into convulsions, screamed hysterically, and bit Grosse. When finally put back into bed, she fell asleep. Later, there was a crash, and they found her lying on top of the radio set, still fast asleep. The following night, Janet had more convulsions, and wandered around, talking aloud, "Where's Gober? He'll kill you." Two of Playfair's friends from Brazil, who happened to be in London, called at the Enfield house, and succeeded in bringing Janet out of one of her trance-like states. Their view was that Janet was a powerful medium and ought to be trained to use her powers. One of the two Brazilian mediums wrote on a sheet of paper, "I see this child, Janet, in the Middle Ages, a cruel and wanton woman who caused suffering to families of yeomen. Some of these seem to have now to get even with the family." Soon after this, Janet began producing drawings, in a state of semi-trance. One of them showed a woman with blood pouring out of her throat, with the name Watson written underneath. Other drawings continued this theme of blood, knives, and death. When Playfair asked Mrs. Harper if she knew of a Watson, she replied that it was the name of the previous tenants of the house. Mrs. Watson had died of a tumor of the throat. Playfair asked Janet if she could bend a spoon like Uri Geller. He glanced away for a moment, as Mrs. Harper spoke to him. When he looked back, the spoon was bent in the middle. It was lying in the center of the table. Janet said she had experienced a sudden feeling of headache as the spoon bent. In December 1977, the poltergeist began making noises, whistling, and barking sounds. Maurice Grosse decided to try asking it to speak. "Call out my name, Maurice Grosse." He went out of the room, and a strange voice said, "Maurice." Grosse asked it to say its own name. "Joe Watson." When Guy Playfair asked, "Do you know you are dead?" the voice said angrily, "Shut up." And to further requests that it go away, it replied, "Fuck off." Joe seemed to be incapable of polite conversation. When another researcher, Anita Gregory, asked it questions, she was told to bugger off. The investigators wondered whether Janet could be simulating this voice. Although it seemed unlikely, it was a masculine growl, and had an odd quality, as if electronically produced. I have one of Guy Playfair's tape recordings of the voice, and it reminds me strongly of a record I have of an electronic brain singing "Daisy, Daisy." The voice would not speak if the investigators were in the room. But their attempts were rewarded with long sentences. The voice now identified itself as Bill, and said it had a dog called Gober the Ghost. Asked why it kept shaking Janet's bed, it replied, "I was sleeping here." "Then why do you keep on shaking it? Get Janet out." Rose asked, "Why do you use bad language?" "Fuck off you," replied Bill. And when Janet asked why it played games with them, it replied, "I like annoying you." "Where do you come from?" "From the graveyard." It even named the graveyard, Durrance Park, which is in the area. At Guy Playfair's suggestion, Rose asked why it didn't go away. "I don't believe in that." "Why? What's so different about being up there?" asked Rose, and received the wistful reply, "I'm not a heaven man." It went on to say in a jerky manner, "I am Bill Haylock and I come from Durrance Park and I am 72 years old and I have come here to see my family but they are not here now." On the tape, the words come out one by one, as if the speaker is so breathless that he can only get out one at a time. The voice is so obviously that of an old man that the notion of Janet producing it by ventriloquism is absurd. Rose's next question is interrupted by a furious outburst, "You fucking old bitch, shut up. I want some jazz music. Now go and get me some, else I'll go barmy." Maurice Grosse's son Richard paid a visit to the house and succeeded in holding a lengthy conversation with the voice. When he asked it what it had done with 30 pence that had vanished, it said it had hidden the money in the radio, which is where it was found. Asked how he had died, Bill replied that he went blind and had a hemorrhage. He fell asleep and died in a chair downstairs. Richard Grosse found that if he looked at Janet's face while the voice was speaking, it would stop. If he thought of looking round, the voice would also stop, as if reading his mind. Another researcher named David Robertson had no difficulty getting the voice to talk, although the main thing it wanted to discuss was girls' periods. Then the ghost was asked to levitate Janet, and then draw a line round the light on the ceiling. Robertson withdrew outside, and heard Janet being bounced up and down on the bed. Suddenly there was a gasp and silence. He tried to open the door and found that it was jammed tight. When it opened again, Janet was on the bed and there was a red line around the light. Janet claimed that she had floated through the wall, into the bedroom of the next house, belonging to Peggy Nottingham, who was with David Robertson at the time. She described it as all white, a fairly accurate description of the light wallpaper. Peggy asked her to try doing it again, and went next door to see what happened. Janet was not there. But on the floor, there was the book Fun and Games for Children, which had been on the mantelpiece in Janet's bedroom a few minutes earlier. Robertson handed a red plastic cushion to Janet and said, "See what you can do with that." "All right, David boy," said the invisible entity, which seemed to like Robertson, "I'll make it disappear." Robertson went out of the room, and there was a cry from Janet. When he went back, the cushion had vanished, the window was tightly shut. But a neighbor who was passing the house at that moment suddenly saw a red cushion appear on the roof. Another neighbor later testified that she had also seen the cushion as she walked past. And, looking at Janet's bedroom window, she had seen books and cushions striking the window, and Janet rising into the air, in a horizontal position, and descending again, as if being bounced on a trampoline. She was definitely lying horizontal, coming up and down. Guy Playfair tried bouncing on Janet's bed, and found that no matter how hard he bounced, it was impossible to get up into the air. Playfair was struck by Janet's comment that when she had floated through the wall into Peggy's bedroom, it was all white and there were no colors. He arrived at the conclusion that what had happened was that Janet had had an out-of-the-body experience. Other astral travelers have observed the lack of color during OOBs. But this fails to explain how the book also passed through the wall. Was there, Playfair asked himself at this point, any more the poltergeist could do to demonstrate its versatility? In fact, it went on to produce a whole variety of new phenomena. It became rather more violent with Janet, making an attempt to suffocate her with the curtains, and making a knife follow her around in the air. The voice claimed that this was the doing of another entity called Tommy. It produced a biscuit out of nowhere and stuck it into Janet's mouth. It put butter and cheese on a piece of bread. When Guy Playfair tried to touch it, the voice rasped, "Leave it alone." It smeared ordure around the place. It began causing fires in closed drawers, fires which, fortunately, extinguished themselves. It produced some appalling stinks, like rotten cabbages. After a visit from the psychic Matthew Manning, it began scrawling obscene messages on the kitchen walls. When the two pet goldfish died, the voice claimed it had electrocuted them by accident, which, if true, seems to confirm that poltergeists use some form of electrical energy. A medium called Gary Sherrick told the Harpers that they had all been together in a previous existence, and that the girls had dabbled in witchcraft. He also told them he felt that a nasty old woman was connected with the haunting, and that she had lived near Spitalfields Market. Had there been any smells like rotten vegetables? After this, he went into a trance, and an old woman's voice announced, "I come here when I like. I'm not bleedin' dead, and I'm not going to go away." Sherrick performed psychic healing on the family, to heal the leaks that were causing the trouble. After his visit, the Enfield house became quiet for several weeks, as it had after the two previous visits by mediums. The case was beginning to turn into something more like a normal haunting. Mrs. Harper saw an apparition of a pair of legs in blue trousers going upstairs, and also saw a child. The children continued to see old men. A neighbor who was looking after the house when the Harpers went to the seaside saw a man in his shirt sleeves sitting at the table. Another neighbor knocked on the front door, and through the window saw Maurice Gross in the hall, then watched him go upstairs. When finally admitted, she discovered that Maurice Gross had been in the upper part of the house for the past half hour or so. The poltergeist was imitating him. In mid-1978, Janet went into the Maudsley Hospital for observation and testing. Playfair expected the disturbances in Enfield to cease while she was away. In fact, they continued, although on a smaller scale. And Janet claimed that a number of small poltergeist incidents happened to her while in hospital. But Janet's spell in the Maudsley, which made her healthier and stronger, was the beginning of the end of the Enfield case. The haunting seems to have been brought to an end by a Dutch clairvoyant named Unexplained, who was brought to the house by a Dutch journalist who wanted to study the case. The day before their first visit had been eventful: overturned furniture, knocks, footsteps, sounds of breathing, and excrement smeared on the floor. Dono spent some time in the house, then returned to his hotel. There, he later told Playfair, he went on an astral trip, and met a 24-year-old girl who was somehow involved with the case. This was an interesting new departure. Later, Dono met Maurice Grosse, and again had a strong sense that he was somehow connected with the haunting, and not purely as an investigator. When Grosse mentioned that his own daughter had been killed in a motorcycle accident 2 years before, she would have been 24 if still alive, Dono said, "Well, that's it. It's your daughter." There was no suggestion that she was responsible for any of the poltergeist activity, only that she was somehow connected. In the final chapter of his account of the Enfield case, "This House is Haunted," Playfair tries to draw together his speculations about the disturbances. His suggestion is that Maurice Grosse's daughter, whose name was also Janet, was involved indirectly. It was she who had drawn her father's attention to the case. Janet had died after a motorcycle crash in 1976, and Grosse had been impressed by a series of odd events and coincidences. A birthday card she had sent to her brother just before the accident showed someone with her head swathed in bandages, and an inscription about falling on it. Janet had died of head injuries. Grosse found himself wondering if Janet was somehow still alive, and thought that a suitable sign would be some rain. There had been a drought for months. The next morning, the kitchen roof below Janet's bedroom window was wet, although everywhere else was dry. It had been because of Janet's death that Grosse had thought about engaging in active psychical research, and his first case had been the Enfield haunting. Playfair speculates that it was Janet who had somehow put it into the neighbor's head to ring the Daily Mirror, and who put it into the journalist's head to ring the RP's. So her father became involved in investigating a case that centered around another Janet. Kardec claims that spirits often influence our thoughts. As to how the poltergeist haunting came about in the first place, Playfair's speculation is as follows. When Mr. and Mrs. Harper were divorced, an atmosphere of tension built up among the children and their mother, just at the time when the two girls were approaching physical maturity. They were a very energetic pair to start with, both of them school sports champions, but even they could not use up the tremendous energy they were generating. So a number of entities came in and helped themselves to it. As to the identity of the entities, it looks as if we had half the local graveyard at one time or another. These included Joe Watson, husband of the woman who had died of a cancer of the throat, and Bill Haylock, later identified as a former local resident. There could well have been a dozen entities altogether, and they were able to take energy from practically everyone in the house. Mrs. Harper experienced premonitory headaches before things happened, and while Janet was in hospital, the youngest boy, Jimmy, began having trances. The Dutch clairvoyant Unexplained stated confidently that he would be able to put an end to the haunting, by some kind of intervention on the astral plane, and it is a fact that his visits marked the end of the Enfield case. And why did so many entities invade the Harper residence? The answer, Playfair believes, may be provided by Kardec, who states that many dead people are quite unaware that they are dead. In The Flying Cow he cites the interesting Rutenberg-Rocha case in support of this view. In November 1961, a spiritist group in Sao Paulo found themselves listening to a voice, coming through the medium, which identified itself as Rutenberg-Rocha, a pupil in the second year of the officers' school of the Sao Paulo State Police. The voice gave details of its family and date of birth, and added that it was wounded by shrapnel in the revolution in 1932. When Dr. Carvalho, in charge of the session, said that this was now 1961, the spirit was astonished, and said that that was impossible. Carvalho assured him that he was dead, and that they would do all they could to help him. It was an excellent case for verification, since the spirit had given so many details about himself and his family. A little research revealed that it all checked out: the family, the officer school, the battle in which he had died. One minor discrepancy was that Rocha had been killed by a bullet through the head, while the spirit spoke only about a shrapnel wound in the chest. But a bullet in the brain could have stimulated the chest area, giving him the impression that this was where he was wounded. According to Kardec, the state of confusion happens mostly in cases of sudden death, and may last for anything from hours to years. In the Enfield case, we have seen how angry the entity became when Playfair declared that it was dead, and how the quarrelsome old woman asserted, "I'm not bleedin' dead." Yet, as usual in poltergeist cases, it is practically impossible to get at the truth. The spirits themselves seldom seem to have any interest in the truth. In the present case, there are intriguing hints about a man called Gozer or Gober who practiced black magic, and about the involvement of Janet and Rose in witchcraft in a previous existence. There was a former resident of the house called Joe Watson, who did die in the house much as described by Janet's bass voice, and whose wife did die of throat cancer, and there was a former neighbor called Bill Haylock. All of which adds at least a semblance of logic and reason to one of the best authenticated poltergeist cases on record. Perhaps the last word should go to a medium and police commissioner, called Dr. Raphael Ranieri, quoted by Playfair in The Flying Cow. A medium is an open door to the invisible world. What comes through that door depends to a large extent upon the personality of the medium, and it is quite wrong to suppose that the spirit world consists entirely of angelic beings devoted to our welfare. There are plenty of evil spirits around, also others who seem to have nothing better to do than fool about and amuse themselves at our expense by such elementary parlor tricks as lifting up tables and throwing things around the room. This would seem to be the level of spirit most often to be found at some of the widely publicized seances, and those who find spirit communications trivial, as many are, should blame the mediums, not the spirits. If Janet and other members of the Harper family are unconscious mediums, perhaps it is hardly surprising that the entities who make use of their energies should belong to a fairly low level of the spirit hierarchy.